Greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to beautiful Bucharest, where the PGL Tour continues. We're going to have some great Counter-Strike action for you today, and I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Always super happy to be back in the studio here with my colleagues, which I will introduce you to now. Starting out on the morning shift, we have, of course, Maui Snake. We've got Dus Murray. I know you guys are excited, but, you know, we're back. We're so back.
Just happy to be in Bucharest, have a functioning metro system, beautiful sunset, actually, that we saw yesterday. I didn't think I'd say that about Bucharest, but actually had some really nice colors in it.
Nice. I mean, we can talk about Counter-Strike, but if you want to do a travel diary, you're more than welcome, mate.
Hey, we got to talk about the city we're in sometimes, you know? Just because we're in a studio doesn't mean we're not part of this ecosystem.
It's basically become a second home for us at this point.
Yeah.
As much as we've kind of been in and out of this place, like, yeah, it does feel like home.
Yeah, it really does. I'm actually looking about moving here, I think. So
no, you might as well. Like, I also like the upgrade we've gone to the casting couch here.
Yeah,
yep. It's great.
It's
Love
nice.
that.
We got
I can relax now.
Got the leather. Well, look, guys. Look, there's been a lot that's been going on in kind of interim while we've been between events, and one of those things is we have, of course, had an update to the game. Contentious, of course, because we all know what Valve are like. We're all waiting for all sorts to come pouring down for CS2, and we've not had a great deal to cheer about, but we've had another change to Inferno that we think might be important within the context of this tournament. Well, maybe it will, maybe it won't be. I'll turn it over to the experts. What do you guys think?
I feel like when Valve gets $83 million in a single month from this game, that this is as much as you can ask for. Anything more would actually be sacrilegious. It would be spitting into the face of the creator. I honestly, having just lightly touched this in just games and just watched it play out also, it's made it way too T-sided. This is kind of a, to me, delusional change from Valve. It feels kind of detached from the actual game that the professionals are playing right now. Seeing the win rates on the T side since this change, April 1st, made me feel like it was an April Fool's joke, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I mean, there was really no issue with the length of the game. It was always about the girth, right? And it's all about making sure that you have enough room to be able to not feel like the whole thing is claustrophobic. And so from that sense, I think from a feel perspective, it's nice. You know, it doesn't feel as cluttered when you're trying to move around. But the biggest issue is, I don't know if it's necessarily banana itself or the fact that CT and centers are just so weak. And that's really like a game-wide problem, but I think it gets even more highlighted in a situation like this, where now as a CT, you can't even really rely on your utility giving you any kind of coverage. Like, people can just weave past it, and it really like just kills timings, I think.
Do you think it'll have any impact on the results we see here? Are there any Inferno teams you think might get hit by it?
Definitely. I mean, there's a few teams here that would flex into picking it, like Eternal Fire, now Aurora. It's like their second pick if they can get it.
MongolZ, 3D Max.
So yeah, a lot of teams actually like the map. So it's going to make their T-side campaigns a lot easier.
Yeah, well, we can talk about the participating teams that we've got here. You'll see on your screen. This is pretty much in order of ranking. Very intrigued to see kind of whether G2, MongolZ, or FaZe are able to kind of secure the fact that some of the other teams aren't present at this event. Obviously, you've already highlighted as well the last-minute kind of Eternal Fire move. No doubt we'll talk about that in a moment. But right down at the other end, this is where I'm interested to see, because first of all, we've got Complexity are going to be here. They've had a kind of a good run recently. Like, is that the real deal? Jason Lake's been in the media talking about how we couldn't build a championship winning team around Elige. We're now trying to do something different within a budget constraints. How can they min-max? And Rare Atom, I think one of the best, you know, Chinese teams I've actually seen in the game. Overall, I know you disagree with this because I think you're a Tai Lu stan, but I actually have enjoyed watching Rare Atom quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously what they did at the Shanghai Major was very impressive. Obviously, Child King looks like a very strong up-and-coming player. They have a couple of veterans kind of around that. But let's be honest, like, we've never really had a Chinese team do a whole lot on the big international scale. I mean, Tai Lu was the closest, was at the DreamHack Masters Marseille event in 2016, where they, you know, made a deep run. They beat the Brazilian Luminosity squad, Fallen, and stuff like that. But other than that, it's just very rare instances, mostly like local events in the Asian scene where they would do stuff, whether it was in China, Australia, or something along those lines. So, yeah, Rare Atom have a chance to, you know, kind of try to follow the footsteps of what MongolZ has been able to accomplish, to try to build a team that can actually lift up the Chinese region.
Yeah. Let's talk as well about one of the new kind of roster moves we've got. We've actually got lots of cool stories happening here in Bucharest. Let's talk about Team Liquid a little bit. Obviously, we've had some question marks about Twists as an IGL. He's had nearly a year with the role. It hasn't really yielded the results. They brought in Shuhei, who was, of course, mysteriously and strangely cut from Mouse. Mouse, by the way, have then gone on a tear, and they're the second best team in the world right now. But Shuhei was kind of sat. Team Liquid have brought him in on loan. He's replacing JKS moving forward. What do you guys think of this move? I really like it. I think G2 missed a trick by not picking this guy up.
This is just a thank God moment for any Liquid fans or even fans of any of the players on this team, because instead of watching Twist try his best at becoming a captain, being a leader, Zeus was right. He's not. Like, let's just be real. He actually didn't fit that role. He's born and bred to be a fragger. He's great in terms of having a great macro understanding of what he should do in rounds, but in terms of getting a team set up in the right way so they don't cause unforced errors, that's not what he was good at. He can watch his own crosshair, but I think the idea of him having to control a whole team while focusing on himself was too much of a task for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the IGLing with Twist, like, while there was some improvement that took place over the time period where he had the mantle, I thought that their Ancient Anubis kind of got to a decent-ish level. Their Inferno improved over time, but what was really damning to me was, like, some of the maps where you feel like you should be able to come up with good sides with the amount of talent that they had. Dust 2, Mirage, things of that nature, completely struggled. They never really got Nuke going either. So their map pool is incredibly limited. I think the big thing for me about Twist is, yeah, maybe he had some good initial ideas on how to start a round and how he wanted to finish one, but this team got bogged down in the mid-round way too often, and were indecisive, playing not to lose, or trying to play the perfect round possible, and they get stalled out, and then you're screwed at that point. And I hope that Shuhei, that's the biggest thing I think he can add to this team, is mid-round decisiveness, making the right reads in critical moments. Like, that's going to be the big thing for them, I think.
That's the thing. And also, Shuhei's just a captain.
Exactly.
Shuhei's a leader. He's going to be able to instill a team philosophy here that it bled over to the CT sides, too, for Liquid, where sometimes nobody really knows who's supposed to be the next point of contact. Shuhei has known to be an op whisperer also in the past.
True.
The change from Torzi with Dexter as his in-game leader to Shuhei just brought out an entirely different player. And in terms of big stage experience as a leader, Shuhei has that in spades with multiple deep runs at majors, top 4 several times now. And Twist, on the other hand, I don't even think in a playoff situation he's won a game yet. I think they've lost every time in the first round, unless it's a studio.
Will these North Americans listen to him, though? This is always the big problem. You get these European IGLs, we go out to the region, we try and help you all.
I mean, here's the deal. If they're not willing to listen to Shuhei, who in my opinion is like a clearly top 5 IGL from last year, if not top 3, just as good as that team looked when he was running and operating it, the growth they had over time from being studio merchants to eventually being able to do it at events like Rio and Cologne in the Shanghai Major, seeing the improvement over time, seeing how deep they were tactically. Like, if they're not going to listen to Shuhei, then who in the hell are they going to listen to, right? Like, you're not going to get better than this, I don't think, on the market as far as an IGL that really brings not only, a culture and a system and tactics to the table, but someone who is going to be decisive and, like, trying to put the pieces in the right places and finding a way to get the most out of the talent on this team. So it's this or bust, in my opinion. Like, you either make this work, or Twist is going to have to just go back to IGLing and see if it works out or not, which is not an experiment I don't think we want to see, Maui.
The parallel I would draw right now is Elige, who seems to actually be hindering FaZe in some ways with the wealth of ideas that he has. Not that the ideas are bad, but they do seem to be conflicting in nature with how Kerrigan wants to run a team. But I think that Twist is a little less hard-headed in terms of he can adapt. He can mold himself to whatever a team needs. That's what he was able to do with FaZe throughout multiple iterations when he was playing with Olaf Meister to when they were the Grand Slam winning lineup. So I think that he's going to be able to recognize that Shuhei is a better leader than him and follow his plan.
The other big story, of course, that we had happen was the sudden and I want to say strange, although it kind of isn't if you've been following the story that's been happening in Turkey, but we won't get into that too much on the broadcast. But Eternal Fire, they had this team that had really emerged at the end of last year, start of this year. We're talking about them potentially winning trophies for that particular organization. Then pretty much overnight, out of nowhere, Eternal Fire are out. Their team is gone. We don't know if Eternal Fire are going to stay in esports at all with everything that's been going on. Aurora have come in. They've given these guys this opportunity. A lot of fans are feeling pretty sour about the move. There's been some crazy tweets. I don't know if I ever want to see a jersey in a urinal ever again, frankly. But, this is the future. The players have tried to explain it to the fans. They've been saying, look, we've had to do this. It's hard. We were with Eternal Fire for all of that time. We hope everyone's going to embrace us. I think the Aurora CEO is Turkish. He's welcomed them. So this was just a crazy move out of left field. And like I say, some fans are on board, some fans aren't. Do you think that this team are going to be able to realize their potential now, or do you think this move is going to be distracting?
I mean, I think this probably has been going on behind the scenes for a while, right? And so I'm sure it has been on their mind. It may have been a distraction at some point. We also know the whole situation when Xantares' health came under question, whether that or not that's related, probably not. I think for me, though, hopefully it means that they are now more financially secure going forward, and maybe that takes a little bit of weight off of their shoulders. But it is sad at the same time, too, to see how this team grew underneath a Turkish organization, representing their home country, bringing the best players that they could possibly get underneath one roof in Turkey to do that. And so I understand the disappointment, but at the same time, I hope that long-term it means that this team can just focus on trying to be the best CS team they can be.
Yeah, there's two aspects for this one for me, where one is that will Aurora, the organization, provide resources for them to help them thrive and further the talent that they've already shown? And is that organization also willing to make moves? Because Eternal Fire, we've constantly praised for getting Wycadia, for getting Jota, and that feels like it was something that was done internally. I don't know if Aurora is going to try to start making this team international eventually, because I don't know if they're aligned with that side of the team, if Madra is going to really be the guy that's actually making choices, or it's going to be someone higher up than him. And the second thing is that the Eternal Fire, now Aurora guys, are very clearly connected to their community. They really care about the Turkish scene. That's why they're so apologetic with everything that they do. And I feel like that's going to be in the back of their minds for this one, even though a lot of people think it doesn't matter what the jersey you're wearing is, you're going to play the same game regardless. For these guys, there's an emotional component to it that does seem to actually hinder them or even sometimes bolster them. But in this case, it feels like the fans unanimously have actually looked on this move sourly.
Yeah, and I just hope as well, because it's kind of because it kind of came out of nowhere, and it's such a big move, and it's so distracting, and they were synonymous with Eternal Fire. I hope it doesn't derail them. I was in the camp where I believed Eternal Fire were going to win trophies this year. I still stand by that, but this is another roadblock I just hope they're able to overcome. And on that note, another crazy story. I mean, by the way, guys, stuck in a hotel room while all these stories are happening, staring at the PC in the corner of the room going, man, I wish it could go live right now, but I got stuff to do.
Start the stream, man.
Yeah, I know. It's easy for you to say. I'm old now, but G2. G2, the reports in the media are MongolZ's going to be out of the door. When we were watching Shanghai, we were talking about Nico's last dance. We come into Bucharest, we're potentially talking about MongolZ's last dance. To be clear, the way it's been reported in the media is he's leaving after this event. That's kind of what people are saying. He's going to be in Falcons for the major. That is how it's been framed. We don't know if that's accurate or not. It hasn't been confirmed by the organization or the player. But if that is true, I mean, it's just incredible to think about what G2 had at the end of last year to what they'll have going into the second half of this year.
I mean, the bottom line is this. I think this is almost like a necessity for G2, because you either sell him now or you get nothing when his contract runs out at the end of the year, and then he winds up going somewhere on a free.
Oh, you back him up and you keep him.
I mean, that obviously was probably an attempt, though. I imagine G2 was like, look, we brought in Heavy God. You still have Malbs. You're our main star. We're eventually maybe going to hopefully work towards bringing in a better IGL in the future. Or Hunter was maybe going to transfer into that role, as he's slowly kind of already doing that anyway, based on the fact that he's calling their pistols and their CT side. So he's kind of already halfway there. So maybe there was an attempt to say, hey, look, this is what we built around you so far. This is what we're thinking about doing long term. Maybe they did try, and at the end of the day, MongolZ just doesn't see a way to win there, and knows that he can go win with Nico with an organization that can continuously just keep moving in new players over and over again until they eventually find a formula that works. That's just the money that they have to work with.
The fall from grace that is G2 is pretty baffling, and I think it's something where a lot of people came to the defense of many of the roster moves over the course of MongolZ being here, like the Snacks move, Heavy God move. A lot of people are saying things are all right. Clearly they're not. Clearly on the inside, the fact that they had to get somebody like Heavy God shows that they had no pull in terms of getting world-class anchor talent. The fact that they lost Nico, the fact that they're losing MongolZ shows that people don't want to play with these guys anymore. I think MongolZ is a great talent. I think Heavy God's a great talent. That's it. That's it for me on this team.
I feel really sorry for MongolZ, because the bill of goods he was sold when he joined compared to like what you're the star player now. It's crazy to think about.
Impossible shoes to fill for him. MongolZ also trying to do everything that he can to put everybody in his backpack and make it to even a playoff appearance with this roster. This is not. MongolZ knows that his legacy right now is all about what he's doing in his prime. This is his prime, and he's not contesting for trophies. If he's going to have a name that's up there with people like Simple, spoken in the same breath as Zywoo, then you need to start winning more, because as an entire scene, we've seen how reductive people are that rings, Ernie. You know, it's all about just getting trophies, and if you don't get them, then who are you to say anything?
And on that note, Dust, as well, I mean, spare a thought for Dexter over on the Falcons equation. It's kind of Nork all over again, you know, in NIP. Like, yeah, you haven't necessarily done anything wrong, but obviously you're going to trade him up for MongolZ. That's just how that goes. So, you know, what happens to him now?
I mean, here's the thing. There was already rumors that he wasn't going to be a part of the Falcons transfer anyway.
Correct.
You know, there was thoughts that maybe they were going to pick up Sun Pius or something like that before, obviously, Falcons went the route of picking up the Heroic Core. So I think he may have already kind of had an inkling that something like this would probably happen at some point in the future. As far as like where Dexter goes from here, I think there's really two options. One, if you're G2 and you're making a nice buttload of money off of selling MongolZ off to Falcons, I think you probably just say, hey, we'll take Dexter as well, and you use him as a stopgap player through the major, and then you assess the market after it's over with. Because right now, I don't think the opera market's really that good. Like, it's either you take Dexter on, or you gamble on one of these upcoming European operas that I've heard floated around, like Grix and Molodoy, but then maybe you trial them through the major, and then you see what the market's like at the end. I think they have to get crafty in that regard. So that's most likely what happens to Dexter. Otherwise, I have no idea where he goes.
Right. Well, why don't we take a look at the rankings for Austin? We've got a major coming. It's going to be in NA. And obviously, we've had pretty much all of the season now. Just to be clear for everyone, because of the cutoff point for the major is happening pretty much like
tomorrow.
I was going to say it's like 2 days into the event. That means that this event will not affect the Austin rankings. And so what you're looking at on your screen, this is what we've got. So just some thoughts about this overall. Guys, I have to say, I do remember us being in Cluj saying that Astralis' performance in Cluj pretty much secured them to be guaranteed to be going to Austin rather than the qualifiers, and somehow they've missed out by I think like 4 points to Virtus.pro. So
some almost dead last finishes really killed their season for them. The interesting for me is actually two things at the tail end of Americas. MIBR getting in with pretty awful results actually this season, and M80 who just squeaked in because they were able to beat Wildcard in a Astana close qualifier because Wildcard were using Stewie 2K instead of FOZY for that one, which that
was crazy. I don't even know why they did that.
I still don't understand that, and I've seen people on Twitter, nameless people, that try to explain it, and everybody has a different answer, so nobody really seems to know this. Yeah, but it's cool for M80 because I really like their team. I like a lot of the individuals that they have.
I do too. I just feel like they really haven't made much progress lately, if we're being 100% honest. Like, yes, they brought in Lake, who's like this new, kind of NA talent that everyone's kind of hoping is going to continue to grow. Rek and Swisher have been there for a really long time. Slacks has been there for a really long time as well as an opera at this point. Sen's been kind of there for a while as that IGL. And I just really haven't seen them make much headway internationally at this point. And even in some cases, they slipped regionally. So it's kind of like either get it done or get off the pot. Like, otherwise, other moves are going to have to be necessary at some point if M80 wants to become relevant in the Americas region.
Yeah, all fair. Anyway, we turn our attentions to more immediate concerns. The Mongols versus 3D Max. That's going to be the first game that we're talking about here. We didn't really say it at the top of the show. I was kind of saving it for this moment. But kind of contrasting fortunes, I would say. Mongols definitely in the conversation to potentially win this tournament, although I would never bet on them 100%. They don't seem to be that kind of team. And at the other end, 3D Max, they're kind of on a downward trajectory now from where they were at, I think, end of the year, going through the major, where I think their stock was kind of high. People were respecting them as a tactical team. So this is an interesting matchup, but I mean, one clear favorite for me. I mean,
the rankings have actually pretty much just gone up for 3D Max, actually. The VRS ranking, at least for them, got them into the major. Like, they're a major team now. They don't have to fight through the RMR. They're in a comfortable position at this point. The fun thing about this game is you've got two national teams, which is pretty rare in CS nowadays. And to me, they actually kind kind of epitomize that. They have both a more unique play style than kind of the international rosters that are out there right now. So in terms of enjoyment, this is one that I'm actually going to derive quite a bit from, because the Mongols, a little bit scrappier, a little bit more individually focused, and then on the other side, 3D Max, they have all those strategies. They got like the deepest playbook of anybody right now.
Just realized as well, I didn't even tell everyone at home the schedule. That's my bad. That was a subtle reference there from production. Like, the schedule's ready, Richard. So let's actually, why don't we look at the schedule? Let's look at the games before we start talking about the games. Obviously, you saw there, we are going to be starting with MongolZ versus 3D Max. Then after that, Falcons versus Complexity. We're going to see kind of how all of the media has affected Falcons. After that, Team Liquid, we get to see Shuhei's debut. They're going to be taking on Legacy. And then the rematch from Cluj. We got FaZe versus Astralis to close us out on the main stream. But of course, this is a PGL event, and that means that there are 2 streams. You can pick which games you want to watch, and you can see we're going to have Virtus.pro versus Rare. I'm actually very interested in what happens with that one. I could see an upset, but whatever, we'll see. G2 versus GamerLegion. We had the pleasure of talking to Ash as well, didn't we?
At the luggage carousel.
Yeah, the luggage carousel. He's feeling pretty good about everything, so always look forward to those guys. One of the best run rosters in World Counter-Strike. Aurora's debut versus Pain, and then FURIA versus Apogee. So now, guys, we can start talking about the game. My bad. Production, please don't fire me. Let's do it. Let's talk about MongolZ versus 3D Max. As I said, one clear favorite in this. MongolZ, they always impress, but yet they always kind of fall short in a way as well when it comes to the big games and getting these titles and getting these trophies. Let's do a temperature check. Where are they at now?
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that placed top 4 at EPL in Katowice. They were top 8 at Cluj, which, of course, we were in attendance at, and they just came top 8 at Lisbon. So they've been kind of like right there on the brink of the top 5, where they're like maybe somewhere between 4th and 6th place probably in the rankings. They certainly have the best ranking IGL in the world in Blitz. I think they are a well-ran team with a pretty solid map pool. I think for me the big issue is that we have seen Zintu struggle at times this year. Yep. He was a clear star entry fragger last year. He still has that capability. I know he also had an injury at some point this year that may have contributed to some of this, but that's something to keep an eye on, right? Because that is kind of their big star next to Blitz. And then, I've even seen Mizzino kind of struggle this year compared to last year. It seemed like he had an evolution last year of becoming kind of a more just like passive and inexperienced player to becoming like an extremity playmaker and a guy who really could contribute in big moments. And this year he's kind of fallen off a slight bit. So yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of waiting to see, can they finally turn the corner? This is the perfect type of tournament to win now that you don't have to worry about the big shots that have typically been able to beat you, right? I mean, most of their losses are to the top 5 teams in the world. A lot of those guys aren't here. You have no excuse not to win now, in my opinion.
If you asked me to just pick any team from all of the 16 today, and regardless of odds, regardless of anything, but you said do it and your life depends on it, I have to pick the MongolZ. They're my #1 team right now at this event. Despite the fact that they fell to G2 at the Blast Open Lisbon and didn't get to the playoffs there, they've shown an incredibly high ceiling. The problem is that you just know that over the course of a long tournament, they can kind of crumble under a modicum of pressure. Senzu being the obvious culprit in this instance, where the playoff stages have gotten to him. But the reason I picked the MongolZ is that he's usually bad in arenas. He's usually a guy that when the lights are bright, that's when he falls off. But if we're in a studio event for the entire event, this is where the MongolZ show their best Counter-Strike generally.
Sure, and for context as well, I mean, we were pretty much saying all of those same things about MOUZ, I feel like, last year, and you look at where they're at now, the sleeper must awaken. Paul Atreides there. You can see these are our predictions overall that we've got for the playoffs. Talk me through this. Obviously, we've got guys who aren't here. We got Yanko and Professor on there as well.
I mean, I'm just looking at the ones that we have that are the same. We all picked Aurora. We all picked G2. We all picked the MongolZ. We all picked FaZe. There's a little bit of difference there with Yanko, actually. He kind of went for some hipster picks here.
Going for FURIA is absolutely wild.
Yeah,
go check on him.
The FURIA pick is solely because he likes Fallen. Let's make that abundantly clear. Yes. He likes getting drinks with Fallen if time allots us. And he also went with Astralis. So
yeah, that's also wild.
He went with a couple hipster ones, and I think he's also the only guy that didn't pick Liquid. So he's a kind of in his own realm of picks there. But we all had the MongolZ. Only some of us, I think, had 3D Max.
And I think for me and you, the only difference is I picked VP and you picked Pain. But other than that, the other 7 picks were the same.
Yeah, I think that's about right. You picked 3D Max?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, yeah. Then
Well, we can talk about 3D Max, obviously going to be in the game. Where are we at with them? Because I feel like what we were saying last year and through the major and other events is, wow, these guys can play. They're a super cool tactical team. And
Right.
I don't know. I feel like they've gone backwards.
I mean, here's the thing for me. Like, I think technically speaking, they are one of the better teams out there as far as how deep their playbook is, their utility usage, their spacing, their willingness to just play together as a unit. You know, the timing's always just pretty solid. I think Maka doesn't get talked about enough as being one of the better fragging IGLs in the world as well, because he's not just a true, like, decent fragger as a hybrid op rifle, but he also does call really good counter strikes. So you're not really losing any value on either front. So that's all nice and good. But I think for me, they do still lack like a little bit of star power. Like, yeah, you might have the best strat book of all time, but if you don't have the firepower to go toe-to-toe with some of these elite teams, you're going to struggle. I think the biggest reason for that is I just don't think Gravity and Exercise have turned out to be the stars that they were hoping for. You know, those were like the two younger players of the team that they were hoping to mold into probably that type of role, and I just haven't seen it from them yet, honestly.
I mean, my temperature check with 3D Max is that it's just that the narrative has really changed for us between this roster and what they are now. I mean, we got the vetoes though coming in, and I think this is where things get kind of interesting. I think the Mongols, I had a couple different maps that they could have gone to here, Dust. I feel like Ancient was one that was pretty much on the tip of my tongue here for 3D Max.
Common ground.
Inferno is a usual pick, unless they don't like the map change, because we haven't seen them play since that. But nope, they're still comfortable with it. So first two picks going kind of exactly as I expected here.
Yeah, I figured 3D Max would try to get Inferno in as early as possible. It's their best map, and while it is also a really good map for Mongols, you don't want to risk that being the third map in the series and never even getting to it, right? You want to put your best foot forward. So I like the idea of taking that, and then we wound up with Anubis at the end of the day.
Okay. I thought Mongols could have actually banned Anubis and gone for their own nuke, but they don't always show the most confidence in a veto structure, even though they have beaten some decent teams there. All in all, I don't know about you, Dust. I feel like the veto pretty strongly favors the Mongols here. Again, I'm a little bit curious if it goes to a third map, how that's going to work out for them in that veto, though.
They pretty much got their three best maps.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, it's like you can't really be disappointed if you're Mongols. Like, you're loving this, and I think that's one of the interesting things head-to-head between these two teams is, you know, Mongols have beat them the last 3 times in a row that they've played between like September and now, and Ancient and Anubis have always been kind of common maps that come up, and then, you know, there was one time I think Dust 2 got slipped through and picked, and it wound up backfiring on 3D Max. They've kind of strayed away from that, went with their strength on Inferno. So I just think, unfortunately for 3D Max, you just share a map pool with a team that's just better than you. But now you have to hope that you can somehow come up with something.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, right out of the gate, we're going to see Ancient. I mean, we've talked about Mongols on that map. I feel like just endlessly, it's one of the ones where they feel comfortable. We also have seen 3D Max get some pretty big scalps on it as well, historically speaking. But I do feel Mongols are just so strong on this map. I think it's a pretty good start for them.
Even though we look at this and the main mid control and everything and map control is generally down to Blitz and Techno, I always just love what Mazzino does on this map. He has been the biggest X factor for me. So even if the A game isn't working out for the Mongols, I love that they can just switch into their B game on a dime and just say, Mazzino, walk out A and see if you can headshot Exercise.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key factor for me on this map is Blitz. He is just such a well-rounded player as an IGL. He is a very good mid playmaker by himself. Sometimes we'll get some support from Mazzino on 9-10 as well. Just his ability to create pressure at Donut, at top stairs, leave options open. Sinsu's another big one to keep an eye on. You know, he's kind of their main B aggressor with Techno to kind of spread out that offense across the map, kind of leave their options open. And what I also like about Mongols is, besides having a really well-grounded default to mid-round from, is they have some really fast plays straight out of spawn they can run to change the pace, and they can just really up the tempo and make it very hard to deal with. And, you know, that's going to really test, you know, this defense quite a lot.
I mean, this game is going to pretty strongly favor the Mongols for all the reasons we just listed. So the only way for the 3D Max side to fight back is, I would say, I'd put the pressure on Body. He's a guy that I thought as soon as he joined this roster, he was going to be their best player. Statistically, he has been. I know some people probably with the eye test would want to say other guys. And really, 3D Max has been more of a win by committee sort of team than all down to the star power. But if they want to make the leap, which we do, which I want to see them make eventually, then it does. For me, the only guy that has more to give is Body, as he's reacclimating to being a star player as opposed to an in-game leader supportive element, which he was for Fnatic, and honestly flailing at doing so.
We can have the body conversation.
Sure.
I just got told we got about 2-3 minutes.
Nice.
Slight tech delay. Obviously, I know you were kind of saying it was a good move back when we first were talking about it when it happened. You weren't a believer. Has body won you over a little bit since joining 3D Max?
Oh, this is a tough one for me because, like, at the end of the day, what I would have liked to have seen 3D Max do is try to bring in some type of star talent, like a true, like, big piece that could really set them over the edge. Maybe it just doesn't exist in their French scene right now. I'm not really sure. I'm not super savvy. So if you can't do that, bring in another veteran who can be a guy who can kind of play on his own, doesn't really need a lot of direction, you know, as an experienced player. I think Body does bring that in spades. And while his overall, like, firepower just across the entire game isn't super special, I do actually think, like, I had to go back and think about this again. Like, I give credit to Maui. He made me really reconsider this guy because I was kind of going back and looking at some of their most recent games, and his entrying's actually pretty good. And that's something that they really lacked, I felt like, last year because they weren't getting it out of Dejoko or Gravity. They weren't getting those consistent openers. He's winning over 50% of his opening attempts on the T side, which puts him in a class of some of the best entries in the world. Yep. I just want to be able to see him distribute that in the rest of his game, though. It can't just be that one facet for B if they want to have enough firepower to contend, in my opinion.
But, I mean, that's already better than we thought, right?
Sure.
This is what he showed he could do when he was on Falcons. He was the best player on that French Falcons lineup, and I feel like even though, yes, the Fnatic run made everybody sell a lot of their body stock, if you kind of remember when he wasn't the in-game leader, he was balling. So I feel like if he's got, you know, if he can actually unleash himself as he has with this team and not think as much about the macro, he can just focus on his crosshair. And he's always shown that he actually has a really high ability to just frag out.
Is he enough firepower for 3D Max though to consistently challenge?
Not be a top 5 team or anything like that. But you know, in a lot of like heartthrob stories of domestic teams right now, with how the Mongols and Aurora are doing in general, 3D Max, we'd liked it to be the third one there, but in reality, they probably just need to upgrade from a couple different people. Like, my problem with them isn't Body, Maka, or Lucky. It's that Gravity and Exercise need to just make some kind of step up because they're the young ones that should have the capabilities in terms of their progress as players.
And that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like, I just feel like they were picked up hoping that they would develop into the stars of the future of this team, and they just haven't really hit that level. Like, every now and then you'll see flashes of it, but nothing consistent enough to really bank on. And I mean, I do want to give props to Maka, though. Like, again, I don't think his name gets brought up enough in like this whole fragging IGL conversation because this team is very good tactically, and he is the in-game leader. And he's also not just some purist opper. He also can pick up a rifle on T-sides and have impact helping entry. So I actually really do enjoy what he brings to the table. But yeah, like, these guys are just not, in my opinion, living up to the levels that they were hoping for.
With Gravity, it's just something about his mechanics that really kind of irks me, where his first bullet is so nasty sometimes, but if he misses that first bullet, it's like I'm watching Sanji start spraying. It's really bad. It's like I really just wish his tracking aim was better, because if I go in aim labs and I just like go for first bullet accuracy, I'm gonna lose to Gravity all day. I honestly think that many of the people on this team have better tracking aim than Gravity, so just something to keep your eye on when you're like really focusing on his POV.
Yeah, and obviously Ecstasy's over there as well. What have we been thinking about his development?
It's an interesting one because, I mean, he's like a pretty decent site anchor / extremity player on T sides that can have some impact here.
He pushes smokes too much, okay? I'm just going to tell you the reality of it. He just pushes smokes too much. Watching Exercise play, it's like when he's in his bag and he's just pushing smokes and catching people off, he looks like a genius, but I've also seen games where it just completely backfires against him. So it's kind of a weird feast or famine in the macro. Even if he played a normal game, he'd probably just be a more well-rounded player.
He's got the secret nose tech as well.
Yeah, more oxygen. So hopefully, if the air quality levels are correct,
he can breathe through the smokes.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
There it is. So yeah, we're still waiting. As I said,
sure.
we got a slight issue. So we got about another couple of minutes coming up right now. I mean, just overall on the other team, I think one of the things about MongolZ you will always be able to say is that kind of no matter what situation they're in a game state, they can kind of like frag out. I think it's weird to talk about them as a playoff team. They always make it to the playoffs, and like you said, they seem to crumble. But yet, in a game state where there's these impossible rounds, these 2v5s, I feel like MongolZ probably win more than almost any other team in the world. Like, it's actually crazy.
Yeah, they're really good and really synergistic in those late round kind of moments. The thing with MongolZ is that any given day, they can lose to a star player popping off. That's why 3D Max is the perfect opponent for the Mongols to kick off their PGL Bucharest run, because they're a team where they're designed around a strat book, not around a singular player popping off. Unless somebody like Body ascends, unless somebody like Exercise ascends, the Mongols are going to be in their comfort zone for the entirety of this game.
Yeah, and I hate for them on Ancient when you look at that one particularly, because that is our first game we're going to be going to. Like, Body's going to have to deal with Blitz in middle. I don't count on him to be able to handle that on a regular basis, especially if Senzu adds to the mix, as Mongols will sometimes do. And then when you flip sides, you know, they really kind of rely on him to be their B playmaker, to be the guy that leads those B executes and kind of creates that space for them to be successful. And here's the other thing, though, is that they don't just rely on their firepower. They rely on being able to chain flashes very effectively in these B executes, in these mid control takes, and their team play sometimes bails them out of not having the same firepower to match their opponent. But it's just about catching the right timings, catching people out in certain situations. It can be done, but it's just hard for me to bank on it when I've seen them float around the same range for too long, is what I'm getting at. But they have been like in that 10th to 15th place zone for basically the entirety of 2024, and they haven't really done anything to change that narrative this year. Like, they're always placing like 9th, 12th at pretty much every single event, and they're not necessarily snagging any crazy wins over like a really big name opponent on a regular basis. So to me, I just feel like they're kind of plateaued at this top 15 point, which is enough to get you majors. It's enough to, you know, keep you in the conversation, but you're never going to be a tournament contender to actually win the thing.
3D Max right now are a great story, but the Mongols are an even better story. And so for my money, I'm going to go with the better story, the better players, the team that's shown so much more recently. I'd love to see some of these individuals on 3D Max have something prepared. We haven't seen them play since ESL Pro League. So instead of hopefully redesigning their strat book, I just want them to get back in the lab as individuals. I want to see that these guys have just, in terms of like individual caliber, that they've risen up in some regard. Like, I want to see somebody really take the fight.
I'll give you a spicy one. Here it is, right? So Eternal Fire not winning trophies. Everyone's been calling them like, you know, perennial chokers, etc. No one says this about Mongols, but they should be setting their sights actually higher than Eternal Fire, in my opinion.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think this is a tournament that the Mongols have to win. That technically, you know, they won Yala Compass before. They won the Thunder Pick event, so they actually have won a lot of money. And with Eternal Fire, like, the only thing they won is a CCT Global Finals. So like, there's a lot of money that these teams have actually gotten from kind of these weird tournaments. Right. But this is like a real S tier tournament. And I know the top few teams aren't here, but in terms of the rest of the field, it is very strong. If you can win a grand final against a team like G2, people are going to start taking you a lot more seriously, even if that's a G2 that's on the downward trend.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we're talking about like tournament favorites, and you're talking about like the whole Mongols versus Aurora, former Eternal Fire, of course, conversation, I think the big one for me is like, at least Mongols doesn't have any like shock losses. But the only one I can even really think of is when I think they lost to Astralis like early in Cluj in one of their group stage games. But outside of that, the only time this team is really dropping L's is against like top 5 teams in the world, like a Spirit, like a Na'Vi. Meanwhile, look at someone like Aurora, that is a team that will just strangely lose series.
3D Max has beaten Aurora before, for example.
Exactly,
like,
that's what I'm saying.
They'll lose to just
and I think they also lost to like Tai Lu and FlyQuest or something like that in the group stage DPL, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So it's just there's way more variance sometimes in Aurora's like slippage, whereas I feel like Mongols, it's pretty nicely tucked into their position. They're just not winning against like the teams ranked above them to advance their position.
I just want to know really quickly what you guys would say for tournament favorites today. Like, I picked the Mongols. Do you guys side with that, or do you think some other team's going to win?
I think FaZe have to win this, or we...
FaZe?
Yeah, I think they have to win this event.
True.
Or we need to start talking about the Elige move as a bust.
The Brokey conversation needs to be started.
And that, which obviously
I'm more inclined to that part.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, look, you know, when is it going to happen in 2025? You're not going to get a better opportunity than this.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I mean, look, I mean, it's obviously been a balancing act trying to balance the aggression of Elige, Kerrigan, and Rain all at the same time. And Rain obviously taking over a lot of Rops' old roles, which is nothing like the player he used to be as far as what he would do for the team. That's a very big move for him to try to adjust to. You're also trying to adjust to how much impact is Elige going to have vocally. As far as how the team operates versus Kerrigan as the true leader of the team. But yeah, like, I do have to just say, like, Brokey is one of the worst operas right now in the top 10. Like, it's very clear that that's been a big problem for them, and even they take the last year. So I think you're spot on.
Yeah. We'll bring our casters in. We're actually getting closer to the action. So here they are. Look, that's Connor and Mohan. How you doing, guys? How have they made you look similar heights?
Hello.
What
Linear
special tech
perspective.
is this? Is it?
I can back up too. We can get really small.
Oh wow!
if
Oh
you'd like.
wow! This is crazy. It's
Yeah.
great stuff. What do you make of this one then, guys? MongolZ clear favorites? Is that
Yeah,
fair?
MongolZ clear favorites, and I'm right there with you. I think this is their event that they better damn win.
Correct.
Yeah, I think the only thing about the FaZe Clan point, Rich, is that they're the team that need the playoffs to get better.
Yeah.
They need the crowd to get better, so that makes it even harder for them.
Well, guys, we're going to find out if they can do it for real. Have a great cast. See you in a moment.
Get out of here, Richard. This guy's talking through the pistol round. Loves the sound of their own voices, those analysts. Can you blame them? Gravity, you will be loving to start your day with that. That's what Maui Snake's talking about, that first bullet accuracy. There's no tracking when it comes to the P2000. So clean opening headshot out top middle. And with that, MongolZ setting their sights on this B split, or at least the cave control for now, but met by the smoke, they'll hold. Unlikely that the MongolZ don't come rushing into things, but still pieces of utility. Lucky's going to see it as a chance to go and pry down this ramp, and he finds nothing.
Yeah, that is a lovely start, and Lucky has an interesting position because he could get to the cutout and actually hang out for a second because he knows that they're around here. If he decides to push farther, of course, he's going to see some T's, and they're waiting for him. I think he just kind of overstepped, right? You're a 5v4, lots more map control off that play, but he was anticipating at this early point of the round they would have committed maybe to the A site, and now the round is possible again for the MongolZ.
Just the perfect amount of patience there. You never want to get too greedy.
Let's see how things change now. So CTs are searching back. The Ts who are getting organized. 4v2 split on the site, retake positions here.
Body leans back. Ramp players won't be cut off, but the dual Berettas give him a fight, and bomb goes down. So MongolZ have absolutely brought this one back despite the 4v5. Flashbang, awkward, and Gravity comes through with 2 more headshots off the pistol. So now those Berettas along the wall look to shred, and they're only able to find 2 of the 4 demanded in the clutch here from Senzu. So Senzu 3 kills, Gravity 3 kills, but it's that cleanup that makes the difference.
I think this is a good round to explain, I think, what's good and bad about 3D Max, because I would say their problem, the good thing about them is they're great tactically. That was brought up.
Yeah.
They have some cool flash plays. They have some good opening pick plays. But strategically, I think that's where they fall off. And that's why, because they lack some of that structure, some of their individuals can't be consistent. So when you see, you know, the overstep on that push down the B ramp, I think that's a good example of, like, you had a tactic that made sense, but now thinking more cohesively about the entire round, you just kind of go off and do your own thing instead of thinking about how this affects the map as a whole, allowing MongolZ to get back into it. But then they save it with another tactic as their flash play to retake.
Ooh, MP9s down into the grills of the MongolZ. You have welcomed this possibility by thinking you can overstep, thinking you could find success the same as that mid play. And instead, you open this door up for the B bomb site. You know, here's the beauty of this head-to-head, I think. It's going to be fast, flashy Counter-Strike. MP9 up close versus 910 will not prevail. And now man advantage slips away here for 3D Max. Exorcise quickly into the bomb site. Back turn to the cave play. Senzu gets his. It's half health for about both. Oh, but that move through smoke is going to have him caught off guard, no doubt.
Wait,
910. What? Okay. Settle down. Things get awkward, things get weird, but they're still able to bounce up on top. So, hey, don't go rushing with your MP9s, folks.
Yeah, they tried to make this real aggressive to take extra map control, which isn't always a bad idea, but they know that this is coming off of a plant on the pistol round.
Sure.
So there's a risk. They know MongolZ are going to buy. They're probably going to try something. If no one had got ahead of that smoke off a spawn, it might have been okay. But a deep B smoke with that push, you cannot always rely on it, so that allows MongolZ back into the game.
3v5 in the force buy to take it off of 3D Max. These rounds, I think, can be incredibly, what I was trying to get to, fast and flashy. That is the fun thing about this head-to-head. I think anytime you go up against the MongolZ on Ancient, your B players have to be having a great day.
Yes.
their ability to transition into those fast hits, as we just saw with the back-to-back Senzu triple kills for the record. Here's another thing about Senzu. We want to talk about MongolZ and their struggles on the stage, etc., trying to break through that last barrier that is really playoffs and trophies. You know who doesn't struggle in the groups and who is constantly up there? Well, it's Senzu, and he starts the day as you'd hope.
Yeah, it's almost probably frustrating to be like at the beginning of another event and everyone just assumes you're going to be good, and then you've just got to do that. No one cares if you do that, and then you've got to get and win the entire event, and then people are still just going to call you a studio player.
Yeah,
you know, that's their life. You know, they can cry on their money though, because there's a lot of it on the line for this one. But that is the position for the MongolZ now, and that's why our expectations are where they are.
Where are your expectations for 3D Max this event?
I'm not the biggest fan in general. I think again, the Des brought up the tactics. I think it's the strategies overall that just don't fit. They're a team who there's probably a good analogy to draw here with like an artist or something. But like there's like, you know, like a rap artist, for example, that's so influential, but themselves never took off. And that's because they brought in a lot of good techniques. They had a lot of good wordplay, whatever it was, but didn't benefit from their own abilities because they didn't have the whole package. It feels like that's what 3D Max are. I think that's also like the move to grab Body. I mean, he's good. Body's good, but he's never a star. So, and even if he was the best player on a team, still wasn't a star at the tier 1 level. So I think that it's hard to have higher expectations when they didn't make a roster move that demanded that. You know, when Legion goes to complexity, it's like close out an event. Sure. Body goes to 3D Max. Are people like, how come they're not winning every? No one thinks that. Right. You know, I think it's pretty obvious exactly how good they can be. So the desk mentioned Ascension, and that is what needs to happen. The players, they expected to get better now that their team is overall better, need to do that, but that would be a big surprise.
Like Blitz hiding bottom mid under this box could have been the death of Body. Instead, player in the background drops him. Now, Maui Snake yesterday told me, we were discussing which teams we thought would make the top 8, and he just said, I hope you and Launders can finally see the 3D Max, you know, that he has fallen in love with.
When did he say that?
He said that yesterday. Oh. Like he was showing me like just statistically their players at the events that we specifically casted them. Right? Like our experience with 3D Max comes through the way of, you know, Katowice and the Cluj groups and the Shanghai event, and those were actually some of their worst, you know, worst moments. So let's see if we get a better version of them today. A 3v5 loss in round 2 to give money momentum back to MongolZ isn't what bodes well, but hey, there's still some room to improve. Yeah. Not in this one though. That 5-7 that goes out middle gets clipped early, and 3D Max again. I mean, they can be underrated, but they're not a tournament threat. I think that's the difference. Sure. So it's really good to point out things like Maui did about like Body's entry stats, and that improves the team, but it just doesn't make them tournament threats. You know, look at the MongolZ roster moves. Their last player in Senzu just suddenly made them a tournament threat. He's also become their Achilles heel as well in playoffs. But that's something, you know, that's a door that might be opened one day for the MongolZ, like once he figures it out. But for 3D Max, I don't really see the outs. Like, even look at this series directly. They've got so much commonality in the map pool, but MongolZ are just better at every step. Yeah, yeah. And then I think tactically and strategically, MongolZ outclassed them. There's no moment where tactics elude the MongolZ, or a moment where it's like, oh, they don't have ideas right now. So surely that commonality in map pool is why the last 3 matches all go the way of MongolZ, with 0 maps even hitting double digits in 3D Max. Today could be the day, as mentioned as well. Coming off of a bit of an extended break, no play since Pro League. 5v3 again. Let's see if they can close this one in the retake demanded of them. XRC's already up inside of the cave. Will catch Mzinho off. Now Senzu felt pinned against the wall for only a moment. Op shot connects. That's going to be lucky low. Cleanup duty from inside cave as Senzu still sits 10-1. This op continues to rain out. Doesn't actually stop them, and 3D Max come forth with the double man advantage retake. That's what you're looking for if you're 3D Max.
Definitely. 2 good retakes over here on the B site in this match to kick it off. this morning here in Romania. Well done. And you would hope that eventually the series odds would flip a little bit because, again, there's so much practice here against the Mongols for the 3D Max. It is a moment where they could say, well, okay, we're comfortable at least. We understand how this team beats us.
Sure.
At some point, they either make you better or they are the ones who teach you how to beat them. Game's close, but we got another bye round.
There's also been a lot of Ancient between them specifically, so this is where the improvements should be marked. The Blitz versus Body fight was highlighted by the desk, but Body's changing up positions. Flying it over towards Donut, getting away from that early. And again, this continuation of a little bit of B pressure. And this time, no overstep, right? They don't follow through into the smoke. They don't try to fight out towards middle. But does that leave them worse for where the double Donut setup seem to have smokes coming down?
I think there's a key moment here where Maka can get into CT, but he doesn't. They'll have a smoke or just a molly. Do they have a CT smoke?
Yes, on Body. Inside a Donut, but not the CT rotator.
Oh, they avoid it because of that aggressive smoke for themselves. Nice one for Maka.
Yeah, frag grenade almost covered him there, but bomb plant comes through from Senzu. Another 5 versus 3. Let's see what happens this time. Blitz, good op kill, but shouldn't be enough. He's not going to be able to find himself a second one as well. 3D Max just looming. Not too far off from that bomb site again. Let the plant go down, hang on to your Donut control. Full control by the looks of it for 3D Max in the back-to-back retake success.
Yeah, man, that's definitely what you want to see. I mean, also we see why they've been persistent about taking bottom B. This time they finally catch their man off guard by himself. And even though they don't push, they maintain that 5v4. Maka gets into a good spot. A couple of small moments, but you can see that these are duels that have happened in the past.
Yeah, surely. You know what they say, 4th time's the charm. If they lose today, it's the 5th time. Mongols aren't going anywhere. They will creep into the cave. Gravity finds the opening. Smoke over top. Flashes come next. And there's the swing from Lucky. Denied by the Deagle. One shot out of Senzu, dude. He is on for one. Spray gets a little dirty. Mzinho picks up the next. And then with an AK in hand, decides not to jump onto Maka immediately, who's ready to stuff that barrel to the gut. Here comes the fast flank out from Exercice. And now a second rifle picked up, wildline. A bit more damage done. 910 grabs the weapon, and he's just trying to figure out who and when he does piece the first together. And the USP swing out from Maka is what makes the difference on that one.
That was a nice try from 910, man. The way that he backed up to get a better angle versus Banana while the smoke was still up on long. But the USP saves the day. Another retake one here for 3D Max.
This one much closer than the last. And all by way of a couple of Desert Eagles. I think Mongols showing us that, again, every round is going to be a fight for 3D Max. That's what this head-to-head always ends up being, is the favor skewed to Mongols. So nice to see them coming through. I'd say well-oiled.
Yeah.
Think about that. The 3D Max so far, to me, the tethering looks good. The trade frag's efficient.
Yeah, they're missing a little bit on their sprays, but I think 910's actually missing more.
Okay.
With his op, he probably could have defended a couple of these retake situations, but instead, yeah, you've got 4 retakes, 1 for 4 CT rounds. Some closer than others.
I'm going to derail this quickly, Launders.
I'm ready.
Maka has his left index finger wrapped in large bandages. Almost looks like a cast.
Oh.
How important is the left index finger when it comes to playing Counter-Strike?
I mean, if you're going to strafe right, I guess it's kind of tough.
You know?
We'll see about these. We'll see about these strafes.
Keep a close eye on
this A play should definitely work. Another chance to go into a retake here. A little harder for the 3D Max. They're playing close by, but they won't get an open shot, it looks like. We'll see. Maybe they will. Oh,
It's there, but it ain't what they needed. Body still maintaining donut control. Oh, okay, Body approaches it, but at the same time gets dropped down to 18 health. Another missed shot out of 9-10. You're dead on. He's not.
Morning humor.
Flash over the top. Techno inside of the site, still waiting for that joined up split to come at him. Lucky's got to be careful that he doesn't get shaved off before his teammates were ready to go. I think that's why he jumps this back. Are they going to concede it?
Yeah, if you lose the 5v4 right away, at least you get one back, but it's just so much time's gone already. Fresh utility, that was the problem. I think on this play, the Mongols were walking out of A main, so they didn't use any utility, so all of it was fresh when they got into the retake. And you see the moment where Maka realizes, I've got to be here in CT to get my open shot, and he nearly gets it. But he actually doesn't realize that some haven't crossed yet and thinks he's a little too late. But the point is that the timing was missed seconds before that. You know, when they just realized that it could be the A side again.
Mongols capitalizing on it. Leave it to Blitz. Haven't really gotten a big Blitz versus Body show out mid just yet. A lot of, you know, constant utility pressure, but not always the follow through behind it. This time, it will happen. Into the corner goes Blitz and Techno. And Body, too many targets to bring down both, but Gravity connects off of the lane peak. Techno's going to see this as a chance to slice through A site. Maka now confirms that they're in here, bomb included, and he's not able to contend with that Molotov, so he waits. 9-10 holds mid, snips Gravity off the play, and Maka freed up for the moment, unable to catch Senzu, who is swift. The time to kill on Senzu, very clean, and that is why he sits pretty at 12-4. Lucky's gonna have to just walk this one away, and the Mongols have taken back their lead.
That was pretty nice. I think a lot of these moments are very close as well. Blitz, one bullet. His, 3D Max have that perfect crunch on mid, coming in from high and low, but because Blitz hits his first bullet headshot, he gets a trade that secures another man advantage in a situation where they could have won mid and denied that.
Terrorists win.
So it's a game that's hard to call. I think if I was 3D Max, I'd be very hopeful. This is a very tight score line. They've won some of the harder rounds, the retakes. They know that 9-10's not hitting everything, though you don't want to give him enough time to warm up. I think Techno's yet to get on the board. Exorcist is getting a Mag 7.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Let's do it. I mean, these teams were warming up Kriegs, auto shotguns, and no-scope op duels in the warm-up, the extended warm-up.
I'm a fan of the auto shotgun because I think it's actually good, even though it's pretty expensive. The Mag 7, I don't know if that's really been explored in CS2. I think people did use it in some situations in CSGO. I'm ready.
It's viable. I feel like all the shotguns kind of do the same thing, barring the Nova and the sawed-off. Like
Nova's OP, man. It just can shoot from so much farther away.
Yeah. But the armor pen, I think, of the Mag 7, that's what's going to make this one viable versus a gun round. Watch this.
Please don't give us the Gervin guarantee right now.
Yes, sir. Watch and learn, boys. Yep. Right here.
Yeah. Okay.
And now you know Mzinho's primed to be popped, and an M4 swap over as XRC drops bomb in front of him. This is no longer a joke. That Mag 7 set him up. It's control of the bomb, given back over. He's happy for them to scoop it back up so that they can sit pretty 4v3.
Yeah, that's a great use of it. That's the second shot. Even the first shot does so much damage that he can finish it off with the picked up M4.
Yeah, it's 80 on the body shot, dude. That's thick.
Gratata.
Gravity comes back through middle with Lucky. They can
bomb's
cut off
crossing.
Bomb. Yep. The timing on this Blitz climb could be costly.
Uh-oh.
The device hits the ground, and then suddenly the Mongols, these last two stragglers over on the B site.
That's an interesting move from Blitz because he definitely had time to run through spawn if he wanted to.
did indeed. There's a bit of a pinch on Lucky. That could open up Senzu's ability to grab bomb back, but we do see this A main push slowly coming through from Exercice, and that means that his climb up will be denied. Techno, again, just trying to bail them out of this middle play. Senzu trying to get bomb, realized how pinched he truly was. Lucky continues to fight this, and Techno 36 health cleaned up. We've got a tied game again.
Yes, well fought here from 3D Max. And I think, yeah, Blitz at that moment, that's a very weird timing to come back into mid, especially alone. No window smoke at all. He was hoping for basically 3D Max to not make any move on the map, which fair enough. They did have a main control, so maybe he felt they could have been satiated, but very good for 3D Max to keep it moving.
There's a moment there for Techno that could have been very costly. If he's just looking for the guy in the back of Red Room through the gap of the box, he gets that player first. But he goes a little wide and the second guy swings. Just could have been the mistake that 3D Max get punished for. Instead, they'll work their way into a round 10 win. From round 10 to 9-10, boosted up. Won't find any contact on that back line. Looks like Lucky's gonna remain passive here on short. Gets the contact and an early dink on ramp, but what goes around comes around. He's now low as well.
That's unfortunate.
And he gets mopped up. Wide swing from an MP9 into an entire horde of the Mongols. It's low HP for 2 of the 5. A bit more chip damage offered here from Exercice as he tries to open up this rotation. How does Senzu jump across that stream of rifle shots and seemingly not take any more damage? Talk about elusive. More missed op shots from 9-10. One connected, but didn't get lethal. And so this crawl up from the back lane into Techno's crosshair as the smoke remains in front of the ramp. We get this clean wallbang frag back onto Techno. And they try to bait out. Nobody's reacting. What? Nobody. Why didn't they turn around?
Nobody's even turned around.
What are they looking at? What are they doing, Dan?
No one even turned around at all.
Neither player reacted. Very worried about the cave push.
That's full trust. You know, they didn't want to get hoodwinked right there.
Yeah. Okay.
They're like, we're not going to get fooled by this. All right.
That's awkward.
Nevertheless, close game. Exercice back to the Mag 7 again.
Yes, sir.
This time sort of has to, the money.
Uh-oh. Similar situation. Ooh!
Yo.
Headshot comes out.
Go.
You got half of the health dropped off 9-10 and Senzu. They're going to try to pelt him with nades. Mag 7 doing work. Sets up Lucky to come through and clean up on the 5-7. And this is one of the few rounds where we get 3D Max actually going heavy on the A site. That was 2 donut, 2 A main out of the spawn.
Right.
In the same time that the Mongols try to finish off this half with a pretty simplistic approach. And so well placed at the right time. 3D Max may have just tied this game up at 6-all.
Not saying they have to be careful, but they look to phase this smoke. They really want to clear this out right now.
But Senzu does have 15 kills. The lineup that could have been, but is not. Exercice round MVP. And at the tail end of this, we go back and forth for 4 rounds. Look at that top-heavy scoreboard for the Mongols.
Have you seen anyone else use the Mag 7?
Hugo Byron.
Hugo Byron?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's a big Mag 7 guy.
It's barely got that out right.
Well, should we address the elephant in the room, Mohan? The elephant.
Hugo Byron?
No. I would never call him an elephant. More of a rat. Scrawny and launders in the morning. This is a rare occasion.
Oh, right.
When is the last time we did a morning shift? You know, it's been eons, I would say, and so maybe that. It's a new flavor that we're bringing to you guys here for PGL Bucharest.
Do you know any other pros that have? Because like I remember a lot of Mag 7 playing CS:GO, but I can't name a single other player who's using Mag 7 in CS2.
Can't say I've seen it used that well.
Yeah.
Not as well as what Exercice just put out.
It looks good.
Looks great.
I thought that you hated all shotguns.
Nope, just the noob tube.
Okay.
The XM1014. And hate is a strong word.
You've got some contempt for it.
Yeah.
I mean, whenever we see one, you're
I
like,
play it up.
are they throwing? Like, that's kind of...
XRC's 1v5 coming at you hot here live in Bucharest, where the last two CTs continue to try to pinch him. Oh, he had a chance at that.
And he still does.
He is on for this. How many kills that quickly? Triple for Mzinho.
Oh, you see him. He's just got his adrenaline flowing right now. He's trying to reset. Look at the time on the clock. This is just a 1v2 now. He doesn't have to think about the last 3 frags. The Mongols are treating this as if suddenly this is a winnable situation for XRC. He has to think about it this way as well. Very good moment to cool the nerves. And you've got Mongols playing this pretty aggressively. They're not playing 2-2. 2 together. They're playing 1-1 to sites. Techno's going for a push. This actually looks like it's going to favor the Mongols somewhat. And I think this means Senzu could move over to single box or, I guess, play however.
This is a battle of the top performers about to go down on the A site. When it's all about those clean kills. He's got him frazzled behind that big box. Ooh, XRC's get the 4th, and now it's on! You look at that radar, you had 8 kills in the same position. He goes deep. Techno's gonna have that audio advantage. But did he make a loud step? XRC's denied. 1 kill between him and the 1v5. Techno steps up when it matters.
He thought they would play together. He thought they were gonna be together. He thought one was Donut and he was avoiding that situation. But wouldn't Techno have swung at the same moment that
Look
Senzu
at this
fought him?
bloodbath.
That's so unfortunate for him.
You ever seen 8 bodies stacked so close together?
Nearly ruined that play from Melzinho. Well, that was pretty cool. Nice try. Even saved Techno for last, wasn't having a great game. But you know who's more nervous to win that clutch.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't even about the tournament, you know? Get me my 1v5. Everybody wanted the same thing in that moment. Mongols just wanted to deny it. That's all they cared about.
Yeah, it's a very short list of players that hit 1v5s in any given year.
Yeah, I can only think of Floppy.
And I can think of him twice.
In 2 days.
But he lost in the 1v1, so everybody will forget about it. Today is not your day.
Never happened, did it?
Sucker. Still trying to carry his team. Kicking and screaming at the moment. Blitz extends down into them. Bit of a rough go of it for Blitz, actually. I guess maybe Senzu's kind of scooping up all these frags, but...
They did do a good job versus Blitz on utility and like winning in mid.
Sure.
Just like not having him come out of elbow. So I think that's definitely where they got something out of it.
No, I really thought that was going to be much more of a point of contention, but utility had him kind of playing a little more modest than what we've seen Blitz in the past do in mid.
Also pulled out 4 retakes, I think, in that 1 half.
Yes, sir.
That helped.
And so pistol converted. No bomb plant in either. 3D Max. Rifles in the 3rd, and it's a lucky swing out mid.
Don't really fight him. At least Lucky gets out. They've established well here. They can kind of do anything now.
The power of getting that risky on elbow at the start of these rounds.
They didn't need much utility damage either. Lucky got tagged. But you can see from the guns here from the Mongols, they're playing with house money a little bit.
And I think you take that tag for the amount of map control it came with. It's going to allow for them to transition into this 5-player B split. Top ramp opened up. We've got a double entry coming out from 3D Max, and 910s rotate in with just this dinky MP9. bit more spam damage coming forth from the Mongols, but still very much at bay in the retake until Lady Luck graces 9-10 with that body headshot, but still little too late. AK swap over, and you've got the remnants of the Mongols still beyond arm's reach. Down to 4 bullets in that AK. Looks like this one's gonna have to go. At least, as you mentioned, a bit of house money here in this round for the Mongols, but 3D Max, that is what you're looking for early on this T side.
Yeah, they did have to still reinvest a little bit. So, I mean, even though we'll get another buy coming in, well, maybe we do, maybe we don't. I think we saw 3,200 there on Mzinho.
Yep, it's 32 for Mzinho, 33 for Techno. But they're going to buy regardless by the looks of it. Blitz on the insta purchase.
It looks like they thought one step ahead on buying some weaker guns when they could have afforded full upgrades. Well, we're already getting into the territory where this is one of the better days for 3D Max versus their arch nemesis.
Yep. Ooh. Blitz tries to get thrown forth into elbow, looking to hold it back with force. And all you've done is welcome the spam forward. That nade goes a little too far. Yeah, but simultaneous kill up into cave. You will absolutely take this if you are 3D Max. These AKs are just churning through the Mongols at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like if it's not Senzu, it's not anyone at the moment.
And that doesn't bode well when a 3D Max squad is starting to tap into gravity as being Exorcis's second performer, his right-hand man. You know, we've convinced everybody to go for Exercice.
Exercice.
What if we can get them to start going for Gravity?
Gravity.
Gravity.
I just keep thinking he owns like a small Italian restaurant.
Gravities.
Yes.
Gabagool.
Vesuvios.
Right here. So from the back-to-back buys to the attempted save.
Terrorists win.
3D Max want in on this?
Gravities.
Gravities.
The pastas looks like a black hole, you know?
Okay.
You got the spaghetti spun,
Oh, okay.
right? There's something here. Pasta for nerds. You know what I mean? Gravities.
Pasta for astronomers.
Pasta for virgins.
Not gonna say
That was
out loud.
unnecessary.
Yeah,
I didn't need to say that.
But you can't take it back. That's the beauty of this job. Out middle again. Obviously working with less in this one. It ain't no Mag 7. Clean headshot from body. Tapping into those entry stats that the desk so aptly highlighted. Lucky also. Quick kill to Senzu. Body's got a second. And here comes the Deeg of Blitz, but one frag a little too late. If anything happened on that A site, maybe we see some resistance. But ladies and gentlemen, 3D Max are on the brink of doing something they have not done in the last 3 best of 3s versus the Mongols. Every single map loss, 6-0, less than 10 rounds won. Double digits for the first time on the line right now.
And they've got this T side that's working. You've got a couple of pieces from the Mongols, which are not online yet. So this is, and they've won retakes in this game. Very hard rounds that 3D Max have had to pull off. So this is a prime opportunity to turn this series on its head. It's going to be a fight till the end, obviously, because Mongols still have 2 maps they're extremely comfortable on.
Of course.
Up.
Yeah.
At least they're known still from 3D Max. I think Dust brought up that Mongols don't really have any shockers when it comes to their losses. They lose to top 5 teams here and there, but teams like 3D Max, they regularly just put down.
Ooh. Senzu, nice timing off of the cave peak. There was a player up on top of him in Gravity who has now found a kill out towards middle as well.
Oh,
Blitz
yeah,
burned
right.
into the open, knew he had to bring somebody down with him. And we've got Body quick to the play. Into A site, he'll go barreling.
Oh, and we've got 910 searching mid. So he'd come and flank Donut, which actually might be the better retake position. We'll see. No, they plant for CT. Very smart here for 3D Max. This round suddenly becomes much more difficult.
Good chance to avoid it. Ooh, Body
Oh,
gets the
yeah.
quick headshot. 910, no kit on the peak. Gonna try for the off angle. And he's dead.
Ah, Brody, yeah, he scaled the wall,
Yes,
stayed
sir.
very close, tucked in, wasn't spotted, and there it is. 10 rounds. That was 4 players coming into mid. Senzu, once again, basically the only one to multi-kill in this game. Gets 2 frags. Blitz gets 1, and that's just not enough. 4 players dead in mid is where the round ends. Clutches, for the most part, going the way, besides the 1v5 denial, going the way of 3D Max.
Okay. Bully them. Kick them while they're down. I see you, 3D Max. That's a taste of the Mongols, I think. Giving right back to them. Straight up B-rush. Perfect round to do it. So obviously not only are you starting to thrive on an individual level, the reads fantastic. The confidence starting to brim. And we add this one to the tally. 3D Max 11-8. Easy.
Yeah, they're playing to win here, man. Everyone is also recovered their score lines. It was just exercise for a bit,
Yeah.
but now we've got all 5 players positive on the scoreboard.
I'll say this, you know, Desk, you mentioned it as well. They threw around the word Ascension. They also kind of had some criticisms for Exorcise and Gravity and saying that sometimes they do just kind of drop out.
Yeah.
Not today. It's
Yeah.
come together from those two. They were the first 2 pieces to put it together. Now the T side all thriving as a pack. This is a 3D Max that is stepping up to the occasion, and one that is 2 rounds from victory on Ancient. Looking better out of the gate in the opening map of PGL Bucharest 2025. Senzu's star potential still very much alive, but the rest of this team are not where they need to be in the opening hours of this event. (9-10) at bat once more, and this time does not miss his chance at striking down the first.
It's not a fake per se, but the bomb's still over at elbow while they're breaching cave. And when they lose this, Gravity gonna try to follow up. Well, he does actually find the trade. But Blitz one back, and they don't have the bomb now. They're just dying everywhere. So, okay.
Okay, what, Mohan?
I mean, just decided to give it a test. They're the ones with the lead. So, round like that, basically, you're putting a chip everywhere on the table.
Yeah.
Sometimes you go green.
You win some, you lose some. One of the less inspired looking rounds out of 3D Max, but let's see what their next thought is. See, look. Is that a cast? Or a cut?
It makes
Is this finger
look
really long?
extremely long.
That's the longest finger I've ever.
What if it's just like underneath, it's just a bone?
Yeah, man, I got that index extension. It's really all the rage in Toulouse at the moment.
He just strafes right with E now.
Dude, finger extensions.
No, that's... Take it from someone whose fingers are way too long. You do not want to have long fingers. It really doesn't benefit you.
Salad fingers, look at that.
Like, yeah, there's no mouse that fits your hand. I don't know what he...
No, but
it's the keyboard hand.
Yeah, it's the keyboard hand, so it's all right.
It's even more uncomfortable, honestly. I crouch with spacebar.
Okay. Into the cutout goes Blitz. A sea of flashbangs over the top. Ooh, but the one that matters is the one that comes out from Donut. Cautious now, Techno. Better be careful. Gravity steps in, steps out. and will step on top of the Mongols towards this B site with Bomb over on that ramp. Feels to me like 3D Max are ready to engage this. And if XRCs can cut off this rotation, then things get even more dire, but there's the double back. They try to get out through that smoke. Those two players attempt to jump on the opportunity. Instead, you have offered the multi back over to the Mongols, and the clutch attempt denied by this one. Mongols within one.
They got way too excited right there. They should have been in a position to slow down. Senzu got a double spray down on Banana. We didn't see that because they were attacking mid at the same time. But there was a moment where they cut off an A rotation and they heard two guys going over. This is not an idea. This is not a moment where you go, all right, now it's time to hit B. Here's a moment where you go, now it's time to pause, force a rotation back, make them uncomfortable, or just full commit to the A side. You know that that is down to one player, if not none. So I think they just got way too excited right there. And Senzu is the only guy on this team who's getting multi-kills. Uh, 3D Max have done well, though, with the money, with winning in some very overwhelmingly good rounds. So potentially, even if they lose here, they could still have a healthy bye. Win here and get match point, but they get followed in mid.
Bait and switch. Techno also quick with it inside of the cave. That is only his 7th frag, but it comes at an important juncture. Ooh, body with the wallbang back.
That's nice. Gives him cave. Oh.
Yep. 9-10, exchanging glances, tries to pounce down the ramp. Will not be able to catch the kill to Maka on the first shot, nor the second.
Are they going to come out?
Chance at a split. Senzu looks to come bail them out.
Oh.
Pistol whip around from 9-10.
Oh, he got cross-eyed right there. Didn't know what was going on.
They thought they could just pounce within it. It's a fast flank out from Blitz as well, and we are tied at 11 now.
They're just reeking of desperation now, man. Yeah, this is like every time they get one kill, they get so hyped up, and they're like, now it's time to just barrel down on them. But like at this point, I think now the Mongols are getting a little warmed up, and these are still winning positions they're getting. They're just not actually milking them for everything that they're worth. Instead, they're trying to just take advantage of a very small move, I think, here for 3D Max. At the very least, they are going to go for a buy. Maka's the only... He's not going to have an op, obviously, this round. But it's not going to be the worst buy in the world. And Graviti, and you know, he keeps trying to take this duel versus Techno by himself too. He just wants him dead every round.
You can't just slip that in.
What's that?
You said Graviti.
Oh. Yeah, that's
you know, Italian star Graviti.
that is who he is in my head.
Okay.
He's Graviti.
Oh, there's a lot of fire in that corner, but Maka finds just a piece of sanctuary. All he needs to hang on to that angle.
There
Here
we
we go. 3D Max gonna try to continue the swing out middle. Senzu with a chance to shine, and there's nobody to come up that ramp just yet. This is another moment where you just wait a second.
Just wait a second.
You've already fallen victim to just trying to go too fast. Mac 10 jump over, and two players softened. The Opper will not catch a glimpse of that cross. Molotov at the feet of the player in the back of the site, and this is just Mzinho's chance to inch it ever closer. You've got 3 members of 3D Max inside this site. Utility flushes you, and those 2 ramp anchors are both your low players. 9-10 catches the bomb, and now it's down to the low health bars, but by God, they can do it. Swing out from Mzinho, a denial of 12. Woo! You thought you'd slow it down just enough, but it's still the Mongols to take it.
Man, that is so cool from Mzinho. They could have swung at the exact same time. They tried to time it, but he was ready. Ooh.
Yeah. If this goes 13-11,
I mean,
it is coming with a sting.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's another situation. This is their best situation of the last few, but it still has some of the same bones. Unfortunately, here for a 3D Max.
Oh, gut-wrenching start to the event, and 3D Max can't close.
They are eating utility every one of these last rounds.
Trying to smash themselves against it. A welcoming Spam that could have primed Techno. He holds. He's now got support behind, and he gets it all on his own. Clean as can be until the Tech-9 answers. Exorcise down. It is new territory for 3D Max in breaking double digits, but the way the Mongols laugh off these last few rounds, they know that they just dodged a map 1 loss by the skin of their teeth.
Skin of the teeth, indeed. That was unbelievably close. And in a way, that is the quintessential Mongols game, I think. I think that's what we just watched, because they are so good individually, and yet that was so disjointed, but they kind of got out of jail on that map just by virtue of their individual firepower. It was a very back and forth strange map to watch, guys.
It's a strange map indeed. I mean, you saw 3D Max, I feel like, really capitalize on what we know their strengths are throughout the course of that game. They had great early starts to both halves. They were all actually performing at a pretty high level. You know, like they didn't really have anyone that was like a weak link. Meanwhile, it felt like for the majority of that game, other than Sinzu, just no one else showed up for Mongols early on. And then you had like this weird couple of rounds kind of in towards the end of the first half where they just got caught in these really weird ways. And it was just a very odd first half, honestly, in general.
The first half, I think 3D Max had some good ideas. They realized Mongols were going for tons of mid pressure, so they started to just flood it. They started to just barrel on in. They just were like, okay, you're not going to take that too easily. Second half, though, this has kind of been the complaint about 3D Max for the entirety of this lineup's history, even pre-body, is that they can be in good positions, they can have winning openers, and then in the mid-late round, individual player quality fails them as they're up against a team that is just chock full of skill.
Yeah. And look, I think that we have to give a lot of credit to 3D Max. They never really let the game kind of get out of their control. It's just the thing that always frustrates me about this team is whenever they're in these positions, they don't really convert. And we were highlighting it before we went into this game. You know, where's the big signature win for 3D Max? And like, this was a really good chance to get ahead in this series against opposition that, you know, maybe you can upset them on a day one when they're not settled and everyone's traveling and betting in.
I mean, those last two rounds were damning in itself. Just the way that the game finished. Like that round 11, that should have been a round that they win. Like they had full control of the B side. They had man advantage. You know, you had Mongols stuck in Ks. Yeah, there's a couple of low HP players, but you lose a 1v2 in a situation that I really feel like they had so much control in the round. In that final round, yeah, you just all get sprayed down by one guy at B cave. It's just like they were so close to getting the job done, and then right as you're getting to the finish line, they just completely fell apart.
Yeah, I thought I had overtime written all over it, to be fair. I mean, it kind of felt like that game.
I mean, it felt like as soon as the Mongols gained any momentum that I just knew 3D Max were going to crumble. Just having watched them repeatedly make these kind of errors where I feel like they do so, like 80% of Counter-Strike they do really well. It's just that final 20%. But that 20% is what makes you an actual playoff contender, a regular in the top 8 at events you go to, and a team that ends up going 2 and 3 in a group stage.
Who really stood out for you in that one, Dust? I mean, do we think that there was like a real standout performance?
I mean, Sinzu certainly led the billing. I mean, that's a guy that we've kind of been worried about a little bit because of injury issues, I think, earlier this year, and just a couple of games where he didn't really look quite himself. So to see him come out firing right away is certainly a good sign. And I'll also say this, 9-10 started really slow, but then recovered very nicely in the second half defensively with the AWP. I think that's a good sign as well. You know, he's missing kind of some basic shots in the first half that kind of had you head scratching, but then turned it all around in the end to help them close. So that's kind of the main things I took away from Mongols' performance, at least.
I liked Exercise getting frisky with the Mag 7. That was a
great round, yeah.
It was just a highlight for me personally in terms of my enjoyment of the game. Beyond that, I feel like Body did his job. I feel like anybody on 3D Max that popped off, I feel like it was kind of just them two for some of this one. I know the kills might tell a different picture in this one, but on the Mongol side, I feel like Dust already nailed it. You know, the two people, Senzu, 9-10. I saw a little bit of a Mizinho moment towards the end of that game. Kind of a quiet one for Blitz, though.
That is true.
That was kind of concerning. I think he was like 7-15 at one point in this one. I thought he was going to much more easily dispatch of this.
The one that killed me was, you mentioned like the Mag 7 round. That was round 10. But the other one that killed me is when they were getting the bomb out of that position, they actually had 2 players on B site blitz instead of rerouting safely through spawn and bringing the bomb in the site and playing potentially like a winnable 3v3 post plant, decide to solo out middle with the bomb trying to cross the more quick way and just gets caught by 2 CTs pushing middle. And so like little decisions like that weren't really going his way. And then yeah, you're right, his fragging just really wasn't what we expect at mid on that first half. But defensively, he kind of turned it around, had a couple of big moments as well in his own right.
Yeah, I mean, my worry would be, given how MongolZ look to Ancient to be like the bedrock for them, it wasn't convincing. But look, it's day one. It's a, tournament. You've eked over the line, and so with that, we can turn our attentions to Inferno. Obviously, we know 3D Max like this map historically. We talked at the top of the show about the changes that have been introduced to the map. We don't think it's necessarily going to be seismic in how much it's going to shake.
I think it's already a ruined map. No, I think it's already a bad map that's just gotten worse. No, legitimately, I think it's a complete. I think it's everything that Valve could have done. It's the wrong thing. I don't care if some people say like, oh, it's kind of cramped on Banana. It's like it's already way too T-sided, and now it's just even more T-sided. You play this thing, it's like I'm never losing Banana control if I'm taking that. Like it's just way too free now as a T.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, what I would really like to see is just like CT incendiaries buffed. Like whether you want to make them last longer for sure, and actually make them like something that you actually have to think about pushing through because of the damage that you'll take. And then probably needs to be a little bit more widespread, especially in an area like this where now there's like legitimate ways as a T to like play the edges of Banana and actually get around that. But coming into this, I mean, these 2 teams share this map as a strength. They both have a similar amount of, wins and losses over the last 6 months, pretty good performances, both very good at playing split pressure at B and mid simultaneously and keeping their options open throughout the entire course of the round. And I think what it's really going to come down to is someone like Body. This is a guy that we've kind of talked about, has actually brought some strong entering to the table. He's kind of their roamer who's going to assist Lucky with B control at times, but it can also help Gravity at middle and kind of can be that floater that's really going to be the one that you really need to have impact, I think, to open up something on this T side in the first half.
I feel like for the Mongol side, this is one of the maps where I actually like Techno. He's kind of a background character for them on so many of the other maps, but the way that he has to defend and fight for Banana, generally speaking, is kind of one of his stronger suits. I mean, beyond even just this individual matchup, what I am more curious about is just how the Banana fight's going to go between 2 tier 1 teams, because I watched some of the Yala Compass games, and again, like everything I'm seeing is just pointing to this being a completely T-side favored for Banana, and I want to just see, are they actually going to send 3 CT players every single round, because then it kind of breaks the A defense.
Yeah.
So just before we do go to break, 3D Max's key to victory, obviously a map down in the series. This is their pick. They've got to win this one. So how do they do that?
I mean, I think it comes down to kind of what Maya was alluding to, is like who's going to win that battle of B on both sides. You have Lucky and Body on one end of it, and you got Techno and Sinzu on the other end, and how important that real estate is in leaving your options open or being able to control it defensively can really set you up on a map that can be really horrible to try to go for retakes. So I think that's going to be the key battle for me that we're going to have to watch out for. It's just how those pairings are successful or lack thereof could pose a problem.
Maui?
I mean, beyond that, I will like the.
You're just not vibing with 3D Max at all today, bro.
Well, I feel like, I mean, I've loved watching some of their mid rounding on this one. It's one of the only maps where I feel like, oh, okay, cool. You guys have an idea for the 110 mark of the round to the 32nd part of the round, where so many other teams, Twist was the worst culprit of this. He just would say, okay, everybody go up porch, and it was like the laziest thing I've ever seen. At least with 3D Max, I see them try to get into CT spawn a little bit more. They go on the arch side a little bit more. Exercise is a little bit more dynamic out of the apartments than other apartment lurkers. So, I mean, they've got a great playbook for the T side. I just think they got to get most of their work done there, because they're going to lose Banana every single time when Techno's taking it from them.
All right, then. Well, we'll see if the changes play to their strengths. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it will be Inferno with Scrawny and Launders. See you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
.3D Max are coming into PGL Bucharest, refreshed after having a bit of time away from officials. We've got Maka with me here, in-game leader of the team. It's been 2 months since Body joined, so I wanted to ask you to start with is he giving you what you wanted? Are you getting what you expected from him since he's joined the team?
To be honest, I didn't expect much from Body because I was not the one who made the decision to add him in the team.
Okay.
And
whose decision was it then?
It was the coaching staff decision.
Oh, so okay, so they decide and then
yeah. And I think it was a good addition in the end. Like he bring what I was not expecting, so it's even better, I would say.
Perfect.
He's bringing a lot of voice and a lot of like difference. I mean, we've been playing together for 2 years, and adding someone who has like different vision of the game is like helping me a lot to build myself as a better IGL.
Brilliant. Where do you put yourselves currently? Like, where do you feel 3D Max is in terms of being a contender for a trophy, making to playoffs? Like, where are you guys?
So it's kind of funny. I don't try to like see myself like as a like top contender, like a title contender.
Okay.
But I expect to get so far, of course.
Yeah.
We always try to be better. And I think we are like at least playoff contender. Like we have to make playoff. For me, if we don't make playoff, it's like a big disappointment now.
Yeah.
And if we do, like as I said every time, if you make it to playoff, you can make it like to the final. It's my mentality as far.
And looking at the team right now, obviously Body has been a positive change as well. For Gravity, obviously he's the young one, very vocal, you know, and he's enjoying this all as well. Where do you see him being in his development? Like, are you seeing the growth you want and you're seeing the improvements?
Yeah, of course. I think lately I've seen a lot of development from him.
Yeah.
Like from the attitude side or on the game side, every part he's been developing a lot. He's still finding his identity, I would say, like overall. Like he's very vocal, as you said, but it's a lot of energy for him.
Yeah.
So he has to know when to scream and when not to scream, when to focus on himself, like to find a good balance between being like performant and also being like enough vocal and to have enough energy for the team.
And what does it mean for you now in terms of the steps you need to make next to have the success you want? Like, do you understand the things you guys are lacking and what you need to work on?
It's kind of hard to say. I think we understand what we need to work on. Also, you have the chance to have like Malek, who is like helping us a lot on the mental aspects, but also he has like this experience of Tier 1 CS. Yeah. So he has a good point of view of the situations, and I would say it's like helping us a lot to go in the right direction for the team. Yeah.
And with going on that right direction, you said going playoffs is great, and then if you got to playoffs, you can look at the trophy. Do you feel like this is the team right now, since adding Body, since all these pieces have come together, where we can see the best 3D Max ever?
Oh yeah, I would say so. I'm pretty sure we can be even better than we showed the past events and even at the RMR, and just find the right balance for our mindset and just let's see what happens game by game.
Game by game, step by step. Thank you very much for all the insight. Good luck going into the tournament. Let's see what damage you can do.
Thank you.
Better than ever, said Maka in the interview with James Banks, and 11 rounds is better than ever. It's a technicality, but it's definitely a stinging loss back on Ancient that sets us up for an important Inferno. Inferno, a place where the Mongols thrive, Mo.
It is. I guess the one thing that changes it is the new map changes. I'm pretty sure people who are playing Inferno right now are just unhappy because like it's a home map for teams like the Mongols. For 3D Max, and I think you don't want to really have changes at all. I think
you don't want to shake up.
Any variance only allows new teams in and maybe disrupts the game plans. And it's like with the CT mollies the way they are, it's really strange to have the changes come in because you'd think those would be changed first. Historically, there's always been something special about Inferno. Like I think that the round timer got changed because of smokes on Inferno. I think Inferno's always been a map that Valve looked to in the greater balance of the game, and I think that's why mollies became smaller in the first place. So yeah, very weird changes. Let's see how they work out for these two teams.
At the moment, no banana control for Mongols. They're going to go around with the arch wrap into CT. Ooh, Blitz gets shot in the back of the head. Sneaky stuff from Lucky. 3D Max decide to double this one back. And so suddenly, 9-10 inside of a pit, feeling uncomfortable, surely. He's able to at least shave Maka off the play, but a 2v4 retake demanded in the pistol. Looking like we're gonna split pistols yet again, back and forth. Techno keeping it moving. Sizing up this bomb site. I see a lot of tucked heads, everybody just crouched down, looking to make themselves as small as possible. Flash comes out for the attempt to get out from balcony, and he's done it. Onto the player in Little Pit. Techno turns. That's positions confirmed. Exercis with the headshot on Senzu can just tuck back in behind the wall, and it's low health for Techno as well. They'll capitalize on the chance. 3D Max coming through with another pistol win.
It was a good try, but Lucky's 2 kills. If 5v3 that early with the split coming into A, it's way too difficult from that point on. Couple of small missteps back, but it'll be 3D Max to pull this off. Now, this happened on Ancient as well, but it was a situation where Mongols are starting T-side. They got a plant, and the buy was way too powerful. This one will be a step more challenging, but also it's Inferno. It's a map where ecos happen quite often. I think that's because of how many small guns can be used on so many close angles.
Look how wide this thing is.
It's throwing hot dogs down hallways now.
Could fit a real-sized truck down Banana now. None of that 3-wheeled wagon stuff.
I'd love to know why.
Why they widened it now?
Yeah, because who complained about how narrow it was?
I don't know.
It felt like it was like a good width.
Like you said, it should have been the change that happened first. Hold on, we'll get back to it. Quick pop out through smoke, 5-7 that takes down Body. And that's still going to be majority alive for the Mongols coming through the site. But yeah, it's like, okay, you just mentioned it, right? Like Inferno's a one where the devs keep an eye on. And, you know, round time change affects all maps.
All maps.
Smoke duration change.
All maps.
Molotov size.
All maps.
And then last, but certainly not least, you finally just widen Banana. Why wasn't widening Banana the first change?
Yeah, that's like that's the best way to look at it. Like, how come it wasn't the first change with the old mollies?
Why do we go map specific?
Because like you think of the molly on A ramp on Mirage is like unreliable. You can just stand around it, go run through it. Even because the spread is slower, if you're running on a lot of spawns, like on Ancient to B, even if you don't get the molly out soon enough, now it doesn't even matter. It's just totally pointless. Oh, a couple of good kills here for 9-10. So, yeah.
It's a weird
normally you can see the logic.
Yeah.
But for this one, it's just like, what part of, especially the climate of, we've got very T-sided maps in general now.
Yep.
Widening Banana.
Yep.
Small shrinkflation Molotovs, incendiaries. They wanted to make Inferno more popular. I think that was basically the only angle I can think of for this in general. But I really didn't feel like they took the balance into account.
Balance? Forget about it. Utility is barreling off the walls here. A couple missed nades. Curious to see how it changes up people's lineups and whatnot too, right? Any little change can force errors. We see that one frag bounce back at them. This forced by features a little less for Blitz. Hanging on to that Desert Eagle, looking to wrap back around as the pack hits the site, but he's a little too late to the party. His teammate's already dead. He will have the element of surprise because he tests that smoke. But now that he doesn't strike them down immediately, they're thinking about holding flank, and XRC's from inside of the pit finds the right timing yet again. Senzu turned away. No real option at this one. Or am I wrong? Continues to size up the possibility. He'll find one player off guard and then leave. So looking to just rack up the costs here as 3D Max go flawless out of the gate on this Inferno T side, 3-0 strong.
You know, Valve have made some changes that are unpopular at first, but definitely made a lot of sense. I mean, like Nuke. On Nuke, they removed the hut window. I think that was a massive change in terms of movement option, fighting early, balance for the T's who are already having trouble getting out onto the outside site. But it ended up being one of the best changes Nuke has ever seen. Of course, that window needed to be closed. And it took some time for that to evolve and actually become a good thing. So there have been instances where, you know, they found an unpopular or not even talked about option in the past and it ends up working out. But I certainly don't think that would mean it's going to happen every time. We'll see. Inferno wasn't a bad place.
Trying to get this M4 into the action early. Senzu does find one of the weaker opponents in that MAC-10 on Gravity. Maka will not waste the chance to strike down Archplay. Here comes the Deke. And that chase into the apartments will not find Senzu dead. Departing with the M4 still in hand. Smoke on Banana. Feels like a smoke barely blocks all of Banana now.
Yeah.
But, you know, volumetric and whatnot. No movement from MongolZ to go and stack this B site, so just hanging on to A for the time being. We get this 9-10 run over. Can the smoke go down in time? Looks like not. Techno dead on arrival. And, oh, hold on. Lucky gets struck down through the smoke. Still, good utility here to confirm the bomb plant for 3D Max.
Last rotation will be very slow, but like, wouldn't expect this situation to be possible. And now the odd shoot way down Mzinho's guns. Too valuable.
And while that CT smoke is still up, you can hope for Mzinho's sake, he'll cross back for the save.
So do we know if it's Mzinho or Mzinho? Has he ever talked about that one?
I don't think so.
Or is it Mzinho?
No.
Gravity.
Gravity and Mzinho.
Maybe they could open a place together and you could be like horse meat spaghetti.
Ew. Well, actually, you know what? I won't knock it till I try it.
I would definitely eat that.
Have you had horse before?
I don't know if I've had.
It's quite tough. Quite tough.
That's the thing about everything that's not like chicken, beef, or pork.
Yeah, man.
It's gamey.
It's gamey. Very tall, muscular animal.
Yeah, you just don't want animals that run a lot.
Mm-hmm. Deer, same boat.
Yeah.
Antelope, I'd imagine. Yeah.
I did have deer jerky once. Kind of tough.
Easy. 9-10 under a bit of pressure, but Incendiary turns back around the other two apartment players. And we get a little bit of banana play out of the MongolZ.
Looks like 3D Max don't want to go back to B at all. And they think they're being a little sneaky here, but there's a 4 CT rotate over towards the A site. Oh, and they break through. Senzu throws a flash to support in this push, and Blitz works. Really smartly played.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Able to swing off of that, capitalize. Of course, the also flash from that site helps out. Oh, MongolZ looked like they were getting caught with that entry through the arch side, but they swarmed.
Okay, but this is also a moment where it's like they in the middle of the round, 3D Max are not considering what their advantages suddenly become. They're at the beginning of the round, they get pushed off a B, they go for the A play. Fine, maybe you're gonna have to 5v4 on the A site, but you've got arch control, you've got bracket control. But then they get the kill in CT spawn. You know it's a 4 rotate over. You even know it's Senzu who dies. Now you don't even think, like, let's wrap through CT. Let's go back to Banana and catch the flank. Instead, they're continuing forward with a wrap. They don't smoke off library. They even know why Senzu's flashing. So they're not thinking actively as the round progresses. And yeah, that's ultimately why they lost that.
And moments like that remain why you criticize 3D Max sometimes?
Yeah, I guess it's just like tactics are good, strategy, overall strategy, and maybe just, yeah, being adaptive is a problem. It's something everyone can work on, of course, so I don't mean to cherry pick, but yeah, I think James brought it up in the interview, and he's like, you know, is there anything you want to work on?
Oh, almost goes unchecked. Lucky
don't
Body.
have to work on the entries, though. That's
right? That's what Body definitely brings to the table, and Lucky's been showing us in this match as well. Some of these clean opening push kills. Exercice caught off guard by the apartments clear. Does that open the possibility of a retake attempt? Or are the Mongols going to concede a 5th round to this T side? I think maybe this banana fight dictates the fall.
Sorry. Би сая бүр амар баримжаа алдчихлаа.
Faites attention aux rôles qui descendent dans le mid, là, ce rôle-là. Okay? Faites attention, on a bien varié. Gut, Marco, schon mal. Weil das ist eine Schule, das da. So, ja, das stimmt. C'est pas le moi qui rappelle moi. Ce que vous faites et terminez bien les rounds, c'est pas grave, le jeu de bloc, mais toujours en tête. On est trop bien sur les rounds, juste on les finit bien et c'est carré, les gars. Lui, t'as dit un truc? Ouais, je suis en fait triple mollo B, genre mollo voiture, mollo syntax psy. Phase de temps? Roepsie, hoe ik heb roepsen de retje, BG les frères, BG. Non, non, non. Super les gars, magnifique. Fais tomber. BG les gars. Je vais ressauter rivière là. Ouais, ça, alors là,
Esa no está. Undra. Cosa un trazio mo te?
dire quand on se retourne les mecs, ok?
Un mec calme. Et faites le stuff que j'ai dit à Alex et Bienvenue. Ouais, vas-y, je le fais. Nice! Ouais, les gars. C'est bien, les gars. C'est mal payé, hein. Les routes sont mal payées, les post-comptes sont mal payés, c'est bien ce qu'on fait, les gars. J'ai pas envie qu'on fasse un truc et que ça réacte en A et que ça casse les couilles. On va faire ça, par contre, avec M2, go décal, on va décal, on va pas passer par le stage.
총괄로 로봇은 어차피 잘리죠.
Let's go! Oui les gars! Oui Alex! Oui le kill! Magnifique! Let's go, les gars. C'est bien, c'est bien, c'est bien. Molo il vient taper Philo. Western, tu m'as dit quoi? Molo.
Opportunity to win this fight. Let's see when the swing takes place. There it is.
Shot.
Now spotted. Now you got to be careful. The graveyards walk up.
Grenade in hand as well. Blitz sees this as a chance to close that distance. 30 seconds on the clock. There's the duel, and it's won by Exorcist.
Nice, man. 13-6. 2 good maps from him.
Yep.
That was he was called on by the desk, I think, rightfully so. Here's the Ascension.
Really love that word usage by the desk, actually, to start the day.
Ascension is a great word, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to ascend.
And I think to beat the Mongols, it's perfectly applied in this matchup. You know, highlighted as well that they don't lose many games versus opposition of this rank, but we can't forget about a very critical Astralis loss back at Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah, but it had to be on stage, didn't it? Because
that's fair. That's fair.
Really rough game from Senzu.
You're
Again,
right.
just like Shanghai versus the Maus.
That's true. That's the game that everybody thought Astralis qualified for the major off of.
It would be good going into the stats of just like not the stage games for how many times they lose to a lower ranked team.
Right.
Because it might literally be never.
You hear that, desk? Start crunching numbers. Good things from Exorcist offered on this A site. Could be the sudden pop of the Mongols yet again. Working with Gravity inside sight, who drops his incendiary towards the apartments. That's going to free up Exorcist to just hold mid instead. Easy lineup. And then Gravity tethers perfectly off of him. The only thing that comes through is the 910 Deagle headshot. Blitz going to try to charge down the Opper. Go ahead, run. You can't hide from Blitz, who turns this around and gets cut off very quickly by Gravity. That is all 5 players now for 3D Max with 10 kills or more.
Idyllic start here on the CT side. 2 good starts in this game. Eventually, it's got to catch up to you, right, Mongols? Now you've got the hardest possible route to victory. You're going to be able to pull this out. But it is only the second rifle round of the half. And their first time out.
Mara has waited. Am I crazy, or are the blue bars on the right longer than the blue bars on the left?
That's how you say blueberry in Danish.
That's true, actually. Blabba. Blabba, jordbær, hindbær. Why, yes, I do go to Joe and the Juice. So wide. And welcoming.
By this.
Senzu content to take it to the tip of it.
They literally just walked wide.
Yep.
Molly. Never happened.
Oof.
And they already look at the 4-player rotation. Oh, this is extreme, man. They've got Halls, they have Bracket, they have 2 on Arch, and they've no banana control. This is actually pretty insane. I mean, maybe they have some kind of read.
Comfortable.
All right. Yeah. That is the next step, though, because rotating back takes much longer. If you go into mid, get your kill, or confirm there's no one there, then that is the best way to speed up the round.
Mongols group back over 4 strong on Banana. We're starting to see majority from 3D Max move too, with a little bit of alt confirmation. B-site better be prepared. Techno tries to swing out before smoke pops. Gravity gonna scoop that one up with ease. Lucky swings off of Coffins to his death.
Wow.
But it's Gravity's rotation that's made the biggest difference so far. And Orange player able to lock in an additional kill. 9-10, 1v4, 30 seconds. Utility pressures him as that fast flank comes forth. XRCs with the close as 3D Max soar forward to the comfortable 11-6 lead.
Well, that's the best round that we've seen so far, and that's off the back of Mongol's tack pause. Lovely from 3D Max, from breaking open the smoke with the nade, the rotations back to B just in time. And again, not just going for A and then rotating back, but taking it to the next level, looking all the way down mid, finding their kill on that timing. That was a round with no gaps out of 3D Max. Great to see that here. That was the first time I think I've seen 3D Max look better than the Mongols in every dimension in one round. No mistakes at all. No way back into it.
Saw 3D Max sitting comfortably on 11. Oh, that's a weird smoke.
Yeah.
What do you call that?
Cloud. What do you call it?
Bad smoke. Crunch on the mid play. 3D Max on for the 12th. Ooh, missed op shot. Means an open opportunity, but Mzinho doesn't feel like he can really extend outwards just yet. Flashbang turned the Opera around, and Gravity dies out towards middle despite good damage. Techno even covering Senzu so that they can capitalize on this and wrap it into the A-site plants. Oh boy. 3D Max had players in position to lock out this round again. We saw them get frazzled once they touched 11 over on Ancient. That's why they lose that map 13-11. What was it, 5 rounds straight from the Mongols to close out Ancient 13-11. Don't let that happen twice. Thing is very convincing. It's not just the retakes, you know, that we saw kind of bleed through back on Ancient that got 3D Max there. These have been convincing rounds, so I do believe in their ability to close out. But it's just a little nervous that, of course, first chance to get 12 slips by.
Yeah, this game has been streaky both on Ancient and on Inferno. When a player wins one round, they end up winning 4 afterwards. It happened on Ancient, it happened on Inferno. It's been 2 of those good starts out of 3D Max, but it's the end of the halves that matter the most. So let's see if this really is a way back. I mean, this round's really scrappy, but I think that's going to follow through for the rest of the half here for the T side of the Mongols. They've just got to keep up. But 3D Max have been aiming well.
Nothing for the op out middle.
Really paying attention to the... Oh, banana plays.
Saw body.
1 health for body here after this nade.
Again. Saw body close out the first half with the double entry kill. He will get the job done if demanded. That is a clean one. Senzu from the ramp.
Try swing into mid. Bottom B is smoked.
Yeah.
And they had boiler smoked too, so you know the peak could come behind it.
The rotation's good though. Check this out. 3D Max putting numbers
spotted.
strong. Oh,
He got spotted as a shoulder.
Then all of a sudden Arch still maintains some control. Lucky trying to do it. Trying to hold off for dear life here. But do the Mongols read that?
Yeah, the smoke on Arch is so rough because they were hoping that there would be a fight here towards A. The bomb is sticking around though.
Is like Mzinho's gonna go carve a path towards B.
Lucky's gonna phase this?
No way.
Oh my god, it actually worked.
That's what it takes.
But B is still open. This is the weird part. The bomb is in middle.
If body come down mid, then Senzu doesn't get a chance to escape.
but now they're going to rotate through halls.
What's he do? Because he's stuck in this corner, 30 seconds. What's he do? Oh, no! Not ideal. They come charging past him. They would have all slipped right by him. Zinho denied it. 12th round comes through from 3D Max. Senzu looking scared.
Yeah, that wasn't a great moment, I think, for the Mongols in general. They actually, I mean, also that push on Arch was pretty crazy considering the position. But again, it's another moment where instead of just rotating over to B, they get the info back on mid, and then you can either confirm whether you can stay there or not without wasting more time. So it was a risk. It was a risk that paid off, and they like to push smoke sometimes, so fair enough. But Senzu, he had a lot of early timings to leave there. They had the B site wide open. It would have been weird also, like in terms of option coverage, if Senzu gets that op kill, is he going to go A? No. So then he still has to leave somehow.
Yeah.
Because MZino's got to come back all the way from B. If there's one player on B, that was what they expected to see maybe. Would have been better to 2v1 that. So I'm not exactly sure why. And maybe if Senzu had a rifle, it's a slightly different situation. But even still, he's in a very closed off spot. They could be in halls. They could come in from mid with 2 like we just saw. And then in which case, what's the next step?
Flabbergasted. Ooh. 3D Max looking to seize this second map. Waste no more time. Senzu in the corner, off the flash. Good work.
Okay.
Maybe if he had a rifle, it would have been different.
Yeah. Oh, man. They missed their molly entirely this round.
Extinguished.
I thought that it would have done anything anyway, but...
3v5 for 3D Max to close in round 20.
You know, brave to stay here from Maka, but doesn't scope and unscope. He hasn't actually made any noise.
Techno's got his pistol out.
And there's only, like, rifle coverage behind this. Maka could clean this angle out, maybe.
It's a pistol swing first. Down goes Techno, easy. Ooh, can he recover the second player? All that's left of 3D Max is here. You're not expecting a 3-player swing top banana in a 3v5 nonetheless. They try to take it back by storm. And now they're kind of stuck on the other half of the map. Could transition you into a save if you really don't chance it, but yeah, that's what they'll do. Concede. If they're able to stop that bomb from leaving, then they look like heroes. Nice shot out of Maka, but not enough this time. 4 rounds, the gap.
Yeah, considering their history, we've got 3D Max looking for just 1 map win in this series. And like, now they've reached 10 rounds twice, which is also a milestone, which is nice to see here for 3D Max, but closing is the final step, and we have not seen that yet.
Terrorists win.
All 3 allowed to save.
As Young Thug once famously said, the horses, they don't stop, they keep going.
All right. Dope. .3D Max trot their way to an Inferno win.
It was more like a Mongolian board type of thing. Okay.
Just trying to keep the horse themes going. Ooh. Little chip damage on Techno. Better keep his head down. But 3D Max, little engagement, and they leave. Senzu prances through smoke. Gonna look to catch this defense off guard to keep the T side rolling. There's a little jiggle spotted from top orange. No swing off Coffin, immediate. Delayed peek out from Lucky. Gets the opening kill. 3D Max had their chances on Ancient. Don't let a second map slip. And you have sectioned off the CTs now, so control taken back. And it's low health for Lucky. Able to dodge that nade. Good on him to stay standing. Retake demanded of the French. And Blitz is going to take a look down Banana as Exorcise is cut off deep inside of that CT spawn, which means the additional CT player already so low from that early contact. Mongols just tiptoe their way forward onto the site, and I'd say catch 3D Max off guard.
Yeah, that's we saw Mongols in the first half be extremely stubborn about leaving Banana, and I think what they show us right here is why you want to keep information, because that walk-up looks so powerful, and actually 3D Max did something very similar to them with Body. We'll see if that continues to be a problem. Save looks solid. Great spray transfer here for Gravity, and now the 3-round game. Well, it's still fine here if you're 3D Max. You still got a couple chances on the rifle rounds. You are using your third timeout. Does that mean they've used it or they've got 3?
This is 3 of 3.
Yeah, okay.
For Wazink to get into the conversation.
Right, I think he's called them at all the perfect time. Remember the first half now, right after the 4-round streak, things went rough for a second. He tried to get involved. I think it's like recognizing their own issues with momentum, both teams. I mean, for the Mongols, mostly just about like starting the half off right, obviously. And Exorcise, 18 and 10. Mag 7 again.
Dude,
another good map for shotguns.
Trying to push this one over the line, but 910's got Maka's number. In with the Banana Peak, off posted early.
Solo.
And the Exorcise Mag 7 will not find more than 1. It's just Mzinho here sitting duck for the Gravity balcony peak, but it's all Banana control for the Mongols.
No more nades came through Banana. Solo B play with the op. I think they can't really believe it, but now that they've cleaned everything out and they're sitting on top of the op, I think they know. Surely.
It's a sprint of a rotation over. Of course, Mongols still could just try to follow through, but they've allowed Lucky to get here and put the smoke down. Players in front of it, though, still not bad for Gravity to bring one with him. All things considered, still a winnable 3v3. Fast flank out of the 2. Lucky fire spreads to his feet. 910 gets a kill on both halves of this site. And now snaps that up. Quad kill for 910. And not to mention a critical opening op duel that really set the tempo into that B site. Double digits Mongols.
Quite a highlight. He's casting magic, hitting op shots at the same time. Excellently done out of 910. And it's him who guarantees this round or not. If he dies at the top of Banana, that's how the retake takes place. So the solo op play does not work out on this round from 3D Max. They went for it, but obviously 910 denied it with his own op. The game does now get nervously close.
Senzu denied the entry. Here we go. That's what 3D Max have been hunting for, opening advantages.
Body's been pretty rock solid when it comes, especially fighting from here specifically. It's coming up spades every time. Wow, man. There's still 4 on B, but it looks like it's the right option.
Sticking around for a little longer.
But there's 2 in the site.
Barrel spotted, or not.
Didn't even adjust to that.
Techno just gets blindsided by that close play. Little bit of damage off of the grenade, but still so many players ready to swing this. You'd think the numbers should still catch them off guard, but they're letting them unravel. Great cover. Blitz holds the left side. Op stays full focused. That felt like it was the one for 3D Max. Could still be. Maka from backside, double kill. And then Mzinho off the top rope into the clutch. And denied. Not this time. It's 3 rounds straight for the Mongols, but the 3D Max close in their finally 4th attempt. They get a map in this series over Mongols.
Can you say about this series? It's actually just crazy. You think you know something, and then you don't. You think you can understand what's happening, but you can't.
That's my whole life.
It was like it's like Thorin's favorite movie, The Prestige. I know he's probably.
Oh wow,
no, I'm just kidding.
Don't do
That is a great movie.
Don't hit him in The Prestige. That's like the worst, dude.
No, I'm just kidding. No, that was honestly a very big surprise because the defensive effort is what was actually so nice there from 3D Max in what I had seen from previous games on the new Inferno be pretty much a landslide of rounds based off of the T-side banana control. Body was putting up great fights at banana, hit a good spray transfer, had a good defense 2K in that last round right there as well. And the Mongols couldn't really find footing on their offense, and that I don't know. I didn't really see that one coming, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, it almost was reminiscent of what we saw in Ancient in the sense that 3D Max got hot starts in both halves. They had a pretty decent team-wide performance when it came to fragging. The big difference on this map compared to Ancient was they didn't let off the gas pedal. You know, they really kind of fizzled out towards the end of the Ancient game, and that's why they ultimately lost in close fashion. Whereas here on Inferno, they never really let up. Like, yeah, sure, in the second half, there was like a brief moment where Mongols were looking like they might be able to steer this thing into an overtime. But in my opinion, I think the bigger story, Maui, and you may go a different direction here, is just how sloppy Mongols looked on the T side. There were so many times where they were just making these weird peaks that I just couldn't really fathom. Like, there was multiple times that they peaked B early without a smoke down on CT spawn. There were times when they were trying to like take these weird fights at middle or apartments, just and the timing wasn't really where it needed to be. It just didn't look like them.
You read my mind on that one. There was the T side. I mean, you might see some of the rounds here, but it was like just so many weird dry peaks and pushing out, like instead of waiting for smokes to bloom. Very basic errors and just not what you expect from Mongols at all.
This is what you get from the Mongols when they're just off the leash and Mara's not reining them in. When they are back to their kind of instincts, this is what they kind of struggled with actually when they were becoming an elite team, is that a lot of individuals would just kind of do what they feel like in a given moment. And I feel like there's been two things that have happened for them lately. One is like the individuals just get the shot, so you don't really think about those kinds of errors. And two, they have been more disciplined. So to see them fall in this fashion where many of the deaths that you mentioned, us, were untradeable. Like that's the most inexcusable part of it, when they could be. Like they could have actually just dogpiled on each other, and then you would excuse some of the single peaks. But then like even that very last round there, Senzu swings half wall by himself. I don't even think there was flash support for it. Like it was a little bit uncharacteristic from them.
And that man there, we didn't really talk about him much in the pre-show, but
he's okay. I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
As him being the MVP, no. I think Body was way more important.
Wow. Okay. Didn't think I'd meet a real hater. Anyway, I'll finish my point. I'll finish my point and say, I think Lucky, he had really good production.
Let's go.
Yo, they just changed it on the fly. As I was about to say, Bowie, I think Body had really good production in that game. You were absolutely right to highlight him as the best player.
Thank you. My seething actually worked for once.
Impotent rage no more. But no, I mean, look, I think Body did have some like pretty good impact, and the story of him joining 3D Max has really been kind of emerging. You can see there on the heat map, this is where he was getting it done on that, banana fight and other key choke points on the map. He has given 3D Max this extra dimension on their T sides.
Yeah, again, like I've been kind of, pleasantly surprised by his success as an entryman on this team, because I feel that's what the team was lacking before they picked him up. Like when you just had Joko and Gravity as kind of your main entry duo with like maybe Maka assisting here and there, they just lacked any type of potency to really threaten teams and create openings consistently, whereas Body has actually in many cases been able to give them the big openings that they actually need to implement that big strat book we've always praised them for. And then defensively, he also played really well as an aggressor. They played passive when need be. Like they just played a good defense all around. Even some of their players that struggled in the first half caught wind in the second half defensively. Even like Maka had a couple of big like op rounds where he was being very mobile and really making it hard for Mongols to figure out where to head, what was going to be safe. And then, yeah, again, it's a combination of 3D Max just playing solid and then Mongols looking very flat in comparison to what I'm used to seeing.
Anything to add to that, Moe?
Simply put, that Body now has on two CT sides done very well at Banana, and he did very well in mid control versus Blitz. So I feel like this is a case in point example that he has improved the team, even though I don't think necessarily they're improving in the mid-late round the way I thought. Like I thought he was going to improve them in different ways, but it's almost just by sheer individual force that he's actually made 3D Max a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're in this series now after what was ultimately a disappointing first map. They've held their own. It could have already been a 2-0 to them. Mongols not looking particularly great right now. I don't know if it's like a travel thing or, whatever. They're definitely off their game. And what that presents now on Anubis is, there is an opportunity here for 3D Max to start the day with the upset win.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, MongolZ have certainly been in the better recent form on Anubis. 9-3 record in the last 6 months has been one of their strongest maps. They're beating some of the best teams in the world to do it. Their losses are really only the top teams. Meanwhile, 3D Max have lost their last 6 out of 8 games on this map and just haven't really played that much with body in general, and it just haven't looked nearly as sharp. But what we've seen today is a much more fluent version of 3D Max, and they'll be starting on the T side here. And what I really like about them in this map is how mobile Maka and Body are as players. Like, they are very good at determining whether they want to double up on Extremity with Gravity or Lucky, whether they just want to go for heavier mid control. They are just so good at just kind of poking and prodding and making it very hard to read what their true intentions are. And so I think that's going to be very key for them if they want to go ahead and win this series, is to use that strength of just their mobility and diverse playbook.
I mean, watching Body, I booted up one of his demos this morning and just kind of watching how he plays the T side of this map. He's just very cautious in the right ways. He still can be a space taker, but he doesn't just charge in. Like, I feel like now Body's getting more settled on this roster, and watching him at Pro League versus some of the first stuff, it felt like he was just trying to follow the plan. But now I'm seeing him exercise his own amount of caution. If he feels like a situation isn't good or it's not developing well, he's not just barreling through it. He's actually saying, I'm going to reroute here. So I feel like that ability to exercise some level of judgment makes this team a little bit more consistent, where it's not just like our strat versus your strat. It's, I'm going to see you, I'm going to assess whether this is a good option for me, and we might have to mid-round here.
Yeah. I think my worry here for MongolZ is ultimately, starting on the CT side of Anubis, like, you could just get blown out the water here. If 3D Max are hot, you can see they were in like high spirits at the end of that. They certainly are, coming off a map win of their own. They're going to be in a real good vein of form right now, and Body's heating up.
Right.
I think this is potentially tough. I mean, they could be staring at an upset here.
I mean, here's the deal. Blitz needs to wake up big time, because, he is their mid player on both sides of the map, and it's so pivotal to have impact in that area. It opens up all of your options, but theoretically, if it doesn't go your way, then all of a sudden you're very limited in what you're capable to achieve. I think that has to change, and I think also Mazzino is going to have to change. I mean, this is a guy who last year, I thought over the course of the year, really evolved into a fantastic A anchor defensively, but also a guy who could be a playmaker at A, not just be some like lurker that just kind of waits around and watches for pushes, but a guy who could poke and prod and actually create pressure and kind of, really kind of get them more options. And I feel like he's looked very cold today in his own right. So, a couple of those pieces play some really big roles, and I need to see them step up if they want to try to still turn out with the win on this series.
Mazzino needs the hair clips back. That was giving him a lot of power lately, and he's just kind of letting the hair go, and I'm not a fan.
All right,
not a fan.
There you go.
Clean it up. Clean it up.
A style trial. Well, with that said, guys, thanks for your thoughts. We're going to go to a break, and we're going to see who's going to take this one at Anubis in just a few moments.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
the Mongols have been on a hell of a streak, but that did sadly end in Lisbon. This is a team that's grinding almost like no other. Every event they're attending, they're getting involved in. I've got Blitz with me, the in-game leader. And now one thing I saw that the Mongols do that no other teams were doing. When you like finished playing a map, you guys didn't go outside. You stayed at your computers. You played some more. Everyone was, I don't know, warming up. Who makes that decision to stay and be in the game? Is it just individual?
Yeah, individual. Yeah.
For what reason? Explain to me.
Because when map finished, if I go out, I just lose my feeling, you know.
Yeah.
And I want to be get cold my hand. It's all about my hand. If it's my hand cold once, and it's so hard to play. And I just stay and preferring my utility and thinking about our tactics.
Yeah,
thinking about our opponent's game style. Yeah, that's it.
Now, for you guys, we see you playing so many events. How important in getting some rest and being able to recharge?
Yeah, it's so important for us. And because everyone wants to go home, wants home food, friends. For me, it's more important to practice.
Okay.
Yeah, if we practice, we just sometimes we just burn out and we just want to hang out with my friends, with my parents, with my family. Yeah.
I like that you noticed that they need to relax. So you told me before you had maybe 5 days at home before coming here, but you have not practiced currently. You will practice today. Can you see a difference in your team? Do you see that they're more energy, more happy now?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Because they went home and come back here, and they want more Counter-Strike. They want more practice. That's a main thing for me.
One thing I need to understand though, you say, obviously you did not practice here. You guys know each other very well. What do you think you need to improve on as a team to be able to win trophies, to go further than you have at big events?
We need to get our mentality to next level. Because arenas games are so much different from study games, and we just need more mentality, and that's it.
My last question for you guys is, many people think that Mongols can win this event, that you guys could be one of the favorites. Do you feel like that's possible? You are the favorites to win the tournament?
Yeah. We have good aim, good mentality, good game sense, good tactics, and we can win this tournament for sure.
Well, I wish you the best of luck in doing so. Thank you very much for your time, Blitz, and good luck, man.
Yeah, thank you.
To see yourself as potential favorites is to understand there's a target on your back, and it feels like 3D Max and finally a breakthrough moment so far in this series now have a map in their back pocket. We go to Anubis. Both these teams have beaten Eternal Fire on this map, Mohan, and I think that usually bodes well for confidence when it comes to playing Anubis.
100%. Again, I mean, the great part about this veto, comfortable all the way through. Overlap here, a series that doesn't often or ever see the third map. So new territory for 3D Max, but the fact is they got very close to winning Ancient. I think they mostly beat themselves in the end. But I think what's telling for sure is the interview with Blitz about how they've finally taken a break, and you can actually see how they're a little rough right now. It is also day one of the event, and everyone can share that excuse on the first day.
Surely.
All the teams get exponentially better day 2, day 3 if you survive. But this is not the test that you want to fail on the team that you regularly beat if you're the Mongols. And also in the interview talking about being a tournament favorite, that has to go without saying. Again, it's the stage that's the final test for the Mongols. It is not versus teams like of this caliber at this event. They can regularly beat them, and they can do it all the way up until they get to playoffs. That's when the struggles occur. But in this environment, surely Mongols, this should be the bar.
Should have and could have closed this one in 2. 3D Max, can they kick it off with another pistol win? Both pistols on Inferno, one of them in the opening map of Ancients. And they will sink their teeth into this B bomb site, currently occupied by 3 Mongols members. Yeah, you just got shut out, buddy. Bombs down, all too easy. The only kill that comes back thus far is the Maka P250 tap, and then a long-range USP fight at hand. We've already seen a damn near 1v5 from the French in this series. Why not?
Keeps checking it. Flanks coming in slowly. Bomb still here on the site. So, I mean, this play from Blitz just sets it up so that they can sit here, be patient, and stay forward and everything like that. Maka gets spotted again. And it feels like it's only a matter of time before 3, 2, 1 that he gets... Oh! Killed. I don't always try the Gervin guarantee.
No.
And
no, you don't.
I gotta say, when I do it, I'm right.
Not even close.
You know what he was smart to do, though? He went for left, left, right.
Yeah.
And if he hadn't done that,
things get weird.
Things get very weird.
You gotta laugh those off. So Mongols start this with the pistol win.
But like, what does Blitz's face look like in that situation?
Even
a smirk?
No, the same it always looks. Blitz is all business.
What are you laughing about, Mzino? I did that for the money. For us. For the family.
Careful, careful. Mac 10s and Tech 9s knocking on the door of this bomb site. Even with the 2 first frags, it's not comfortable for the guys still left on site, but this big wrap from 910 as the M4 is now in Maka's hands. Kind of stuck along this wall, but trying to fight for control of D-Box. Ooh, MP9 denies him. Mac 10 hits the ground. It's just the Tech 9's needed, and Lucky, whoa, hits him with the drive-by. Racks up a little bit of extra cost, sure enough, but it's the Blitz defuse, and it's all good for the Mongols. So what if it's a little pricey? It's M4 saved.
So what?
So what?
So what?
Get out of here.
I love this Tech 9 pop. I think it's a super strong. I think not smoking default in the standard way is better because you want to take the fight versus back default, especially on a Tech 9 round. It's not a great place to stand in the first place, and maybe it's too much to use on a round where you have like full guns. But in a situation like that, you want to take some open fights. You have really great ways to flash into the site, and you've got a lot of T advantages coming in too. So, okay. Good effort. 3 kills. Not bad. 30 max.
Double up in long A has been here since the start. Haven't tried to prod anything in terms of the 3 max setup. And now they'll trickle down ever closer. Mac 10 at the front of it. (910) doesn't realize it yet, but he is in a dire position, and his support starts to look over towards camera, trying to send flashes out middle instead.
Yeah, it's like if they don't flash, and if they do flash, he can be there. Very annoying here for 3D Max. They were readying this attack. This kind of ruins things. They're going to have to jump through.
Ooh, full white. That flash saves it. Second player can't deny everybody that does barrel through. And so 3D Max go charging headstrong into this ace site. Lucky hangs off for the flank. We had a little jostling of control over towards E-Box, so he should be prepared for it. Techno comes stomping upwards, gets a little awkward, still collects his kill. Blitz comes out from storage, double kill, and a chance a little bit more. But Maka's gonna catch him off guard, and there's no immediate trade out of Senzu as he's now tasked to clutch. Fire doesn't burn him all the way out into the crosshair. Trying to piece together these duels won't happen, and 3D Max make it through that forward 9-10 setup.
Wasn't a comfortable spot with the smoke being so fresh, and with a setup on A main, they had every right to stand there, but obviously they needed one player to get 2 kills. That was the only way they were going to stop that getaway and delay for time. So painted into a corner. They decide to flash through this, and the flash is excellent. Obviously, they have that lined up. So fair enough. At least they didn't lose the round.
Fast to the action, though.
Oh, what a shot. Scout headshot.
All right, through the edge of E-Box. Bodies smoke spam, collects one back, and that MAC-10 goes just prancing into the bomb site. No issue for Gravity as he turns this back around towards the 9-10 Deagle flank. Blitz already going to show his hand. Not a great duel for him. AK trained on the flank. All's good here for 3D Max. Surviving a bit of pressure from the Mongols as they look to fight fire with fire in the fourth. Fast duels queued up, and we start to tap back into the ferociousness of this head-to-head in terms of tempo.
On paper, it's a map that makes sense, I think, for 3D Max, especially when it comes to the B-Pops. Entry powers, everything on Anubis.
Terrorists win.
And that's got to be the main strength for 3D Max, and just trying to support behind that, right? So the tactics, that's where the rubber meets the road for 3D Max. It's the tactics into, one player being able to multi on entries. And with the addition of body, it sort of leans into that strength more.
Sometimes can end up being a bit more of a glass cannon when the entries don't come with ease, but a round like this should be smooth sailing. Expose the guy in window and follow through. MAC-10 full steam ahead. And there ain't no stopping him. Bomb site to be taken. Bomb surely to be planted. And Lucky just doesn't want to be the next casualty, but he is. Gets popped by the 9-10 Desert Eagle, so a couple of costs racked up, but Gravity should still be able to find an upgrade unless Techno steals it. Yoink. Taking a sniff at this bomb site, Senzu. Definitely a price tag to rack up, but not the case. Majority survive here for 3D Max. A couple of very quick rounds back-to-back from the bridge to B, from mid to A. Just gonna soak up a few free rounds while they can. That is 3 in a row for the French.
It'll have to be a good T-start. I mean, this is a map where very clearly when they switch over, it's gonna be a lot of problems. On Inferno, it was like, okay, but I think, maybe 3D Max can still close on CT's side, and it ends up also being a very close map, but they do it. And 3D Max, for the first time, don't have a good start, and yet they still take the lead.
Body catching opening kills versus the guns.
Very low econ round out of the Mongols, too, so they need the kills, because Utility's not going to let them draw this one out.
Kills could come by way of River. Look to push the canal.
Default has to be a little bit rigorous here. I mean,
oh, we got a glimpse of the drop down, but then Maka's smoke clears out. Blitz gonna catch that one player over towards B, but there's still this pack down in the waterways, and they're gonna work this towards what? It's a double back, a pause, a stutter here for 3D Max.
Yeah, I mean, they wisely go back, and you see that Blitz thinks that they're gonna hit it back to the B site. His rotation now will be slowed down.
Senzu gets in position in time, but that's a 4-player strong pack for 3D Max on the brink of an A site. Wide swing in with no resistance, and Gravity punches in the digits. Blitz may be close, but he is certainly outnumbered. Supported forward, this SMG. Into the upgrade goes Gravity. 3D Max. Looked like they could have gotten caught as they trickled down from Rugs, but that is a strong statement as they go 4 straight.
Yeah, it's perfect defense in the default. It's an aggressive bit of canal control out of MongolZ, which I love. I think that's a play that makes sense. I think it's even relatively unexplored in terms of one CT option that can be aggressive, that's hard to stop. You see Vitality use that a lot with Rops getting out, and there are spots where you can stand and really wait by yourself for a long time. But 3D Max deal with it comfortably. They don't get worried behind the stair smoke. They are pushing out of Rugs at the perfect time. Yeah, their aim is looking solid.
Yeah. Well oiled, but 5-7s to the back of the heads between Blitz and Senzu. Gotta be careful when you're tiptoeing your way through the minefield that is the MongolZ. Nothing beyond those 2 5-7s, so a strong recovery from 3D Max. This is starting to look a little too one-sided.
They are looking for the upset to start the, well, actually, we already got one. Rare Adam taking down Virtus.pro.
Yeah, 2-0.
And not even just close games, smashing them.
Not even competitive.
No. Wow, Maka, 156 ADR, 11-3 on the start.
It's an excellent start from him. And one that makes up for the weakest performance so far this series from Exercise. He had 2 1.3 ratings or more.
His average will be good if they really keep cleaning up here.
Yes, sir. Even on that ancient loss, leaps and bounds above the rest. Trying to be the savior of the day, sets them up for Maka's strong performance. The AKs, and with sights set on this B site. Again, 3D Max, there's a certain bit of conviction in their steps. Adamant about these opening moves. Spam comes out, that's 3 players strong for the MongolZ here on B. Is it enough to deter 3D Max? It's a good amount of damage.
This is weird. Yeah, they have to commit, right?
Still gonna try to follow through. They're not gonna find anybody in the open. Senzu on the reload. Techno peels one off of the bomb site. Still, it gets a little squirrely, and they're able to come up with all the kills. Triple for the MongolZ. It is a lot of pressure to follow through, and a confident hold out of the MongolZ as they were ready for that one.
So those are the standard smokes I was talking about, in contrast to their eco smokes, which is the actually more simple exec, but requires more fights. But you can see the advantages the CTs have behind those smokes. The lineups towards B main are way easier when you have the standard default smokes. If you have the deeper ones, there's no actual angle for you to fight or just go forward with the spam. So I don't know. This is a spot where they know they have to come through. It's very early in the round. They aren't rushing entirely, so they have to come through a smoke as they blow it open. They need their teammate on the way in. They don't have a player on the other side of the map to like have any kind of lead to leave. So I think they put a lot of undue pressure on themselves to make that happen. But for the MongolZ, they had great angles, solid positions, easy spans. Now it's just like that previous round. The first one that got them into the game, they got MongolZ blind. And it looks like they might do it again, but this one's a little earlier.
9-10 supports from Fountain. Misses his second shot and gets struck down. Gravity in between the two. MongolZ just pelted by
utility. They threw all their utility, man.
Yeah,
they're gonna go forward with this.
Absolutely dumped it. But do they drop it? No. So far, so good. And they double down onto the bricks. So Lucky supporting forward. Flash out through the windows from Exercise. And man advantage for 3D Max. Challenge off of Heaven. Senzu tries to just thrust himself into the mix. And now Techno gonna have to just step his way appropriately between the two. Gets a little more damage in, but Exercise keeps his head down and keeps the 3D Max rounds rolling.
Yeah, they do, man. Again, not the prettiest situation here on the attack from 3D Max, where they showed their whole hand. They decided to use all their utility. They aren't running in off of flashes. I think they keep one trailing, though. So there's like MongolZ blind in the site as they get in a little bit afterwards. but a couple of bad sprays out of the Mongols on a very simplistic strat. It's fine here for 3D Max. Again, we're at the deeper end of their map pool. This is not exactly where they're always winning. So the fact that they're in a decider is already very impressive. Now they're actually getting the scrappy rounds out on the T side. They have a very comfortable lead. I think it's the Mongols who are going to be quite disappointed in themselves, especially with how some of these holds have gone. And this is around 910 gets the first kill on the exec. The utility comes out way too early after the attack, and they still just win all these raw fights.
I hope that's a feature, not a flaw. Let's keep that in.
Let's keep it in.
That's cool. I'll keep that reverb going.
Really auto-tune it. Take it to the next level.
Nice. Okay, ambitious.
That was crazy. I mean, he ran so deep in that molly, I don't even know if he gets out alive.
I don't know either. Felt like a one at most type moment there from 910. Bolstered, of course, by the 2 players behind him, so not just this 2-player setup, and also double op, right? That's why he gets so crazy. Why would you ever expect it? Blitz picks it up, posts it on the same angle. But now just stoic for the moment. The Mongols not wanting to overstep as this full-blown commitment comes in the other side of the map. Exorcist on high alert, waits for this kind of a challenge. Blitz is able to collect. Senzu in from jail with a chance to hold it all back. It was a lot of pressure on him. And obviously Blitz, it's not an ideal position to be in, but he does have full nades. Swap to the AK. Had a chance to run down this bomb site. No kit, but he'll play for it. Front-facing player inside of sight is Lucky. And an incendiary to clear out the pillar. Nobody home. Off angle from Lucky's gonna catch you off guard. 7-3. 3D Max trouncing Mongols at the moment.
100%. And their opening play from 910 looks absolutely insane. I don't know if this molly was something they anticipated. Probably not. But he also, I mean, maybe it's a different round if he doesn't miss his shot. I think that's the other part to this. Looked like he was going to die no matter what, but even with the commitment, misses when he tries to adjust. It sets up a 5v4. It's really nice for 3D Max, and the close is fantastic. It's one situation where they don't get over enthusiastic, regroup towards B, play solid advantages to the end of the round. Close. No one watching this.
Well, body was, nice. But has he let them get too much? Double kill off of the bridge, but down goes the second rifle that Mongols had to work with. So it's a bit of a recovery, you know, but body will make up for it. Little bit of slack, not too much to deal with. Mongols still sitting on 3 as 3D Max feast on this T side.
Man. Bellissimo here. It's literally the pistol, 1 conversion, and 1 rifle round for the Mongols.
Yeah, that's it. Should Blitz have gotten away with the first 2 kills? Maybe not. Does body make up for it? Absolutely. Obviously, 3D Max no longer worried about economy as they have gotten so deep into this T side with very few struggles. Final attempt for the Mongols to collect that 4th round of a defense. Good distraction offered up by the Opper. M4 only with the 1.
The entry power.
And there's nobody else close enough in sight yet. Blitz smoked off for the time being. 3D Max hit the pause button for a second. You've also got, of course, this E-box control from Techno. Blitz finds one through smoke, lines it up well. Blitz will get a 2nd and a 3rd to go with it. Smooth sailing in the final round. 1 for the road for the Mongols.
This matchup's great, man. It's like a death match every single round. Everybody is happy to take those fights. So a 4-round lead, that's fantastic. It's not as crushing, though, versus an elite, team like the Mongols compared to a 9-3 scoreline. There's still going to be some pressure, I think, on 3D Max to pick up the 2nd pistol. I hate to say it, even with a lead like this, they know they haven't closed the game, and these guys play very close. But right now, uncharted territory here for 3D Max. They could have won this in 2. They're still playing well on the 3rd map. They're trying to take down their arch nemesis in the Mongols, and this would definitely turn some heads for them at an event like this. Tournament favorites may be down on day 1.
So Mongols with a rare amount of time off between events, a chance to go home, catch their breath, a break for once.
That's why you don't take breaks.
Counter-Strike waits for no one. Max also given a chance, I think, to cook in between events. We're talking about a team that hasn't played since Pro League. Ooh, XRC's kicks it off. Okay. Bodies Berettas inside of the double doors. 5v3 looks good on 3D Max. Again, stomp this out before it has a chance to really ignite the comeback.
They both dropped.
Yeah.
They both dropped bridge. They were listened to, and the bomb can rotate back around. This is the only way back in for the Mongols.
But what's the bomb do? Cross the bridge? Because now with players on Canal, that A player is going to get found out.
Yep.
Bomb is able to get down through camera. 3D Max trying to attack the back line as 910 goes back to try to hold this off. Molotov will keep them at bay.
Allows the plan.
Guaranteed. Blitz punches it in. No threat up from heaven. Storage control can be taken over by 910. Bomb planted behind Cake. And you've got 3D Max already out from long. Those dual Berettas, all that's left now. Able to get into the site, but the headshots connect for the Mongols. And is that bridge push their mistake?
That was a huge mistake. I mean, that was a massive gap that they left open. And they just didn't think anybody else was holding or listening. But do they need to chase down what wasn't even a B split? There actually was just one person outside of B. Well, clearly not. So that's a way back into the game for the Mongols. Got to be careful when you give out those. You can see how much changes, right? Like with mid, you have a rotation of both sides. When you drop like that, now suddenly you're, useless when it comes to, well, defending against mid. That was creepy.
Liege would spray into that pack and get all 5 headshots, though. You can try your best to offset the crosshair.
All red bubbles to him. Red balls.
Pop him. Drop him.
Like Orville Red and Baka. Make this Bacchus. Cranberry Bacchus.
Knock, knock. Nobody home. A site clear for the taking. Will the 5v3 double bridge push be what comes back to haunt 3D Max for eternity?
All you had to do was nothing.
Like the ghosts of their ancestors. Hiding behind every corner. The thought of what could have been if only we could beat the Mongols. History dictates that you can't. Even a map win. Elusive. Can their first map win in quite some time come with a match win? Time will tell.
Anubis, CT side, max difficulty, nightmare difficulty.
Blitz is starting to get into like the pop-off territory.
Yeah, he had a pair of really good rounds. End of the half, start of the next one. 2 key moments. So again, not the 9-3 start, little pressure on the pistol, and literally the game is nearly tied up. 3D Max. They have to ascend.
Ascension was the key word that the desk brought to the table today. Aptly put it. And now the true test starts. Smoked out for the time being. Mongols disengage. That 3D Max A setup starts to sniff out control for long, dropping an incendiary ahead of him. Gravity, what's your play?
Uh-oh.
The teammate falls back, he gets extinguished, he gets flashed, and that spam out from Senzu is a one and done. Lucky there.
That was an inherently flawed risk that he took. You can see from the protocols from the Mongols, like, if you get tagged in that molly, you can stand there, but you have no way to peek out wider.
Here comes the commitment, triple push into A. XRC's trying to drop utility, he's got a teammate to work with, Body hanging on, and now it just falls on to Blitz. First kill's connected. How much does he have to do on his own? 2 kills in, 2 to go. Swing out from camera, and the spray is just off the mark. Oh, what could have been. Lucky stands tall, and 3D Max collect their 9th.
Excellent trades, though, from 3D Max. I think that the first tactic that they try to use inside of E-Box, it's a happy moment for the Mongols. They're waiting for something like that to take place. They have the perfect utility to respond to any kind of aggression there. But when it came to the site trades on the A site, that is its own beast, man. That's actually a very hard thing to figure out. A lot of teams, even at the top, can't find out how to trade with more than one player without deep control of A main, and 3D Max did. They actually were very solid in that position. Really shows off how good their fragging has been, so they keep the lead. They extend it a little bit.
Fast peek.
And he doesn't come too soon enough.
Maka catching Senzu as well. 5 versus 3 for the double digits. The elusive double digits versus Mongols. 3D Max looking to do it back-to-back maps. Techno looking to scour over the smoke. He will find an angle onto Plat when he chooses to, but he doesn't actually use the bump. So Blitz decides to bounce over bridge. And Body right along the wall, cleans it up with the FAMAS. Really just sucking the life out of this round. Mongols down to just this contact out on A. Techno hits him with the op. That is the potential reopening of this bomb site, but utility comes back out of 3D Max in what should be a comfortable position. Flashbang stuns them. Lucky actually gives up his angle. That opens the door for Mzinho. Techno tries to cover, but he drops his teammate in the process. It's 2 kills in for Techno, the only success for the Mongols here in the 16th. And at 40 seconds, he scours that long control 3rd kill. And then the flank out from Body to close it. Double digits confirmed.
They had that one in the bag with the 2 players flanking. No way Techno could figure out he could escape through E-Box. And instead, we've got another win here for 3D Max to grab 10. They've been crushing so far. Didn't think we'd see the instant success on the rifles here on CT, but they are doing it.
Now just pistols too, so 3D Max, this is looking like that golden opportunity to finally get a series over Mongols. A day to improve.
I wonder if Blitz took a break. Because he kept talking about how much the guys need a break.
Yeah, he said, I just want to practice.
Yeah.
It's like, you see what happens? This is your family now. Pistols won't mean too much. We got a team kill in the middle of it all. M4s want to get in on this. Bomb plant, little silver lining here for the Mongols. But they haven't had these sorts of situations really pull through. Senzu would have to go God mode and only has 5 shots in the deagle, so 5 headshots demanded of him. Not gonna happen. Not one frag comes out for the Mongols. Bomb plant's all they get. Comfortable 5-round lead for 3D Max. 2 rounds from the win.
I mean, now you just keep your head screwed on. You know that your A-site defense have good chemistry together. You've got some opening tactics that work. That play they got in the face of 910. When he tried to swing out B main, they were 1 step ahead of that. I would love to compare the 5v4s in this game and also the double entry stats out of 3D Max. I think that's been one of the most successful parts for them. think I'll be a bit worried to think about the Mongols now as the tournament progresses based on this result. But at the same time, day 2, day 3, I know it'll be better. What I'm actually more curious about is how good can 3D backs be versus future competition. Maka, oh, he missed this. He missed this entirely, but he'll still get a kill off of it.
And gets back.
Whoa, MongolZ was not in a position to go for a swing.
Oh, no.
They can't let these go.
Maka dives away from the danger, chucking nades over top. Good thing MongolZ got off that position. But at the same time, it is MongolZ just looking for some kind of a thread to pull on. Anything like that. Lucky caught in transition as he looks to double down with his teammate inside of E-Box. Gravity now positioned here on his own. Exorcist to challenge out on A. Solo duel, no trade potential. Mac-10 holds it back. And now you've got yourself just 2 players left. A 12th round to be secured here for 3D Max, but an elusive Blitz gets into the back of the site instead. Techno still stuck in with all of them, and he can't escape alongside that bomb. Blitz has been the saving grace for the MongolZ throughout this decider map, and it looks like he will put that bomb down, barring bodies stopping him. Blitz drops into the bomb site. Body emerging out from camera. Could just end this round right here. But Blitz is given a chance to get that gun back in hand. Turns around to Bricks. And Body just playing with him as the support comes through. And they will clear him out regardless. This CT side goes 4 rounds straight. Plenty of chances to close this.
Smelled like a comeback was possible on Inferno, but this one doesn't really have the signs at all. Even though this is a T side of Anubis, it is such a big gap. It's also a pistol round 1 in the second half out of the MongolZ, and yet still, all of these CT rifle rounds, all their opening tactics are working out, and they're just fragging way better. You have one player who is doing anything on the MongolZ right now. Just so happens to be the one player who was talking about how much more he feels the team needs to practice, but it looks like the time off has affected them. He's one guy on 20 kills, top fragging on the server entirely. And honestly, the only success we've seen from them, the last round of the first half, the pistol round, it has Blitz's name written all over it.
This is a MongolZ with 2 pistol wins. This is a MongolZ with 2-0 starts to the halves. And still they will find nothing in the follow-through. MongolZ looking to get a trade back, but it comes at the cost of Blitz. And with their king down, nothing but pawns left on the table. MongolZ still trying to recover the round. Ooh, free B, you'd think, for Techno. Decides not to shoot. Lucky still the sitting duck. Would never see that one coming. And so the round reopened. The possibility of a B commitment seems very much on the table. Body doubles back from middle. 3D Max, first chance to close the series, may have eluded them. All because of Techno finding good tempo on the walkout into B.
Well, they had some pretty good retakes back on Ancient. 2 on 3, and the nades are excellent. 2 on 2 now.
All right, and that's going to send MongolZ scrambling, not to mention blocked off, unable to exit through camera. Still a couple more pieces of util to be thrown just to clear that close corner. Techno just a slightly off angle. MongolZ to clear it. Techno may be your round MVP, but it's a close from the kid. It's not 5 straight. 3D Max remain with plenty of chances.
So 1 foot in front of the other here for the MongolZ, but even when they win, it's incredibly close. And once again, as they started the round, shut down on their opening play. Every time they want to be aggressive at the same time as 3D Max, it's 3D Max who are better. It's a pretty insane win to potentially add to their Anubis resume. They're almost getting 3 birds stoned at once with this win, Connor.
All 3. Hang on tight.
Some easy bud.
Able to disengage from it. Frag in the face of Blitz. He'll have to chew on that. We've got bodies inside sight. We got flashes in their eyes. Body trying to hide as Lucky still white. Doesn't get himself the second. 9-10 into the challenge. Body emerging from back plat. Dropped by MongolZ. Man advantage off that one. MongolZ look like they've collected yet another round. The hope is high for this overtime.
shed their inhibitions a little bit, running free. But even still, like, you've got 3D Max at least getting one apiece, no matter what, constantly a threat. They've certainly got more multis here, but MongolZ will pick up another round. There's nothing fancy about it. Simple B attack and some good follow through. But unless the second player hits a positive scoreline here for the MongolZ, I don't think there's anything really to talk about.
We'll take it round by round. Money still yet to waver here for 3D Max. Good extra cash on Maka. Spread the wealth. Let's try to stay tuned in with the game. See what kind of change-up comes through.
Gotta love how involved Wising's attacks are, and I think that sort of every moment where he comes in is the right one. Right before it feels like things could go wrong, as opposed to right after it's a little bit too late. Haven't always seen the success after their attack pauses, but he's got ideas.
Zen playing for long A. This is the understaffed site for 3D Max.
They're getting ready to go behind. They were getting ready to go behind this. 910's waiting for a flash to come in. Okay, that utility is beautiful. They just get the audible off it, which is important.
910 right back to the hunting grounds, though.
Yeah, the op's not left.
XRC starting to drop his utility in the same position as the first volley. Molly out for 3D Max to have to deal with. He'll sit on it, and then he tries to swing. 910's been ready for that one all round long.
Right. And, I mean, he knows the Molly doesn't cover that option. Two-player push here. Now it's a little scary here for 3D Max. They get spotted. Oh, both down by Blitz.
Beautiful. 22 frags to his name, back towards middle for the triple, and he will nail it. Maka down to the 9 health that's left for this in-game leader, taking charge of the scenario. Bomb plant undeniable. Oh, and Blitz has got the quad, the headshot for the road.
Touchdown.
3 straight out of the MongolZ. 3 away from overtime.
Number of quality rounds out of Blitz. A lot's helped out by this first kill, however, from 910, but yeah, talking about spray transfers, man. Look at him go. The final tap, too. Peekaboo.
Triple nade set up for 3D Max, coming out of spawn with an idea. Nobody home. There you go. Very nice.
Knock.
That's a limitation for 910, but it's everything they had. Pistol challenge over the bridge. No, don't close like this. Wide swing out from them. Blitz down. XRC has made the difference to grab the gun, the bomb on top. Oh, that's the move.
They can go for the big spread. Lucky's on a 5-7, but he's in an unknown spot.
These sorts of round wins have not been coming through for either team. Force buys have not been a part of the conversation. 3D Max's first nade missed.
7 bullets for Senzu.
This is not ideal. Lucky still yet to join up. It's all about Mzinho and Senzu being able to tether and not being caught by XRC, who was playing lights out in the first 2 maps.
Oh!
It gets away from him. They join forces. Now Lucky's 5-7 to make the difference. Both players run down on him, and Senzu will make sure that they don't lose on that.
10-on-10 awareness out of Senzu for each of those fights. Had to be in those first few bullets, though. 7 bullets on the swing to XRC. who made a very pragmatic rotation through spawn, but at the same time, because Senzu waited it out, you could expect him to get there. A close call, but I don't think Mongols are actually that worried about close calls anymore. Economy starts to matter less and less. Round 23. Another chance to bottom them out. Oh, push is perfect. No trade.
3D Max trying to fight this with some aggression, trying to end it. Inside regulation. Op is on its angle. Jump over denies him the chance to strike a player down. Long A fight for Mzinho. Low health. The lineup. Gravity able to get the 4v2 established. We saw 5 rounds in regulation of Ancient for the Mongols to win the only map so far for them in this series. And now you've got to recover this, but it doesn't look possible. 3 straight 2-0 wins for the Mongols over 3D Max. 9 months since their last win in this head-to-head. And it's not just a map by the looks of it, a match in the opening day of PGL Bucharest. Favorites, we called them. And 3D Max find form to make up for their previous event's slow start, losing to Tyloo in Stockholm, put a dent in the reputation of 3D Max. And Techno, all that stands between them, triple up between him and the bomb. Tries to cut off one play, this is where it ends, they've done it. 3 flat matches, but not today.
Yeah, absolutely perfect if you're 3D Max. They don't care if it's a bit scruffy and scrappy. They've taken down a top team. It was their first win, I think, over the Mongols lineup as well. So just great job for them. And obviously, we'll start by talking about Mongols definitely looking off their game. This isn't what we associate with them. We set them up at the top of the show as being one of the favorites. This is a tournament they have to win. They need to start thinking about trophies. They looked unbelievably sloppy here, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it started on Inferno, where you really started to notice it on both sides of the map. And then here on Anubis, you know, it's one of those maps that is definitely very heavily T-sided. We know that. But there were opportunities for them to do a little bit more on that defensive side in the first half than what they wound up with. And while there was a bit of a recovery on their T-side here, still, I feel like some of the key guys just didn't show up consistently enough for me throughout this series for Mongols.
I feel like a few of them were just disconnected from what their team was doing. There was an instance where Mzinho has an opportunity to get a trade kill on Namaka, who's looking for an opening pick out of B main, or A main, that is. Just doesn't even swing. And then I think at the camera showed him reacting to himself not trading, and he was like, ah, or something. And it's like, he knows he's messing up, and he's getting frustrated live, and then he's forcing fights that he doesn't need to be forcing. Like, this was a weirdly frustrated Mongols. One that the lack of composure here is something that is uncharacteristic for them. Usually I've seen them run a much tighter ship, and so I feel like these guys got to go back in boot camp, or really into tonight's talk, just say, guys, like, we need to just focus.
I'm not saying this is what was going on, but like watching them be so frustrated, which it was true on Inferno as well. They were like, you know, really kind of, you could see they knew they were messing up and making these elementary mistakes, but it kind of just felt like they maybe thought they could just face roll their way through this game and, like, you know, just brute force it. We can get away with a few mistakes here and there. Maybe a little bit of overconfidence.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of that. But also, I do want to give credit to 3D Max. They look so much sharper on Anubis than what I have seen lately. I mean, historically, the core of this team, pretty good on Anubis. But again, they had lost their last 6 out of 8 showings on Anubis, some of which were very one-sided against teams you think they could beat. You know, they had lost the last 2 times they played this map against Mongols. They had lost the last, I think, 3 BO3s they had played against Mongols in general. So really a lot of odds stacked against them. But one thing that we can say is that the Brawn finally met the brains today for 3D Max. They've always been highly praised for their deep playbook, you know, their team play, their tactics, but individuals finally did pop off and actually out-frag a team that usually you would say would outclass them when it comes to skill.
It feels like, I mean, on the positive side for 3D Max, I love how you framed it there, Dust, because really I wouldn't even really say it's a singular player was the star. Like, this is kind of how we build up the game coming into it, was that it's that they have great tactics, great protocols, good strategies in general, and that all the players actually benefited because of that. There wasn't one guy who was like, okay, I'm going to take over the game today and drop 30 kills. It was the exact formula for 3D Max. And what's pleasant about this is that makes me feel like this is kind of the sustained success that you would hope in terms of a win over the Mongols. It's not just a fluke from a random guy on the team. Like if for example, if Gravity went 30-10 today, I'd be like, yeah, that's cool. And like, but I just don't know if I can really believe that's ever going to happen again. This is the exact way that 3D Max wanted to win this game when they drew up their playbook today.
And also just put some respect on Maka's name, please. I mean, again, like we think about the fragging IGLs out there of the world. Blitz is the one that always kind of comes up first. It's what Twist was trying to do with Liquids, what Brolin's trying to do now on Mouse Sports. Big Uzera had his time last year where he was certainly in that conversation, but Maka really needs to be put into that slot now, in my opinion. He's been doing it for a while. You know, not only do we credit him with being a great tactician, and we talk about how 3D Max is so good strategically, he's at the helm of that as the IGL, but he's also doing it as an op rifle hybrid where he rifles a lot on T sides, can make big plays when need be sometimes, and again, operates the team at a very high level. So I do think that hopefully Maka will start getting a little bit more, you know, I guess recognition, you know, from a game like this.
Yeah, I mean, turns out IGL's are overrated anyway. Like, if you look at what Mouse have been doing, obviously not here, but Broland just showing. We can just do that and just frag out. It's fine.
I mean, he wanted to do it ever since he was a kid.
Yeah, I know.
So stop hating.
You're right. I'm terrible for that. But anyway, I mean, look, just to kind of bring it all together narratively, I mean, it's a very off day for Mongols. Obviously, it is just day one.
Sure.
It can happen. You put it out of your mind. But this, again, brings to me the consistent fears I have with this team. Whenever they win me over and I start believing in them and I think they've got the talent and the ability to go and win tournaments, whenever I watch them come to tournaments and it's like, ooh, there's vitality aren't there, you've got a chance, this is it, like, this is when they generally tend to be at their worst. And it's like, it just keeps happening and happening. And the community just give them a pass because they're all lovable guys and all of that stuff. But yeah, this is a really poor day one at a tournament where they should realistically be.
Yeah, because normally you don't see the crumble happen until like a big playoff game against a top-level opposition, not against 3D Max, your opening group stage game. I mean, that's a little bit damning. Again, when we were kind of talking about this matchup, the only real like truly upsetting loss that Mongols had this year was when they lost to Astralis in the early parts of the groups of Cluj. And that really was the only dark mark against them this year. But now, all of a sudden, this will now be added to that. But what I will wonder about 3D Max is, as you were kind of trying to set up, can Gravity and Exercise actually keep up this individual level of play throughout this entire tournament? That is a big question mark for me because historically they haven't.
Well, also another thing to note is that 3D Max sometimes just start hot in tournaments, okay? They at ESL Pro League, they started their whole campaign by taking down Eternal Fire in the opening matchup, and then they went to go 2-3. Like, they can come in with some great ideas. Everybody feels like they're cohesive, but this is a Mongols team that we know was probably playing. This is probably their D game, if I'm being real with you. And 3D Max that's their A game. So we obviously got, you know, one guy going down, one team going up, and unfortunately for the Mongols, they were on the wrong end of that. But 3D Max, like, again, like, I'm not getting too excited about them either, because I've been in this position before. I've been such a big 3D Max proponent since really seeing, like, oh, wow, they're the ones that are kind of carrying the torch for tactical, strategic CS, but then throughout an entire tournament, players dip in form inevitably.
Well, we'll see who they get. Obviously, it's dependent on the draw and how everything's going to work out. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are going to have Falcons versus Complexity, so make sure you join us.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yes, welcome back. We are going to be setting up Falcons versus Complexity, and I know as well I'm calling them Falcons. I'm going to say Falcons like you guys at some point. But before we do that, why don't we take a reminder of the prize pool that we've got here at this event. Obviously, we had a little change that was made. It's now going to be obviously divided up into players and a club reward. So we wanted to remind everybody of that change. It's $1.25 million available there. And as you can see, everybody gets a piece, even the people that finish 15th and 16th, and all of that can be relevant if you want to get a head start on those VRS points for the next major cycle. And of course, remember, it's all pretty much been decided. If you did miss the top of the show, we had the VRS rankings. We took a look at the teams that are going to be in there. So it's all about the next major season, and this is essentially the first event that's going to count towards.
How about we live in the moment? It's about now.
Exactly.
Okay.
I agree. And you want to know what happened just now as well? Well, not really just now, but I did want to bring it up. I've been doing okay on the predictions today. We had Rare Atom. Look at that. They beat Virtus.pro. I said it was going to happen. I was a believer right from the start.
Oh, would you look at that?
Early uptaker.
Has Electronic run his course as an in-game leader?
Wow. That's like a podcast topic or something.
That's really come up pretty quick. Maybe we should make a hot take out of it for the future.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. But for now, let's talk about Falcons versus Complexity.
That's right.
Falcons, as it is said properly, they found themselves in the news again because it looks like they're going to make another blockbuster roster move to go alongside Nico, his old stable mate. You know, they have this great relationship. People have said it's very, brotherly and mentor-esque. They wanted to play with each other. They did play with each other in G2 when Nico left. Obviously, a lot of people super sad about that. We watched The Last Dance, here with PGL, and now essentially we're looking at a Falcons team that Nico's going to get his money back, but what does that mean about Dexter, and what does it mean about the mood in the camp? Lots of questions. Always strange to come in and play a tournament in these situations.
Well, I feel like most players in Dexter's shoes would generally do is they see this as an audition.
Yeah.
They see this as a chance for, even though everybody knows your fate, that you're going to be off this roster, you're trying to prove to everybody that you are still a valuable piece and can be an asset to winning Counter-Strike. We've seen people in the past just play a little bit out of this system, call their own number a little bit more. They're not trying to leave on bad terms or anything like that, but they're definitely trying to show that they can take over a game. And in some ways, this is why I'm actually most excited about this version of Dexter, because at times I feel like, Dust, the thing that I've disliked about Dexter is his mid-round decision-making, but I don't know if he's trying to follow some kind of flow chart, which he just doesn't really vibe with, or he's actually making bad choices on his own. And I hope that this is an opportunity for him to show, like, he has the brain power, he's got the macro understanding, and he's got the mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, what it really boils down to for Dexter is I do think that, look, when it comes to just purely shooting the gun, he's very good at that. If you put him in a position like anchoring a site, for example, or a post-plant hold situation where he's just got to focus on like maybe one or two spots and just deliver the key shot that you need to secure the round, he is very good at those situations. I think he's also very good when you set him up for an opening pick on the CT side. You develop something where you're going to flash him into a position, or you have something pre-planned. He's very good at executing those moments. I think what really harms him compared to some other operators is, yes, when he is left to his own devices on like a T side mid-round, for example, or he's trying to decide for himself whether he should be making the big rotation on the CT side or whether, he should be kind of just holding his angle. Yes, those are the moments where he slips up, and I think a lot of that is just because the layoff that he had playing CS2. I mean, this guy was gone for practically a year before he was eventually put on the heroic team to come in, and, he's had to deal with this obvious big transition to Falcons, playing with Nico and all that jazz. So, look, I think that he still brings a lot of value. It's one of those situations, though, where you're getting replaced by the best. You know what I mean? Like, it's a tough one to swallow. It's happened to Art Frost in the past, where, like, he was a pretty good opera, but then gets replaced by, like, a super huge name. It's just like, fair enough. Like, it's just the way that it goes sometimes.
I mean, I'm really bummed out about it because, we saw him in Cluj, and he was very emotional, and he was, like, talking about, never had a crowd, like, chant my name before. You could see him and Nico again, like a really good rapport. I think Nico doesn't get enough credit for like the leadership skills he's like got now and the interpersonal skills he's got and how important he is to any roster he's on because of that. But like Dexter's out again, and we're staring now at one of the biggest what ifs in Counter-Strike. Like there's so many times that if his career had, if he'd zigged instead of zagging, his career's completely different, and a lot of it not his own fault. So super sad. You can see as well him going up head to head with Holzerk. which is a good opportunity to talk about complexity. You couldn't have two more contrasting organizations.
Sure.
Falcons, the money bags, the bag. We can just have whatever we want. Complexity having to let their star player go and essentially build with what's left over in NA. And they have publicly stated, look, we have budget problems. We're trying to min-max as best as we can. So I'll come to you, Maui. I mean, how good a job do you think they've been doing?
They've shown actually some signs of life lately. The acclimation period for two of their new up-and-comers, Nyx and Sixy, was a little bit... It was met with trepidation for those players. Nyx, in those kind of anchor roles, felt like he was slotting in pretty well, but Sixy is a guy where he's just always been kind of a noob stomper, okay? Like, when he's fighting against Tier 2, Tier 3 opposition in North America, he cleans up. I mean, he absolutely bodies them. He was supposed to be on track for getting on an Evil Geniuses, a Complexity, one of those kinds of teams for years, but he was marred by really just being in his own worst enemy in that he had a couple of incidents where he was unprofessional with how he wanted to conduct himself, like legitimately just kicking back, like, you know, he's literally drinking a cold one while playing a match one time. But like, all in all, I think he's getting it. I think he's starting to understand it. Watching him at the Yala Compass recently, it's clear that his style, which I call interactive, like he always wants to fight, do something against his opponents. He always wants to put himself into the fray. He's limit tested enough now where he understands like what can he get away with and what is actually working for him. Falcons is going to be a tough task, but I think that actually Sixy is learning pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's a tough one for me because you're right. They have shown some sign of life. They won those 5 best-of-1s to qualify for Yala Compass against like some kind of like decent Tier 2 European opposition. They also qualified for this event by beating out, you know, Wildcard and Blue Jays, who are kind of some of the more decent teams, I guess, in the North American scene. But let's be real, they have done nothing on land. Their only map wins were to Imperial Valkyries at Cluj. They even had an opportunity served up to them against Saul, where I thought they should have won that series and kind of proved themselves a bit. Completely failed at doing so. And yeah, they are still totally unproven, in my opinion, on being able to do anything at this level against a team like Falcons in an offline environment.
Well, that brings us to the question then about what the veto might look like. We saw signs of improvement for Falcons. We started to get an idea about what their map pool was. We saw that in Cluj. Complexity, I mean, you know, have embedded in these new players. What's their map pool looking like right now?
It's tough because like Anubis is their top map and they're not going to get to play it because it's a perma ban for the opposition. Good ban here for Complexity to ban out Mirage, a strong map for Falcons. I think Complexity, in my opinion, should try to attack into Train. It's a new map. It's a map that, you know, Falcons have struggled on. I think that's a good route.
I would take Train, yeah. And then for Falcons, I think that Dust 2 is the most likely pick.
100%.
It's one that they like. It's a punish against Complexity, who are quite poor at it.
That's exactly what we got, yeah.
Okay, and then Decider here. I mean, Complexity get the second ban. I think they might want to go with Nuke. I feel like that might look a little crazy on paper, but oh no, they go for Ancient. Really? Ah, man. I've liked JT's calling on Nuke in the past. I know they aren't the same in terms of strength on it today against the level of opposition they play, but Ancient's a map where I actually feel like Falcons have done a lot of improving on, and so this, to me, is the only error in the veto I see is the second phase ban from Complexity. I wish they just went with Nuke as a pick.
The train's an interesting one. Obviously, we haven't really seen a lot of adopters. I mean, I don't want to go on another rant about the current map pool.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of mad about Train.
Yeah, I know. We're all there, brother. But I mean, it is interesting because we saw Falcons play it in Cluj as well, if memory serves me correctly. So it's not necessarily a foregone conclusion that Falcons going to be coming into this one cold.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, they've, again, 1-4 record on Train. They did beat what was used to be Internal Fire, now, of course, Aurora. And their losses are really only against, like, strong teams other than maybe their loss to FURIA. But again, Complexity have not really shown us anything. Their only win was against Imperial Valkyries on this map in the offline setting. But, again, this is somewhat of a weakness out there for Falcons. This is a new map that's still very much, you know, up in the air as far as like what's the most proper way to play it, what type of plays you can pull off. There are certainly some commonalities we see all teams kind of doing, but at the end of the day, unfortunately, I feel like, you know, Maui, that this map ultimately does just turn into like a DM fest and outer most of the time, and Falcons just has better firepower overall, and so I think that's going to be kind of really the downfall of Complexity unless someone can finally step up and deliver in an offline environment for them.
With Train in general, I feel like you're limited to just a few strategies right now where the B-Pops have seemed and pretty effective for practically every team. The post plan is what's difficult about it. And in terms of what you're saying with the DM style that happens to us, I mean, that's just unfortunately so many high-level games just devolve into who's got the better A-pop going on right now. And so Pop Dog has been really the only point of map control that's been interesting to me, because if you can at least take that away as a CT, then the T's options are really just limited to T-Con and B-Pops, because really nobody's figured out Ivy. That's my big gripe with this map right now, is that like Ivy control just seems pretty irrelevant, because it's so bad to come out of Ivy right now. Like if you come out of Ivy, there's like 4 directions you need to look at in the span of 1 second, and it's just too difficult.
It's interesting because like back in the day, Ivy could be flexed into either you have like one guy lurking there, or like the triple Ivy openers were like very popular sometimes for T sides, and some teams are trying to do that still, but you're absolutely right. Like you don't get as much value add as you used to. And I think it's mostly because it's so claustrophobic coming out of Ivy into outer as a T, and trying to capture like that old hell space and kind of use that as like another route for your outer attack. Like you're basically funneled to that icon doorway, which can be very easily dealt with. So I think you're right. Like it really has taken a completely different element that we're used to seeing. Like a map that used to be so tactical is now more of like just a brawly map.
Yeah, one last thing I think about complexity, if people really aren't too familiar with these guys, NickX and Sixy, I mean, they're in the process of learning right now, and so they are improving every game. I'd say NickX in a way has hit the ground running as an anchor player. I think he is actually really looks pretty solid in these kinds of positions. The real test for complexity at this match, and in fact, I'd say this tournament, is can Sixy be a real asset to them, because he is actually being built in terms of positioning as their star player, and I think he needs to be the one that steps up, because he's got the flair, he's got the personality to be a star, but now you just got to do it against some of the best players of all time.
All right then, guys, so we're ready for the action, bringing you this David and Goliath clash. It's going to be Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. And get ready, folks. We got Complexity back in a server. A Complexity that had revamped for 2025, did not hit the ground running, but have come off of some recent success, Mohan. A streak of victories for the Complexity team.
Yeah, little problems with the acceleration, but to be honest, man, even a lot of those losses in the beginning were close. They were struggling to take the victories, which can suck for confidence, but here we are. And what's interesting, obviously, is the fact that they can play Train in this series. You love to see it.
Ooh. Missed chance for Nico, missed chance for Falcons until the recovery begins off Magisk and Tess as the Danes in the back of this outer site. Low health for one, popped. And so Magisk tasked with an early clutch. You got Smoke now on top of him. Sixy peeks in. It's Cole with a pistol.
Cole had been very strong recently. Of course, it was a Astana qualifier where they just went undefeated. They have finally got that confidence back. I think Sixy's a little better.
Yala Compass, actually.
Yala Compass, excuse me.
Yes, sir, just for the record.
And they're actually on a Vitality tier win streak here.
A Vitality tier win streak.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 matches in a row.
11 matches for Complexity. My God. Knocking on the door of records.
Vitality, Mouse, Complexity. Big 3.
All right, and well.
And Vitality have never beat Chill Guys.
That's true.
Complexity beat them twice.
Whoa. Chill Guys on ice.
JT did mention in an interview after their loss is that like, okay, this is great, we're making improvements, but we have to win. We don't have that much time to do it. And here he is delivering, man. They've been sharing a lot of space at the top of the board, whether it's good maps from Halzerk, good maps from Nyx, good maps from JT, Sixy as well. They had a 2.4 rating versus Namiga. And they're hitting a stride, man. They're very much hitting a stride.
It's the right time to do it. Missing out at the start of the year makes their major run all the more difficult. You know, Complexity, who had knocked on victory a little more often. Back to the drawing board and returning in form. Now without TC, but beat the Desert Eagles of Europe, my friends. Tess and Nico popping skulls on the approach to this outer yard. Oh, it gets cleaned up. Falcons will waste no time with their rebuttal.
That's so unfortunate, but also so very Nico. The way that he threw that flash was fully spotted. Nico had now no advantage in that Deagle duel and still got the headshot. Excellently executed. from Mr. Nico. Falcons are a dead team, you know? They're giving up. So this is a great opportunity for Complexity to take out this roster that are on their last legs.
Last legs, you'll say. I think Falcons...
Maybe onto broader horizons, of course.
Of course, yeah.
Currently dead roster, that's all.
The takeaway. Desk had that conversation about the m0NESY rumors, the reported rumors. Dexter obviously finding himself in a tough position just because it's m0NESY.
It's m0NESY.
You know,
it's like
knock on device.
Yes, it was knock on device, exactly.
Art Frost and Shiro. Sometimes you just have to admit that the new guy's better. Leaning back with their M4s. Nice clean shot from Magisk. Down goes HallZerk. Out comes the ramp pop. Complexity trying to gun this one forward, but there is more where that came from. Magisk keeping it clean as need be. Triple kill to his name. Kixan makes sure that there is no ace on the line for Stand Tall for Falcons. And Complexity can take their bomb plant, but there's nothing really coming with it.
I really like this for a CT setup. I mean, there's phenoms like Rops who can just play the B-side by himself from up there on Cloud, or whatever people are calling it these days. But in the case for normal mortal humans, it can be really good to have someone standing watching upper while you use that same cutout to watch the lower walkout, because it's really strong for that. But there's been so many gaps, actually on Falcons, specifically with Magisk, where teams are able to sneak out. One bad flash, and suddenly you can't help your team at all versus the lower hit. Anybody rotating in through Z is now suddenly in danger, and you can't even tell them why. So, yeah, really love that for an anti-eco setup. Nice and complimentary. This one's on the house.
Ooh, this one gets a little stringy. Magisk not as clean as he wanted to be in comparison to the last round, but all still good. Bomb plant for Complexity yet again. Frag grenades come sailing in. There's actually a bit of uncomfortable damage here, but the bombardment continues.
Hey, it took a while though.
Poor HallZerk falls to the mortars. Nico makes sure that Grim can't get into his shenanigans. And it goes 3-1 for the Falcons.
When we swap over, actually, I think Nyx is quite good at playing B as well.
Yes, he's to me who, you know, to me his big standout game, the reason I'll give Nyx the onboarding process that maybe I was a little more critical of Sixy for was because the time he held back Eternal Fire on Train specifically, B-site defense, looked very capable of playing versus some higher opposition. Maybe it was just a flash in the pan.
No. He was just flat out better than Sixy when they...
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That I don't doubt. But his ability to tap back into that strong B play, we'll see in the face of Falcons after. Here comes HallZerk, feeling like he's got good timing, and he does. Smoke puts out the incendiary. He posts himself on a nice, comfortable early angle, and Nico, first blood of round 5.
But yeah, there was that close loss to Eternal Fire. The two European teams they played against, they lost on Train, even though they were longer games. And then after that, 5 Train wins in NA. Now trying to translate that to some better competition. Uh-oh.
HallZerk back-to-back deaths to frag grenades. It's been a long time since I saw HallZerk hit a table.
Yeah,
Want
man.
that out there for the record.
Yeah, I think we kind of bullied him out of it a little bit as a
growth.
community.
Growth, Launders.
And then when Nico did it, we went, oh, amazing.
Yeah,
do that more.
Yeah, but then he did go on to have like the best half ever after punching the table.
Well, that was HallZerk's idea too.
Well, ideas and implementation.
It is all about execution in the end.
Buttery smooth execute into this A site. No resistance for Complexity as they tiptoe their way out through Pop Dog. really had that B defense worried about the follow-through. Clean kills for Nyx and Sixy, each on their own end of this A bomb site.
JT has garnered so much knowledge of Europeans over the years. And even though Complexity are an NA team, I think he's the perfect guy to be at the helm.
You know what's crazy, speaking of JT here, Mohan?
Yeah.
JT without TC.
Oh my goodness. The new coach of Passion UA, TC.
Which, huge change up. Glad to see TC land elsewhere in the scene, but
yeah, I think it's incredible that even
JT without TC is like peanut butter without jelly.
Yeah.
It's like Maui without apologies.
I wonder when did that happen in relation to their winning streak? Exactly. I'll look that up.
Good question. Puts Messioso for the time
I'm not going to look it up.
Behind them.
That's just too much work. Instead, I'll let this match dictate whether it made sense or not.
They managed to get out.
Great flashes.
Great timings twice in a row when it comes to exiting T-Con, whether it's just that opening op kill from Halzerk or now the follow through out of the AKs, but it's a fast burst of Complexity, aggression out into the outer yard, and bomb down, and all good, and NA back on top.
That'll be it for the retake. Degster holding the flank. He could walk into an op shot, but I think they know where he is. At least they have some kind of an idea. There won't be a punishment there. 3-3.
Oh boy.
I think, you know, as weak as the wins are, like to take North American teams, some of them, you know, not even on an org, it's still good for your confidence.
Of course.
And it really does help build on your idea that you can win, that you can take fights and come out ahead consistently. And it's all just creating a groundswell for a game like this, you know, versus a moderately upper tier team like the Falcons at the moment. For Complexity, this would be the crown rose.
I mean, all those wins in a row are meant to power you up for a victory like this one. Pull it out on Train as well. Catch Falcons on an off day when there is some internal things going on. But they are still long from a win. It's Complexity after all. Cursed be thy name. Grim quickly out into the outer yard once again, and chance at a double down. Nico just flirting with him. That Desert Eagle's still off its mark. And they've got him pinned in with a little suppressive fire. Frag grenade catches damage. Kicksan and Tesses are pushing this together. But they lose that control. The backside, Halzerk just feathers the throttle. And now Magisk on the other side of the map. It's a long road to T-Con, but he'll take his sweet time. And, well, they may outposition him, but if they made sound... Magisk still trying to figure out what's up as Complexity take their sweet time with that inevitable bomb plant. Halzerk remains aware.
There's just too many places that you can just pop out from on this map. So they've slowed this down to a crawl. No one spotted. Magisk gets closer. It's like Squid Game right now. It's waiting till it's safe to go.
Bomb has been planted.
Toys with it and gets out. Still no upgrades to be had. Backs turn. Double dink.
Double dink is crazy right there. Absolutely insane. Honestly, best way to do it though, side of the head.
Sure. The back, too hard to hit. The front,
yeah, because it bounces.
Shoots back. The side of the head, get him out of here.
The classic Complexity logo.
Got to get that back at a major. And I think that's also something that Complexity have to kind of gear up for, as this season has been a bit of a struggle. Fast play once again out into the yard. Just consistent with this aggression. Nyx at the helm, doesn't get contact back sight. Nico pressing up on E-Box, caught off guard by this exit. Didn't anticipate one out already. And now you've got Tesses trying to lock in the trade frag. Nyx peeks in knowing he was gonna die. The Tesses fire spreads. And man advantage Complexity nonetheless.
Love the way he played right there and did not give away his presence at any moment. No smoke spams at all. Nico walked right into that. And I think the Des brought up, Maui mentioned that Ivy is just not really fun to get out. I think it's because the reward at the end of Ivy is also not as great as it used to be, because you used to have full vision on yard and immediately take out some positions, like back sandwich, but here you have to do even more with it. So not only is it difficult like it used to be, but now the rewards and incentives aren't there. But in late round situations like this, where it's easier to take, now I think it becomes a whole different beast. This is very carefully done.
Yeah. I think prime example of what you're talking about, just the ability to flood into sight like that uncontested. Ooh, I say uncontested, but the round's still alive now. Double kill back for Falcons. The op on the deep lane of Ivy. And all of a sudden, JT's feeling surrounded.
Yeah.
Him and Sixy trying to join forces, but one of them smoked off, so Sixy's gonna have to emerge at the right time. Does so, cleans up the first. Magisk with the quick trade. Smoke soon to fade. On that icon exit, op comes out from Dexter. He'll collect his second of the round, and Falcons recover from a man disadvantage in arguably a much-needed retake, because this outer yard keeps falling. But if they can take it back like that, so be it.
Yep, wasn't easy to do. Of course, Halzerk walks right into the op shot, back in CT. But it's a position where they have no info, no clues as to where any of the CTs have got off to. So very smart for Dexter to sit and wait.
Quite a tempo to these early round hits. Complexity try it again, exiting.
Oh, Grim got it.
Back by Kicksan, but still Sixy and Grim with a kill a pop coming out from Decon. Nico one and done. Backside cleared again. This is Complexity just charging headstrong into the outer yard. And again, they come up with droves of success. Just left to clutch out, spray off the mark. Complexity will not let this lead go.
The approaches are fantastic, man. I mean, there's nothing bad about them, and it's one for one, but it's always starting off with Complexity, which means that Falcons lose out in the end. And it only gets worse. 3-on-1 here for Magisk, who has to rotate out, but you can see that as long as Grim gets his kill, that they keep gaining map control with every single frag. And there's the first 2K to really take the pressure off.
Just want to take a second to highlight, what is this view model from Nico?
Yeah. Yeah. This is the last person I expected to have one of these, because he's always been the guy who everyone has copied his settings, I think more than any other pro. View models, crosshairs, everything. He's super custom about it, but too many Big Uzera demos. Maybe watching my old videos. I used to use something like this. Not proud of it.
What was why? You know?
Well, actually, okay. So the reason why is just that, like, the model is closer to the crosshair. It sort of felt like it was easier to aim at the center of your screen.
Your bullets shoot straighter.
Exactly.
Makes sense from a physics standpoint.
It's just one more point of reference to your crosshair, which is all a crosshair is. And
to be honest, if Nico's doing it, I might give it a try.
That's the thing, too.
I might just be there with him. You've got one more CT in this site. Dexter gonna catch him off, but nice snap over by Grim.
But you only really do something like that when you have a bad day. And I just want to know what day that was for Nico.
You think Nico's on the brink of having some good days.
Yeah. Maybe Monacy joins and he changes back. Me when I have to pee.
Also, officially a Razor partner, for the record.
Yeah. That'd just be cool to be like, all right, if he makes
personal sponsorship.
Yeah.
What a milestone in one's career.
Terrorists win.
Jimmy on top.
A lot of great mice have been designed alongside players. I think Simple helped with the G Pro, if I'm not mistaken.
I think statistically still the most popular mouse in competitive play.
Solid, man.
Trying to get a hold on this outer yard, but guess what? Y'all been conditioned. Into the B site they'll go instead. Pretty fast tempo once more, and you don't even find Magis kind of stationed solo. Your closest rotate inside of C gets caught off by it, so surely this bomb goes down, and it'll just boil down to a matter of hanging on to this bomb site while that smoke remains deep on the right side. 60 presses in against Magis.
Flash is perfect again.
And they try to pop it open to get this retake going quickly. Halzer caught from the top of Train, then has 60 down beneath him. Double kill for the American, and Nyx leans back because he's hanging on to the actual bomb plant with JT, but the headshots come through smooth for Falcons, and that op shot rings out for JT, position now known, and cover misses the smoke, but that's all good. TeSS defusing the bomb out in the open. A little bit of damage, so be it. Does he have it, though? Oh, God.
Ah, they didn't have time.
Terrorists win.
No kid.
That's awkward. It kind of wasn't even that close.
No. That smoke grenade that goes down on the deep right side of sight. I mean, I'll chalk it up to nice conditioning.
Maybe you press E and you go, come on, come on, come on. Maybe I can do it faster this time.
Gotta believe. But
just cut the right wire, you know?
Damn. Quite the endeavor here for the Complexity T side.
Oh, thought about it. Yeah, that totally changes how this half looks now, right? It's already a good finish to it with 7 rounds, and it could be worse. Okay. That's not gonna help. Whoa! Spider-Man.
Sorry, Dexter, a little too slow to the call. But he doesn't move. Gets the trade frag back, but at TeSS's cost. Here comes that B contact, making Magic's life all the harder.
This is the kind of liberty you want to take if you're Nyx, right? He's the light anchor. He knows how to crack it open. You just want to look for when Magic's is weak, and he doesn't have the op and play fast enough, but guard gets let down. They totally forget that he could possibly have been out. They came in to clear it, didn't see anything.
Kixan could damn well catch Grim off guard, and then you've got the bomb carrier stuck over on Ivy right now alone.
I mean, no matter how long the round goes, you can't forget about
backs
the
up
position,
into him.
right?
No way, Nico just backs up. Oh, okay!
Flying with
Grim.
the AK.
Come on now. For the 8th round of Complexity's T side, Grim with a disgusting second kill. Kixan just lets the angle go so that Grim can come running in, catch Nico with his back turned. All the attention drawn over to Ivy. Kixan kind of lets him die and then gets swooped in on.
Yeah, that's a moment though, you know where Kixan is. He can't peek out of his position, so you have to be aware of what he can't watch. He's in a good spot to play for himself. Not when Grim hits a shot like that though. 9 times out of 10, Kixan gets that kill. It's different. That's a nice one from Grim. Kind of the guy we didn't even talk about, really.
No, silently climbing the scoreboard. Triple kill for the road. 10 and 8 is where he ends the half. But it's Halzerk at the very top, Grim right behind him, and Nyx not too far off. That is the core of Complexity that needs to come together. But we are talking about a Complexity that is comfortably over top of Falcons. 8-4.
They're doing excellent. And all the scaling, all the trading outside was just what we want to see. Wow.
Okay, That's a bit of baloney.
Wow.
Baloney.
I mean, he was aiming at him.
Baloney.
That's a reaction shot, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, get his ass, Grim. Blasted.
I don't mind if Grim doesn't end up being the best player on this team now, because like Nyx and Sixy are new, and we have yet to see sort of like their arc and how good that they can get. And we're already seeing very promising stuff. But Grim puts up halves like that, they got a real squad.
JT to be challenged. Pop Dog push comes through. Headshot from Sixy, and Nyx has been left alone, so he's going to have this backline compromised. They just try to charge headstrong into the bomb site. Degster on the recovery mission. It's an awkward one now for Tesses, but Degster could just do it all himself.
Whoa.
And you've got Grim down to 2 health as well. They know that he was on the upper B shelf once upon a time. Tesses to close this. Degster triple recovery. Exactly what the T-side pistol needed.
That was excellent out of Degster. Nice shots, man. Good energy going back towards Falcons. And they survived this. This was, well, a 3v5, right? A very, very good start out of Complexity with their first 2 kills, but yeah, always a bit weird. I know this has got to be a weird tournament for Degster to some degree. But it's almost like not personal again, like it's honesty.
Yeah. It's one of those, I mean, like, added to the list.
Spent a lot of time talking about how good Degster is.
Added to the list of just, like, unfortunate situations Degster has to face.
Yeah.
The visa issues that kind of held him back from Heroic for X amount of time.
Yeah.
Then suddenly hits the ground running, pieces it together for Shanghai, gets bought out.
Yeah, it's tough.
All feels great, chance to finally shine, and Moneshi.
I think at least, like, his resume doesn't look like it's all sort of his fault.
No, absolutely not.
In terms of what he's done when he's been able to, that's looked good.
Nyx, 5-7 up close, supported by the 60 Deagle, but as you'd expect, rifles run rampant through this B-bomb site. I guess the question will just end up being in the end, like, where does Degster land?
Yeah. What do you think?
I actually don't have an answer.
Well, depending on how good an Amiga do at this event, maybe he can go back there. Nah, just kidding. That'd be
beyond that.
Unfortunately, a step back.
Terrorists win.
FaZe Degster.
I think Dust brought up Liquid Degster, actually.
Whoa.
I mean, it's like probably today compared them directly. It makes sense, but
Dust
only by a little bit.
Yeah, no, I would say more than a little bit, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, me personally, yeah. Degster. Ooh, Dust is cooking. Dust is cooking. The Alabama spice.
That Cajun spice.
Cajun spice. Dust. Yes, sir. Put a pin in it. Liquid don't even get to debut their new roster, and we're out here cooking.
Brutal being a player.
Oh! Especially when you walk into the scout shots of Halzerk. What a great
That's a
bait,
round winner right there.
right? That pistol falling back. The pistol falls back. Step into the scout, and then the Eagles thrive. Welcome to reality.
Oh my God, let's crack open a cold one for that round.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. Complexity. The old bait and switch Deagle chase. You thought you were going up against a pistol and the scout hits you from downtown.
I haven't even lost a single player. Oh, wow. Nice shot. Okay.
4 more of those, please. Exorcist almost put together the 1v5.
Summer put together the 1v5. Oh, they hit him.
Kicks and can. think about the next round, because this one's over. What a Deagle showcase here from Complexity. Scout shot into 3 Deag frags. Ouch.
Ouch. And not the easiest shot either from Nyx's position, but it was easy for him. Oh, tough.
Perfect. Oh, these are just
these are just nasty shots.
And a cheeky close for the road. All right.
All right.
I see you, Sixy. I think, you know, I was a bigger critic of Sixy when the whole this all-American Complexity project came together.
Why do you hate alcoholics?
That's okay. That's
just kidding, folks. We love them.
Gets an assist on the kickstand close. Careful though, that AK's out there, and now they know about it. Challenging from Pop Dog. Alzer's gonna step in, tries to go for the leg shot. Gets a little awkward now, but Dexter's down. So chance to catch your breath with the bomb currently cut off. Even if they do go down this B ramp, it's still a road for Tesses.
Ooh, saw some legs.
Now they're posted on the Z exit. Alzer just
excellent shoulder peeks, yeah.
Sets up Nyx perfectly to walk forward, catch matches. Nico's Deagle given a chance, but you're not 60, bud. Tesses.
You'll never be 60, bud.
Into the 1v1. A third of his starting health. 60 top rope.
There it is.
Got himself a clutch as well.
I mean,
not
he is that guy
just
right now.
The multi-frag, but a clutch to boot.
You're not 60, bud.
That is double digits Complexity.
Excellent shape right now for Complexity. You're not 60, bud. Maybe Falcons need an upgrade.
Dude.
Yeah, these.
Oh, it wasn't a headshot though.
Bomb has been planted.
Scary there. Tesses reading the position.
Not too many heroes on Falcons right now. It's not like they barely squeaked out that round with Deagles too. They crushed.
Oh yeah.
So they've had good setups. They've had excellent aim.
And the remaining active here. 60 clawing forward control of the old Ivy wrap. And the timing to perfection. Able to mow down Dexter. Reacts fast enough. That shadow coming down the stairs gives him all he needs to know. That is bomb control at his feet, and all that's left of Falcons smoked off here. You know, Complexity, they're real dirty in that regard. You know, these are guys who became experts of Vertigo once upon a time with the previous Elige iteration, and you know they use that as like leverage over top of certain teams. In a pool of teams where Vertigo was maybe weaker at times, they become specialists, and it feels to me like they're trying to do that with Train now.
Yeah, the thing is that, you know, Falcons also play, they leave it open. They want to make it a map that they can use as well. Right now it's Vitality who have maintained their Train streak after beating Mouse most recently at Lisbon. The two best. But it's always great to adopt the new map if you can.
Adapt or die. glorious first map of the event for Complexity, going on for their 12-match win streak.
That was a cute spam. Oh, what a spot. Does this work?
I don't know. Risky. Let's see how this goes. Flashbang hits him. Oh, that's great control.
Man, that's the sign of a good anchor right there. That's a really tough position to be in after that nade came down.
The dink onto Nico is just icing on the cake. The fact Tesses gets tagged over on Ivy, the cherry on top. And you freed up MongolZ. Careful, he's not that tagged, brother.
He's a little indecisive right now. Oh, works out anyways.
MongolZ honing in on this. 16 kills, 8 deaths, having a superb go of it here on Train. And the Kicksan Nico 2v3 inside B site will come with a bomb plant, trying to get ahead of that MongolZ rotation. But it doesn't look like Nico really wants to be adamant about holding MongolZ in that back right hallway. Opens a door for Grim to exit through Z. Kicks in for the contact, gets a chance at it. MongolZ's going to become walking around, primed for the taking. Nico has backs turned to him, but awkwardly now away from the bomb. If they get on top of this, it feels like a certain defuse, and he gets denied anything at all. Complexity 12-6.
This would be the longest Train streak
in the world.
It wouldn't be LAN though.
Doesn't count.
But this would make it 6 in a row for Complexity on Train, with their best win at the very end on LAN.
It sounds like we're selling snake oil.
I wouldn't do that to you, even though I'm in you.
But it is pretty damn clean, and it's a convincing victory over Falcons queued up. As they come forward with a MAC-10, 2 Galils, and a nice early nade. That is damage for the Falcons to have to deal with. On damage control, if this team is losing to the likes of Complexity. Og up close, no way!
Oh, that's brutal.
Quadruple Og spray down on the exit of the B site.
Make it 5.
This is not just
Make it 5.
Win.
Oh, he missed it.
Complexity with an absolute whooping of Falcons in this opening map. And this may be a Falcons that is on the brink of making changes, but this is a Falcons that has not showed up to play in the opening map of this series. Complexity's hot streak looks to continue. We will have Dust 2 after this, Ancient if need be. The upsets today just keep coming.
Maybe Monacy's replacing the wrong opera.
Man,
I don't know if you can even say that. MongolZ has had a great map, and he had great maps as well leading into the events. But this sort of just solidifies everything, their place so far.
Sick indeed, Complexity. Gotta be proud of that one. Again, hot-handed coming into Bucharest, and a statement sent to Falcons.
Hey, Connor, it's been a day of it so far. We've had lots of upsets. Obviously, it's just one map in the series, but that is a signature win on Train now for Complexity. And I think Connor makes a good point, because he's talking about how they're coming in with the, quote, hot hands. Obviously, been playing in a lot of qualifiers, 5-0. And, sometimes when you just come into a tournament on day one sharp, that's when you can do your best work.
Nick X is just too cool, man. He's just way too cool with it. That spray down at the very end, the tracking aim that he showed in this one, the fact that he just doesn't really overstep the mark all too often. Sure, he wanted the 5th kill on that final round, but yeah, Nick X is a guy that I feel like really has shown that he can do so much damage even in situations where he's just left to his own devices. And I'll say this was a pretty good 60 performance too. Those are the 2 guys that I was most interested in on Complexity, and I liked everything that I was getting from them.
They've done it. They've finally gotten an offline map win against a legitimate, solid team in the world rankings. And look, if we're being fair to Complexity with all of these struggles they had prior to this win, it was a situation where they were picking up two very inexperienced players in 60 and Nick X. You're giving 60 the impossible task of trying to fill the shoes of Elige, and you're doing it with limited time together, and you're getting thrown into the wolves by having to play some of the best teams in the world right away at some of your first LAN appearances of the year. So to see them be able to kind of regroup with this lineup, now that they've had some more time together, gained a little bit of confidence perhaps from some of their most recent online play and work some things out, try to get things back on track, to come out here and win in a pretty dominant fashion. I mean, 13-6, that's not a scoreline to sniff at by any stretch of the imagination. And yeah, like you know, I was saying, get good performances out of some of the newer players on the team, like Nick X and 60. That's a great sign. And then Halzer, fantastic opping performance as well.
I think the thing that's a little bit concerning for Falcons is we highlighted about how this isn't your dad's train, you know, the tactical, you know, kind of where you have to mastermind the timing's got to be super precise. This is a map that falls into a brawly kind of territory, and Falcons didn't meet Complexity toe-to-toe just in terms of firepower and duels. So that's kind of crazy to think about. I mean, like, we're talking about Falcons Complexity, and it's Sexy. That's the, you know, number
that's
one
wild.
guy.
Yeah, those numbers are insane from him. The Complexity team as a whole, also, like the T side, their explosive plays onto that A bomb side and everything, just kind of what we primed up there. Just very difficult defensively for Falcons to find the footing that they needed to put up a significant defensive effort. And I mean, like 60 is just. The way I mean, when I watched his demo earlier today, I was like, this guy's just so interactive. Like, he doesn't ever stray away from a peek. Like, if he can get a little glance at somebody, if he can just get one angle to maybe get a little bit of information, he's gonna go for it. And sometimes it's blown up in his face a little bit more, but this is one where everything just worked out. And I feel like Falcons were left scratching their heads. I don't know if Dust 2 is gonna be the same kind of picture. Like, this will get punished a little bit more by other people, but this is one where it's just like, he could choose his spot, and he could do no wrong on choosing his spots.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those tough things because, like you said, he has the temperament and the willingness to be the tip of the spear, to be that guy. And sometimes that's just half the battle. Like having someone who's willing to have that mentality that's saying, hey, you're going to go in first. Sometimes you're not going to have the best conditions. Sometimes you are going to get the flash support you need. Sometimes you're not. We need to rely on you to create that space for us, as Elige did for us time and time and time again for his entire time on that team. And again, that's big shoes to fill. I do think 60 has ultimately struggled to really produce as an entry fragger on this team a lot of the time. But today, and obviously that online qualifier they just played, he has turned it around in a big way. Now, will that keep up? Will that actually be like a new, you know, growth for him that he can build upon? Time will only tell, but at least in this moment, Complexity finally has some success that they can kind of like feel good about, right? Like, I think obviously what happened to them in Cluj must have been really tough to deal with. Some of the other things that they've been dealing with this year, I'm sure it's been really hard on everyone. So this finally gets them like some type of breath of fresh air, I guess.
Yeah, and I think as well, just by virtue of how the map pool kind of works and, you know, who's good on what, with Train, you know, some teams are letting it through. Being a specialist in that, we highlighted that for a few. I mean, I recommended it for FaZe. That's a Carrigan,
yeah,
like specializing in that map right now. So it's good that they've got a ground that they can call home. But we move on to Falcons pick. Obviously, Dust 2. We've seen Falcons absolutely smash some teams on this map before.
Sure.
So a daunting prospect ahead for Complexity.
Yeah, I mean, they won their first 4 games together to kick off the year. Since then, they slowed down a bit. But again, they're facing the best opposition in the world and sometimes beating them, and their losses are to some of the top 5 teams in the world. Whereas Complexity, they lost their only 2 times they played it. Granted, it was against MongolZ and VP, 2 very strong teams. They also lost to VP online in the Blast Bounty qualification. So the big thing for me that's going to take place on this map is that 60 versus Nico battle. They play the same exact roles, mid players on T side, main entries on T side, and then the A rotator on the CT side. Obviously, 60 got the better of Train, but I think this is a whole different playground that we're about to see here on Dust 2, where I think Falcons are a lot more comfortable. They know exactly how they want to operate. There's no question marks, and I think it's more straightforward in that regard on how that duel should probably play out.
And one thing for me when I watch Complexity is the growth, development, the storyline of Grim is one that I've really paid a lot of attention to, where he was obviously a star player playing with Triumph, you know, just dominating tier 2 North American teams, even getting some wins during the online era over some of the best teams in the world. You know, Liquid kind of just stamps the flames out of him. They're almost like, nah, now you're just going to be an anchor. Now you're just going to play all the bad roles. And weirdly, after Complexity got 60 and Nyx, they just kind of kept Grim in a lot of these anchor spots. Like, he's playing the long A anchor here, and I thought he was going to get some of the 60 spots to give himself some confidence, but now he just embraces it. Now he's just full on an anchor. That's just who he is now.
I'm a firm believer that, like, not that this is like the end of Grimm's career, but I don't. Grimm is Grimm now. I don't think we're ever going to see Grimm be heavier of a hitter than he is now. Like this is just, I think, his level, you know, and so he can be kind of like your third best player on the team. And that's probably fine as long as you have two really good star players kind of ahead of him. But his days of being like, you know, a crazy star prospect, I think, are over. I think he takes more of that veteranship status nowadays. And I think what Complexity is really hoping for is that Nick X and 60 are the future. Or if they're not, then maybe they can eventually find that next rising talent in North America. They almost got George before he went to Energy. Peeping's another name that's been kind of out there, in my opinion. So I think it's kind of one of those things, right, when it comes to it. But I think the other big thing is that Halzerk's op has looked pretty sharp on train, looked pretty sharp lately, and this is obviously a map where the op can have a lot of value. You're going against a Dexter who maybe has a whole different mentality about, you know, how he's approaching this game. They just got rocked on train. How does that mess with the mental? There's a lot of variables in play here.
I mean, one thing is just that also, I mean, I bring up Grimm just because it's like, he plays long, and so many times nowadays, I think the meta has just become pushing long A. Yeah. If you're a CT player, like Madger does it probably the best right now, and that's why Eternal Fire really kind of lean into the map so much. And I just want to see if Grimm can still have some flair. Like, I just want to see if he's able to just show that even though he's being relegated to these spots that are usually seen as the worst, that he can make the most out of these kinds of situations, because it'd be nice to see him kind of have some sort of bounce back, because, yeah, I feel like it's not uncommon that a lot of people like does kind of just he's written off now. He's just kind of written off.
He's not written off. I just think that I don't see him like exponentially getting better over the next year or something like that. Like, I think his level of play is probably what it is right now. It's fine. It's just not like superstar quality or something like that for North America.
Yeah, but like I don't think that he has to just be like just stuck there. I don't think the mold is completely set for him, because now when everything changes when you don't have a Liege sitting next to you, that's telling you you're fucking up. So I just want to see like if he can actually make something out of a situation that's supposed to be a little bit more where he feels empowered, I'd say.
Yeah. Well, look, it's so far so good for Complexity. I think Dust 2 is going to be a tall order. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to see if Complexity can continue the streak of upsets. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Complexity have been on the grind, going from North America, now back here in Europe, and they successfully qualified for Bucharest. I got Grimm with me. I want to look at what's going on with you as a player and the journey you've been on, because obviously 2020, you joined Liquid, you've been grinding at the very top of Counter-Strike for a long time, but now you've kind of gone back. And I'm not saying this in a bad way, but it's like you're back to not always being at the very best events. You're fighting through qualifiers and stuff like that. How is that to go through, to kind of go from being on the very top, especially at the beginning of CS2, and now you're in this like middle ground area where you're trying to fight your way back in?
Yeah, so I'd say it's definitely been a journey, like you said. It's definitely interesting not being like at the full top anymore, because you know, you gotta fight hard in these qualifiers and stuff. But that honestly is like, I kind of like doing that, because you know, when I was coming up, I always used to like try to like dial in for the qualifiers, you know, do my best and qualify. And I really like playing the qualifiers, and but you know, like I said, it definitely does suck not being, you know, in Tier 1 events all the time anymore. But you know, that's just something we got to build upon now with you know, Danny and Nick, and even me. I need to be stepping up. I think everyone's been doing a pretty good job recently, actually. And we just got to keep working on that. At first, it was a struggle because it just like a lot of stuff wasn't working. Like when we were here at PGL last time, we went out to Saul, and that was very disappointing for us, especially since they were a dead team at the time. But then they went to playoffs, so I don't know.
Yeah, they did go to playoffs. So that was a wild one. Is it like a difficult, maybe like for your ego, or like a bit of a humbling experience to go through as well? How would you describe it for you personally?
I would say it's not really too much of a humbling thing. Like honestly, you know, obviously those teams are all really, really good, and I have to be competing against them as well. Like I've had to be doing for the past 4 or 5 years. So it's honestly, it's just like a change for me. Like I'm not really thinking of it as like my ego shot or anything like that. I'm just trying to grind my way back up and show that I still can do it, and help the new guys out. And they've been doing pretty good. They've been getting better. So yeah, I want to see what happens this event.
When you're talking about the new guys, it's obviously Nick and Sixy coming in, right? And they're trying to find their form. It was very difficult at the beginning. Now you've said you've changed some positions, you've changed some roles around to try and make this work. Was it just like a learning process you guys had to go through? Was it like that big of a difference? Because we know losing a Liege is one thing, but then when you have to change 2 other players, that's a big difference overall. Would you say it's a completely different complexity?
I'd say it's pretty different because you know, some of the role problems we had with John leaving is Johnny would try to sacrifice some of his spots to help the new guys a bit, but when that wasn't working out, we kind of just moved Johnny back into his old roles, because what was going on was he wasn't, as IGL, you know, he wasn't getting like a clear view of what was going on the map. So we tried to move him into those more active roles so he can like come up with a plan. Yeah. Because we were struggling with that on our T sides. But now I think our T sides are really good, honestly. I think in the qualifier we just played, it was like 80–90% round win rate or something on T side. Like
solid.
So the improvements are definitely there. I'd say definitely losing John obviously sucked, because he was a very vocal mid-round player, and that's something we were lacking, and that's why we were struggling so bad when the team first joined. And I think that's fixed a lot, moving Johnny into more active roles, because he's able to call a lot more and see the map and know what's going on.
Lastly, for this event, obviously you spoke about the win streak you have. You're certainly on an upward trajectory compared to where you were at the start of the year. Have you set any goals for this event?
I mean, I don't think we really talked about any specific goals, but for me, I'd like to at least make the quarterfinals, like top 8. I think that'd be pretty good for us. But honestly, I think this event's more for just this like seeing where we're at again against the Tier 1 teams, because you know, last time we were here, we got kind of blown out the water. So this time, we'd obviously like to change that and see like how much have we improved since a month ago. So I mean, for me, I would take it game by game, and I'd say not an expectation, but a goal for me would be the quarterfinals for sure, and hopefully we do good. And like I said, just take it game by game.
I like it, man. Good mentality. A lot of change coming in for you guys. So best of luck. Hopefully it all works out for you.
Thank you.
What a day for the North American Counter-Strike team and fans alike. Mohan, that was hands down Sixy's highest rating on LAN in his career.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I mean, unstoppable. 1.71 rating over top of Falcons. And it's nice to see that both him and Nyx are the 2 highest rated players for Cole, because I think right there in that Grim interview, you hear what you have to. It's all about coming back to this environment and seeing how their improvements can translate back to European opposition. Obviously, he's right. Last time they showed up, absolutely trounced. Today is different.
I would have loved for him just to say, like, when I show up to a tournament, I expect to win. I mean, when you look at the match, and the match goes that way, you obviously haven't proved to yourself that you could get there. But like, based on the recent games, you should have some confidence. Obviously, getting to grand finals is always going to be a stretch, and there will only be 2 teams to get there, even if you all come in believing. But I feel like it's one of those situations where you want to shoot for the stars, fall and land on a cloud. You know what I mean?
I think
semis.
I think him saying quarterfinals is actually very confident.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, think about how lost.
He said if we make quarterfinals, that'd be pretty good.
And I think that's confident. Personally, yeah, no, I think it takes confidence after what their last outing at the last PGL event was.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't even look like they belonged outside of North America at all. They got
I guess.
owned. So
I mean, I wouldn't say they got owned, but they definitely lost all their games. We casted a lot of their first games, and we kept seeing close losses.
I think it's just nice for 6E to have a map like that. If confidence is what you need, confidence is what you get off something like that. Now double down on it, why don't you? Easier said than done. We'll be watching Falcons try to take back control of this situation, but you won't take back control of mid. Bomb dropped in front of you, Magisk. Worried about the long push, because Nyx just stomps his way forward. You're going to let him know you're coming, that's for sure. Halzerk still has a teammate to work with in this 2 versus 3, but everybody from Falcons starting to come back for Bomb. JT steps it up a notch. Didn't have to say his name much throughout that first map. Waiting for the next fights. There's the swing out of Magisk. Oof, trying to unravel it. TeSeS getting the kill from middle's big. JT now stuck between the last two. Oh, he taps him out. Magisk trying to step forward through the doorway. One shot between JT and the clutch. It's right there for the taking, but missed chances coming through proves too much to handle, and TeSeS takes it over.
Important round here. Of course, single-digit loss back on train. And yeah, Falcons, I can see that people are upset with them because, well, there still should be a bar. Even if there might be a roster move coming up after this. It's only a roster move to try to improve the team, not save it. They were already getting very good. So you wouldn't expect, I mean, no one who was not North American would have any high expectations or expectations at all for complexity, of course. But they kind of did exactly what we hoped they would, you know, not start to doubt themselves just because of the 1s and 0s on losses, but actually contextualize their results as close losses. And then they did it at home, and now they're trying to translate that into a best-of-3 win.
You know, they kind of took their whooping, went back home, won regionally, powered up in an online environment within European competition, although Tier 2. Today is the day.
Today is the day.
And it's a map win. You know, that's also the elusive thing. We talk about
today is the day.
All the close ones that they had on LAN in the last 3 months versus EU competition, it was never even a map win. Close, yes, never a map win. We broke new ground with that train victory. And a force buy in the second round of Dust 2 could make Falcons look like fools. Is today really the day?
Today is the day. I mean, they just look so much better on train. It's kind of alarming. Yeah, like we casted Eternal Fire versus them, which was like the best start you could have.
Yes.
And then they lost that game.
Yeah.
And so
in overtime,
we were like, man, if you didn't watch this, you would just think, oh, they're on a 5-match loss streak or whatever. Because they just could not close. But then there's players like 6E and Nyx who just literally are just getting more and more experience versus better teams. There's no way around it. They need that. I think Nyx is so impressive because in those close losses, he played like he has had like a year or two of at least Tier 2 European experience, which is really, I'd say it's a pretty big compliment. And we saw him anchoring just now on train. He's kept that up. It's very quality play out of him. He's not somebody who I heard a lot about before he joined Complexity. I had one friend who was a big fan of his.
Frustration.
Smash a table, why don't you? I know someone who can hold their nerve. Halzerk.
Changed man. It's easier when you're winning.
That's true. That's true. That's why we haven't heard of that, and they aren't even coming close to losing anything. Unstoppable, like it's 2014 again.
Force buyback for Falcons and some catwalk control that comes with no resistance whatsoever out of the Complexity cam. Safe shot towards the catwalk up. That'll be the warning sign, but are the rest of these Falcons players so far ahead that Sixy gets caught off? We'll see. Peeks into 3 players around that corner. Can't do much to hold them all back. Goes swinging towards top ramp. Famas doesn't get entirely away from him. This M4 to support. That's good damage out of Grim, and they'll queue up the cleanup. Nyx arrives with the MP9. Magisk's Desert Eagle unable to find anything. Pistols out. Complexity sweep away with AK upgrades at that.
I feel like they can't lose.
Today's the day.
Yeah, today is the day, man. Liberation Day.
Look at him go.
It's Liberation Day.
Ouch.
What happened?
Liberation Day.
But in a good way this time.
Okay. Let's go Complexity. Hoorah!
Complexity stocks are going to go through the roof.
Today.
Liberation Day.
Is the day. Maybe.
No, maybe.
Perhaps.
Don't do that.
Potentially.
Let's project some confidence, okay? Liberation!
On the top of middle, all too easy here. Off of the catwalk, the swing comes through. Falcons sat down. Today is the day.
It's the day.
Complexity win a best of 3 on LAN in Europe.
In Europe.
With an American core.
Yeah.
The most American team out there at the moment.
Especially because of Hellzerk.
I suppose Wildcard with recent changes can say that too, but... Oh no, Stan's Canadian, right?
Yep.
One of us.
He's ours.
Damn. Tessa has taken his sweet time with the Glock, and it almost paid off, but 1 health will keep that JT belt of utility prime for the next one. 3-1 CT start. Complexity.
I wonder if Monasty's watching. Liberation Day.
Hey, Ilya.
You are so sick, Ilya.
But it's okay, because Falcons have guns. And Falcons have the ability to turn around a situation like this. Look at that roster, Launders. Those names from top to bottom on Falcons can't be losing to Complexity.
They were just getting good. They were getting really good, actually.
So how has this happened? How did map 1 go down so smooth?
Complexity were also good, man. They were just as good. In fact, they were a lot better in many situations. In terms of ecos, Complexity cast an enormous shadow over Falcons here on Dust 2 and Train. The key rounds.
Till for the exit. Climb up onto the Xbox. Extra util for JT to hang on to middle with. Looks like Cat's the point of contention yet again. Frag grenade goes deep and misses its mark. Lingering smoke grenade out into the B site. That's going to peel GT back. Ooh. That's not ideal.
Not at all.
Complexity.
Well, Falcons aren't going to work off of this in any real sense, and Sixy picks one off. He's got a right-left split here. His flash is excellent. Oh, man, spray well blind. Not bad, JT.
And Halzerk deep from the base of the ramp finds his. Nyx is under pressure. Oh, and Magisk just going to pop him along the wall. Loses that support out middle, and that's the bomb plant with it. Will they retake? You've already got Grim deep around through the T-spawn. The timing will work on this.
They're fast.
Molotov in front of it. This is absolutely doable here. Tesses and Magisk versus Grim and Halzerk, the remnants of Complexity.
Going for window first. They can pin car. Magic's, we'll see.
Player up above him, guaranteed. Grim emerges out from tunnels. Magis drops the ball. Tessas gets popped, and it's Complexity in with the retake, plus time. They go 4-1 up over Falcons. To hell with your B site.
I think that's a good example of what's going wrong, or what's going better for Complexity. Like, you miss a little bit, you're dead. The same thing on Train. There wasn't anything super special about any of their tactics that they used, but their fundamentals were looking good. They're scaling outside. Their shots getting hit. You saw that in the Deagle round when they lost a single player. It's kind of what we just saw in the MongolZ match, sort of on display again. The Falcons should be better than this. But Complexity, they understood the assignment today. It's going to be a Dust 2 victory.
I mean, winless in the last 3 months on this map if Falcons don't win this one. We're 5 rounds into this, so great on Complexity to show us they've got the signs of life.
Little asleep at the wheel, it feels. Kind of a hard team to prep for right now, for sure. Good amount of matches, but all online. None of the opponents you normally play against. Chill guys. You know, what are you going to learn from a chill guys match? Maybe they should have tried to find some meaning.
It's a quick stomp back, though, to go over stacking onto the A site. Nico obviously hears it all. So you've positioned your scout into the pit, and you'll leave it here to work on its own. That's versus the op of MongolZ, tucked down behind A site boxes.
Goodness.
Big ask of Magisk here, but if he can just hit that headshot or follow up with his now one body shot secured. But all the while, you still got this double rifle set up. So you had here on Catwalk, lineup's good. And then we get that AUG from Nyx again. Good deagle shot from Nico. That's what they need. Scout still keeping its head down. That's a second player tagged by it. Magisk is opened this door. And the bomb gets scooped up by Nico, who doubles that back towards top middle.
This is where Nyx could go for an upper push. He definitely should, and he finds it. So it looks like there's, you know, Nico who's going to run away towards A since there's a pit player. And Magisk will have to wait for him to come over, but I think that Nyx's rotation just makes this a lot easier. Still 2 players here alive on the site, and we'll see if they can complement each other. Oh, just a perfect peek at a Grim.
Yep. And then Magic's on the approach with the scout to finish the one.
He's been hitting shots with it.
He also tagged up MongolZ, who's his next opponent, but he's got to go back for bomb. And that opens up great timing here for Nyx. Obviously, 15 seconds, not enough. He's going to try to save this, but we'll see what Complexity throw at him at the very end of the round. You kill him after time, you're cooking. Nyx waiting for it, down to 5. There's the frag. Oh, last CT is good to go, just running back into the spawn. Time expires. Complexity comfortably move up to 5-1.
Very comfortably. They had to save it with the double cat setup. And the spray down after JT lost his initial duel, but it's about as scary as it got. Yeah, you tell me what's going on. I need another perspective.
My perspective is that Sixy's having his best match in a Complexity jersey.
Let's go.
And that it's actually clicking.
It's clicking, yeah.
You know, for a North American player to come to Europe with as little experience as both of them had, that is a daunting task. And they are now a prime example of the ability to crank it.
Oh, they're cranked right now.
To step up to the plate. You know, you're allowed to be shaky on your first European outing. It's the great pilgrimage of Counter-Strike. As a North American, to head to Europe and to struggle is what is expected of you. To come back for second servings and to send a statement like this through the pack at PGL Bucharest. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but it looks like a 6-1 lead with a map in their back pocket.
Oh, they got the long kill as well. The lurk fails here from Magisk. Bro, this is like no chance anywhere. They're going to walk right into the upshot of MongolZ. Is that what's about to happen? Oh, they do. Shot doesn't get hit, but they do. And JT's going to hear the climb up. All on Sixy now.
He's been solid.
Yeah.
He's up against Nico here. Just, you know, just you versus the best rifler of all time. Headshot connected. Grim with the double down. Og on full display here from the Cole camp.
No one's failing. Like, no one's just like, it just, you know, there's no abject failures in sprays. They're just...
Falcons are.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Wow. This setup works out well. No one even tosses a bit of utility to try to help out. One smoke for the escape, a smoke on tunnels at least. They're very confident about what they can do and what they can't do.
Again, that Deagle on the hunt, but Cat player peels back quickly. Doesn't want to be the first casualty in a critical juncture like this. Double op for Halzerk and Nyx. Interesting change up for Complexity. In a round versus pistols, but not able to catch Kicksam climbing over top. Here comes that sudden burst into the B site. Very awkward here for Nyx. And he gets pressured, but recovers. Nico's Deagle connects to the one, and Magisk's Tech-9 takes forward that space bomb crossing over. Caught on the reload. Now things get weird. You've suddenly put yourself in a troublesome spot, but at least Grim has slipped the net back around through tunnels.
Wait, would Kicksam have called this? Okay, they're watching tunnels at least.
Magix just can't miss, and he won't. In the meanwhile, Halzerk connects with the Desert Eagle. It's you versus 2. We talked about how the... Yeah, I just threw that away? Okay. All right.
Let me at him.
Let me do it with the Deagle. And listen...
He's weighing me down.
I'm down to see it. 2 kills to come your way. Just looks to keep the costs high. Go! Okay! That's what we're talking about. Halzerk sends them a message.
Oh my goodness.
Runs away, scoops back up his op, and clears all of Falcons. Here you go. Have a piece of meat. A measly second round.
Oh man, that's something you do in matchmaking. You know, you shoot 6 bullets. I got 1 left. I'm gonna get this headshot. He drops the op and spawn, comes in for the Deagle exits just to send a message. I don't miss.
Yeah, no, Grim's right on it. They won a round, but I feel like they just lost it.
Yeah. It's an expensive one.
But
good flash.
Obviously, great chance for Falcons to get into this half.
It's actually, well, it's more than good. It's necessary if they don't do it now, because that was so expensive.
60 hears the stomping of that long player, but
he's doing approach is very smart.
Yep.
This is always the guarantee to flank both players who could watch this. So.
Old 60 would have stepped forward into Tessus.
Drunk.
New 60 takes his time and wraps around T-spawn.
On a coffee.
And information is everything this round for Complexity. They can justify this triple A stack. All you have to do is hold this back. Falcons.
Oh, that shot!
Read like a book, and Halzerk hits the headshot nonetheless.
Do they cross? They do.
Get the ramp challenge up into the cap play. Goal! Great trade potential, but Magis denies it. And Nyx trying to find some kind of contact through that smoke. This is Magis to make the difference. And a bomb plant undeniable. 2 players inside of the site. Magis with the triple kill. Nyx not able to find anything as his teammates fall all around him. Quad kill out of Magis.
That was lovely, that spray down. First shot, first few bullets, only do some damage, but then the adjustment over to elbow, that's it. He's also the first guy to get across right after they throw the Molotov down. Just a critical moment for Magisk.
Low. Famas and MP9's out for Complexity. It was a great start, but that momentum could fizzle out. Great opening kill on long. We'll see the reaction out of Falcons as they go for Fast Cat.
The op is taken back. But do you want to run it to A? The op is still over here.
And now it's in the right set of hands.
Oh, It's an important counter smoke here from Nyx, and he's got vision in between the lurk smoke and his. And they've got to slow down, and Halzerk's coming forward. Oh, nice shot, Nico.
That's what they needed. Op hits the ground.
Interesting, though, playing Goose.
It's with an M4. JT, the FOM is down beneath it.
They're not super ready for this.
They're going to try to clear off Nico. 60 steps up. Oh, can't get the second, though. Bomb now on site. Here comes Grim. Denied by Magisk. Rifles in hand for Falcons. Magisk is stepping it up a notch and then some. 13 kills, 7 deaths. Trying to be the glimmer of hope for Falcons on this T side. Never too late to recover. Nyx gonna gun down Tesses. 2 players to go. He's got the kit if he wants to chance it, but it looks like he'll just go for the save instead. And that is Falcons breaking through, closing the gap, and also bottoming out the economy of complexity.
Yeah, I mean, actually still a very nice round here from Falcons, despite losing that opening gambit. The up does nothing right after, of course. It's the Nico difference.
Terrorists win.
It's kind of a unique spot, him standing up against that wall, waiting for someone to push off of Cat. Alas, Halzerk's 3rd death.
2 spotted.
They're playing Jedi mind control games right now.
Oh my god. More where that one came from, though. Damage done.
They're still going, man.
Nyx has got the AK. Here comes 60 down through middle. Ooh, Nico's able to recover that. Quick attack from the back. Denied. Magisk just sits back on long control. And Bomb is comfortably in spawn. Sketchy, sketchy.
Grim really holding his nerve here.
Will they expect this? Long. Nico seems worried about it. Oh, it's not as clean as it could have been, but Degster could still be pushed over the line. Nico up on the wall, gets found out. Nyx to be the hero here.
Bomb back and spawn Degster on 8 HP.
A round like this would just jolt Complexity's confidence back alive, but you've got Magisk, who's been their savior. Dude,
fully walked it.
His timings are 280.
And he
keeps this up.
He's actually ahead, right? There's no way they check a flank this early after they've cleared things out.
Just with no hesitation. So long as Nyx keeps up this tempo, they will not hold for him, but he does decide to stall.
He doesn't believe how far he got. He actually had a really great position to actually keep moving. And
now Dexter's back. Oh, but it's still Nyx to exit. The element of surprise is gone. Opper on the angle, jumping shots to Magisk. Ambitious here, Halzer gets it. Headshot's his. 2 kills out from Dexter, but left only on 8 HP. The climb up, is it predicted? Oh, it's just the leg shot. Halzer gets it over the line. Huge round for Nyx.
Oh, was it through the baskets?
One of the 2.
Oh my goodness.
Either way, Heartbreak Hotel Falcons and 7 CT rounds Complexity.
Ooh, that's a tough situation, man. And Dexter couldn't, he was completely sort of like blocked by them as well. But it's this play from Nyx. The timing's extraordinary. Could have even moved ahead a little faster on the long flank. Maybe called to wait for a second and
leg shot.
Yeah, it looks like a leg shot. I guess he's aiming for the head in case someone just comes to peek, standing on the boxes.
Oh, in a half that's already gone so wrong for Falcons, you let a round like that come through. That is a reminder of the Scout and Deagle round that Complexity put forward on Train.
They've won so many more rounds like that. They just look so much stronger, straight up.
Complexity with X Factor. Who could have seen this coming?
Yeah, that's really the best part, isn't it? Just straight up X Factor, winning all the raw duels. Oh, that one's not coming to you, Dexter. Nice recovery.
Great spin back to kill the suicide push. Halzerk's op remains posted, looking for the answer, but he gets off the angle just as the swing comes through. Frag grenade will find chip damage on both. That's good for JT. He goes in. Second player back behind it.
It works.
JT cleans up the assists in from MongolZ, and that smoke remains for the exit. He can depart uncontested.
Oh, so comfortable behind the Molotov as well. Just like, I can come back into this fight, but
again.
A nice one for Dexter.
Dexter on the absolute recovery this round, trying to keep Falcons' hopes alive in the 12th.
Both teams understand the importance of this round right here. And Og in the double B play and the bomb heading in this direction. And the op is going to get onto the angle a little later, but there's no op waiting for him. Oh, it's perfect.
Og up close.
Nick's still there waiting perfectly for his teammate to escape.
He's got to be careful with the nade though. Kicksan swings. Nick's able to reposition back to the car. Still got the op to hang on to. MongolZ is not missing shots.
That's beautiful.
And that is another for Cole.
That's a fluid transposition into that setup. Excellent with the nade, delays for the perfect amount of time into the op in the doorway, and Nyx immediately goes up to double stack. How are you supposed to predict all of these different changes?
It's a well-oiled machine in complexity with individuals that have not left any slack out there. Every moment they have a chance to strike, they have. Every kill that comes their way seems to deliver. There's not a weak link.
There isn't.
And on top of that, MongolZ goes 16-3 on this half.
Massive, man. He was so critical. Even that one round they pushes off of Cat when Grim gets the op for him. He dies, they lose. It was just like his output mattered so much every step of the way.
Not one missed shot here from MongolZ.
They're doing a really great job when it comes to trust, too. Just, you know, about how slowly they get out of something, when they stick around, when they go for flanks. One or two moments of hesitation, maybe just like, how is this going so well type of moments. But outside of that, they've got 8 rounds here. They don't even play this map.
They haven't won this map in the last 3 months.
Which is to say they have not won this map as a team.
What a day to piece it all together. This could be. 8-4 lead looks good, but T-side a different beast. And Kicksan already carving a path through the tunnels. This is really going to start to justify that triple A setup. But it's still going to bank on Nico holding them back, and that is
miss him?
A fragile Nico at the moment, 8-12.
Kicksan thinks he's being held, doesn't actually see a single T on the map. So technically there could be a late flank through playground. The full rotation is not in. Usually you want to have the 5 here. Cat play comes in.
Smoke drops down to the spawn, 3 players into elbow. Dexter gets gushed. This is not ideal. Kicksan will catch JT, that's good. Tesses, Nico, and Magisk with a kill a pop. And that's what they were looking for. Everybody thrives inside the attack. It was looking scary because of positioning, but the headshots remain clean.
Where was the bomb plant there? Did the bomb planter take a fight?
Never got over.
CT? Oh, okay. All right.
Stopped on the cross. That's the kind of pistol Falcons need. These rounds have breathed life into complexity throughout the series. And Dexter's now been tagged up by the scout as well.
Yeah, he's on a scout fighting a scout who should be on a save. They didn't even get a bomb plant on that round.
Nope. Yet they walk into this one with a Galil, a scout.
And yeah, Dexter doesn't even get his damage off. Oh, Nyx gets killed towards A.
Hold on, no way. Not again.
They want to change this up a little bit.
And he drops into CT.
Oh!
No way with the 60.
Made it happen.
Tech9 kill into the Galil. No way! You can't stomach these again. Complexity are making Falcons look like chumps.
Yeah, like a joke, man. They've won so many of these rounds. But it's also like, what's with the Deagle power? How are they getting these instant kills? That one's on the ramp from... was it 60?
Yep.
Coming up a cap by himself. No utility, right? He just takes that raw duel on ramp and hits it. Instant headshot.
Or Nyx.
Yeah, it was one of the two.
Nyx
It might have been
got
Nyx
the
who
frag
dropped.
and then dropped into CT.
Oh, they both have 2 kills, yeah.
60 walks outdoor and gets the 2 B players dead. From a Tech 9 to the Galil. Oh, man. Complexity have Falcons sweating now.
Terrorists win.
Wow. We're talking about the same Complexity that was considered the most underwhelming roster move coming into 2025.
Yeah, no kidding. Replacing a Liege with somebody that on the international stage nobody has even heard of.
Zero experience outside of North America.
Yes.
And their first outing kind of got laughed out of the region. Back to the drawing board and back with a vengeance. Because this isn't just a better game plan nor just perfect tactics. We're talking about a Complexity that is bringing X Factor to Desert Eagles over the likes of Nico. 60 has more Deagle kills today than Nico.
So does Nyx. Maybe JT's not the best Eagle in North America anymore because of his own damn teammates.
Got players stacked up inside of the B site with pistols. Magisk not able to get it done with the Deagle. Flash finds Kixan unprepared. Here comes Nico, but it's only the one. M4 in through doors, doubles down. Big pickup from Tesses. JT finds timing on the flank. And that last member of Falcons now gets spotted. The turnaround from JT. Johnny gets it done. 10-5, Complexity on the brink of an upset.
Yeah, no kidding. The turnaround from Complexity as a whole. The investment, how deep does that run? Because they had one M4 to work with.
That's all they had.
But you got to trust the JT flashbangs, man. That's the other thing. Every single site exec has excellent flashes behind them.
It's all they had.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Well, not everyone wins on Liberation Day. Sometimes even America does.
Falcons out of money.
Never thought I'd see the day.
Complexity just gonna wrap up in 11th with absolute ease. Kixan, you can't really hide there.
You didn't tell him.
He's like, that's my kill.
Yeah, 60 did not say a word.
Everybody locked in for Complexity, making a joke of the Falcons here in this one. 11-5, absolutely free. Cole are locked in.
It doesn't even feel like it's an upset right now.
What is happening?
I don't know.
Rare Atom beat VP. 3D Max.
They beat the Mongols, who they've never beaten before, and Complexity win a LAN match for the first time in history.
Today is the day.
It's the day.
Surely at this point, 11-5, I mean, even the biggest Falcons fan, I don't know what you're holding on to. On an individual level, this team is just getting outdone.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe holding on to Magisk a little bit. He said, back in my day, we never lost to North Americans, okay? This is just the 2025 liquid to me. Nico needs to mold up a new mouse stat if he wants to keep up with us. Oh.
Gets bested by Grim.
Big time.
One of the few gun rounds that Falcons have had to work with on the CT side. And it is Nico down first. It's a day of infamy for Complexity, where the two lesser experienced American players will walk away with higher ratings than the greatest rifler Counter-Strike has ever seen. This may be Falcons with changes on the horizon, but the realest change is this that Complexity have brought to the table today. Match is down to half health. Frag grenade goes sailing past them. It's already pressure. Mac-10 up in their grill.
Oh, get him out of here, man.
Grim takes his sweet time with the mid play. Complexity seemingly can do no wrong, and Falcons no right. Kicks in, gets dropped by the lower tunnel play. Doubled down by Grim. Just headshots from him. And he will walk away like it's nothing. 3 kills to his name. Falcons will face 7 map and match points.
Oh my goodness. And you know, when we talk about the Mongols match, we're expecting a better day 2 and 3. I'm expecting the same for the Falcons, but like, how much are they gonna pop up compared to this? They are actually playing like they're dead somehow, which is kind of wild to say.
Top of that complexity, though. I mean, to hell with what the Falcons have in store.
Can't hit a shot.
It's just the fact that complexity hit everything. It's like been laser beams.
Yeah.
From pistols to rifles. Halzerk's op, I don't think I've seen it miss. And Grim is getting instant entries.
It's been fun.
Where are the Falcons?
It's all about the Eagles now.
That's true. Oh my God. Open the cigar box, Jason Lake.
Yeah, send over a couple.
Today's the day. Huge risk in this roster. The most underwhelming change.
They wanted to take up
entering
the
2025.
mantle of building up new stories in America.
Yep.
Thank you for doing that.
Yes.
And look what we've got.
You've got Falcons by the scruff of their neck. Nyx and Sixy burn out the lower tunnel control. You've got Nico's Deagle hiding behind Xbox, supported now by the FAMAS above him. Looks like Nyx could get caught off guard by this. He's got teammates coming at this. Complexity, it's not just a win on the line. It's an embarrassment for the Falcons if they can't turn this around. Nico in between two. They're both turned and he misses. Absolutely flat day for the Falcons and a glorious moment for this new Complexity project. They can go running into that B site with no resistance because that's what it's been all day long. A team whose LAN wins had eluded them come into this on an 11-match win streak, mostly regional domestic competition, an online qualifier that goes flawless, and they hit the ground running in Bucharest. All you have to do is topple Tesses. Health advantage, but look at Halzerk, 20-5. Sixy's best outing in a Complexity jersey on the line, and this is where they end them. Not with a bang, but a whimper. Complexity in Bucharest. Today is their day.
Well, if you're a Complexity fan, it doesn't get better than that. A huge signature win over Falcons. If you're a Falcons hater, obviously it's a great day as well. You know, come in under this cloud about is the roster going to change? Munacy's joining. It should be a jubilant occasion. They were all smiles at the start of the day. Not so much now. Really tough day at the office for all the Falcons, guys.
Man, this has got to be the best win for this iteration of the Complexity lineup. Beating a team that's in the top 10 and against legendary players too. Yep. That's going to give people like Sixy and Nyx a lot of confidence because the narrative of this team going into it was that, yeah, they're picking up some seam online, but is it going to translate into LAN victories? Well, Dust, I think we might have our answer.
They got their first one. This is it. The 2-0, in fact. And like you said, over a team that's certainly hovering around the top 10, certainly has plenty of talent. And this was a map that you would certainly expect Falcons to have the advantage on. We knew Train was kind of a wild card map. You know, it's still early days there. But Dust 2, this is a classic. This is a map that, you know, the core of this team has played tons. Like, there shouldn't be an excuse for Falcons in this situation to not come out on top. But I do want to give credit where credit's due. Its Complexity is that they were so damn good at being proactive on the CT side, whether it was taking aggressive op picks with Halzerk, whether it was pushing out B tunnels and flanking long, whether it was getting aggressive on the catwalk and getting in Falcon's face. They did not ever play scared. They were a very confident team the entire game. They were very diverse on how they were approaching, you know, these openings on the CT side. They came up clutch in a couple of big moments, like this one from Halzerk, for example, where he pulls off the 1 versus 2. And yeah, just one of the better CT sides I've ever seen them play on this map.
Yeah, I mean, there's really, like, you can't have enough superlatives for what Complexity were able to do here, because this wasn't like some grindy, tactical, wear down your opponent play. No. They actually met Falcons on their own terms and beat them at their own game.
And that's what's so impressive about it, because if it looked like, okay, we're seeing some gimmicky strategies, we're seeing some one-off, some calls that are just really confusing Falcons, then it's been like, wow, the game planning's really good. But this is one where they actually did take the fight for him. You know, when Dust is talking about the proactivity on the CT side from Complexity, Sixy pushed up mid at least 3 times on that CT side. At one time he got caught in suicide. Other times he was pulling off flanks, and Complexity had so much information. Falcons fell so flat in comparison. And once again, Nick X, like he's not popping off technically with the ADR on this scoreboard, but man, this guy, he doesn't care that the US stock market is just plummeting right now. He's cool as a cucumber. He knows that he's fine.
He's buying the dip.
He's buying the dip. Yeah, I know. He's got diamond hands right now, and he's looking really, really sharp. I'm glad to see that it's paying off.
Yeah, and look, no reason to be punching the desk today for MongolZ. Dust. He was in great form on that map.
It wasn't even the kills that he was getting as how they looked when he got them. Like, there were times where he was hitting shots so fast that you couldn't even believe he saw the enemy when he pulled the trigger. So many just quick, decisive op hits. Definitely some of the best he's looked on the AWP in quite a while. And again, look at the diversity on the CT side. He had 3 op picks through B tunnels, 1 being very aggressive to do so. He had 2 pushes up middle for op picks, and then obviously he locked down the A bomb site, had the 1v2 clutch as well. So that's just, again, showing you how he's being dynamic with the op. How JT, that's one of the things that we never took away from Complexity when they lost to Liege, when they were, making these changes with the floppy going out as well, is that we knew JT was a pretty solid shot caller. It was just they didn't always have the talent to kind of let the playbook kind of be more than just theory, actually be able to put it into practice. And maybe sometimes in the mid round they'd fall apart a little bit. This time they did not. They played with a lot of gusto. Again, they did not shy away from Falcons at any point. They were willing to take fights, again, willing to play that dynamic CT side. And then on T side, look, one of the big things I critique Complexity for and all the losses they took at Cluj and whatnot was it didn't have any opening power. Sixy, their new entry fragger, was not really producing. JT was having to do a lot of it, and that's not what you want to have happen. But what we saw today was that Sixy was on point as an entry, finding tons of openings, and a lot of the things that have plagued Complexity in the past, we didn't see any of that today. They looked like a completely different team.
There was just so much flair. That's what I really like from this Complexity. It's that, they had to find themselves for the first couple months with this roster, but now everybody's just gelling into the positions where they're more comfortable. And I feel like if you're somebody like Grim, if you're somebody like JT, Halzerk, the guys that were on the last iteration, they kind of had a bit of a cloud over their heads. When they're playing with Elige next to them, like, Elige is a perfectionist. And that means that, he holds himself to an incredibly high standard, and he made Complexity's floor very high, but he also probably demanded so much out of these guys and wanted them to tailor their gameplay. But this is the first time in a while I'm seeing Halzerk just go for things that I didn't see last year. Grim was just on these really strong holds with the AUG, just mowing them down at range. And if you play with a guy that's a perfectionist, maybe he says, get one, peel off, I'll flash for you. But it's like, now they're just taking fights. And when you're on a roll like that, that's a way to keep your momentum. You just keep on inviting action, inviting fights. And Sixy, I think, is actually probably leading the charge for them in that regard, because he's never seen a fight that he wants to stray away from.
Final thoughts from you, Dust?
I think the other thing that's kind of impressive, just to quickly note, this is without their coach, right? I mean, they had TC obviously lead the team. That was not going to be a part of their long-term future. I've heard they're in the process of interviewing different applicants, but they have not made a decision on one. They're not in a hurry to do so either. So that makes it all the more impressive that they kind of figured it out on their own as a FaZe. I'm sure Messioso probably helped as the manager, I know they have like an analyst who probably helps out a little bit as well. But yeah, that's just sick. This FaZe, they did it.
All right, guys. Well, great talking to you and hanging out. That's it from us, but that's not it from the desk. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back from that break, you will be joined by Tech Girl, Yanko, and Professor, so make sure you stick around.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He's back and he's gone from red to blue. He's coming with Liquid now. We got Shuhei. It's great to see you back, mate, to start off with. And just, how are things? How are you feeling?
Thank you. It's good to be back. I was waiting for this moment. Been sitting at home, couldn't get away from the game. Now I'm finally at a tournament, so I'm really enjoying this time.
So you removed from MOUZ. A lot of the community didn't expect it, but obviously a lot of the community, and this is talent, players, praise your in-game leading. So I think there would be a lot of teams that would want to have you on the team. How did you end up on Liquid? How did this all come together?
I couldn't stop thinking about the game. Maybe I should have taken some time off, but I really want to get back as soon as possible because I knew this is something I love to do, and I want to continue doing it as fast as possible. Yeah, and I was looking for the best possible option. I feel like I made a right decision with Liquid.
And it's interesting here because you're going on trial for Liquid. So do you guys have something like expectations, or is there some requirements, or is it just learning and seeing how it goes?
I don't think there's any expectations. I think it's more about me joining here, helping the guys out as well as they're helping me out at the same time. Whatever will happen in the future, we don't know. Esports is a very fast and developing department, or I'm not looking too much into the future right now. I'm focused on the moment.
Did you have more time than that to play and prepare with the team to get ready?
We did have some time to practice. I wouldn't say a lot of it, but just like the announcement, it is a little bit last second right before the tournament. Yeah, we made the most out of our time that we could.
Can you tell me how many days?
I think you can count on two hands for sure.
What does that mean though for you and implementing your way of leading and taking over the leadership roles? Like, how is that going to work with such little time, comparing old Liquids to now what you want to do?
I try to make it as stress-free as possible for the guys. I know that I am the one coming in, and the four guys here have already played together, so they have somewhat of a playbook already ready for tournaments. But I came in and I wanted to also feel comfortable in my own ways and how I approach things. So I made sure that we balanced both things at a time. Coming into this tournament now, I think we reached a point where both me and the rest of the guys, we found a spot where we could feel somewhat comfortable what we have prepared for the tournament.
I have to ask around Twists. Does he just go back to star roles now and doing what he does best? How is it working, and how much of an input is he having, considering obviously he was the IGL before?
Twist has been really helpful with me coming in. He's been giving me a lot of good feedback, and I'm learning a lot from him even in such a short period of time. In terms of his roles and the position he's taking now, I would rather that he speaks on it more. Okay. I think he will give you a better answer on it. Rather than me, but I'm happy to see him in that position and him able to shine again, because he is a great player.
How much does this opportunity mean to you, be it a trial or whatever it is, right? About what you can do in this short time, what you can show here, and the players you have now to work with?
I'm not too worried about the short time. I know that if you start off on the good foot, you can get a long way from this. So I'm not worried how much time is left or how much time there is to go. I'm very motivated to start from here, even though we had a few days of practice this tournament. I'm motivated to play here and more than happy to be here. So yeah.
What are the expectations? Have you guys spoke about that for this event? Because obviously this is the first run of it.
We're coming into this event and we're just gonna take what's given to us here. My role is to not put any stress on the players. They have amazing personalities and they're amazing people, and they know how to also adapt to situations like this. So yeah, we're just gonna kind of roll with it. We do have some things prepared, and we are feeling confident coming into it. Just gonna be a matter of using that to the best of our abilities.
Well, I'm looking forward to see it. I wish you the best of luck, man. It's good to have you back, and I'll see you on the server.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest. We've had a little bit of a change here on the desk, and we now have the Talking Trolls confirmed desk setting up, ready to take you through the next two games. A little bit of self-promotion for everyone here, and we can get straight into what we need to discuss. Yanko, Prof, upsets galore already this morning. Anything that kind of surprised you, Yanko, when you were watching those games?
I mean, it was, I think the Virtus.pro Rare Atom one is the biggest surprise, and not even taking anything away from Rare Atom, it's that VP looked really good at Lisbon, right? Despite not making the playoffs, it seemed the time that they had to practice, they used it wisely and improved a lot, but just the fashion in which they lost as well. I mean, they didn't even join the server.
Didn't join the server. And then Complexity goes and beats Falcons, Prof. That was not on my bingo card today.
I mean, they're on a win streak, right? So it's I think it's pretty obvious. And Falcons, dead team, like Dexter is already out, right? We all know about it. So I feel like that's the most obvious result of the day.
Those are
still though, it is Complexity who didn't win a game on LAN, and sure they are in good form right now. But come on, Falcons, man! Like, you know, there still should be some pride in those players. Let's say the roster change is happening, and you know you're gonna have a different team, but. Come on, man.
That's kind of how I feel, though, because I was like, even if you are going to have a different AWPer, like as a team, that's no excuse to lose to North America's no hope at the moment.
I mean, obviously they are still, like, they are favorites going into that match. Like, I picked them to still go into the playoffs knowing everything that went down. I don't think you did. But yeah, it was not only a loss, but it was like it was kind of a stomp. No, it wasn't really a competition.
Which is a little bit scary for Falcons, because I don't know if Manasi is going to be the magic pull. We do have to address something, though. So there's a very good chance you weren't awake early this morning when the show started. But Maui had some choice words for Yanko, because all of our analysts have put their predictions out as to who's going to make it through. And he called some of your choices, Yanko, hipster choices. Do you want to address... I mean, it's kind of ironic now, because you said Astralis instead of Falcons. So... hipster choices or correct choices, really?
Well, yeah, I think for Astralis, they had a great run at Cluj, right, where you had a similar field of teams, right? They were out quickly of Lisbon, so they had more time to practice, and they didn't attend Pro League and couldn't probably show all of that stuff, lost to a couple of really good teams. So I think they will bounce back here. They will finally have that sense of urgency. I guess FURIA is the odd one out.
That's the hipster pick, I think.
They have to do something eventually. Eventually they will do something. They weren't at Cluj, right, to show what they can do there. Potentially they played a lot of games, got a lot of reps. And I just, you know, in Falcons, I don't have a lot of trust in general. And, you know, about to make a roster change, the mental state of the team is probably not going to be great. And Liquid, we heard a little bit from Shui. I mean, there's so much moving around in Team Liquid and so much. So just absolutely they can make it, probably still will have the players to do so. But, you know, might also struggle if there's close games and they get a little bit unlucky with the drawing.
I mean, Astralis and FURIA are the two teams outside of MongolZ that are the longest together at this event. Everyone else changed this season in the last 6 months, right? So it is time for them to perform and do something. And Liquid had practically nothing.
It also just tells you, you know, the perception and like how much people look at form. I mean, look at the players on Astralis. Like you have Stone, Yabi, Stair, Device, right? Like
I don't know if you're supposed to get excited or depressed.
No, I mean, you should get excited, right? Even when they made the run in Cluj, it's like they have too many good players to suck forever, right? Eventually, like they're going to have some sort of a result, and I think that's probably how you felt about the old Team Liquid roster and the new one. Is just how much time will it take for them to get at least to a decent level in terms of coordination and team play.
Okay, so maybe it's a hipster pick. I would argue possibly a big brain pick. We'll focus in on that later during the week. Now we're going to focus in on the big talking points. It is Liquid up against Legacy, and Shui is in. This is what is happening now. New IGL, less than 10 days. I think he said in his interview to Banks of them practicing together. So how much hope, Prof, do we actually have in this Team Liquid lineup? Because they haven't had any chance to figure out their map pool or what the calling is going to look like or
Yeah.
how any of this is going to work.
I mean, what they'll show right now, I mean, they're playing against Legacy, so they got a really good starting point at this tournament. But overall, I don't think they're changing because of this tournament, right? They're changing because Twist as an IGL did not really cut it, and they need to make another IGL change. This is just the last year, so fourth IGL coming in 12 months. That's kind of insane, but I think it's the right move, and I think this is what they needed to do.
And you can talk about their desperation. Before this, they even brought back Nitro from the dead, right? Like, so it was, please, someone, you know, hey, we had a good run with you like 7 years ago. Maybe it will work again. But yeah, for Liquid, it's just about finding that consistency. You know, Twist, I mean, I believed, right? Like when you talk to him and on camera, off camera, right? Like he has a good attitude, a good approach. He has the qualities for an in-game leader. He has the knowledge, but sometimes, you know, things that just don't pan out really, which was surprising that, you know, they struggle a little bit in the mid round, which is usually where star players do their best work as in-game leaders, because they just understand the game and how to move the small pieces, right? In those 3v3s, 4v4s, and so on. So that was a little bit surprising, but also for Liquid, it feels like they just never got that one win to really give them the confidence, right? And for them to start believing, and for the players to sort of get a little bit relaxed. There was always tension when they were playing.
Yeah, and I think like the individuals, you're talking about the mid rounds, I think that there was kind of this issue with NAF and JKS, especially on the T side, and mostly the T side was the issue. Like CT side for Liquid, even in this meta that is quite T-sided, they were one of the best teams, and it did work out well, but the T side, there was just like a lack of proactivity around the board, and I think the way you play Counter-Strike now, everyone needs to be doing something, and maybe it is Twist, maybe it is Mither, who is also now removed, maybe it is the individuals, but like the combination did not work, and like introducing someone like Shui, I think solves a lot of the T-side issues.
It's a pretty scary lineup when you put Nerds and Twist there and give them guns and allow them to just run free.
Yeah, they'll have some stuff to figure out. Like Twist will probably move in that semi-lurker spot because Shui, you know, is a space taker. Nerds is a space taker. Then usually the Opera is the third guy in that equation. But I don't know about you, Sam. For some people, it's the Circle or the Bachelor. I don't know what. For me, Legacy is my guilty pleasure. Sort of.
Really?
I love
No way.
I love to see them. Like even though they always tend to disappoint, but I've been calling out Dumao and Lato as the, like, you know, these guys can play on FURIA, they can be on a big team. They've showed up 4 years ago at the PGL Stockholm major. That was their sort of, you know, first major, first big event, and nothing in 4 years.
No, you're a romantic. This is news to me.
Well, I do love Brazilians, so yeah, I think for them it's just you expect them to break through eventually. They have the qualities, I think, individually, but just you never had really a team to make it happen. You never had that moment where they could really, I don't know, just break through, right? And I think that's sad.
This is not even a team that comes up in conversations when you talk about the best teams in South America. And I know that that is harsh. The last time we saw them on LAN was the RMRs last year for the Shanghai Major. This is such an easy, it should be an extremely easy one for Liquid. If they could have wished for a better opponent to test out their new IGL, wouldn't this have been the team you choose?
Yeah, and I think also just they don't, historically they didn't really have, well actually did they lose I think they lost the overtime game to Legacy at the RMR last time around, but regardless, yeah, absolutely, I don't think Liquid is going to feel stressed coming into this one, but yeah, for Brazil, you said, you know, they're not even on the, there's no best Brazilian team, they're just bad, they're just average, they're just average Brazilian teams. Yeah. Like out of the 4 best Brazilian teams, you can make 1.5 good team.
This is very interesting though. Team Liquid picking Anubis. This is something that Mouse didn't play, so Shui has one map on HLTV of Anubis, and they're picking it as their first official.
I think also when a new in-game leader comes in, there's a little bit of a decision to make. Do you immediately just let him introduce everything and his system and his style of play, or especially with not too much time to practice, do you keep mostly the old structure and old strats and whatnot, and then he just calls a little bit within that system and slowly introduces his own stuff? So maybe that's a remnant of Liquid, just the other 4 guys feeling super comfortable on Anubis, and Twist saying, hey, don't worry about it, you know, I can step in, help out a little bit, and just feeling that that's a really good pick in this situation.
I think that map pools are something that maybe fans are confused about a lot of the time because they think it's like, okay, well, this is their map pool, therefore they never play the other game. And my understanding and my very limited knowledge in talking to players is more, these are the maps that we feel the most comfortable on. So in this case, we've seen Liquid on Anubis. We know that they can perform. They've added one new player. It is what Yanko is saying. It's a comfort for them and they know what they need to do there.
Yeah, but I think it's like it's interesting to put your IGL in the first official and not something that he's not comfortable on. I mean, maybe obviously they played practice. Maybe he is super comfortable now, and maybe in off time he was playing a lot of Anubis. But it is kind of a weird first pick and something to watch on moving forward.
We've got our casters ready. Dinko and Moses are about to pop up on that big screen behind us. Gents, you having a good afternoon, ready to get us kick-started?
Yeah, a good afternoon, and it's only going to get better because it is the first glimpse of new look.
Yeah, we had to get you on for this one, Jason.
I know. We had to make it happen.
We flipped the script. We made sure that Liquid had to be on the stream so you could watch their first game.
I'm wonderfully excited. I like Prof's angle on Anubis. Get out there, Prof. Don't let these guys dissuade you. I like that argument. Oh, they're cut off now. I brought him in just as soon as it went away.
I'm sure we appreciate it.
Yeah, that's what I was going for.
Well, Team Liquid versus Legacy, an interesting game of two in-game leaders coming into their new squads. We've seen Lux take a step back from Pain, and he's now trying to build up this Legacy squad. He's qualified for 2 international lands with the team, and this is the first up. So a tough task against Team Liquid, but I think we're all just very excited to see how they're going to play with Shuei.
He even alluded to it as well. He was like, yeah, it is going to be a tough one, but maybe we catch a moment with a new in-game leader coming in where he's not super comfortable, and we can kind of build upon that. So yeah, Legacy have kind of showed themselves in the Brazilian scene as the best of the rest, but now they've got to do it in Tier 1.
Well, Nerd's ready to go, and he's taken out by Dumao. Shuei gets his first kill in the Liquid jersey. And Sadzin looking towards Heaven. His teammate looking the wrong way. Dumao trying to step up and keep his team in this pistol round. And at the moment, he is blocking a lot of shots. Finally taken out by Twist in the middle of the site, leaving Sadzin on his own. He's got over a minute left, bomb on his back. And Twist spotted out towards the CT vent. Should be impossible for Sadzin to get himself into a winnable situation here. But he's going to give it a good go.
Well, I think he's thinking bomb plant now at this point. Over to ramp room where everything's quieted down. You know most of the defense shifted towards the upper bomb site. See if you can have this pathway to just get a desperate plant in. Liquid's going to hear these footsteps, but they're not going to be there in time to stop it. So bomb plant will be there. The bonus money will come in for Legacy, and Sadzin sets himself up for what would be a miracle. If he can find Naf, low HP, you can either even things up, it could be a good final cleanup, but this is tough.
What a moment it would be if Sadzin's able to get them off to the races with a 1v3 clutch. He's got ultimate. Twist right in front of him. Low HP on the player up on top. That's Nap, but Twist lands the headshot right between the eye. Prevents the clutch from coming in. But a bomb plant secure for Sadzin will allow Legacy to invest into the next round.
Yeah, made that really dicey. Nicely done from him in the 1v3 to get that bomb planted. We'll see what Legacy choose to do with the extra bonus money. We obviously we know teams like to pick up, like to save. Or I mean, excuse me, like to force buy. I think with this coming in for Team Liquid, you know, one of the things to look out for me, so much of the conversation towards the end of Team Liquid was about the role clashes, JKS and Naf feeling uncomfortable, players getting moved around and not really feeling like everyone was in their perfect position. So for me coming into this with Shuhei now in the lineup, the interesting thing is going to be where do players move back to? Nuke's a great example for someone like Naf, considering with JKS in the lineup, we saw him anchoring that upper bomb site, was not super comfortable there. Historically, he's been your ramp room player, which JKS took over. So we're going to see Naf, I would imagine, go back to that comfort position for himself.
And obviously, Twist not having the in-game lead is another very exciting prospect about Team Liquid's firepower, how much that can step up. But where's Twist going to play inside of this squad? You know, on the T side, is he going to be off on his own? Is he going to be in the pack? It's interesting to look at how that's going to shape up.
Yeah, it really is, because Yanko brought up that point where Shuhei comes into this and he's a pack player, a space-taking in-game leader. He likes taking some of those early fights. So when you think of the pack, it's going to be him and Nerds and Ultimate as that kind of trio. Twist would kind of move into more of a lurk position, more of a targeted impact that he can have. Or you could also, I mean, if you find things, Twist can play in that pack from time to time. It's all up to us figuring out, or Liquid figuring out, and then showing us what they're going to be able to do with it. I even think some of Twist on the CT side is interesting, because I know it was something he wanted to move away from at some point, was playing those anchor roles that he played in like the early Team Liquids and the Grand Slam Team Liquid. But you could also bring him back into some of those roles on the CT side if there's some maps where he's still enjoying it and can play those obviously very well.
I did listen to the latest episode of the Talking Counter podcast, Jason.
It's a good one.
And you were sort of advocating for that to happen. You'd like to see that Twist play in the anchor roles, but your fellow podcasters didn't necessarily agree.
Yeah, well, look, I've got a lot of sympathy for the position Twist is in, right? Because I know when I came into Liquid as the coach, Twist had brought that up as something he wanted to get into, is move into some different positions. Specifically, one was on Mirage, of wanted to stop anchoring the A bomb site and move over towards playing Catwalk. But on one hand, you know, when you get your teams all involved, your players all involved in the conversation, you're looking at it and you're like, it's kind of hard to make that switch because you're just so valuable as an anchor. And at the moment, I think they have, you know, NAF as in those anchor positions kind of struggled. So are you going to be willing to go back and take some of those roles that you know you're good at, even if you don't necessarily want to? He's got to break out of the mold a little bit in FaZe. I don't know if he'd want to go back.
Well, it looked like Twist had a little tech issue after that pistol round, so it seems to be fixed. We're ready to go again. And Legacy decided not to fully invest going into the second round. They upgrade into some pistols, a little bit of utility, but this should allow Team Liquid a 2-0 start into Nuke.
And NAF is back into that ramp room position that has been there for most of his career. You have Twist playing in the upper bomb site. Over towards Mini with Shuhei paired up. Nertz is outside. And Ultimate's going to be floating with the AWP eventually.
Yeah, a little bit later in the half. I mean, so many talking points about the future of Team Liquid, and Ultimate is obviously one of those. He's got to now step up. You know, you can say that maybe it was a little dysfunctional. You had the caveat of Twist being an in-game leader, sort of getting used to that. JKS, NAF, role overlap. Now that that's sort of out of the window, now we start to focus a little bit more on Ultimate because he's no longer that new, fresh rookie, right? This is second season coming into Counter-Strike, so we're expecting him to start getting more consistent performances.
He had some downturns, but his last event, he showed some good things. There's the pounce from Nertz when information is there. The rest of the Deagles are far back, so he's feeling comfortable enough to scratch his nose while he reloads.
Yeah, not bad. Lux going for a couple of shots to the wall here with the Deagle. Eventually going to be peaked, and that MP7 in the hands of Nertz, making it work.
He makes that MP7 look good.
He does. One of the only players to use it, and has been using it for a very long time.
Yeah, he bought that way, way early.
All right, 2-0 here for Team Liquid as expected, but all 5 players staying alive lets that CT money swell. Now we'll get to see what Lux's T-side calling looks like for this squad.
You touched on it as well. I mean, what an incredible start to your in-game leader journey if you're Lux switching into this position of qualifying immediately for 2 international events. He's kind of come out and said the goal of this team is to break out of like that qualifier zone and get into the direct invite. He wants to be in that bubble where he can stop playing in these South American qualifiers. They qualified to Bucharest through the South American qualifier. Same thing for IM Dallas that they qualified for. So great start. You can only say positive things about Legacy and how they've kind of been building up over these past few months with Lux taking the helm, but now they've got to step up and perform even better against the Tier 1 opposition.
Well, Shuhei positions himself aggressively inside of Hut. He's going to tuck in the corner. Might get a great chance here on this Am, who's on 32 HP. Would melt away from that FAMAS.
Legacy's used all their utility. They've got Molotov, 2 flashes, and an HE grenade to get into this upper bomb site. Shuhei's going to activate.
Yep, great flash, but better shot from Lado. And now are they expecting the ramp pincher? Here they come. One side, it's Twist. Gets back for a second kill, finally eradicated by Lato, but the damage done from Twist. Minute 7 seconds left. Legacy sensed the gap at ramp room, and they're going to try and use it.
Yeah, and this puts a lot of pressure on Nertz because you have Ultimate up in the rafters. He's not going to want to make his move until they know exactly what's happening. So Nertz with this MP7 has to find a defense at this B bomb site to slow, delay, and harass. They're going to go back up top, so it's all an Ultimate in these rafters.
Will he see him? Oh, Dumao hasn't seen him yet. Finally, clocks the Ultimates up here. Gonna guarantee that kill by aiming for the headshot, and now Nertz left 1v3. Legacy wrap around Heaven, dive down into the site. It is going to be Legacy picking up their first T-round win.
The only play Ultimate had in that round, once you're in that 2v3, is to just kind of walk all the way exposed back to rafters, back to Heaven. I mean, you're just kind of stuck there. You don't want to give away the sound cue of a drop. You just got communicated from your teammate that they're hitting the lower bomb site, and then that it's a fake. You know that the common fallback place is Heaven. Your eyes is stuck there. Your gaze is stuck there. That's a brutal position to be in if you're Ultimate, and Liquid lose that first gun round. But now they get the AWP in Ultimate's hands. Now they get a couple more M4s picked up. That ramp room, late ramp aggression doesn't pan out for Team Liquid's defense.
Pretty sparse in utility though. Ultimate has no nades, only a smoke on Shuhei and NAF. Ultimate gonna come and help out NAF, who has the weaker weapon and lack of utility to hold down ramp, but he'll smoke it out. Ultimate didn't get the opening pick he was looking for. It looks like Legacy want to try and hit this ramp room, and they look to hit it pretty early.
Yeah, and depending on how Ultimate plays, this could be tough to back away. Staying behind the boxes for the moment with the chance to jump over the railing. Here's the outside smokes deployed. Molotov as well showing yard control like they want to cross towards Secret. No information picked up from Nerds. Ultimate still hasn't budged. And hit comes right at him.
Yep, easy shot, dips on down, gets out of dodge before that utility and follow-up players come towards him. And now for Legacy, sure, they've got ramp room, but they've lost a player. And now Shuei pushing through door. Oh, Lux, bad timing for him. He walks right into Shuei's aggressive maneuver. And so far, it's so good for Team Liquid, now in a 5v3.
Yeah, and it should be pretty much impossible for them to lose track of the gaps in this defense. Ultimate with that pick and that fall back, they're going to absolutely know. Twist is ready above Heaven. They've got someone outside to work with them. Nap going to find one over towards Lockers. Unfortunate fight with the SMG, but Twist still cannot be removed from his position.
I like that Sazin is trying to fight him on the ladder. Not the most likely positive outcome for him, but he will go back down alive. Nissim is looking to move forward right towards Nerds. Barrel spotted. Oh no! Team Liquid, there's suddenly an opening again for Legacy to go through, and Twist is locked at Heaven. He can't fly down that ladder because he knows he's being watched, and so Legacy get into the B-bomb site. And it's looking so rough for Liquid all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is what of a turn of events. That's one to note down for some review in the postgame if you're Shuhei, how this has just turned around from a 5-on-3 to now being locked out of this retake. You've got no kits, no utility. And if you don't get a free kill ASAP, you're just bailing out.
Oh, Nissim's got the control window, and I think Shuhei realizes there's no kit on the back of the two remaining players. Not a lot of money left over. It's got to be the save call, and that's around where Team Liquid just crumble away from it, what looked like an unlosable position.
Well, this is also like one of the criticisms that Liquid had before Shuhei's arrival, was CT side sometimes like really, really proactive. A lot of movement, a lot of mid-round aggression, a lot of kind of shifting pieces that turn into a push somewhere. And this is back-to-back rounds. You had the lobby crunch from Ramp Room and Radio Room in the previously that got punished. That went, what, I think like, they got like 1 for 2 or 2 for 2, I think essentially on that push. This one as well, you're in an advantage situation and you're trying to retake Ramp Room from the lower bomb site with 30 seconds on the clock. It's like, you can just sit. You can just wait. You don't have to be doing something. They haven't proven that they can break into your defense. You don't have to be the one creating the opportunities.
Well, that round has devastated the money here for Team Liquid, who are down to just 1 AK saved over for Shuei and the FAMAS or Twists. Everybody else on USP. So Legacy can grab control of the game here. They can go up 3-2. Now, this isn't an easy game for Team Liquid. If you look at the name value, you know, sure, you think Team Liquid coming into this game should have a comfortable time, but if you familiarize yourself with some of the individuals for Legacy and some of the results they've been getting in their own region, you realize that this is not going to be an easy game for Liquid today, and this could very easily become a Legacy victory. Especially if you have rounds like that from Liquid where they fumble and destroy their economy in the making.
Yeah, the earliest chance they had to lose their economy, Legacy's able to kind of turn it on its head, and now early going on the C-side nuke, you can rack up some rounds. Looking to take the lead against USPs. There's outside control, and yeah, all good for Legacy. 3-2 for the T-side.
Yeah, expected result here for Legacy, but keeping it clean, allowing their economy to start to grow now. Bomb thrown forward. The responsibility of Sadzin, who's been talked about as an extremely aggressive player. And Lux was saying, you know, he's used to playing with NQZ, who was a little bit more on the passive side. He's got the polar opposite Alper now on his team, and he feels like sometimes he has to tell him to slow down or rein it in a bit, whereas with his previous Alper, he was, you know, they were always asking him to maybe take more proactive plays.
It's like almost be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Or someone like in-game leaders out there be like, man, I wish I just had one of those Alpers that like to be aggressive, that like going for peaks, and you finally get one, you're like, all right, bro, like
you're too aggressive.
Yeah, scale it back, baby. Like, I need a few more rounds to play with without you going for something.
Yeah, but 20 years old, you know, expected.
And I mean, you know, they've had a long time back, these players back in Brazil playing against the Tier 2 competition to just kind of hone the details and get on the same page without a whole lot of pressure.
Well, quickly outside is Dumao. He's all the way down secret. Twist is dropped to try and deal with this threat. He's going to smoke out in front of Dumao and then get into the vent. Twist will win that fight.
Yeah, Twist
all
loves
body shots.
Here's those footsteps as well. He just knows he's playing in front of the smoke, so really, really nice movement from Twist. Aggressive play from Dumao. Nissim's been spotted outside the door. Shuhei's going to be on notice. And coming back to try and split the upper bomb site. Did Nerds make it in? No, he did not. Shuhei gets one, but the action is on.
And Ultimate losing his fight in Heaven puts Unspeakable pressure on Shuey, who does well to get one, and so Naf comes in to try and clean up the rest. Oh, Twist up the vent, lucky to be alive. Lux now 1v2. Twist is going to get out of there, doesn't want to be inside of that vent, is going to change his position up, and Naf has done exactly that. Smart move, repositions a little deeper into the rafters. Lux was still looking towards Heaven, and Naf's reposition confirms the round victory for Team Liquid.
Really nice timing on the rotation from Naf as well, getting up just as everything starts to calm down. That late peek from Heaven was really unexpected for the Legacy guys, but once again, you're finding a Legacy team that in the mid-round is finding some solutions while losing some of the opening engagements, playing these rounds at a disadvantage. They're finding kills later in the round that allow them to open up other options and other plans. This was a very contested round down the stretch, the way they're able to walk in through Mini and split that bomb site and crack things open. Good lockdown from Naf on the late rotation. 3-3.
Money still good for a full buy here for Legacy, but Shuei's going to stop this end from moving out towards Hut. Eradicated instantly. And Nurse just watching outside. Nearly had an opportunity to take Lux out of that. It's looking like he wants to stay committed, but Utility's putting him under pressure. He still peaks. He'll still get his one.
And he gets tons of information. Sees at least 2 more players, does massive damage onto another one, which gives him the confidence to push in towards Hut.
Missed shot from Sadzin. Ultimate staying forward on it. Gets away with a pick on the scout. Fantastic headshot down into the bomb site. It's still a player advantage,
nice.
but Sadzin is dragging his team back into this. He's looking for the Heaven player next. Naf over the top. Dumao down. Sadzin with a clutch ahead of him and a minute to play. 19 seconds left. Twist to walk the smoke. Sadzin's got the shot, and suddenly a 1v1 as Sadzin pulls out the Glock instead to move further back. Just seen the head of Naf. This would be a stellar moment for Sadzin to kick off Bucharest. A player with question marks around him has only played 2 international lands so far in his career. This would be the biggest so far. And in one of his first clutch situations, he could pull it off versus Liquid. Naf coming down into the bomb site. Sadzin's got the shot, and he's got the clutch. All 5 kills for Sadzin. A stellar ace from the sniper.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That clear of Hut, what incredible awareness in the middle of the round. One of the upper players still alive. Shuhei still here. Pushed Hut, clears that angle perfectly. I'll tell you what, too. Twist wants that walk back.
Oh, yeah, he wants it back
He wants it back so badly. Trying to catch Sadzin snoozing. And Legacy, that's just so punishing to the money and the economy of Liquid. They've gained complete control of this map in the middle stages here in round 8.
I loved how sure of himself Sadzin was throughout that clutch. Like every decision he made, he just committed to it.
Oh, okay.
That's not exactly the greatest start here for the side of Legacy, but recovered thanks to Lato. Well, let's just limit the casualties from this point onwards, though.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be any issues. Just pretty incredible shots from Ultimate.
Yeah.
Got like a 2 or 3 dink at long range with the USP, so fair play.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, not bad in any way. Twist is another thing we can keep our eyes on this Team Liquid roster. Always the conversation of players switching into an IGL role and then switching back, and if they're able to kind of give up the IGL brain that they've had to try and develop and the habits they've had to form in a new role.
Yeah, sure. It's like a period of recalibration.
I'd be ashamed if Twist fell prey to that kind of a concept, considering him being back in a fragging role as like one of the big upgrades of this roster move.
Yeah.
So very important to keep your eye on Twist performances in these next few events.
Another thing about Liquid is that they don't have a coach anymore, right? They got rid of Mither.
Right, they've used their analyst as the interim coach for the moment.
So a lot more pressure on Shuei as well in that regard. You know, coming in as the income leader, not having coach system to build off. It is just you at the moment working with the analyst.
Yeah, but I mean, remember recently though, he's played in teams without coaches. Obviously, he had the time in Mouse with Cyclone behind him, GamerLegion with Ash. But I mean, you're still doing a lot of work at those lower levels as an IGL, kind of building things up. So
probably nice as well because you get to build your own system.
Well, also logically, if you're going to have a coach, that coach IGL relationship has to be really strong. This is a loan from Mouse for Shuhei for 2 months until after the major. So if you want things to become permanent after that, then yeah, bring Shuhei in and have him involved in the selection of a coach so you can make sure that, you know, your IGL, the brains of your operation are on the same exact page.
Buyback for Team Liquid. Forced down to the eco from the Sadzin clutch earlier on. And Ultimate gets his hands back on the big green. Sadzin looking to challenge him outside. confident to do so, and SaDzin has ultimate's number. Legacy given an advantage off the back of the AWP. 9-3 start here today from SaDzin.
Puts Nertz in a really awkward situation. You can realize how uncomfortable he is thinking about how they could have worked their way into Big Garage now. Naf needs this equalizer and he'll find it, and on the fallback, he's gonna get away.
Spot soup. Nissim looking to try and take that space and keep the pressure up.
Oh, this is so risky. When you fall back, if you're Naf, like, do you both just stay tucked in this corner? Naf does get away.
So get to hell, and he manages to get around the corner.
Okay, outside is the main point of attack. This is where the action is, but they've already crossed one over towards Secret. That's Dumao. SaDzin with the AWP has got some open real estate to look for a pick, and he might just find one. Nertz has been out here the whole time. Good clear of the boost, and Naf has no HP to challenge for this, so it's all on Nertz, and everything goes Legacy.
Yeah, it looked like Nertz was just so uncomfortable for that whole round. Once the AWP goes down in garage that quickly, he's having to worry about being flanked. He's having to worry about being pushed from Unbreakable. He just could never really move. And Team Liquid collapse once they get back to the guns here, not really able to compete against Legacy in round 9.
Legacy on this T-side's doing a really good job of having that kind of point of attack initially with all the attention and all the utility and like really the duels and the battles, and then doing things away from that action quietly. A 2- or 3-man group gaining a lot of space. Obviously, benefit of the pick of SaDzin's AWP onto Ultimate, you get able to cross the Secret for relative free. All right, Dumao's there for most of the round. He's got control. 2 more players just working outside very quietly and very slowly. And Liquid's having a tough time putting the pieces together.
And this is without the good start, right? This is without winning the pistol or even the force buy in the second round. Remember, Legacy didn't even force in the second round despite getting bomb plant and pistol. So they're doing it the hard way. They're doing it on gun rounds. And they've got the clutch factor. They've got grid openers. So far, so good from Legacy. It's a tough opening game here for Team Liquid. And then we've got the unknown quantity of Anubis coming up next, and who knows how that's going to go.
Well, I mean, it makes sense in one big regard, and that's, I mean, if the HLTV had that great article, I believe it was by, I want to say Nero, the stats of Liquid.
Usually when there's a whole heap of stats.
Yeah, it's a Nero one. I mean, it just kind of, it shows of the maps in the pool, you know, 5 out of 6 T-sides before Shuai joined this were below average in terms of like their win rates. The only map that was their saving grace in that was Anubis. Their T-side still delivered, and it's the easiest T-sided map we have in the pool. So you could see likely a little bit of comfort of them saying we've been good on this map, we want to go back to it.
Nertz looking to address the problem of Nisam. You'll do very well. Actually gets rid of Nisam quite early. So an AK-47 now in the hands of Nertz, despite the low HP.
If Twist can have impact with his, all of a sudden you can start putting these rifles in good positions. You can open the map up to be mobile on the defense.
Dumao making his way through main. Twisted Heaven. That's where that rifle needs to get some work done from. It's 1 kill and done from Twists. Deagle out for the back of the site. Not enough output from Shuai and Team Liquid 3v3, but bomb site is conceded and now likely the round to follow.
And the hit comes in so quick that there's no chance for a rotation over. Get an extra pistol onto the bomb site. Nertz isn't playing because he wants to save that AK-47 if this is a lost cause. And indeed it is. Naf knows one over in Squeak Door, gonna try and hunt down Lux. Nertz coming up the vent. Oh, that's a nice kill. And no, it's on.
Oh, now they just need to find Lado. He gets the lineup, but he's pinned behind CT vent, and Naf goes in, but Lado's clean with it. So comfortable in the clutch as he takes down 2.
Yeah, some fine zoning work with the AG grenade to make sure Naf isn't going to be pushing forward, making sure he's kind of stuck out in the open, froze him in place in a cool little jiggle. Legacy keep up their winning ways. They're up by 4. It's 7-3.
70 rounds.
It's a rough debut so far.
It is. Well, the T-side's coming up, Jason. So.
This is also how it works in MR12, though. Obviously, they got reset really early on, going into round 5. Right after round 4, they got completely reset, got some money back, and lost a 1v3 clutch to SaDzin to have their economy reset yet again.
Yeah, if you go down 9-3 in the half on the CT side, hard to see a world in which you come back into this game now. But if Team Liquid secure the final 2 rounds, 7-5 still competitive from Team Liquid, especially with a strong start in the second half. But without that pistol round, this would be a dire half.
Yeah,
Team Liquid.
It would be devastating.
Yeah.
It certainly would be. New team, still putting things together, still figuring out how to play together. Shuei's still learning who he's working with. They've had about 10 days together coming into this tournament where they got to practice with each other.
It's a really interesting point as well. Like Shuei, you mentioned his teams that he's played on so far. Throughout his career, he's not really played with big superstar names in Counter-Strike, right? He's always had a comfortable project with also pretty new players to the top level. Now he's going in with these established names, and he's got it's a unique challenge for him. He hasn't experienced that yet in Counter-Strike in his career, so we'll be intrigued to see how he's able to deal with that. Ultimate pinned up in ramp, not able to connect that opening.
Takes the op shot. Now you'd imagine NAF is going to shift over to relocate the op, change its position, but actually they stand pat for the moment. So op remains over in ramp room behind the smoke. Down towards secret we go. Once again, quietly and no information. Twist, it looks like he's in a position to drop, but he doesn't know they've gone down secret. So still holding the edge of this smoke. And Liquid has nobody downstairs. Remains to be seen if they want to just fake the pressure towards control side. The bomb is here, looking to reconnect with 3 players, 2 of which starting to angle towards ramp room. They'll leave 1 outside and a lurk. That's going to be Sadzin with the op.
"25 seconds.
Naf's going to get burnt out.
Smoke goes out. Naf trying to keep them back for now. They have to try and leap into the bomb site and get that plant. He unleashes damage on 2, but no kill yet for Team Liquid, and the plant is secure for Legacy. So the retake is on here for Team Liquid. They have to win this round to make a half out of this. And Nissim has got that pick on Nerds. He's not looking great here for Team Liquid. They collapse. No chance in this round. Team Liquid getting outmatched completely by Legacy today. It is an 8th round on the T side from the Brazilians, and there are no signs that this is going to slow down.
Yeah, Liquid gave Legacy a lot of room. Only 2 players attacked and took that lower bomb site and planted. There was no contest any step of the way. So after that, Legacy's just like, okay, we'll just spread back out and watch for the flanks, which are surely coming in. Nice and easy. Ultimate, 1 kill as he goes down. Gonna fall eventually. Lux finds him. 8-3, it's now a 5-round lead.
Oh, they don't get anything saved over either. Rough first half here from Team Liquid with their Shuei debut. But the positives here for Legacy is they've come in and they just run over the top with him. There's so much firepower available in this squad. It's I love how quick they're playing, decisive they're playing. It's beautiful to watch.
I mean, they're so locked in right now. You have to remember, this is a team been grinding those qualifiers in that Tier 2 Brazilian scene for a long time now. Right. So you get a shot at this in Tier 1, and you've seen the way other teams have had those opportunities, lost, faded away. Well, Legacy's not doing that, taking complete advantage of it. Double kill towards ramp room, and Liquid's already on the back foot.
It's one thing qualifying for these international tournaments. It's another thing taking that opportunity and running with it. Not exactly the cleanest spray there from Dumao. Kind of lost control of the 8K, but his teammate Lux able to trade it out. Nissim coming in from heaven, leaving Twist 1v3 to round out this half. Legacy gonna go 9-3 up in the first half from the T side after losing the pistol round. It has been dominance in the pistol round, in the rifle rounds rather, and it all kind of kick-started with that Sadzin clutch. Broke Team Liquid early on in the half, and Legacy dominate from that point forward. They've got info on where Twist is. He's going to reposition, go down secret, perhaps try and come up the vent, but still very unlikely makes anything happen here.
Yeah, he's hoping that smoke is going to give him the cover he needs to establish a foothold up the vents. But without a kit, you need these kills to come out very, very fast, and there's no guarantee this even works.
Well, he's now given away his position. Element of surprise removed. Time is a problem. Swing out from the MP9 to close it at 9.
Well, that's a damn impressive half from Legacy. Like, just the complete takeover. Once they got economic control, it was just all theirs. What can you even say about it? CT side nuke is brutal for Liquid. They couldn't stop anything. Their aggression was negated. When they gave space, it was taken control of by Legacy. They could never find the reads, and even with some role swaps back into more natural positions, it doesn't help anything quite yet. So early glimpse is not as much celebration as I would have liked.
Yeah, but that would be like a movie script, you know?
Yeah, true.
You know, you just come in, Shuei instantly makes everything work. Not gonna happen, really. But let's see how the T side looks.
What do you think? Shuei's sitting there at halftime, and he's just like, "Oh, I got a lot of work."
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do here. Walk through the door, it's all on fire. Yeah, I think at least this format of this tournament is probably ideal for a roster making a debut,
Yes.
right? You're gonna get a lot of chances, a lot of games,
A lot of
best
games, a lot of
threes.
reps, a lot of chances to bounce back.
Yeah, so I think we're going to just see Liquid steadily improve throughout the tournament. There was always a world in which this opening game could be like this, but you know, this is worst case scenario at the moment. Lose a pistol round, nuke is over. Pretty much. Be one hell of a comeback on the T side. We know Shuei is likely to improve T sides for Liquid, but I don't think that fast. Here they go, quite quick down into the ramp room. Nissim looking to hold on. Lux has got his setup here with 2. Nissim alongside Lux, and it's worked out really solidly. Sadson getting involved in the action, and it is 10-3. Legacy don't just win the pistol, they dominate Liquid.
Yeah, that's pretty much how every other round has gone. Just emphatic victory for Legacy. Pretty shocking, to be honest with you. And it'd be easy, like with Liquid, to be like, you know, this is the debut, first official series and match. We'll see how the rest of the series plays out. But losing to someone like Legacy, almost like you almost don't want to give them the benefit of the doubt. You're just like, oh God, this is their first venture in Tier 1, and they've just deleted you.
Yeah. That's the problem. At least, you know, if it's close. But right now, just not even a chance for Liquid to get involved here. Gotta say though, Legacy have played some fantastic CS, you know, big clutches.
Yeah.
Cool T side.
Yeah, they have played really good Counter-Strike. Not taking anything away from them whatsoever. Liquid still look like they've just lost tons of confidence over the past few months. Lux holding the angle for the cross. It's unarmored Glocks. FaMAS at a new angle as well. It's a very deadly long-range crossfire.
Here comes Nissim. Round the back. P9 gonna work out. And he's gonna farm with Dumao and Lux. Now just ultimate left at red. And smiles on the faces of Legacy. Lux said that he hopes it isn't going to be a honeymoon for Liquid, and right now it looks like they're still processing the divorce.
No, but you know what? Lux in that interview as well kind of just said, they asked him like, oh, you guys had a little honeymoon period yourselves. He's like, actually, we got destroyed in our first
yeah,
tournament. So he knows very much the honeymoon period. That's actually just a disgusting opening glimpse of what your team is. So yeah, look, this Liquid team is going to improve as time goes on with Shuei at the helm.
I think it might be a better thing because, you know, like Team Liquid in the past, they had a honeymoon period, I think, with their first events with Team Liquid, with Ultimate and Twist in-game leading, right? That was an exciting time. Everybody overestimated them. Now they have to, you know, a bit more of a steady progression, Jason.
Yeah, it helped that Ultimate was having like a simple level performance for like a good 2 months. Smoke broken open, and Lux still wins the fight. Followed off the box, Nertz goes down. Follow-up nade gets the trade.
Here's Nap. And there goes Nissim. So 4v3. Sadson could flip this back in favor of Legacy, but he gets overwhelmed. A double peek comes in towards him. Shuei removes him. Dumao waiting for his next fight. And there's a second player coming in. Shoulder shown by Twist. And he doesn't want to get involved in that fight with the M4. So he drops a little further back. Tries to use utility to his advantage. And that little moment of reset for Twist works out perfectly. Now it's on Lado to 1v3 this.
Yeah, well, he knows the bomb was down over in secret, but he should not even have a chance at winning this round. Now, there's no smoke or Molotov to block off any of these sides. But Twist has already made it into the bomb site, and as that bomb gets planted...
He's got some util to work with here. That's going to force Twist into a fight, and that's the bomb going down now with 38 seconds left. So pressure now increases for Team Liquid. They have to move together. They group up. They should swing and make it impossible for Lato to pull it off. He was worried about control room. Good double up from Liquid to secure the round at the end.
All right, let the comeback begin. Let's see what we got.
Step one.
Yeah, step one is there. You get that first round, that fourth round on the board, your first round in a very long time if you're Liquid. It was quite a drought. Last round win was round 6. So we'll see what they can build up off it. You're not going to get as many of these kind of like freebie kills. Sadzin with that aggression stuck in the open. Caught the player over in ramp room stuck against the wall. Let's see what happens now. M4s, a FaMAS, and a scout on Sadzin for Legacy's defense. And Nertz is going to get to red block with some quickness.
Lux already in a position that Nertz just wasn't expecting. Charges outside to his death. And now Team Liquid have to find success through ramp room. Getting smoked. have to disrespect this one and push forward with the utility, but Nissim should be in a position where he can get an easy lineup because they go into the gap at the side of the smoke. Naf and Twist both gone. The Canadians crumble, and with 1 minute 18 seconds left, Ultimate low in HP. Dumao has Shuai locked in. It's 12 for Legacy. Map points secured just like that. As soon as they get their rifles back in their hands here on the CT side, it's back to dominant winning ways from the Brazilians.
Yeah, they've just showed on Nuke. They're just multiple steps above at the moment. Dominant from start to finish. Potentially the last round coming up, and Liquid have toys to play with. Mac-10 on Nerts, Tech-9s, a P250, 1 Galil on Ultimate. Not a whole lot of strength behind this buy.
A lack of strength, sometimes speed can be the catalyst to a round victory. They're going to charge out towards the A bomb site. Lux wildly spraying, flashes in their faces. Bullets, though, in Liquid's brains. Ultimate Shuai left in a 2v5. They're going to give it a go. But Team Liquid's debut with Shuai, it has not been the match they would have hoped. It has been silenced for the Brazilians under Legacy.
Well, I think my comments about this being an easy matchup for Liquid aged very well, didn't it, gents? What did you think of Nuke?
Aged like milk. I think it was very impressive from the side of Legacy. We'll get into some of the details a little bit later on, but they were very well prepared, had a clear game plan. Individuals stepped up as well at some key moments, and yeah, they just manhandled Liquid completely.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking forward to this game for a while to see what Liquid will offer, especially on the T side. Didn't have a lot to watch.
What did they offer?
Didn't have a lot to watch there. It lost a pistol, lost one gun round, and then just ran through a smoke, died, and now we're here on the desk again. I feel like that was like 10 minutes. I feel like
it was funny after the first half. You're like, okay, Shuai, show us what you got. Like this
I think
is what
said that out
we
loud.
just need 10 rounds on T side Nuke, right? Surely not too much to ask. Well, actually, yeah, but I mean, it's not gonna work wonders for Liquid's confidence early on, right? I mean, of course, in today's Counter-Strike, you don't take any win for granted, right? I'm sure they did their prep just like for any other game, but in back of your head, you don't really expect to have a tough game here. I think something we didn't have time to talk about is, you know, Legacy didn't really play any good teams with this lineup. You know, it was mostly online Counter-Strike qualifiers. The best team they played is like 9Z or Red Canids or Imperial, right? So you're thinking, okay, once they go up against the players of Team Liquid's caliber is when things are going to get rough for them, but it was actually the opposite. It's the best they've looked in a long time.
Maybe this is a little bit of copium from my side, but even though they haven't played top opposition, they have been playing a hell of a lot. So maybe coming into this a little bit more locked in, a little bit more team synergy, Prof, which would lead to the victory?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we have to give them props because they did play well. It wasn't like some fluky random win. Like they had great protocols. Like they lost the pistol, they came back, they kind of got the sense of the T side, won on the T side of Nuke, right? But they have been since the start of the year playing NA ECL and then flying to Brazil to play qualifiers and just doing this back and forth, right? Not playing in Europe, not playing any online tournament CCTs or anything where you'd usually see these kind of Brazilian teams, and then you could kind of get a better gauge on how good they are. But yeah, they have been winning, but they have been playing, so doesn't come like a massive surprise that they can play well, but you know, to this level was kind of a understatement maybe.
I think also Lux, right? I mean, he was on Pain in that Biguzera school of leadership, I guess, and you know, a bit surprising to hear that he's the IGL of this team. But in the interview that he gave, you know, it's something just like Brolan and a lot of guys like they've been thinking about for a long time. His childhood dream is.
He did say like there was discussions of him IGLing when he came to Pain like 2 years ago. So I was like, okay, this is interesting. The first time hearing this.
Showed some great stuff, and I think if you get into some of the early rounds, right, you'll see why I said they had a great game plan and were really well prepared, because, you know, you lose the pistol, you eco on the T side, and if you don't get a good start early, that's where Liquid was really good at their CT side at snowballing games, right? So you'll see in this round what they're going to do is they're going to throw smokes outside, right? But they're just waiting for this push. There's 3 players in lobby, 4th player on the roof, right? And they completely dismantled the push from Liquid. They're expecting that. They know Liquid likes to re-aggress. They like to be active. Dumao then with a great lurk through main finds the kill, and they just secured the round from this point on, right? And that tells you, okay, we've watched Liquid. We know what they like to do. 2-0, they're going to be a little bit confident. They might try to react, and they were just in position to punish it.
I think from like a viewer perspective, it's impressive how easy all of these kills look. Like, and the whole half looked like this because they were so in control, and there was no like panic in some of these situations. We saw the guy clearing rafters on A, getting an easy kill, and they looked like the more experienced team, which is surprising.
And then you have Liquid. Oh, Liquid, right? Reset round right after this one. They're on a buy again. Legacy throws smokes outside. Same thing. Don't really use them. They're going to try and pop ramp. Ultimate gets an entry kim, falls back. Great job. Shui, great timing. Pushes. They have lobby control. Naf gets caught nowhere because he was actually pushing yard. But when Shui gets the kill, there's no point in continuing. Then this double push ramp, you know, in a 4v3 situation. Again, feeling the pressure to be active, to do something. Those are 2 of the easiest kills in Nissim's life. And, you know, you go from a 4v3 to a 2v3, you have no B control, right? So Legacy just goes down, plants the bomb. Twist, they know he's heaven. They know Shui is the A player. So out of position, they're forced to save, and that's really where, you know, Legacy starts rolling.
Yeah, didn't we have like a 5v3 on Nuke CT side from Liquid like last month? Like, it was a similar situation, full control. They get the entries, like Nerds gets 2 entries outside, and they lose just like the same way. And then it's very.
I don't know about Nuke, but they had the, what was it, 5v3 or a 4v2 against someone at Pro League on Train, where they just left B site open to clear something. So, you know, it's like some of those situations, maybe overthinking it a little bit and making it easy on the opponents, right? That's something that players lose track of. And I used to tell my players, just think about how it is for them in this moment. Like, they have to get to a bomb site. They have to figure it out. Like, if we do too much, we're making it easy for them, right? Like, make them figure it out and play with a little bit more patience.
Do you think Liquid's a little bit too in their heads at the moment? When you look at the way they play, there's like such a lack of confidence from them.
I mean, I don't know what they had no chance to do anything in this game. It really felt like they were completely outplayed, and like the T side never really got going. And this is kind of how we started this discussion. Let's see what they can offer on the T side now with the new IGL. Obviously, not a lot of time, but the roles make more sense and everything. Literally nothing has been played. The CT side looked worse, or maybe the same, but they were outplayed from Legacy.
It felt a little bit lackadaisical at times. You mentioned Sadzin and his, you know, ace clutch sort of, if we can roll that as well. I mean, the 2v1 was just so awkward. Like, it was Twists and Af, and then in that situation, in the end, you sort of see Twists like pushing through the main smoke.
Yeah, trying to find a timing or something.
I guess they want to push both at the same time because they're coming from different directions and can't really play together, but that just looked real awkward. It's, you know, and then all of a sudden he kills Twists. Nav didn't push heaven, right? He's sort of like trying to figure it out. Sadzin goes B, you know, easy round, and that could have been a jolt for Liquid, but it felt like the other way around. That was sort of the knockout punch from Legacy.
You know, Dumao and Lato have 4 years playing together. How many do Twist and F?
Yeah,
like 7, 8, and they lose a 2v1 like that. That's kind of disappointing, no?
So we're going to Anubis now, and obviously Prof did mention it was an interesting map pick, right, from Liquid, and now you can kind of play a bit more into that because we've now seen what they did on Nuke.
Yeah, I know. I think this is also, Prof mentioned it a little bit, you know, it's a new team, they didn't have too much time to practice. I think also, you know, Shui, right, like, you've been with your high school sweetheart for a long time, you've gone to college also, then things fall apart, and now you're supposed to date again. Like, you don't know what to do, and this is your first time out, and, you know, you're probably a little bit shy, you know, things are a little bit awkward, so this first game was always going to be really tough. Hopefully for Liquid, just the first map, and now they can be like, okay, this is still Counter-Strike, we still know what we're doing and how to approach this, or it may just be that they need a full series to sort of get back into the game.
To continue the analogy, do you think this map pick was also like, let's just do whatever you think we should do? That doesn't work. You know, you need to.
I hate spicy food, but somehow I found myself at an Indian restaurant, so I guess that's what Shui's what's happening to him right now.
So is this a successful first date with a potential second date for Liquid, or is this going to be one of those awkward Tinder situations where halfway through this map they're going to run out of conversation?
It's like your friend's calling you and it's like, oh yeah, your aunt needs some medicine real fast. No, I think this is like, the date is still going on. It's like, didn't start off great. Right, you went to the movies, it was weird, right? No one really liked it. You talked and then someone was shushing you, right? But now you have a chance on the, walk back maybe to
fix some stuff for sure.
Fix it, yeah.
Yeah, but for me, this map pick is interesting because like when this was announced, like Shui to Liquid, in theory, for me is like not a perfect move, but as good as you can get, right? But the interesting part is like they don't have a coach, right? So who is making the signing? Who is kind of controlling this team? At this stage of Counter-Strike, usually it's the coach with the GM deciding stuff and then changing players. And obviously we know Twist was kind of the main man in this roster. He was IGLing when Cadian was on. They decided essentially they don't want to do that. He took over the leadership fully of the team, and even before that he was a part of the discussions to get Cadian, right? So how does this reflect on Shui being the IGL and the leader? Is he actually the leader, or he's just calling in the game, right? This implies to me that he's just calling in the game.
And it's tough. You can have scenarios where a guy doesn't have to do both, but it's definitely better when he does both. And I think it's also a tricky dynamic when you have a guy, you're a star rifler who's a very good player, great game sense, and he helps out. But to balance it out so that, you still know who's the in-game leader and who's there just to help out, but not overtake, right, in situations, because usually what happens, they overtake at some point, but then when it's crunch time, they just want to focus on themselves and on their crosshair and try to get the kills, right? And then all of a sudden your IGL is a little bit lost because he's not getting input, he's not getting information, he's not getting initiative from his players. So you don't want that to happen. You want to play pretty much you want the power dynamic to be the same, from start to finish.
Is this going to be a problem for Liquid? Because in modern day Counter-Strike, the relationship between coach and IGL is so important. They don't have a coach. They have no one to make that decision. Is it going to be the thing that kind of drops them even further down the leaderboard?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why he is on trial right now, right? Shui, that is. And this tournament is a test for them to see how they fit between players, and then what kind of a coach do they even need, right? Do they need a more tactical coach? Do they need someone that's more of a just motivator? Do they need someone to actually take reins fully of the team and be more involved in like future roster changes and stuff like that? That's I guess something they will figure out now and leading up to the major.
Yeah, imagine that if you're dating someone, right? Listen, you've got 2 months to show me if you're the one. If not, then moving on. But no, I think
isn't that also a reality TV show?
we shouldn't draw conclusions, too early, right? This whole tournament for Liquid is just going to be about figuring out, how Shui likes to call, what's his style. Also for some of the other players switching positions around maybe, and how much input does he like to get from his players. All of those things, right? And you're obviously going to try to win as much as possible while you're doing that, but it's always tough when you make a change of that magnitude mid-season. You don't have a proper coach, which is sure something Liquid is working on behind the scenes. This is not the situation they want to be in, but also, again, even the same as for players, finding, a coach mid-season while everyone is already locked with teams for most of the time is no easy feat.
Is Shui the one? That's the question, or are we swiping left? We'll have to find out after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest. Not exactly the greatest start from Team Liquid with their new roster, Jason.
Not exactly.
But it can only get better, hopefully.
It can only improve. Yeah, I think, you know, if you want, you can really just forget that map ever happened. This can be the
Welcome to
debut.
Team Liquid's debut.
Yeah, anything but last map, really.
Yeah, true.
Well, look, I mean, realistically, super disappointing, really, really bummer of an opening, but let's not get too crazy on the other direction, right? Still only 10 days together coming into this team. Certain maps are going to be, they have to figure out map pool, they have to figure out roles of where they're playing. There's a lot of moving pieces at Liquid. So yeah, while I'm disappointed that they looked like that against a team like Legacy, I'm also kind of trying to stay there and be level and be like, it's not going to be like this all the time.
Yeah, you've got to be reasonable.
Yeah.
And Anubis is up next, second map here. We'll see how Team Liquid found this one. Like you said earlier, the T side on this map has looked pretty decent, at least with the previous.
Yeah, even in the era of T-Side struggling with Twist at the helm of pretty much every map they played, Anubis was still there for them. So should still be a level of comfort they can work with. Now, that might change because of the IGL, but you have to think coming into this, they select it, they still feel good about this map, they still feel like they know what they're doing and how they can actually have success on the map and attack into the bomb site. So yeah, it's just got to be a bounce back game. It's got to be, we have to see them recover.
No, that's coming up in just a moment. But for Legacy, a lot of positives from that first game. Yanko brought up a great point, the fact that they haven't really played against anybody good yet. And you know, if you look back at some of their match history, sure, you can get excited about the fact they've qualified for some big events, they're making some positive strides, but when you get to these international tournaments, how are they going to fare against the higher caliber of players? And they handled it really well in that opening map and got us a lot of excitement around some of these individuals. In particular, I enjoyed watching Sadzin.
Yeah, Sadzin with the AWP, he had his 1v3, he had some very good rounds. Dumao's been there, Lado's the other guy you're going to talk about. Lux IGLing was very strong, some very good mid-round calls, a very effective T-side on Nuke. So yeah, a lot of reasons to look at Legacy and be like, damn, that was an awesome performance. Let's see if they can do it again on Anubis. They're going to be starting on the T side, attacking into Liquid's defense. Naf is going to be over towards the B bomb site. He's the solo man, 2 in middle, 2 at the A bomb site itself as well. And silence on the map. No one's doing anything.
Yeah, Legacy just on the pause, waiting for some Team Liquid aggression. And Team Liquid waiting for first contact. They had the flash to go out through camera into the mid-fight. That's just not happening, and Naf is starting to get a little uncomfortable as that solo B player, wanting to make sure he isn't about to get split on through dark and through the B main area.
Well, Liquid's starting to get uncomfortable as a team. You can start seeing players considering shifting their position. There's the first piece of information. That pulls Shuhei over to the B bomb site immediately. Same with Ultimate and Twist. Both give up their positions to start leaning towards B. And here comes the utility. Legacy gonna try and knock into this bomb site.
Well, the rotations seem to be the right call here for Team Liquid as Legacy knocking at the door of B. They spot out Shuhei at the back of the site. They do damage, but they do not bring him down until now. They'll fight him, and Shuhei doing what he can, running out of ammo, and that reload will cost him his life. It is Nerds left alone, so far removed, and the Jewel Berettas at this kind of range not going to result in a favorable fight. Team Legacy come charging through the B bomb site and overwhelm Team Liquid.
Shuhei takes the first gush and just tries to stay alive and be a target, take attention away for his teammates, and all of his teammates go down without any kind of production whatsoever. You had the jump, you had the read, you had your players at the right place. 3 players die behind the bomb site right out in front of Temple. Just no one from Liquid able to slow down that pistol. And Legacy, this time they don't lose the opening pistol. This time they get the hot start.
Yeah, and they managed to build up a beautiful first half. It was on the T side of Nuke. They could do the same here again, right? They could build such a big half that Team Liquid, even if they do have a strong T side, there might not be enough rounds to play with coming into the second half. So real opportunity for Legacy to repeat what they did on Nuke. And with a pistol round start, they're giving themselves the best possibility of that happening. Here's Team Liquid down on USP, so maybe an aggressive A main play or just a stack outside of it, and hoping that Legacy come knocking on the door.
Well, nice and slow and cautious on this T side. This second round.
Yeah. PGL Bucharest offers a great opportunity, I think, for a lot of the teams that aren't necessarily the vitality of the world.
Yeah,
I think that's an exciting thing about coming into this tournament.
That's the big thing about the event overall, right? Is the top 4 teams aren't here. You don't have Spirit, you don't have Vitality, you don't have Na'Vi, you don't have MongolZ. So it's kind of like great chance for everyone else to prove where you are in the hierarchy. It's who's the best of the rest. And I mean, honestly, I kind of wish Na'Vi was here because
they need it.
I feel like they've dropped down further in those rankings than we might expect at this point. It just hasn't caught up yet. But I mean, not only to prove who's the best of the rest, but if you're a team like the MongolZ, who took a loss earlier today.
Yeah.
If you're a team like the MongolZ, or if you're a team like Aurora, I almost said it. Yeah. I almost said it.
I knew it was coming.
If you're a team like Aurora, you're going to be sitting there and saying like, okay, like we've kind of got into this point where we're like, we can beat these guys in isolated best of threes from time to time. This is your chance to kind of show that you're in the proper place, that you are kind of like that next 4th or 5th best team in professional Counter-Strike. It's a great opportunity.
Who knows
for a lot
what the hell G2 are going to do with this tournament, you know? So, yeah, a lot of great opportunities for some of the squads that are outside of the elite.
And I think like a team like FaZe as well, who's lost to Spirit a bunch, like a good chance for them to go through and have a team like that that constantly knocks them out, the best teams in the world. So you get to see, you get a more decent barometer other than just getting eliminated by the top 1 or top 2 teams in the world.
Well, they get to play against Astralis in our next matchup here on the...
Indeed they do. That's going to be a fun one.
Or not.
Or not.
The last time wasn't exactly that fun, but the last time they played at a PGL event, that was
great. Yeah, it's a 3rd, 4th place decider back in Cluj. You had like 6 overtimes on that first map.
And Acadian looking for some redemption. That'll be coming up later today. Team Liquid looking for redemption, though, from their first map loss. They're currently down 2-0 on Anubis, their map selection. Their first buy round here, though, on the CT side. It will see no AWP for Ultimate. There'll be 5 rifles. An okay amount of utility. And Twist, not going to be a fan of the start to this round. Grenade lands perfectly upon him, dropping half of his health.
Once again, Legacy opens up these rounds pretty chill, pretty passive. 3-man start at the B bomb site for Liquid's defense. Hard thing with the pistol round victory and the second round win for Legacy is that CT side economy on a map like this can be so brutal, where T sides are so favored already, but now you're having to play this first gun round with very little nades to activate any kind of aggression. We're seeing a little piece of it right now. Through canals, Shuhei moving up. Lado's looking for it, but missed the timing.
Yeah, timing favors Shuhei heavily in terms of being able to stay alive, but he doesn't get the info of the crossing player. Dumao cut off. Twist 2 kills towards camera, finally overwhelmed and overrun. And Nert's not able to get anything done despite the heavy lifting from Twist. Here comes Shuhei. Aggression not paying off. Lux turns. Second opportunity was there on Nap, but couldn't secure his follow-up frag. So it's Lado 1v2. Fights the A. Main player doesn't have the info on Ultimate. And that is the element that Ultimate will use to his advantage. Creeping in. Does not remove his finger from that shift key. And he will get the final kill to win a crucial 1v1 to put Team Liquid up with their first round victory.
That's a huge victory. Lux does such good work watching the flank as well, grabbing 2 kills, but just you'd never expect that many flankers coming in. Well-timed piece of aggression from the Liquid defense, but you have to say as well, Legacy's not upset by that round at all. Even though they lose it, they're like, we got 4 players down. It's only Ultimate surviving. Money's still in the bin. We still have huge advantages, and we could actually inflict another early reset on Team Liquid's defense, just like we did on Nuke, and put them really on the back foot. So Liquid buying up what they can and trying to spend the money economically to get out as much nades and utility as possible heading into this 4th round.
Dumount have a little bit of a search in mid with that Deagle. Lux, not too far off getting some extra damage sprinkled up on top of Shuei. He's dancing with fire, trying to get that peek and spam back.
Shuei's used his smoke. Naf has one more. It'll be a question if they want to play it out towards dark, or if they want to hold on to a late round execute. 3 smokes remaining for Liquid's defense with over a minute on the clock still. No map control gained. Legacy just challenging at the point of their default. They're going to start moving into position now. Very passive B bomb site setup between Naf and Shuhei, playing both along the wall at long range. A lot of space and real estate to get bomb plant if Legacy does eventually shift over.
"28 seconds. That's all they've got left. Lux making the final play to B, but the bomb still sits perched at that A bomb site. It's just being re-smoked. Oh, this is a problem. They have to go through it. They have to disrespect this. Is Nertz going to be ready for this final A play? 15 seconds. Lands on his shoulders. All the pressure makes him crumble. Twist to go down. What a shot from Dumao. Starts it with the Deagle. Picks up a FAMAS. A twist is cast aside. Team Liquid have to save these 3 weapons. This round collapses as Legacy find their way through.
What an absolute heartbreak. You feel like a round they come in with such little utility to have a smoke that perfectly timed, and they still just waltz right through it. What a double from Dumao. The follow-up on a twist is brutal, and Liquid can only save. Those are the rounds that are so frustrating too if you're like a Liquid fan watching this, or if you want Liquid to succeed, because you're just like, there's almost like no explanation. Like they played, everything's fine until you lose the fight as they come through the smoke.
Yeah, Nertz playing close up to the smoke makes it uncomfortable because they come in from 2 different sides of the smoke, and he's caught between both of them.
I mean, it's a well-executed smoke wall by Legacy. He spots the awkward fight first, and one close up to him pops out second. That's a nasty way for that exchange to go down. It's just such a small detail that has such massive consequences in losing yet another round.
And those kind of rounds are preventing Team Liquid from finding any momentum, right? Throughout both of these maps, they have just been shattered in terms of any dream of stringing rounds together. Another one goes to the wayside for Team Liquid. At least they saved 3 weapons so they can get a competitive buy into round 5. A little change up here. Ultimate going aggressive, backed up by the vision of Shuei. And Ultimate pushes down into the canal.
Nobody to force into the open with that Molotov. Smoke now to block off Twist, but you're going to run into Ultimate, who's ready. Dumao used that little windowsill as a place of safety in the previous round. This time it betrays him.
Oh, yeah, great pick from Ultimate. Good info, at least from Lux, seeing 2 players in that area, so information that can be sent over to the rest of his teammates. But having lost 2 opening picks here, Legacy in a tough spot. This is the kind of round where Team Liquid can't afford to lose.
Yeah, but they did lose rounds like this on Nuke. There were rounds like this that even lost a couple, and even if you didn't lose them, were made very dangerous despite the advantages. So Liquid, they also have the added weight of needing their economy to settle down. So it's not even about losing the round. It's make sure you don't lose too many rifles in closing this one out. 2 players in mid for Liquid, Ultimate and Twist. 2 players over in dark, Shuhei and Naf.
Good pick from Twist, seconds even better. And it leaves Nissim down at the rugs. He'll try and hang on to that AK. His teammates will be able to buy up.
Okay, and Liquid get an upgrade to some AKs.
Yeah, not bad.
Build some money behind this, replenish the utility. So we'll see if this is the round that kind of secures them a foothold in this half. Good find at the end of the day for Shuhei, his first and only of the round. Liquid's back within 1.
I like the opening move, getting Ultimate into the canal. Realizes he has to stand and fight that player coming down the stairway. And Ultimate does some fantastic work to put Team Liquid in pole position in that final round. So here comes a buyback for Legacy, just trying to figure out what kind of purchase they can put together, because money is not in an amazing spot.
Not at all. And actually, they're not putting much of it together. They're happy with this 3-2 start. They've got plenty of cash. They could have forced something out, but wanted to be even stronger in the next round. So a round they choose to stick with Deagles and pistols.
and a real big opportunity now for Team Liquid to establish some economy.
What's scary, I think, in this round is this kind of a peak from Shuai. If you want to get aggressive and you meet like just like a 1D out of nowhere, that is a painful way to lose a round as well, or lose a player. But for now, he's got tons of information. He's got a 5-on-4 for his team. And Legacy gonna start coming right at him.
There goes Ultimate, peeking out of the window. Ooh, a little awkward for Shuai, not able to tame the AK-47, but Ultimate to dive down through window and collect a trade kill. Minute 8 seconds left. Nissim and Lato looking to inflict as much economic damage as possible onto Team Liquid. It's another headshot, this time on Nerds, and that frees up the A-bomb side a little bit. Maybe they could even squeeze a plant out of this. The bomb is being picked up.
It might be possible. Liquid's going to stay pretty centralized at the moment with Twist over towards middle. They're going to do another Canals push. Oh, they're going to come back and collapse on it.
There's two players here, so surely Liquid come out of this one better off. Ultimate's able to separate the fights into 2 1v1s. And Ultimate, he's looking confident now. 4 kills collected in this round. He had the double in the previous. Good work from him.
And we're seeing a couple pieces of Liquid aggression on the CT side work much better than we saw in Nuke, with those like radio room lobby collapses they had that went the wrong directions. The late clear coming up from the lower bomb site to clear ramp room from the CT side. Now you're starting to see these pushes in Canal be effective. Some of the mid peaks have been pretty nice from Twist as well. They're doing a good job of maintaining that position and keeping track of where Legacy is moving on the map. Up in the hands of Ultimate, 7-2 to start Anubis. He'll take an early peek and cover for yet another push.
Nerds with twists. Oh, great grenade. That's gonna eradicate most of the health of Lux. He's down to 39 off of that. Here goes Shuai this time. First bullet got me a little nervous, but he was able to maintain his composure and get that pick regardless, and now he gets away.
Dumao even kind of pre-fired that angle, or at least kind of peeked it with some intent, because he'd been taken out by Ultimate in the previous round in that exact spot.
Yeah, if you're Liquid, you can't use that again. You can't use that position
At least give it some breathing room.
Yeah,
a couple rounds before you go back there.
55 seconds on this clock left. Legacy, with Lux very low, has to go to the AWP.
This is maybe the first time in these 2 maps where they seemed a little bit stumped on what they want to do on this T side. They've just thrown out a fake heaven smoke over at the A bomb site. Nissim is going to back off into a lurk to watch for pushes. Really, the only way to win this round if you're Legacy is this 3-man attack towards the B bomb site. You've got Ultimate defending and NAF defending, and Shuhei can be there quick with a little bit of busted HP. But it's all onto this.
Oh, I like this from Nissim, just letting them both go by. This is 2 kills.
Surely.
This is 2 kills right now for Nissim. And that is utterly ridiculous as he gets his team right back into it. 18 seconds left, though. Time is the problem.
Do they have time?
And they have to get into the site. They have to sprint into the site. Nissim with another one as he stops Shuai coming out of storage into heaven. And Team Liquid have collapsed at the hands of Nissim. Bomb plant is secured with 5 seconds left on that clock. And Ultimate's getting rolling, coming right back into this. AK-47 ready to remove the low HP, but Lato catches them distracted, and Sadson combines with him. Legacy were stumped for a moment, but they find their way back through.
And again, it's the aggression from Liquid. This time, the aggression itself is fine. It's just not clear in this corner. The hit's not even underway. Like, you have no reason to need to hustle to get here. This corner, not clearing it is just so brutal, and look what Nissim's able to do with it. Take all the space at the A bomb site, clean up an early damage onto Shuhei. That's so brutal, and another one of those rounds for Team Liquid where it's just like, how do we lose it?
Yeah, once again, a round like that just stifles the run of form that Team Liquid was starting to build up. Ultimate's doing what he can. He's got another pick, this one on the AWP in mid. Nissim tries to get away with murder on Nerds and unable to handle it this time. So, great start here for Team Liquid. Another 5v3. Let's see if they can close this one out. And that's a play from Shuai into the open that is resulting in a 4v3. Make it a 3v3.
Yeah, now it seems silly, but it's kind of an information play. You clear things out, you get intel for your team, you know part of the map is clear. It equalizes things just for a brief moment. But once again, mid-round decision to clear in towards Dark could go against them. Lux has the first and the second. And yet again, Legacy pulls back a disadvantage for what's feeling like a round win, 1v2 for Nerds.
He's got to win this one. he has got to win this one for Team Liquid. He's coming through dark, low HP in front of him, and Lux does not let him in. A 5v3 gone the other way, and it's now 5-3 in the scoreline with Legacy in the lead.
Is that back-to-back 3v5s one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
And Team Liquid's money's gone this time. It's not like they can buy back. I mean, those rounds have just got to shatter your mentality, Jason, right? Like, you're 5v3 up and you lose them back-to-back.
They're really frustrating, especially on a map like Anubis, where you know when you have those advantages on the CT side, you really have to convert them. But give some credit over to Lux. Like, talked a lot about his switch into the IGL, got to play under Big Uzera, and he kind of joked about it, saying, you know, he has that influence of Big Uzera on the way he likes to lead. He kind of says, as an IGL, I create space with my crosshair. That's how he goes about things, and you could see it in full effect in that round. So beautiful sequence.
Oh, Shuey. Blasted out of the ground, and it is now quite a comfortable close for 6 rounds here for Legacy. I like the double USP kill, though, coming in. Ultimate and Twist able to make something here for Liquid. But that is really the best case scenario. 6 T rounds.
No cause for panic. That's par for the course here on Anubis. What's not is losing the 5-on-3s in back-to-back rounds. That one is maybe cause to panic.
I mean, it has to be addressed right now, so timeout being taken. Can still make something of this first half. A few extra rounds should have already been on the board of Team Liquid, but let's see if they can squeeze out any extra here. They want to go down 9-3 in back-to-back CT sides. First on Nuke and now Anubis. And B execution smokes being thrown in really early here from Legacy. One out for the B cross towards CT.
And it's causing a reaction. Nertz over towards A main is getting a little bit closer to the corner, a little bit friskier to the edge. Him and Shuhei working in tandem. Hold their nerve for now, but they might turn the corner at the next piece of utility.
Oh, miss Molly. Let's see what that cost them. There is multiple Liquid players around that corner. Here goes Lato jumping around, trying to offset the crosshairs. But Team Liquid do not bite down on that initial fake towards the B bomb side. They stand strong on A, and so far it's paid off. 1 minute left. Sadzin had an opportunity to pick another player out in that A main play, but it's actually Team Liquid that have come out better here. They've got the space to work with and the advantage.
Oh, and Shuei, you're going to step right through it? Are you going to risk the equalizer? Oh, you do. This time it kind of works. Timing is everything, and Dumao's got him. Another push, another 2v2, Nertz and Naf to pick up the pieces. You had the intel on at least one player, and you know exactly where the bomb is dropped.
Yeah, Naf's got a great timing here, great position as well to get in behind him. 27 seconds left. Naf could be the player to unravel this entirely for Legacy. Nertz waits as the insurance policy on the A bomb site. There's Naf's flank. Kill comes in. Dumao out of there. So Sadzin has to commit one way or the other. Has to go back and get that bomb. 14 seconds left. Realizes he can't spend time fighting Naf. He has to run to Nertz. Has to get his gun out. Nertz is just waiting behind the cake, and so the smoke comes up. It's not going to be enough. Nertz with patience steps up for Liquid, and they were able to turn this back in their favor.
Yeah, good victory from Nertz and Naf. Shuhei goes down, but does give him all the intel they required of all the positioning of the Legacy players. The bomb being down was very helpful, and Liquid will drop some weapons around and get another buy coming in. Not sure about that jumping opening in that situation.
True, but if he gets the headshot, Jason, it's like you max out on style points.
Yeah, that's true. If that's what you're going for. if that's your jam, if that's your thing. All right, 2-round lead. Liquid bringing this CT side back. They're getting into it.
All right, grouping up outside of the B bomb site this time. Legacy with the bomb on their backs. Nissim holding the A main pressure, and Nertz's aggressive move is punished. It's gone. So now it comes to B play. Legacy walking into B, contact through the smokes. They're already out. They've already got Lato on the pillar. This could be perfection for Lato. His teammates come through jail. He's already deep out. Shuhei with so much pressure, he cracks. And so Legacy have the B-bomb site. Ultimate going back to address the A player. Will eventually get that kill, but getting back into this round for Team Liquid is impossible. They're so far away from this. And so they're going to save into the last round of the half, and Legacy go up to 7 rounds T-side.
And that just shows you how tough it can be at times defending that B bomb site. I mean, players able to just kind of walk in and get so much space before Naf and Shuhei even realizes one's at pillar. And then the hit is just so fast and suffocating from there. But that's not, you got to, I mean, that's a great call from Legacy too. So much of this half has been towards the A-bomb site, has been like little engagements in middle. Not a whole lot of actual commitments to the B-bomb site outside of maybe the pistol round. It's been quite a minute since they've come back to this B site. Naf and Shui perhaps caught a little bit off guard. But perfect for a 7th round as Lux continues to lead this team. This heavy underdog team in Legacy to a very nice match so far against Team Liquid.
Now, Team Liquid even coming into the last round of the half somewhat bruised. You have Nerds on a 5-7, FAMAS here for Naf. It's not the ideal buy. And that's a great start. Twist in the mid-fight comes out on top of Lux. Sad's in. Is he about to walk through this dark smoke? Okay, this could be sick. His teammates are coming through. He's been spotted, so calls that idea off and then goes into the peak instead. This time combined with Nissim with eyes on the position. Both Team Liquid defenders go down in an instant. Ultimate on the back of the platform. Smokes are keeping him in this round, and at the time being, he's just waiting for this flank to come in from Twists. That flank is considered. Lato had eyes on it, but Twists able to win the duel.
Ooh, footsteps made. Twist knows about this. Nice reposition, though. Nissim never expected it. A 5th round headed into halftime. And Team Liquid barely do enough to stay in this game. 2 rounds back. Looking better, but still some of that shakiness. Still some of that shakiness is there, but now they got to switch sides to their T side on Anubis, which has not been letting them down. The one map that stayed with them through the Twist IGL era, they got to run that T side back one last time. First map was a 13-4 victory for Legacy on Nuke over Team Liquid. That was a brutal stomping. And now we're starting to see a little bit of the rebuttal, some fight back into Team Liquid. 13 kills on Ultimate here on this second map of the series. 11 on Twist. Those guys delivering in a big, big way. For Legacy on the other side of things, it's Lux up at the top. 12 kills for him, 11 for Dumao. But really the story with Lux has been the T-side calling. I think I've only seen them today in Nuke and now in Anubis. I think I've only seen them on T-sides take 1 save round. Their offenses have been, outside of like losing the pistol on Nuke, their T-sides have just been dominant. They've been in the driver's seat, dictating all the action on offense.
Yeah, and if there was any point where they look like they might be sent back down to a low buy, they've pulled off a 3v5, or rather Team Liquid's aggression has cost them. There's been a lot of moments like that for Legacy. Both pistol rounds would be a brilliant way to kick off Anubis here. And Legacy in search of that.
All right, Liquid's going to try and split this A-bomb site. Once again, much like Nuke, though, there's not a stack, but there's a lot of defenders at this point of attack. 2 for A main. Dumao getting information over in middle. And Liquid yet to pull the trigger. They want to get this mid portion of the attack a little bit closer. Twist with the P250 stepping in. Flashbang out from camera. Twist goes down. That's Dumao with the kill. And now Nert steps forward. Nissim up on the by the pillar, takes some shots, can't find the kills, and Sadzin inside the bomb site. This pistol round not effective yet for Team Liquid, but the second thrust might just do it.
Well, here comes Nat through camera, needs a snapshot, and he's got one at the back of the site, goes back up again, but there's kills from Legacy and Ultimate caught fighting on so many different positions. It's just too many players, too many fights, and he can't step up. So Legacy come dragging through at the end of that chaotic pistol round to another victory at the start of the half.
Yeah, they're just looking so sharp at the moment. They're looking really, really sharp, well prepared, well drilled, and everyone full focused on this opportunity that they've been busting their ass to get for years, not letting it slip away. And Liquid not able to find any success on this initial push. It just took so long to clear out that position to get themselves towards the bomb site. Once again, another fast flank coming in. We saw that in the first half from Team Liquid. These extended A hits just get ruined by those flanks. And Liquid's already down a player here with unarmored pistols in round 2. All right, Dumao, farm it a little bit. Glock's not doing anything. So 9-5, Legacy just 4 rounds away from this upset series victory. Coming into this rank number 50th in the VRS on nobody's radar. And looking like they can close this out 2-0. Round 15. M4s and FAMAS, a couple of SMGs, couple MP9s, and Nissim and Lotto for the defensive side. That might be the weakness Liquid needs to find a way to exploit. If they can discover those on the map. One will be at the B bomb site, others going to be headed over to the A bomb site in the anchor position.
Oh, mid-aggression from Dumao, punished by ultimate. He's searching for a second player. Got the info on the position of Sads and wasn't able to get that follow-up kill. Now Lado waiting at the back of the platform. This mid-fight still going down. Ultimate still so focused on trying to get the second pick, but it'll be slowed down by that smoke. Now Nertz's turn to make a play towards A. He's had a pretty frustrating game so far. 5-11 here, didn't really get going. Oh my god, and that is not what you're used to seeing from Nertz. One of those clean and clinical players you've got on the rifle in Counter-Strike, and yeah, not able to handle the AK there in that instance.
And that's the bummer, because that's the play you would have wanted him to take. That's the fight that you would love. You give Nertz an AK versus an MP9 in a 1v1 heads-up duel. It's like, you can't ask for a better fight than that if you're Nertz. So really tough one to slip away. 5-12 for him. You're right, uncharacteristic map of Counter-Strike so far for him. B-main just gets smoked off at a really rough timing. Liquid just setting up to split this B bomb site for the final attack, and all the rotations are coming over. Sadzin has added himself to this defense at the bomb site. Nissim is on a very fast flank from the A site through canals.
Yeah, Nissim around the back. Shuei losing most of his health, but 28 seconds left. Team Liquid still at the door of B, but it's been shut in their faces by Lux. Lato off the back. Sadzin with him. Legacy up to double figures. It is looking so good right now from the Brazilians, outmatching Liquid in the firepower department.
Yeah, with ease. That's huge. And again, you have that round with 2 SMGs coming in for Legacy. You think maybe they can be exploited. Nertz loses his battle. The other one has impact at the B bomb site. Legacy getting all the good reads at the moment, playing very, very well. 3 rounds away from that series upset over Team Liquid. They've gone down, Liquid, to Tech-9's armor, and a desperate bid as their economy cannot afford the rifles just yet, but they're running out of space to make a comeback happen. Look at the confidence now out of Legacy, too. Just dropping out of canals, running around in a circle, clearing it out.
You can understand why.
Trying to bait a peek for information, anything.
That was a fantastic opening game for Legacy here in Bucharest. Team Liquid trying to get through this B bomb site. Lux with a flash up into the sky. Twist dodges it and gets around the back of the site. And so the Tech-9s overwhelm. They get deep into the B bomb site, but here's the rotation. Dumao taken out eventually. With that double kill, keeps his team in it. It's still favoring Liquid with that bomb going down. And with that kill from Twist, it should seal it. Nissam's going to give it a go. But they're all looking at his position. Smoke fades away. Twist spotted. Nissim, it would take something miraculous to be able to get into a position of power here. First kill is good on Twist, but getting Pincher from 2 different angles, and eventually Team Liquid break through that B bomb site.
Tell you what, you want to hear about a stupid detail that just costs you a round is Lado goes down as that first player in the B bomb site because he's turning from his teammate's flash over in the corner. He's throwing that underhanded jump flash to get out.
It takes so long.
And it takes so long. Lado turns his gaze away. He's got a free kill, but he's turning from the flash and just gets dropped by a Tech-9. And then the round comes crumbling down, so small detail, massive consequences, but is it enough to get Liquid back into this series? Back by 4, 6-10 in the favor of Legacy. Lux still fragging, Dumao still fragging. Things are looking good for the moment. Liquid's got to rip it away.
Ultimate, good timing. The reload's happening in front of him. The Lux gets his gun out in time. And Ultimate pinned back in the corner, stuck inside a connector. Naf doing what he can through the smoke spams. He'll sprinkle a little damage onto Lato. And Ultimate's actually being forced to take a step back from connector.
It's all right. They've done their job in the early going of this round, to be honest with you. They've applied so much pressure to that bomb site, forced out nades, forced out Molotovs, forced a third player to stick around at that B bomb site because they don't know if the pressure is going to continue. Now you've done great damage on the other side of the map. So Liquid doing a good job opening up and controlling this, but they're out of nades. They've got smoke Molotov for the rest of this round. That's it. And unfortunately, with that early pressure, you didn't find any picks either. So back to B through canals. A lurker in middle, but 4 players going to stream out along the wall.
Here's Ultimate stepping forward. Shuey just in front of him. Naf in behind. Dumao takes that first fight. Lutz in the back of the site. Oh, he goes down, but his teammate's still here. Dumao's still standing. And they need to get this bomb down soon, and so they turn. And as soon as Nerds turns his back, it's now Twist stuck in mid alone. 1v3, 25 seconds, so far away from getting involved in this round. And Nissim isn't even going to allow him to drop out of that window down to the water. It looks like it is going to be a day of celebration for the Brazilians as they hold Team Liquid to 6 rounds.
Yeah, and that's again, they've got economic control too. CT side economy is looking good. All the rifles, the AWP is out there for Liquid. It's going to be a lot of pistols mixed in around whatever rifles and SMGs they can buy. But backs against the wall, they got to invest and fight back to try and take this away. Just not able to find consistent success to do it.
Well, Team Liquid starting heavy towards A with 2 AK-47s and pistols around it. An A execution and an attempt to try and pounce on Nissim is the call here for Team Liquid. A flash ready to go through that A main smoke. They're going to send Naf in with a MAC-10. Nerds to follow him behind with the AK-47, and here comes that execution. Beautiful to look at. And Nissim still stepping up. Got the right spam down, and Nerds is gone. Team Liquid, they're going to have to deal with this rotation that's now arriving as well for Legacy. They've got extra players coming in towards this A-bomb site. And it's stalled out for the time being. Shuey attempting to climb up to the broken wall, stopped by Dumao. Legacy have got 2 advantages without even letting that bomb go down. Now comes the retake. Twist's health is low, and Dumao is so clean on the double kill. It's just Twist left. He's got 1, but he needs a miracle, and it's just not going to happen. Series point for Legacy. This is a spectacular opening game here in Bucharest from the Brazilians, and Team Liquid come in flat.
Yeah, nightmare round for Nerds there, just getting dropped through the smoke on the entrance. And I love watching Legacy throughout this whole series. Just been so disciplined in situations that require it. The mid rounds on the T side of Nuke. Now you have this scenario, you get this opening pick, and it's like, we don't need to do anything. We can just chill. Don't let them get aggressive onto the choke points we're going to be retaking from. We know this is a low buy. Stay patient, control the ground we have, and we have all the advantages in the retake. And it's nice and clinical. Legacy have 6 chances to close out this map and series and stun Liquid in Shuei's debut.
Picked down into the water here for Sadzin. He'll start in connector, but he's smoked out. I'll replace the AWP with 2 rifles instead. Shuei's about to get peeked out from window. He got his Galil back to the angle in time. In fact, Shuey with a spam down through the smoke has got a 2nd kill in this round. So Team Liquid has some space to work with now and putting pressure on the AWP, but Sadzin's not going to crack. He will not falter on the first fight. Now he knows his next opponent's out towards jail. It's Twist trying to be elusive, trying to get deeper into the bomb site. Sadzin's tracking him, but Twist has still got that headshot. And Team Liquid will not fall yet.
No, but that was a really cool little peek from Legacy, a little piece of aggression. The peek from window, just as your kind of time to break the smoke and challenge in canals as well. Just a beautiful individual effort out of Shuhei with his double kills. Flank being watched on timing, Twist jumping up and down every once in a while just to see what he's got. There's the rotation spotted. Nissim's going to step forward for this fight. He wins it. 1v2 now. Doesn't have a kit, but there could be one inside the bomb site. And he's going to give it up.
Yeah, just going to back away. Nissim's going to retreat to save the M4. Legacy will have an opportunity to close in the next with all the money that they have on a few players. But in fact, it's not looking too pretty, actually, for Legacy. Might be a strange situation for them moving forward into the next. Might just take a hit to concede the next, and Team Liquid could have a little bit of life in them, at least for the next few rounds here.
Yeah, there's a lot of options for Legacy to play this in plenty of different ways. If they want to be conservative with the money, or if they just kind of want to go for it and give themselves another buy round. Looks like they're going to go for the buy option.
Yeah,
of those two.
I like it. You mentioned we haven't seen too many saves from them.
No.
Because they just win with whatever they've got.
And you know what? Fair play. They get a pretty solid buyout. Outside of kits, they got one of them. You could maybe use one or two more, but...
Yeah, with the FAMAS being so good, Jason, you know.
True.
You can pull it out. Maybe it's so good. It's maybe an exaggeration. Better. It's probably a word I would use.
Infinitely better.
Yeah,
so,
infinitely better.
Yeah.
Here comes the execution for Team Liquid. Nades to land in B, but no commitment behind it. It's just early utility. The bomb is still all the way back towards top mid stairs side. Ultimate's got the opening pick here for Team Liquid. That's certainly going to help matters. And Nerds might be able to follow up on this A main play. In fact, he will. Nails that headshot. 5v3. Minute 10 on the clock.
It's good to see him go back to it, because that's the exact play that he had against the MP9 in the first gun round of this half that he ended up losing. But it's the same exact concept of a play, right? He knows with that pick on the other side of the map, he's going to have a chance for a 1v1 duel. Steps forward into it. This time he wins it. And it keeps the defense spread. It keeps Dumao and Sadzin from joining up together.
Yeah, we've got to save because there is no money now for Legacy. So carrying the AWP and the FAMAS into the next round. Team Liquid.
Nice thing if you're Lux, though, is you've talked so much about how aggressive Sadzin is, and you go into a round where he saved the op, you're going to be saving around it. You're going to say, my brother, you get all, you get your choice of whatever aggressive play you want to make. It's on you.
Win is this round. And M4 upgrade as well for Dumao out towards Connector. So he's at least getting upgrade as well. Makes the save even better. Ultimate's had a pretty decent map. Twist as well.
Yeah, which has been good to see. I mean, I think that's one of the first things people are going to want to see is Twist stepping away from the IGL role. Is it going to have an impact? You know, is this stint of him trying to lead this team going to have an impact on his individual level? Is he still going to find that impact? Does he still have it in him? Or is he kind of going to be a period where we watch him kind of struggle to get back to form? So at least this first glimpse for Twist in this Shuhei-led lineup is nice. He's individually been there.
You know, the great thing about Twist, though, in finding form, again, we've already seen it happen in his career, right? There was a period of time at the end of Liquid where, you know, we're sure it was on the online era, but his form definitely dropped off, and we started to wonder, you know, where is Twist? Is he going to be able to get back to where he was in that 2019 Grand Slam run? And then he went to FaZe Clan and did wonderful things. So we know he can rebuild himself back into form again. We've seen it happen already.
It's just that IGL equation is always the sticky one.
It's a new challenge.
It's always the one that makes you a little bit scared. You're like, please don't become an IGL for like 6 months, because we don't know what happens after that.
Yeah, your brain just permanently damaged.
We're going to find out.
Well, Sadzin, here he is. The AWP, Jason. Let's see. Does he have it in him to make a round happen on his own?
Well, Liquid would know that the op was saved, right? So nobody's going to be making any kind of crazy peaks early on. Everything's smoked out. Shuhei's going to move up. Working with Ultimate. This is where Ultimate's op found the pick in the previous round, was over towards Dark. And later on, Twist almost seems like he wants that fight a little bit.
Naf's going to get the fight he wants. He gets the result as well. Up to 5 kills now. Gets traded. Dumao on the double. Nissam moving through middle. Shuhei able to win that fight, but look at Sadzin. Oh, he sees the ass. Oh, he sees enough, and he likes what he sees, but can't take it. Shuhei around the corner. Pin, and that shot goes sailing past. Sadzin really needed to nail that opportunity, and now it's just a USP. It will not go in the way of Legacy. Well, maybe this fight. But even that, Shuhei's got it.
Man, that Sadzin op shot just couldn't find the comfort, pulled the trigger a little bit early. Nicely done from Twist, nicely done from Shuhei, keeping that round in the favor of Liquid. They're now just 3 back. But another buy coming in for Legacy. No op to put in Sadzin's hands, but you have all M4s. Dumao has a very good round making this difficult for Liquid, making it sketchy, throwing a little bit of chaos into the mix.
Yeah, you think Dumao set them up and Sadzin's going to knock it home, but just couldn't get a comfortable fight against Shuhei. That missed Molly towards the B-bomb site early on here for Liquid, but they're going heavy committed towards A. Shuhei diving through that initial utility. Nissam's going to hear it. He's going to get around that corner. Doesn't get caught in an open position, allowing Team Liquid an easy opener, so they're going to have to fight for it. And now there's two players looking to defend this A bomb site. Shuai over the top of the fountain.
I think that Molly ticked him, but I don't know if they realize one's made it over to the pillar. They can kind of make an educated guess. Shuai, that's perfect. What an opening. Space created. And now Liquid can reconvene.
And now if you're Legacy, do you want to just save? Because, yeah, they're just so far off getting into a competitive position here. So they got to save their weapons into the next round. Dumao is able to slink away and join the rest of his teammates on B. And Team Liquid, 10 rounds secured.
And this is one of the reasons why the Shuhei to Liquid just seemed like it made a lot of sense, was for a team that was struggling with Yakinder finding openings, team that was struggling with Nerds finding openers and having consistent, you know, first place success on their T sides, having a space-taking IGL like Shuhei come in. This round is designed to just force utility out of the A defenders early. And then Shuhei gets there to A main and he's like, they've given us all the space and they're trying to hold on to the utility. So now it turns into a lurk play. And just having those, seeing those opportunities for Shuhei, that's excellent. One opening kill on Nissim, finds the entry, round's done. And now the AKs can do some economic damage down the stretch. Nerds only with the one.
I think Legacy will take, just losing one player there. And the fist bumps come in, and Team Liquid on their merry way back into the game. Overtime could be secure with 2 rounds back here. And Legacy's decision to save early might just allow them enough to close out this map and series. Good to see Team Liquid actually showing some life on the map, though. It felt like it would have been devastating for them to just go out and lose the series 2-0 flat on both maps.
Not just some fighting them, but the fight back and extended now. This was, what, 12-6 at one point? Chances of winning this have dwindled.
Nissim holding on top of the table. Here comes Nerds Naf. The combination, only Nerds required. Nissim goes down, space being taken. Nerds looking to follow up through that smoke, but the lineup's there. Even while blinded, Lux unleashes damage with Mouse 1 held, and they're going to realize that's a different player inside of the kill feed, but Lux still thriving in the chaos. USP pulled, and with only the USP, it's not really the weapon for the job, so Twist able to cast him aside. Lato 1v3 this time. And he's got that first pick out on ultimate. Is there anything else up for grabs here for Lato? Plays with the utility, but couldn't get to Shuai. No way! No way! He's got this into a situation where he closes it. A ridiculous clutch for Lato at the end. Finds 3 kills in an instant. Shuai should have sunk him. But for the side of Legacy, they get the job done and they close it in spectacular fashion versus Liquid.
Yankra called it right at the start of the show. You said Lato was the superstar we all needed to pay attention to, and he clutches it out at the end there.
He's the chosen one, and that's why, a great way to end what's been really an incredible performance from Legacy, right? All the storylines about Liquid, new player, new in-game leader and whatnot, but that was just a very, very solid showing from the Brazilian squad.
Yeah, I mean, what to say? They, again, lost a pistol and then went on to have a strong T-side half to start off things, and then things got dicey. They got to match point, comeback was real, and then this kind of a clutch coming out to stop Liquid and to kind of end their first game with Shui. That's huge from Legacy.
I mean, the North American fans are going to say, okay, Liquid has a new IGL. He hasn't spent more than 10 days. This is understandable. But for Legacy, this is a 2-0 victory over one of what some would say is one of the top teams in the world, right? This is a team that gets to go to all the lands, it gets to play the big competition. Legacy are the online merchants. For them, this is huge.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't play anything this year. This is their first event. They qualified for this. They qualified for Dallas. I think it has great implications on them moving forward. We know how much wins like this mean for the Valve rankings and for further invites and stuff like that. So this is going to be a big moment for sure for Legacy.
Yeah, and we heard that exactly from Lux, right? In his interview, we want to get into the invite bubble, so to speak, right? Because once you manage to break through, then a couple of invites come your way and you have at least some opportunities when it comes to LAN play. And let's not forget, Liquid is the highest ranked team in the Americas, right? So that's going to be very nice for Legacy in terms of the points that they're going to accrue and potentially more opportunities in the future. But yeah, it was just really strong showing one more time. This time you saw a little bit more from Dumao as an individual, Lato at the very end, but you do have the feeling it's been just everyone contributing, right? It's been a team effort from the side of Legacy.
There was a lot of confidence from Legacy. That is what you got to see. Like Yanko said, you saw all of these players stepping up. On the other side, though, we have Liquid, who looked like they were limping along. Prof, there's just no confidence there.
Honestly, they could have and should have won this map. Realistically, if you go back to the first half, winning the pistol, okay, lose one round, and then they have a streak of rounds where they lose from 3-3 to 6-3. They lose a 5v3 and then a 5v4, I think, but a very good, like, we know what's happening situation. It's kind of baffling to see them just drop some of these rounds, go for pushes that allow Legacy to come back into it and essentially like have a good T side.
I really wish I could be in the team's peak in some of these rounds, like in this series. And this is something that has happened to Liquid with the previous lineup too, and they've lost important games, playoff games because of that. It's like, what are you communicating at that moment where you feel the urgency in a 5v3 to, over-rotate, to go for it, whatever it may be, because, again, the pressure is on your opponent, right? Like, you're in a good situation, you're in a good position, you don't need to force the issue in that way, and it just keeps happening to them. And they have so many experienced players. I mean, you have the likes of Twists and Naf, right? Nerds is a good player, okay, Ultimate, but he's not the one who's usually doing those things because he has an op and he's just naturally, somewhere a bit further in the back. So that's something they will need to amend and quickly with this new lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we got something from the T side. So we got to see like how they're positioning, where Nerds is playing. He's kind of taking off what Naf used to play on the T side, towards like lurking / entering towards A, depending on the moments. But I think what was actually successful was actually Shui finding openings, which was interesting, and he kind of became that factor that was missing in previous Liquid lineups, to just have a guy that's going to go through a molly and a smoke if needed and go get a fight that someone can trade off.
Yeah, but even with that, it's not that they were, moving Legacy around. It's like their first move worked, right?
Yeah.
They would get like in a 5v3 or something like that, they would close it out. Not every time, as we saw in the final round, couldn't convert a 3v1. So some concerning things from Liquid, despite it being a new roster. Like we said, the CT side rounds with advantages, it's just a little bit baffling considering the caliber of players that they have. Perhaps they were just really nervous because it was the first game with the new lineup.
Yeah, here we see the first round where Shui gets an entry, and then 25 seconds left, two guys push A, double entry, double kill essentially, and then rotation back to A, easy round to close out from Legacy. And then the next one was, I think, the 3v5 that they lost.
Yeah, absolutely. They get the first pick, Nerds gets a kill, 5v3, and it's like there's no need to go for this play if you're sure. Like, there was a flash that wasn't very good, too deep from Naf. Now someone tries to get some more info. Sadzin punishes that. You can just chill. You have the 5v3. Yeah, Anubis, it's hard to play on CT side. Not in a 5v3. You have the extra players.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to mention. Like, obviously on the CT side, you want to go for pushes and plays and stuff like that on Anubis, but not if it's a 5v3. That's what you want. That's why you're going for the push, to get the 5v3. Now you're done. You just chill for a bit.
Let's have a bigger picture question quick. And it feels super unfair because we have a sample size of one game now with the new IGL or the interim IGL or whatever Shui's going to be. But why isn't it working for Liquid? Because we've now watched this for nearly a year. We saw at the pre-show how many IGLs they've been through. They've been going through coaches. They have experienced players. They've been bringing in experienced players. What's not clicking?
Yeah, I don't want to draw huge conclusions too fast, especially considering, as I said, this is Shui's second official on Anubis as the IGL. There's quite some factors that we need to take into account for this result, but it's not a good start though.
No, absolutely not. I think for Liquid, just in general, there was always one or two pieces missing, really, for it to completely make sense. The form of Yakindar while he was on the team wasn't great, and a lot of times, was a liability more than anything else. Then obviously the struggles with in the in-game leader department, the whole project with Cadian and Zeus and Skulls, went up in flames. Then Twist is sick of, that stuff happening, takes the reins himself, and maybe bit off a little bit more than he could chew, and he was praising Mither and everything. Now he's gone in less than a year, right? So they've just struggled to find the right team, right? The right personnel. And of course you need talent and you need firepower, but you also need the players to fit together, mostly on the server, but also outside of the server, for it to really make sense.
That's kind of what I was looking at, just to scope outside of a server. Like, they look kind of miserable. Just looking at them, they look kind of miserable.
Come on, it's like it's the first game and they lost to Legacy.
Yeah,
I would feel miserable if I lost to
like,
Legacy and I'm Liquid. You know, no offense to Legacy, but let's not get into this where we watched one game. It's like, oh, this Liquid team, man.
I'm not saying they hate each other, but like, you know, try to take it easy. Maybe that's a thing, you know, just relax a bit.
Less than a week.
Go to a football game or something.
I was going to say, less than a week playing together, it's kind of hard to get a feel for everyone and know personalities and stuff like that. So I suppose we've got to give Shue a little bit more time. But my concern is how...
No, we're kicking him. Call it off. The trial is over. Trial is over.
You don't have a lot of time leading up to the major. That's my worry. You don't have a coach. Now you have to make this IGL work. This has to work.
Am I wrong? But like, I feel like the moment they decided to change, they're like, this is not our major.
No. I don't think so. I think what happens is everything up until the major is sort of, we're figuring it out, right? We can't really expect to be a contender, but we're hoping. It's on home soil. The major is in Austin, right? So you want to be in shape good enough where they're not realistically going to be a contender, but, you know, to be a dark horse where, like, maybe you go on a run, maybe you have sort of a miracle home soil type of performance like Cloud9 did in Boston, like G2 did in Dallas last year with Stewie as a stand-in, right? So you're hoping to be in a position where you feel like you can compete against the other teams, right? You know what you're doing. You're sort of content with your level. There's not going to be any the illusions about, you know, do you really have the caliber of players that, you know, Vitality has? No, but you have your chances in some of those games, right? And there's not a lot of time to get. That's going to be a tough task for them, considering also the amount of tournaments they're going to play. But I feel like in Liquid, like, that's the conversation and that's the goal.
You also have Shuri. He did it with GamerLegion. He did that Dark Horse run. He did well with MongolZ. I think if anyone's going to be able to get them there, it's him. It's just the first time, their first outing, and they're feeling each other out, right? I mean, I think there'll be a second date, Prof.
I think he got slapped, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Too soon.
Too soon, Yanko, but there you go. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, the final game here on the A stream, it is FaZe up against Astralis. Don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's the first day of PGL Bucharest, and we're moving into our final matchup of the day here on the A stream. And it is one that you've seen quite a few times this year, and I know we all get excited about. FaZe up against Astralis. I actually have the same question for both of these teams, but we'll start out with FaZe. Yanko, Prof, on paper, this is a world-class lineup, but it doesn't seem to be reflecting when we see them at tournaments. Why is that?
I think just the change that they made in bringing in Elige for Ops, it's two different players, right? So that causes a lot of guys having to move around, change roles, change positions. And, you know, we heard from Carrigan multiple times, he knew it was going to take time, it was going to be tricky. But the problem is, it's fine for it to take time and to be hard and to be tricky, as long as you see the light at the end of the tunnel, right? As long as you see improvement, as long as you see that players are, you know, comfortable with the changes and it's moving along. But lately, you know, it's been sounding a little bit like that's not the case, you know, especially if you hear Elige talk. So that's the concerning aspect, is like, is there light at the end of the tunnel for this particular FaZe roster?
Prof, I mean, is there light at the end of the tunnel? What do you think?
I think they have still some, like a few tournaments in them to kind of try to figure out stuff, but I think they're reaching that point where, you know, if they win here, then they're in a good spot. And I think they could win this tournament and then turn the page for FaZe moving forward. But that's kind of the result that they need to get the confidence in the team.
Anything less than a final would be pretty disappointing for FaZe. It does feel like they need that, similar to like we talked about Liquid. You know, it can get really tough if you go without good results for a prolonged period of time, especially FaZe, who are back-to-back major finalists, right? And a team that's designed to lift trophies and players who have lifted tons of trophies, right? They're not going to be content after a while with just, okay, it was a close game, but we lost. You know, you need to find, that's been the MO for FaZe. It's not always pretty. Actually, most of the time, it's ugly, but they find a way, right? FaZe always finds a way. They win, they get it done, you know, they grind out wins, and you'll take that way over losing pretty, right? So, and that's something that's been lacking, right? A lot of those games, they just can't close them out. They, you know, the VP series in Lisbon and plenty of other examples, so they have to find a way to turn it around and fast.
We move on to Astralis, and it is the same question. On paper, this is a world-class lineup. I know Prof disagrees with me, but I feel very strongly about this. I don't believe Cadian is a sleeper agent from the inside to destroy Astralis. I think that this is a lineup that could do really well.
It is funny, though, because if you look at the timeline for when they got the director of esports from Heroic and the moves that he's made and the run that Astralis has had, it's like he is just trying to torpedo the organization, isn't he? Like they spend a couple of mil on Stone and Yabi. They don't even make the major. Like, that money's down the drain. They even bring Cadian after these two guys backstabbing. Oh, it's fine. They're all friends back again. So yeah, it is just kind of hilarious. But I think for Astralis, what bothers me is, like, I think they lack urgency. You know, Prof alluded to it. It's like, really, you're one game away from elimination. You're going in Copenhagen to watch a football game. Are you joking? Like, read the room, guys. You know, you had one decent result that we saw that was in Cluj, right, where they beat FaZe for the third place decider, and that's what saved their season. Literally, just one tournament, one result saved their ass, because still actually they're in the MRQ only for the major. They're not even qualified directly for the major, but that's what enables them to get to a couple of more events. And it's just crazy, you know, how laid back they seem like, considering the state in which they're in.
I'm glad you're taking the fall on this one. I got so much shit for this, so get ready.
Yeah, of course. For people who've never been competing at anything or any sort of a high-level environment, they will tell you it's not all about you. You need to relax sometimes. Yeah, man, you relax once you do something. If you suck, what you do is, like, you try to do everything in your power to not suck.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's, as you said, it's kind of the optics of this team are so concerning. It feels like these results that we're seeing right now are okay for them, which it shouldn't be, and not making the major, it shouldn't be acceptable, and it's not acceptable. I have no idea what's going to happen to this team and org if they don't make the major, which is now possible. Like, they need to play online, 16 teams, 6 make it through. That's completely reasonable to lose a few games and be out there.
At the very least, don't post it on social media, bro. Like, if you are team building and you think that's the best for you, then do it silently. Like, like, how are your fans going to feel like when they see you getting, and this is the thing, they lost to FaZe and Vitality, right? I mean, okay, Vitality best team in the world, and then FaZe struggling, but still with the players that they have. But it wasn't even, it wasn't even competitive. They were not competitive at all, and that's the problem with Astralis. A lot of the games that they lose, like, they're not competitive, and you look at the caliber of players, that's just unacceptable.
I think the thing is, like, when they were playing good in Cluj, you saw Yabi activated, and he is like maybe their most aggressive player, and when he's on point, then things become a lot easier, and then Cadian can call some like rotation, especially on Inferno and stuff like that. He can play around, then, you know, Stown finds his timings, then maybe Device gets some double, triple kills and stuff like that. But on the bad games, it's like Stair can play CS, and there's like 4 guys that are just there. And that's like so depressing to watch, because he's like in all the worst roles that exist on this team.
Also feels like Ston is the Yakindar of this team. Like, sort of everyone is just singing his praises and we believe in him and he's great. Like, when are we gonna see it? You know, even in his time in Heroic, when it came to the big games, he would just disappear. So I don't know, it's just strange. Someone needs to step up for this Astralis roster, and it can't be Stair because of his positions mostly, like Prof pointed out.
Yeah, the veto is going the same, it seems like the last time with FaZe banning Inferno, because they lost it in Cluj, and then Astralis picked Train last time in Blast, but now they're going for Ancient, which, considering how that Train looked, that was like FaZe's first Train official. They looked so much more confident and comfortable on the map, and then Dust 2 coming in pretty okay.
Yeah,
I guess,
think for FaZe, it's also one of the problems is they have no idea what their map pool looks like. You know, with Elige, it's been different stuff, and for FaZe, historically, that's also been the case. I mean, their map pool changes from time to time, right? You know, we all know their Nuke was really good for a long time, then it falls off. Inferno, then it falls off. You see here they ban it, right? So, Ancient as well. So I think, and I've said this as well, anyone who's moved houses, especially if a person moves continents, like, you can give them the first event off after they had to go through that. I'm sure that's very stressful, you know, and it was difficult for Legion. It was a stressful and difficult time, but there's no excuses anymore, right? Like, results have to start coming in. They have to figure it out, or they have to make a change. It's as simple as that.
Do you think that is imminent for FaZe, another change?
I think if I were FaZe, and if you don't have a good result here, I think you might have to sort of, but the problem is, you know, it's a deeper discussion. But who do you get? What do you do in the current market? So, but at that point, you're probably feeling like, okay, we can't make this.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even talk about like Brokey also not having really a great year so far. Like, he had a few glimpses, a few games, but overall, he is also not playing to a super high level. Like, he could be a guy that could bail them out in maybe some of these games and allow, you know, a bit more time for them to integrate like Elige and these changes like to Rain's positions and stuff like that. But he's not really delivering so far.
I don't normally like predictions, but I feel like this is a fitting one because of the backwards and forwards between these two teams in the past. How does this play out? Do you think that FaZe will be able to claim the victory again? Or will Astralis finally find that 5th gear, Prof?
I'm leaning towards FaZe. I do think it's going to be a better game than the one we had at Blast, because it was like everything kind of went wrong for Astralis. Is one of those MR12 games where the economy is bad, you lose the wrong rounds, there's like a big frozen highlight, and then you don't do anything, you know?
FaZe up, baby.
There we go. That's from the analysts. Let's jump into game. Dinko and Moses are ready.
Thank you very much, Sam. I have to agree. FaZe against Astralis. Gotta have FaZe winning this one today, Jason. And I'm probably with Prof as well. I don't think it's going to be as clean as the Blast Lisbon match, but I'd still expect a FaZe victory today.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be. I think it's going to be pretty sketchy, ugly Counter-Strike as well. It's not going to be clean in terms of the gameplay either. Both these teams struggling to find some comfort. There goes Elige. His aggressive play towards the jump up. He's dropped down. So all of a sudden, Astralis, they crank up the gear. They pick up the speed into the B-bomb site. So they should have a plant with players locked out and time to get into some post-plant positions, but they haven't cleared cave yet.
Yeah, Brokey, Jewel Berettas unleashed a double kill from the Julius. Is there anything else here for Brokey? He's got teammates with him. Grenade lands on Cadian.
I bet you regret that one if you're Astralis, because now you have to back out of the bomb site as well. Brokey just saved the day.
Yeah, he did. And he's still going. He's still going forward. Doesn't want to round that corner. Ill-advised to do so. Would give up the advantage that they currently hold. And with 1 minute left, Astralis has some time to figure out what they want to do. Too much of a risk to go back into mid, perhaps, so they're going to stay committed towards Cave for the time being and leave Device just stopping any B-ramp aggression.
Yeah, they don't have the utility to back away safely, so it's got to just be re-aggress at this bomb site, and Brokey's already shut one down. That's brutal.
What a start to the map here for Brokey.
It's a weird pistol round. It's weird seeing a T-side take a bomb site on the pistol and then bail out and then come right back to it. But, I mean, honestly, I don't know if there were better options for Astralis. I can't blame them for trying to come back into this B bomb site. That turn into the cave in a 4v5, Brokey gets 2, and that ruins everything. A follow-up Molotov to delay the plant even longer, and then Astralis' utility fades away. This round, it sucks if you're Astralis.
Yeah, and it never really gets going there at the end. So 3 from Brokey. The rest of his teammates able to close it out in the end. And eyes are on Brokey coming into this season. Interesting conversation being had from our analyst just before this one, Jace, about a possible move in the future for FaZe. And to continue Yanko's sort of relationship dating analogy from earlier today, you know, FaZe have had the divorce of Rops. He's gone off to better things. He's upgraded, Jason.
Yeah, he has.
And FaZe are left having to build themselves back up.
He's found that new hot thing over in Vitality.
They didn't sign the prenup, Jason. He took everything.
He's into 60-year-olds. He's loving Apex for the moment. Yeah, I don't know. This the funny thing is, it's like this has kind of been like foreshadowed, I feel like, for years, like talking about FaZe, and especially last year with their dip, where it's like, you can talk about it all you want, theorize potential roster changes and point the finger wherever you want to go, but looking down the roster, it's just like, what change do you make?
Yeah,
you know,
tough.
Where do you go with it? Who's the person you want to swap out? Who's the person you want to bring in? With a roster like this, basically, no matter who you bring in for a certain position, you lose out in experience. So FaZe is in a tough spot right now if this lineup can't turn it around and find a way to work Elysian to this to a degree that makes the team better.
It's frustrating because you get such a good player like Elysian, you just know it's an awkward fit. You have to kind of force it in. And so far, it hasn't been very smooth. Cadian charging up towards the top of the B ramp. We're going to be fast about this, and pretty great opening. So that's rained down, gone by the wayside. Stown looking to follow up here as he pushes through Cave. Carrigan starting to realize this. Has his MP9 ready to go, but can't stop Stown.
Yeah, some very, very fast pieces of aggression for Astralis to open it. Cadian challenging the B ramp as fast as he can. And also that play in through Cave coming as quick as humanly possible from Stown after the opening pick. And FaZe gonna have to save. So first round on the board for Astralis in this 3 versus 5. FaZe want nothing to do with it. 2 MP9s and an M4 will be saved. And then we get to move on into the gun rounds. Both these teams are at such a similar place, it feels. I actually feel like FaZe has a little bit further to fall. I don't think they've, you know, I think FaZe might be rougher off than we might expect. But if you look at these two teams and how the year has gone, Blast Bounty for Astralis, 9th through 16th. Same for FaZe. Katowice, 9th through 12th for Astralis, 7th to 8th for FaZe. Cluj, 3rd and 4th. They played in that decider game. Then you go to Lisbon, 13th, 16th for Astralis, 9th through 12th for FaZe at Lisbon. And I mean, you could just see these results, like, those are bad results for teams of this quality with these players. So both these teams coming into this event have to feel like there's got to be a certain level of alarm bells going off, especially if you're Astralis and you look back to Lisbon. So much attention was on Cadian for his rating and how he played at that event at a 0.45 rating when that event, worse for the whole event. But Yavi and Stair were right there with him, which is just like, that's team-wide like lack of comfort. That's not just one player having a tough event. That's the team not being comfortable how they're playing as a unit.
And it's more worrying, I think, in the Astralis case, because this is a team that are coming into the season without a change, right? They're playing with their previous roster. They had all of last season to figure things out, right? They came in at Rio last year around October, and that was one of their first tournaments. They really showed us what they had, and you know, they've had since then. Whereas at least on the FaZe Clan side of things, you can understand. You know, you're bringing in a big player like at least you're losing Rops. That's a huge project to try and figure out.
True.
And so there's more. It's more forgivable in FaZe's stance rather than Astralis, I think.
They've had less time with it for sure. I think the Astralis changes. I think if you think back to like that roster move coming in of Cadian rejoining the team and Device no longer stepping away from the IGL to go back to just primary op. You look at kind of the risks that are inherent in that decision and like where the gamble is for Astralis. It's one, Cadian as an IGL coming out of the disastrous Liquid stint as an IGL. But not only that, you're asking him to IGL as a rifler, which he's never done. He's always had the AWP with him when he's been calling. And also, you're kind of going into this and saying our star rifler is going to be Stown. And that was one of the things that the old Heroic lineup struggled with, was Stown consistently being that guy. And in the biggest games, is he still going to be the guy? And I think you're seeing Astralis right now losing on those gambles, where Cadian as an IGL isn't really figuring it out, individually struggling to have impact, not as comfortable organizing and leading a team around himself when he doesn't have an op, and Stown not stepping up and making that next step to being the star rifler.
I mean, we were reading interviews at the start of 2025 about Astralis struggling with CS2. Like
adapting to the game.
Adapting to the game. It's
that
been
one
here
made
for
me
a
scratch my
long
head.
time, guys.
I remember hearing that one, and I was like, that's not a good thing. That's not a great sign.
It's been around for a while now. A little tech issue to kick things off here. We'll get that one fixed as quickly as possible and return to the action. But a lot of work needing to be done from Carrigan with this squad in particular.
Yeah, and I mean his tweets after their last elimination at an event were not pretty either. Just mentioning how they lost so many advantage situations. He's not used to losing. They were rough in the clutch. Basics. I think the direct word was basics in the bin. And we got back time to practice again and again and again. So yeah, neither of these teams are clicking in any significant, meaningful way, and that's kind of the journey both of them are on, is to refine that magic to where all these strong individual pieces they have on the team can create something much stronger and actually fight for trophies.
Well, speaking of stronger, I think Frozen's looking much better since the departure of Rops. I think that's something that was a problem back in Mouse when Rops left that team. We've seen Frozen come into his own. So at least there's a positive here for FaZe. It's Frozen starting to step up, but the rest is just dysfunctional around them at the moment.
Yeah, been hard for them to find a piece they can rely on, and that's a lot of Elise. She also had that interview a few events back saying, like, still haven't really found my comfort within this team, still haven't really found the confidence in what I'm doing and how I'm playing with the people around me. So obviously, hopefully now that, as Yanko mentioned, the move is over, plenty of time, you start getting that comfort. Hopefully we can start seeing it in this match as well, that things are gelling a little bit better than in the past few events.
Well, tech issue resolved, action ready to go again. Astralis just got their first round victory. FaZe still have a decent fight. Brokey getting onto the ult nice and early with that extra money he picked up in the piss around with his 3K. We're going to see the mid-fight. Stown charging out with Cadian leading. They've got space in mid. FaZe let them have it.
Brokey's op is going to be positioned at the B bomb site to start this round, just to slow down any fast plays that they saw in the last round. With the mid utility put up by Astralis, he'll shift back to Red Room. It's Carrigan for the first contact.
Oh, Shadow's in, but Stown sharp to the headshot again. Back-to-back rounds, he's taking Carrigan out towards Cave or Jag. Worked out pretty well here for Stown. Astralis with the advantage at a minute 15.
And Frozen steps through the donut smoke to get a little glimpse of what's going on in mid and sees nothing. Clears out Red Room. Brokey holding the angle as Rain steps up to keep space for his ult, but Brokey missing this. No repeat from Yabby.
Well, he has to go and look at B. They have to address this problem. So the rotation's coming in. They're committed to the cave, and so Rain's trying to force himself into that Jag fight, trying to get some space, but it's not going to go out well for him. Oh, shot from Brokey. No scope to the head of Stown. Alicia's come back just in the nick of time. Cadian was holding elbow, and now he's decided to push forward and take space at red, and that bomb is coming with him. Device going through Donut. Cadian there to cut off rotations, and FaZe have got to go in for an A retake as they come back through, but Cadian could spoil the party before it even begins.
They've got kits as well. You're exactly right. They just need to get past this.
Back turn. Oh, Cadian not able to make the most of it.
It's going to scare them enough to back away. There's no point in going for it still. It's not worth the risk if you're FaZe. So even though the kill's not there, the intimidation was there.
And they're already on the hunt.
And yeah, now they're setting up to take some of these guns away at the end of the day. The round not over yet.
Yabby up towards the top of ramp. Frozen tucks himself into the cubby. That's going to work out perfectly for Frozen. The guillotine. Out to chop off Yabby's head. Now Device and Cadian. The last two, it's only Cadian that can actually get some impact here to remove another weapon from FaZe, but scoreline tied up 2 apiece.
I just mentioned some of the struggles of Cadian kind of calling with an AK-47 instead of an op. This was a really nice round from him. You know, you find all that pressure at the B bomb site, lose a couple of players. Brokey puts up some defense with the op. You call for the audible to the other side of the map, and Cadian's the first one. He's taken the initiative before he's even got his teammates rotating over. He's already taken Red Room. He's the pivot point, and that's a great call from the IGL. 2-2, we're tied up. Money's still there for FaZe, so we buy right back into things.
Charge out in the middle. Yabby ready to go, and Frozen shredded. Another opening for Astralis. Mid control established. it's tough now for FaZe. They have to make the adjustment. In fact, they're taking a risk. They're leaving the B bomb site. They've got one player just playing far back. That's Carrigan blocking top ramp, but there is a weakness towards B that they're going to try and step up in mid instead. Rain fighting towards Yabby. Elige comes around the back. Donut push is perfect. Yabby gets caught. Here comes the A main play, though.
Yeah, good find. But A bomb site's wide open. They'll be happy to try and recover that. And Yabby's still doing work on the other side of the map. I don't think FaZe fully realizes what's coming to hit them at the A site.
Yeah, Cadian with some success towards that B bomb site. Now there's a shot from Device out from Brokey. Uses his own position against him. And Elige able to respond. So bomb down a long way off from the remaining FaZe players. And Cadian still a problem, still a nuisance over towards B. And Rain has eyes on it, but there's a timing and he looks away. Stown should get Legion mid as well. And it's clean enough there for Astralis. 3-2, they've got the lead.
Really cool T-side opening up with from Astralis. They're doing like really economic attacks in terms of manpower, right? Like a lot of these, like that's just two players walking into the A bomb site while you're applying pressure to B, and then you've got lurks set up at every different stage of the rotation for FaZe. They've done that a couple times. Even some of the B thrusts have only been one or two players kind of stepping in and other players kind of waiting back to see what happens and how it goes and how they can exploit the situation at the end of the fact. But this one's perfect. Stown watching mid. You have the follow-up flank from Cadian through the B bomb site. Astralis playing well in these first 5 rounds. And now they've got a FaZe back to pistols.
And it's worked out pretty well for Elige to kick things off. Oh, gets better. Rain's Deagle rings out. And Astralis down to 3 players. They were getting these clean openers in the rifle rounds. As soon as the pistols are back out, they lose 2. They're going to be going towards the A bomb site. Brokey's here to defend. They want to get that AK out towards the bottom of the ramp here, just outside of the double doors. They can collect that, and that would be huge. There's no one from Astralis here to defend it, so they have got that AK to work with. And they start to clear together. If Brokey can get 1 kill here, it would be massive. But he's about to get peeked by the AWP. It's going to be tough. He has to nail this headshot. Here they come. Device stops him from finding any impact, so Astralis get in towards the site.
Yeah, nothing really FaZe can do from here. Save that AK-47, going to be valuable moving forward in the hands of Carrigan to drop that over to a teammate. Set up for some exit kills as well, but Astralis have found themselves in. And another kill from Stare. So 3 on 3. FaZe is still lined up like they could go for this.
Look at this flank. Look at the flank from Rain.
Oh,
They're so distracted, and he's got space to work with. Stare's gonna go down. That's a headshot. Oh, so clean from Rain. And he looks to drop Device, and it's a missed shot when he's not looking at him. He hits the hard ones, misses the easy one, and Device now to try and close this up against Elige, and he will do so on the Tech 9. Rain gets it so close, but when he needs to hit the one shot, needed to close the round, just couldn't connect it.
That's a beautiful sequence, though, coming in, and Astralis got caught snoozing. So much attention trying to protect the bomb plant towards CT, towards Donut. Rain has a real opportunity. Nice clutch up from Device, though, with the Jiggle Tech 9. Elige trying to close the gap because he's got a Mac 10 and a 5.7. And Astralis win a close one, 4-2.
FaZe go for the tactical timeout just ahead of this gun round again once they've got money back in the bank. Brokey getting out the AWP. This is the shots from Rain. Look at this. Beautiful on the second. And they just couldn't hit the one that mattered at the end. Or rather, mattered most. Oh, and that's what you need from Device.
Calm and collected.
I like that echo effect. That was kind of cool.
One of the best of all time, Moldeva. Molotov out towards the jump up. Frozen and Elige get aggressive towards L. They've even got a third player, Brokey, in support with the op. So mid-control, the name of the game for FaZe, and they've seen a little leg.
Yeah, and Elige likes what he sees. Here comes around the back.
Doesn't know about the second.
No, he ain't aware. There's a second player right there, and it's Yabby. He'll make sure that that headshot is responded to. And we've got a 4v4 with 1:25 left. Brokey's pinned. He's looking in towards elbow. Stare would die if he fully committed to the angle, but he shows a little shoulder. Frozen cuts off the Heaven Peak from Yabby. Cadian senses some space towards the A bomb site, and he's going to move with it.
Oh, this is a nasty off angle. Is Frozen ready? Okay, survives, gets a dink as well. Frozen comes back to clean it up, but Cadian, okay, just walks out into the open.
Yeah, great reposition for Brokey to fall back and adjust for that. Cadian hero to 0 in an instant. Carrigan sitting inside of the cubby with under a minute left on the clock. The bomb is just waiting for the rest of the teammates to arrive.
This smoke is perfect, though. Rain's shifting over, but oh, another follow-up one. If that faded and Device was able to try and make a play, you might have had a real chance at it.
That's the most frustrating moment, isn't it? Your Device just sitting there, waiting for your timing, and a re-smoke comes in. 35 seconds, they've got to go through it. It's Device just waiting in behind the smoke. Rain looking for his revenge, but he can't stop Device. And is it another 1v2 for Deve? He's got the bomb down, he's committed to it, and now he's got the right read. Device, back-to-back clutches, dragging Astralis over the line.
Yeah, that's a beautiful one from Device as well. Having to step through the smoke, just take the risk. What a great shot. I don't think he knew where Brokey was until that utility came out. But you're exactly right. That's back-to-back rounds. Device has put the team on his shoulders. Delivered some fantastic clutches. All started by Cadian, though. That's such a nice lurk.
Arguable to say that that was probably another sitter kill for Rain on Device again. You know, he's coming to the smoke, the AWP. Yabi with some speed in towards A main. Not slowing down, he's leading this charge. The FaZe know it's coming, but dealing with it is another problem in and of itself. The flash is blind FaZe as they peek out a donut. Stown just rattling bullets through them. Stare to follow up. And Astralis are going to grab their 6th round in a very convincing fashion.
Yeah, good job from Astralis. I mean, even this round, just keeping distance, keeping space, not trying to close the gap against the low buy that you know is there. Looking like they're coming into this this match real switched on. It is their map pick.
Question was posed, will it be a different matchup than what happened out in Portugal? And the answer to that is yes already. This Astralis looking much, much better. They only managed 6 rounds on Nuke in the last game, 7 on Train.
Yep.
Were completely destroyed by FaZe, but it's Astralis in the driver's seat at the moment, sure, thanks to the Device.
And Astralis did win Ancient back at Cluj in their matchup at the 3rd, 4th place decider as well.
Yeah.
So it makes sense why they want to come back to it.
Money's still good to buy here for FaZe. Astralis on fire now, 5 rounds in a row. I mean, FaZe have been putting themselves in winnable situations.
Yeah.
They just lost 2 clutches. The Device, one in a gun round, one where they had pistols.
See if they can start closing out some of those late situations. Again, fast and loud aggression in A main. Plenty of footsteps for Elige to hear as Stown and Yabi applying pressure. It's going to pull 2 more players over. Brokey and Frozen come to join up after they just got beat by that fast A play in the previous round. This pulls Kerrigan into a rotation as well. And with that utility, Stare's going to be calling out to his team. They have B lane control. They know what's coming.
Yeah, it also primes him for this fight. You can expect something to come over the top of the elbow, and Astralis are pausing. You know, they show so much presence towards A, so much pressure early, but 0 commitment out of main. In fact, they can fall back. They can use the mid control if they want, or they can go back into the B play. They don't want to commit in towards this A bomb site right now at all. And so they're going to go back in mid and use Stare's space to work in their favor. Under 1 minute left on this clock, and Stare's about to put the pressure on Brokey, who's scoped in.
Oh
he is going to die under the scope. Stare's got the headshot, and that is disastrous for FaZe. They've lost their sniper in middle.
And Kerrigan was just at the jump up saying mid was clear, so Brokey never knew one had already crossed over. Oh, now the hit into the A bomb site. Astralis putting on a clinic. Good trades. Bomb site is theirs.
Round's theirs. Save call for Rain and Carrigan. And 7-2 Astralis. There's some great T-side work coming in from them. FaZe left bamboozled, especially Brokey in middle. Stare with the patience and great reaction from Astralis based on that information.
Yeah, this is sick. Astralis just working FaZe on this map.
And they've had timeouts so far. You know, they've called a timeout ahead of some of these gun rounds, and hasn't changed too much for FaZe.
A lot of it goes back to, I mean, look, it feels like there's a little element of old school heroic into this as well. You have like kind of Stown and Yabi really applying pressure to extremities while plays are happening on the other side of the map and other positions on the map, but those two being loud, pulling defenses in their directions, thinning things out for the main thrust. Things are looking good for Astralis. They're hitting a nice little piece of momentum here.
And it's been cool seeing Katie and sort of act solo as well, you know, playing alert, taking some space. He's had some great timing so far. Astralis not slowing down. A second timeout needed here for FaZe on the CT side of Ancient in the first half. We're just going into round 10, and they've used up 2 of their 3 timeouts. Those device clutches really hurt in the early stages, but it's become even more convincing in the follow-up rounds here.
Yeah, Jesus, look at that timeline. Just brutal. FaZe have nothing positive to hang their hat on.
No, and it gets worse, yeah, because at least their last few rounds have had decent buys, but now their money's even gone, so...
Yeah, it's just getting worse.
MP9 on 3, AK for Carrigan. Carrigan's going to be the hero AK this round, Jason, though. Watch this.
Oh, yeah?
He's going to be the star of the show in this round.
All right, perfect. Kerrigan watch. I love a good Kerrigan round. Few and far between, but when they hit, man, they're good.
Yeah, he's got it in him this round.
He's the solo B bomb site defender, so good luck.
What a smoke. That was brilliant. Flash out of elbow. Here they go, charging it towards Elige, who's caught awkwardly by the flashes. Too much inside of mid, but here it is. The 1v5 for Carrigan. The AK, Finn will make it win.
It's all been set up for this moment.
Here he comes, back over towards CT spawn. No moment bigger than this.
Oh, come on, Astralis. Don't be like this. They're like sending Stare on scouting
They're scared
missions.
of him, Jason. They're scared of him.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, he's booked him.
Don't you worry.
Oh, he's booked him.
He's gonna, no.
It was close.
Yeah, it was, he was just a few steps away, really.
He had the right idea.
Making that happen.
Yeah. So, a 6-round lead at 8-2.
Pretty flat game so far from FaZe. In control, complete control. From the side of Astralis. Money's back, buys good. AWP's out again for Brokey. Yet to really see it do anything though. Frozen applying pressure towards elbow. That's been a big problem for them so far. I felt like FaZe has lost the mid-fight pretty much every single time.
I think, I wouldn't even say lost. I think by design, they gave it up in the early going in the first 5 or 6 rounds, and they've switched. And they've had more of these aggressive stances to help them slow down the fast pressure on the B bomb site and to control mid and not let Astralis just work both bomb sites at the same time.
But I think in some of those rounds where they have played more aggressive, they haven't necessarily had either the weapons to challenge elbow that strong or the utility. And now we've lost Elige early on, this time from a device pick from the doors. He looks up towards heaven and Elige is caught. Minute 5 on this clock.
Astralis knew he had that aggression, and there was just no reason for any of them to expose themselves to the danger, right? No reason for any of the rifles to come out of cave and try and clear heaven. You know that position gets more and more awkward the later in the round we go.
Yeah, Brokey's got to go back and now look towards his A play because A's been open for some time. Katie hasn't sensed the timing to go forward yet. In fact, he doesn't want to make a solo play. He wants to wait for that bomb to join up with him. And they're erecting a triple boost to look down in towards the B bomb site. Oh, Rain just tucked to the left side. Device slowly slithering his way forward. Sees the head of Rain, but the timing to drop off. He would have got info on that second player over there as well. The spam is good. Frozen's down to 4 HP off of that.
Yeah, and he's going to apply the pressure, but they're always going to finish at the A bomb site. They want to go elsewhere, so they're just going to set this up to pull as many players as they can, keep as many players here. It's not worth risking too much after this. Just Device hold the angle. There's Brokey with the pick. Device with one on the other side of the map.
9 seconds.
Oh, one in the open. Bomb being planted just now, and Device is a distraction and canceled. And okay, he might have gotten it.
He just about has it. No, missed shot over the top of his back. Brokey tried to deny, but that might have been the only way the FaZe win this because Frozen's on 4 HP and on the other side of the map, Brokey was so close to heroics but couldn't stop it from going down. In the nick of time, Astralis secure the bomb plant, and because of that, their 9th round win.
Oh, that's wild. Astralis is finding all the ways out of these situations. FaZe, the 2 clutches they've lost. Now a round like this.
I think Prof said it on the desk just before this. He said that last game in Portugal, everything went wrong for Astralis. Now everything's going right for Astralis.
Yeah, it's a little bit of karma. It's evening things out across the universe. 9-2. And a spectacular round.
It's a stylish mouse pad for Device. I like that.
FaZe winning the pistol in the second round and just getting deleted, Dinko.
Yeah. Device kind of wrecked them early with those 2 clutches.
Yeah,
At that point, they never got back on their feet.
They haven't been able to get back into it. This is nasty. Nice opening pick. Good defense from Rain, but this was all for naught. This was the distraction of the round. Device still able to do work, but this is the big one. Saving the day as the bomb goes down with, what, a quarter of a second remaining?
He had a bullet just about missing him as well. I bet Brokey wish he had a rifle. Well, they've got them in control. FaZe can't challenge for it, really. Good start from Rain. That's Stown going down. Alicia's turn to fight from Red. Stair coming right in. M4 good for one, but Device getting the trade kill. Alicia once again going down at the hands of the sniper of Astralis.
This has been Frozen's response a couple of times in this half. There's like a kill comes out in middle and he immediately pushes that smoke and turns the corner to clear Red. So good find there and puts FaZe in a really, really strong position. There's a lot of risk inherent in that decision from Frozen, but he gets the reward side of it this time.
Yeah, so they're about to get their third round win of the half. It's not a lot. Not at all.
Yeah.
But it's better than 2.
But it's better than 2.
It's better than 2.
It's way better than 2.
It's not over yet. Cadian and Yabby. Can they find a miraculous way back into round 12?
Cadian would have to deliver a banger under Rain here. If they get this kill relatively clean, there's time before the rotation comes in after that. The support miss the chance. Rain just needs to live. No need to re-peek. Let the Molotov zone you out. Let them plant inside the bomb site. 4 on 2.
Still got Carrigan and Cave as well. They start to swarm them. Carrigan puts the pressure in. Brokey to close it out. And a third round for FaZe secured at the end of what was a pretty terrible half in the defense.
Yeah, 9 straight for Astralis at one point. Cadian channeled some of that old school end of CSGO heroic calling in that half to put on a beautiful 9 rounds of T-side Ancient.
Yeah, Cadian looks so relaxed right now.
He does. He looks chill.
Very chill. You can understand why. Pistol round win, and they're off to the races to try and close out this first map. Up next, Dust 2.
Should be a banger. Should be absolutely spectacular watching that map.
Could be.
Could be. Got to solve Ancient first, though, and FaZe is going to switch over to the T side. Let's see how Elige can do within this offensive organization that Carrigan's been trying to develop. And how he fits in so far, because, I mean, it feels like every conversation around so many top teams is based around cohesion of roles and how there's so many teams past the top 4 talk about having a player in a position where he's not really used to it, where he's having to learn new things. FaZe is another one of those role teams that just doesn't feel like it's clicking so far.
Stown smoked out at Red. FaZe not going to follow up through it too quickly. They're still taking their time coming out of elbow. Very quiet. They spot no one. Now they start to make steps just outside of Red. Frozen, getting up and close and personal inside of the smokes. Down. Oh, he's about to get cleared out, but there's a second player here, Device, revealing himself. Cadian's alongside of him, and the skirmish in Red goes the way of FaZe.
Yeah, really well done from Elige. The follow-up kill on Device is critical. Important trade because FaZe jumped right into the stack. Stoud might have been caught off guard. A 2-for-1 in the favor of FaZe in the initial engagement, and now they're just ready and waiting to prime themselves into the A bomb site. Carrigan's going to join up with them through A main. Rain is following up in the rear to watch the flank. It's Elysian Brokey stepping in now to an open bomb site for a plant. And this should be both pistols for FaZe in this map.
Stare to come back in from CT spawn. No one from FaZe giving the chance. They realize how important this pistol round is. They cannot let it go, and the time is ticking on that fuse. Yabby getting caught. Carrigan nails that shot with a P250. And Cadian stuck in middle. no opportunity for him to get involved. So it is a 4th round for FaZe. The first step of a long road back into this game, but it's been taken.
Now, I know the first half was very one-sided and very dominant in the favor of Astralis, but listening to the pregame and coming into this, neither of these teams is obviously at the shape where you can expect them to just kind of easily close this out. This still can very easily turn into a contested map. If FaZe can take this pistol round victory, build some momentum, build some of those early T-side advantages, win the economy game in the first 4 rounds, all of a sudden you're thinking in those terms, and this game can come back very quickly to where FaZe can overtake Astralis. They haven't shown us enough to be super comfortable in this 9-4 lead. MP9 on device and Yabby. Upgraded pistols and armor on the other 3 players, Stound, Cadian, and Stare. And Kerrigan just gets pulled through that smoke with no support behind it. And I don't know what that was. But it's now a 4v5.
Astralis looking to ride this one into a 10th round victory if possible. FaZe slowing things down, making sure they limit the mistakes that can happen. And here comes some aggression. Broki's got to handle it. Yabby can't win that fight at range with the MP9.
This is the salvage Galil.
Oh no, Broki's gone down. There's a kill from Stound, and this is disastrous for FaZe. 44 seconds left. Get the hell out of there and try and get over towards this A bomb site. There's one player here to defend. It's Cadian with a Deagle inside of Temple, and if he just lets one of them commit to the plant, he can take him out of commission, and he'll have a 1v1 duel. His teammates start to rotate over. There's the body shots. There's the damage, but here comes the plant. So it's a 4v2 retake for Astralis. No kid on their backs. 2 Galil salvage, a smoke, but no flashes. Legion Frozen need to win this round for FaZe. It's so important for their chances of getting back into this game. With that kill into mid, Frozen puts them in the right position, but he's taking damage on board. He's on 24 HP, and they're letting Frozen take next contact. Then Elige has to play. He has to win it alone. His teammate gone. Elige put pressure on, and Astralis celebrate a victory as they get back into that defuse with plenty of time to secure the victory. And with weaker weapons and some timed aggression, it is Astralis that come back after a pistol loss and pick up the follow-up.
Yeah, I want to see how this round started. The Kerrigan death is just is the one where I'm just scratching my head. I didn't see it happen, so I don't know if he's like trying to make a call to pop through the B smoke and just nobody comes with him. If he just kind of senses an opportunity and just goes for it. But man, that's an early death to give up, and then you pass over the Galil, which has further impact into the round.
It's really good shooting as well. Like that deep shot from Stound into Cave. Just a little glimpse of a pixel, and that's enough. 10 rounds for Astralis, and that might have just been the one that breaks the backs of FaZe here on Ancient. They're sent back down to the doldrums. They've got themselves a Galil in the hands of Frozen. Tech-9s, P250s, not exactly what you want for a T-side play. Astralis staring at 11. And with the money gone for FaZe in the next, almost guaranteed to be map point.
Well, there's Stare. A little drive-by. Never stops moving. Reigns all alone. Taken down and B-lane control, which means FaZe in the middle of the map feel like they've got to take more than they have at the moment.
Stound to take the initial pressure if needed. Yabby's waiting in the corner, but Stound's doing such a great job that it takes a while before Yabby has to step up to the mark. He gets a dink on Frozen, finished off by Stare, and we're looking at 11-4 for Astralis.
Yeah, Astralis is just in cruise control mode right now. This is lovely from them. Pistol round victory in the first half, second round victory in the first half for FaZe, pistol round victory in this second half. Gun rounds have not been kind to them whatsoever. Astralis has controlled this map outside of the opening 2 to 3 rounds of each half.
Yeah, full eco for FaZe. What a turnaround from Astralis in the last time they played. Looking to open up PGL Bucharest with a 13-4 opening win. That would be huge.
Outside of the pistol rounds in the second round, it's 11-1 in the favor of Astralis. Yeah. They've just been winning everything. Another mowdown, completely destroyed and decimated. FaZe gonna be looking at a scoreline of 4-12. on the opening map of this series, and their opening series of PGL Bucharest. They are starting in the worst way.
I mean, we had this conversation earlier. The fact that, you know, the top 4 teams aren't here, right? Your like Spirits, Vitalities, they're not here. But so when you look at the rest of the cast, you would expect, you're coming into a year like this, if someone told you that that was going to be the case, FaZe has to be a name that you consider as one of the teams to get to the top of the rest. But it doesn't feel like they're anywhere near that position at the moment, which is, I think, very surprising.
I think FaZe has a little bit further to fall before we realize how much trouble they're actually in. Okay. I actually don't see a rebound in the near future of FaZe. I think these struggles will continue into the major, and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, with some of the competitors also making some big moves around them, yeah, it's worrying times. Here's Rain off the ledge. FaZe, not only have they lost the opening player, but Frozen's on 4 HP. Damage down to Rain. He's finished off in middle. Carrigan just gets into the donut, but Frozen's about to be picked off the back of the pack, and it's over. This map is done.
And the insurance policy inside of A main as well. Yabi hears all these footsteps. Good first kill. Brokey steps up. He goes down also 13-4. A quick closeout for Astralis.
Yeah, Astralis coming in with a dominant opening map, looking to try and take this series 2-0. FaZe have fallen flat.
Does anyone know if there is a football match here in Bucharest later and Astralis needs to get to it? Because they did that quick fast, Prof.
Maybe they're tennis fans as well. We have some tennis players at our hotel. Yeah, so maybe it's that.
Yeah, I mean, great showing from Astralis. We always believed. No, but seriously, it was a good game. It was a good game. This is more like stuff that we saw from them in Cluj for sure. Good clutch play from Device. I think set them up really nice because there was some potential for FaZe bullshit definitely in that game, but he canceled that out and then they just built from there on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also for Astralis early on, right, the openings worked, whether it was trying to put pressure on B, you know, the first gun round, finding openings there, winning the round, and switching a little bit to some mid plays. They just had FaZe's number in every single round, and then on top of that, these 2 back-to-back clutches from Device. It really felt like almost on, you know, on an emotional level, 2 really ruined FaZe, and they sort of lost belief after that point.
I mean, a lot of the first half was essentially about mid, especially towards the end, and I felt like definitely Astralis outplayed their FaZe, who were trying to like force the issue even. I feel like with Elige and Frozen going for mid control almost every time, and then when they wouldn't, they would leave it open, and there would be these gaps that like Brokey would be caught out or whatever, and it was a constant struggle, or KDN lurking out on A site, finding a timing. There was always some holes in the defense that Astralis was able to find.
So if you're FaZe, how do you shut down Astralis' control on Ancient if they could go back in time, Yanko?
It's tough. I think, you know, you throw more bodies at it and you throw a little bit more utility, but that's where Astralis was just much better, right? Like when FaZe did try to do that, that's when you have the A walkouts, that's when you have Astralis sort of changing the pace a little bit, and they seem to have done a good job of hitting FaZe where they were weak in their setup and in their openings. And the problem is, even when FaZe did have good openings and had man advantages, even in the half by, they have the 5v3, and then they sort of, I don't want to say throw it away, but they can't even convert that type of round. Which as I was watching this game, it felt like this is the VP Dust 2 game, just with them winning pistol, right? Because everything was going wrong. They can't win rounds with advantages. They can't, there's no clutch factor, which is a little bit crazy to say with the caliber of players that they have on the roster, but that's it, just completely outclassed, outmatched by Astralis.
Yeah, is it like individuals, like that force buy towards the end that you said, there was like a Frozen Elige 2v4 against like mixed buy, like there's one gun and like 3 pistols or something. You kind of expect them to close that out. Like Frozen is their best player over the last year. Elige, this like firepower, not upgrade, but like a strong firepower addition to FaZe, but it's either a lack of cohesion to some degree, the sharpness is not there, and then they lose that, and then the game's kind of over. You don't really get too many chances left. Since Astralis played quite a clean game, and their guys were on points, like Stair was finding some openings, Stown even doing a lot of entry work, which is not usually his thing, so it was a pretty clean game overall.
That's the thing, we said this in the pre-show, there's a lot of Astralis hates online, but the truth is it's a really strong lineup when they're all in the server, Yanko.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, they have the heroic core, right? And then you have Device as your AWPer and Stare as your 5th player. I mean, that's a better team that they had. Or in heroic, you obviously have Cadian, who is a rifler now and plays anchor positions on the CT side, which, you know, he hasn't done probably ever, at least not in a very long time. And that's sort of the weak link that you point out, especially when it comes to their CT side. But
you don't need to play the CT side if you just close the game like this.
Yeah,
so
but if they can, you know, figure out how to work around that and sort of get on the same page on their T side as well, yeah, they can be very dangerous if things actually click for them.
Here's my deep dive analysis, so bear with me. FaZe looks very quiet in comparison to what we're used to. Somewhat uninspired. Prof, what do you think is...
I thought we were going for a dating analogy again.
No, we're done with dating.
Okay, news. I mean, just... I don't know. I think they are a bit quiet, but I think that this is like a part of them trying to find a way to make this work. Like I feel like a part of them forcing the mid fight so much is, I mean, Elige even said this early on, like, I'm playing A on Ancient, but you play a lot of mid, so you get a lot of fights. So it's not like it's an anchor role, but it's not an anchor role. I feel like that's not really in line with what you should be doing in this. So it feels maybe also why it's so predictable for Astralis.
I don't know, you know, FaZe with Elige feels a little bit like you're past 30, right? It hasn't really happened.
Here we go.
You're going back to your sort of high school sweetheart, right? Something it doesn't really feel completely right, but hey, maybe we can just work it out, you know, knocked up, you get married, and now your life is sort of, it is what it is. It's not what you just have to get used to it. So I don't know. I mean, you're right about how they seem like a little bit low on energy, but I mean, you don't bring in Elige to help your team atmosphere, right? Like he, you know,
why'd you say that, Yanko?
He hasn't been known for that. He's been known to be a very skilled player who delivers the numbers and delivers the impact, right? So you're not going to count on him for that, and you have other guys on the team who could potentially, you know, try to do that, but then you look at the other guys, and outside of Kerrigan and maybe Frozen, you don't really see all that. And, you know, Brokey, when they're doing well and he's flipping people off mid-game and telling them to go F themselves, I guess. But yeah, it's a little bit tough if you're not clicking on the server, right, to still have high spirits with this particular lineup of players. You know, that's not just what they're known for.
Yeah, I do think it will be a different game on Dust 2. I do think like Inferno and then Ancient are probably the two maps like Astralis feels quite comfortable. Kind of simple maps, I feel like, especially if you get if you're getting openings like they were getting, then it's not too hard to play. I feel like Brokey and Dust 2, Frozen, these are two guys that you kind of look to, and they do a lot of damage on CT sides. They help them stabilize everything pretty much, and Elige as well. So I think that's going to be a game more FaZe favored. I also like seeing, I mean, this was also a blast, but seeing Astralis there, Cadian trying to double up, it was like it was a horrible thing to watch, I have to say. But that was also Cadian playing his worst tournament probably ever.
You don't need to we don't need to just stay on this graphic, because you don't need anything more to show the struggles for FaZe to make this work. Like, look at Rain is playing B tunnels. His whole career, he was the guy taking cat control. And by the way, Rain is insane on Dust 2. Like, when Rain has one of his games on Dust 2, he can win you the game on his own. So just the fact that you sort of have to do that because of the composition of players, and I can't really, you know, like, blame FaZe all too much for doing that, but that just tells you how big of a problem it is, right? Like, for a guy who's had so much success on the map, and, you know, in certain positions you have to move him to accommodate someone else. It's like, that's where the issues come along, right? And that's where frustrations come for players individually when they struggle, because, you know, I'm struggling because I'm having to play something I've never done before, and yeah, I'm doing my best, and I know the team has my back and they don't expect results straight away, but I don't want to suck, you know. It feels bad. Like, I want to do good, I want to help the team, I want to have impact. So that's what's giving you the most doubt about this FaZe roster. It's like it's not a small hurdle to overcome, and so far we haven't seen anything to make us believe that they'll be able to overcome it.
So Yanko made me do it. I'm sorry. Dust 2 is like marriage counseling, right?
I thought we were done with this, but okay, okay.
But Yanko took me back there, so we continue. We're now going for marriage counseling. Is it going to be a successful phase, or will Astralis be the cause of the divorce?
I have no idea what this analogy means.
I think FaZe will realize that one fling where they had a lot of fun, that might be the one, you know. And JKS is now on the bench of Team Liquid. I think he fits the lineup a lot more. You know, they lifted the Katowice trophy, and maybe they give him a call, you know, down the line. Who knows?
And on that note, we're going to go to a break. We'll come back to Dust 2.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
FaZe Clan are back in action here for PGL Bucharest. We've got the in-game leader, the mastermind behind it all, Carrigan with me. And I guess we got to start by just looking at the exit from Blast Lisbon and the way it went down for you guys. How was that one to take? Because obviously of how it started, you win the game against Astralis, but then you go up against the Spirit, which obviously is very difficult for any team. But for you, I guess it's hard where you don't maybe fight the way we were expecting you to fight against them.
Yeah, first of all, we got 13-0 against VP, right? First,
I wasn't going to mention it. I wasn't going to mention it.
Yeah, but it just shows that our A level is pretty good, because I think the way we beat Astralis was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Astralis is maybe not the best team right now, but we had a convincing victory, showed our train, showed our 7 map pool, came into the Spirit game, and if I rewatch the game again, it's like we have so many X on X after plans on the map. Then literally we should win like 80% of them. I hate to say it, but it's just like we're getting into side. I kill Donk, Magus kills me, and I'm like, this is the best trade we can get a server for me for Donk.
This is gold.
Yeah, this is the goal of the game. And unfortunately we don't finish the rounds. But I think the worst thing is like our B level, when we don't play our A game, is not good enough. And that's what is pretty annoying with the previous lineup, previously chemistry. Even on our bad days, we could beat some of these teams by the fundamentals and the basics. But right now, it is a tough time. But I think I have seen the potential, how good we can be, and now just trying to all the time replicate that.
Yeah. Now, looking at what you learned from Lisbon and just the past events, right? Obviously, you'll change things event to event. Does that mean you're coming into Bucharest for some more changes, or do you have a more like set way of playing now that you're stuck with?
I think there's less changes now. Okay. I think we're getting to a season where we have to give more room and space to see the small changes we have done. I think we changed a lot in the beginning just because there were certain things that didn't work. Even it might have worked in practice, but in official games you see it way more, and hopefully with less new stuff coming into this event, we can focus more on the basics, because there is always, as a problem as an IGL, if things are not working, I will create a new strat. I'll create something more fresh. But when the game comes, you still need to fix those more like basics mistakes and playing off each other in the defaults, how much aggression, who does the aggression, when to call for a flash from teaming, all these things. We try to focus more on practice to kind of play less tactical wise and dry run new rounds, but more like figure out mid-round solutions where who is taking the next step as a player and who is doing the mid-rounding together with me based off different scenarios.
And looking at just the practice you had coming into this event, do you feel like obviously it's not the same as officials, I understand that, but do you feel like you've seen some progress in the direction you wanted to go?
I see some progress, yeah. I think it's hard to describe. I still think always practice is different. I know I can be different in practice compared to official, right? But when the games come, I feel like I see more stability from the individual players in the team. Okay. And I think that is a key thing for us to see how the basic natural works. Because there is going to be days I call bad. We need someone else to take care of it. There will be days I'll call good where we don't need to play good individually, right? Those are the things we need to figure out this event and just try to analyze and look at it. I think we are going in the right direction. But it's going goddamn slow. We have some big tournaments coming up as well, plus this one. And we didn't win a trophy for a whole year is coming soon to an end, to the 14th of April. So we need to win some trophies.
Couldn't be this one?
That's the goal. I mean, right now it's very hard for me to say we're the favorites. Normally I am pretty blunt with you that we are going to aim for the trophy. That's my desire to win and what I'm aiming for. But to be honest, I just need to see a better game from us when it goes bad, because that's the worst thing I have right now. I know we can win a tournament if we play our A game, but you're never going to play a game 7 games in a row. There's going to be a bad game, and that's the one you lose, then you're out.
Well, you know what to do. You've always been able to do it. I wish you the best of luck with it, man, and thank you for all the insight.
Thank you very much.
Astralis in full control and FaZe Clan in damage control right now, Jason, heading into the second map. We've got Dust 2. Is it going to be the bounce back story for FaZe?
It was a little uncomfortable timing with that interview too, where Kerrigan's just like, I'll be honest with you, I'm aiming for the trophy. And then right after that first map, which was like, my brother, that's not a trophy winning team, right?
Got to just recalibrate the aim.
Look, let's see. I think we're going to see a better FaZe than what we saw on the first map. Whether that's a FaZe that can win this map and bring back this series, I have no idea. I have no clue whatsoever. I was surprised at how little of a fight they had on Ancient, which scares me going into Dust 2, but this is their map pick, so let's see what they've got. FaZe going to be starting on the offensive side, on the T side, while Astralis starting that CT defensive half of the map. And we kick things off into the pistol. P250 on Kerrigan with the smoke. Smoke flash for Astralis' defense in this pistol. Now Astralis lost both pistols on the first map, but still dominated overall.
Into the mid-control, it's Rain just having a little peek through those doors. And the climb up into short being set up here for FaZe. You've got Stown out long, and Device holding the long house, and that is one great kill to open things up. Frozen down.
That's actually a perfect kill, because you're playing retake at the A bomb site. This defense is set up to defend against a mid to B split or an attack directly into the B bomb site. The fact that you get one kill and you're playing 5-on-4, if Stown can add one more on top, and he will, now you can survive. You can play for the retake. You have a 5-on-3. No need to fight anything else until your 3 B players rotate over and get into position.
Bomb plant secured.
You have to clear Liege.
Here comes Cadian and Stare up first. Oh, and Liege. Oh, and Liege. There he goes. Back to it. Gets a double. Somehow makes the most of that. Now Carrigan left, and it's clean on the first. Can he get the second? Yes, he can. Carrigan looking for the 1v3 with the P250 and just couldn't connect the final headshot. 6 shots on the first. Just couldn't get the one that mattered.
Kerrigan, a new convert to the center view model.
Everyone's doing it these days.
I don't know if you noticed that. Yeah, I know. I've switched over.
Oh, yeah?
It's amazing. It's a whole new life.
Okay.
It's a whole new world out there, Dinko.
Okay, I like it.
First pistol round for Astralis. The kills from Stown and Device before the hit even begins kind of almost seal the fate. Alish very close to bringing it back, but you have to say, I mean, even missing that first shot, he thought it was on, he thought it was a headshot, but I mean, incredible skill to still recover and still get a double kill. Still get a double kill out of this situation.
Yeah. I mean, if Carrigan hits that one, I think we all collectively lose our minds in the Counter-Strike world, you know? Hits that jumping headshot.
Kerrigan's good for a crazy clutch once in a while. I don't know what it is. He's got a quality to him.
Well, connects on the device. There goes Cadian, looking away at the wrong time, getting his crosshair back to land a dink on Elige. Not enough damage to bring him down. So Elige up first with the kill, but the grenade soars in and somehow still alive.
Oh my lord. Even Elige is like, that probably should have killed me.
Here, have my gun, Rain. Yeah, have that.
Well, they've made noise, so Yabi close to the double doors is calling out 2 and lower.
Ooh, smoke fades. Yabi tucked in the corner. Star makes the short play forward and comes out on top.
Yeah, but you
kill on Rain. Device finished off. Second shot this time connecting. Deagle goes through the mid doors. Here's down. First kill's good. Second's better on top of Xbox, and he gets away with his life. Star stops that bomb from making the way through the double doors, and Frozen now left on 5 HP.
Yeah, nicely done. Good recovery from Astralis. I was going to say, awkward situation where you kind of have to let Yabi just die close up to those double doors. There's nothing you could do to overextend to save him. You just risk too much. But a nice mid-crunch from Astralis. Catwalk and double doors being the point of the attack.
Force buy doesn't pay off for FaZe. Or rather, the scout buy from Carrigan doesn't pay off. And I mean, we're looking at a pretty rough start again. You know, 2-0 for Astralis, continuing their winning ways. They're going to go for a timeout early, Astralis.
Talk over this first gun round, and their money as well out of that round is a little bit busted, a little bit awkward losing 3 players. So they want to have that conversation more about preventing the economic disaster of your CT side getting reset in round 3 than anything else. Anything tactical, it's more just about making sure this is such an important round to establish some early control, doing everything they can to make sure they come out on the winning end of it. Frozen with the hero AK, and 2 Deagles. For FaZe is the investment. 1 smoke and Brokey as well if they can find some openings.
Brokey has $100 left over. Not a lot of cash here for FaZe.
That'll keep the op out of his hands for a little bit.
And that is what you want if you're Astralis on a map like Dust 2. 3-0 lead being teed up thanks to Stown's aggressive maneuver through short. Frozen caught, and the AK now falls in the hands of Rain instead.
Yeah, who doesn't have... Well, he does have armor, excuse me.
Here's the Kevlar.
He did buy low armor. All right.
He had no faith in Frozen.
He was like, just give it to me to start, man. I know you're going to die.
Gotta let him have a go, though.
All right, Cadian close up the double doors. You've got Stown there to swing off his contact from CT spawn for the time being. Device up inside the bomb site, Stair watching long, and Yabi inside the B bomb site. And 4 players, all 4 players of FaZe, gonna eat a grenade.
Ooh, that does not taste good.
That's some GOAT 2018 Astralis timing.
And Device on the cleanup with the 3K. Stair comes in to get that final one. A 3-0 lead here for Astralis. And you think it might get better for FaZe, and then you see they don't have much money here, and it's another weird scenario coming up. Actually, could be a 4-0 lead for Astralis to kick things off.
And then you just build on that momentum you got in the initial map of Ancient, and then you just start feeling real unstoppable. Frozen had knife out, that AK-47 not even prepared. Nade softened everyone up. So it's an easy cleanup for Device and Stown out towards long. Good shot from Brokey.
Hell yeah.
$100 in the bank. He got a scout and he's already made it work.
Who needs an AWP? Here's Cadian. Oh, under pressure. And that Molly's going to slow them down.
He's got a smoke as well, but he might have to burn it immediately. He's not. He's actually going to shift outside of the bomb site. So FaZe, they could just rinse this hit. Just say, screw it. We got to pick on the cross. Cadian already used a Molotov, but they're going to play it safe. Round slows down, FaZe spreads out, and Astralis shift over to stack this B bomb site.
Half of Rain's health gone. But he's still got half of his health. So, depends on way you look at it.
Well, the question is, when is the timing of Astralis deciding to, okay, it's right now. It's right now when they decide to push the B bomb site. 3 players over, they over-rotated.
Ooh.
And since this round has slowed down, they're thinking in their heads, we have a chance to get back into this. There are some options available to us. If they can find Rain in lower, in mid, at Xbox.
If Stair can delay, if he can be a thorn in the side of FaZe, oh, well, Rain goes down in middle, so now it's going to be an acceleration for Astralis, and FaZe know what's up. So they have to go fast up long. So Carrigan, with the pressure on his shoulders from short side, Stair's just looking to try and delay them at long for as long as possible, but he's smoked out, so looks up to short instead. Here comes Elige, bomb on his back.
Moving into the bomb site. Stoun's come in with a pick. Cadian's long flank's good. Frozen's gone. Bomb plant being secure right now. And Carrigan, can't make it happen. It's all on Elige. He's going to try and stop them, but it's not going to be able to happen. Elige just under too much pressure. Astralis swarm them in all different directions. And that B push comes at the perfect time.
Yeah, that's a lovely call. I almost thought Astralis might just be calling it around with that shift over that stack and just camping the B bomb site, but a really nice timing to hit that push into upper tunnels for the information, for the fast play, and they even kind of ignored Catwalk. Carrigan was turned and waiting for that flank up Catwalk. They decided to go long, so again, just making all the right decisions. And if you're FaZe, with some of the struggles that you've had after Elige has joined the roster, you know, the basics aren't working, as Carrigan have said, losing advantage situations, things feel a little bit disconnected. You start getting aggressive CT sides like that from Astralis, where they're pushing you while you're trying to communicate and trying to make sure everyone's on the same page. That's extra frustrating. Sneakily, maybe not even sneakily, but this has turned into a very tough game for FaZe.
Yeah, the mountain to climb is just getting steeper and steeper. Smoke into the CT cross. Stair just jiggling. Tosses out the utility as soon as information's collected on Frozen's presence. Minute 5 on the clock. Short taken here by Carrigan. And Elige is going to smoke the CT cross and stay committed down at lower tunnels. Here comes a long play for Astralis. Stair getting hungry, pushes in towards the longhouse itself, and FaZe start to move through the mid doors, putting pressure towards the B bomb site with Cadian in position.
Ooh, there's 3. Now you spot it all. Yabby, that's not a fun spot to be in, but that smoke at double doors might help you. It's a slow creeping B split.
Nice peek from Yabby, gets back to the angle at the double doors, and Yabby melts them, shreds them, and nearly gets the window picked. But Elige is left in a 1v2.
No health.
Low HP, 18 to be exact, and he's just waiting out behind the smoke. Smoke fades now, Gap at a fight, headshot in. Elige predicting the move to come through window, but Device was a little bit further back. But he's got the health advantage, and Device just goes into the fight, and Elige wins. A crucial clutch here for FaZe Clan.
Quad kill for Elige in the round as well. Beautifully put together, start to finish, and they needed that. They needed a round win. They needed some life here on Dust 2, and more importantly, considering Ancient was decided by Devices, 2 back-to-back 1v2 clutches, Elige adding a late round victory for FaZe is something they never had in the first map. Let's see if they can build upon it, because the ops have come out now. Not 1, but 2. Device and Cadian both picking up the big green, and both going to challenge double doors.
One of the rare occasions where Cadian actually does get to play on his primary choice weapon.
I mean, it makes sense that you'd want to slip into the double op with Cadian, you know, as a rifler in this lineup. Just the double op has not been super popular, and it's so economically damaging if it doesn't work out, especially at MR12.
But when you're having a day like today,
yeah,
where you're kind of dominating,
go for it.
Yeah, this will be your opportunity. Let's see if it works. Device peering down long. So this is the first crack of the whip for one of the AWPs. And they go right into his waiting arms. And he's not welcoming. The second op is in the same position, just a little bit lower. It's out towards CT now. As Cadian looking to get involved, but Brokey's got his second of the round, and it doesn't look too hot right now for Astralis. Cadian's starting to back away deeper and deeper into CT spawn, and unless Stoun challenges for this site control, it's over, and he's gone. So save that op. Yabby's gonna get out of there too. You might be able to get both ops if Yabby can get his hands on it.
Do you want both ops?
Yeah, one more go. It didn't work that well in this round.
They spent all their cash in the previous round to get the double op setup, and now they have literally like no money. 50 on Stoun and Cadian, 150 on Stair and Yabby, and so the double op is all you're going to have into the next one as well.
Yeah, you can see how quickly the finances get drained when you pick up 2 of them. And 4-2, that Elige clutch might prove to be a turning point in this half.
Yeah, let's see, one more step. Winning this low buy / force buy if it comes out around the AWPs, and then all of a sudden if you're FaZe, you have economic control and you can rattle it off. So we'll see, that could have been the moment. 2 rounds in a row for FaZe. In the gun rounds as well, something that didn't happen in the first map. Fist bumps are out, and let's see what Astralis choose to do with the limited money they have to work with. 2K pretty much across the board. And they're going to buy up around the ops.
Elige moving forward at short with some pace, so gets around the corner. He's all the way up to top short now. It's down, just waiting for that little jump up. But he isn't going to show anything to Elige. Stays low enough. Then he's safe from his gaze. And here comes Cadian in towards the site. And the scope ready to go from Goose. Elige with the smoke tossed out. Gonna go into the flash peek. Carrigan falls victim to Cadian, who goes back out again, and the second shot from Cadian is delightful. Brokey going down. Cadian starting to move forward. Changing his position slightly, gets eyes on his next victim. Cadian landed that. Another kill on Rain, and a shutdown from Astralis. All 5 stay alive, and FaZe Clan just melt upon their hand.
God damn, Cadian. Let me see that jump up shot one more time. I was like, in my head, I'm like,
I thought he's dead. I'm like, why?
You're crazy. Just live. You don't need to do this. And it all works out. Even his teammate from ramp gets a kill as they're trying to punish him.
He was locked in.
And Astralis just put another spectacular round on the board. Frozen calling for some support. It looks like.
Guys, I can't do this anymore.
It's like something's wrong with his PC.
Yeah, it's the only explanation.
Get it out of here. Give me the full swap, PGL.
That was sick. Cadian. That's why you let him on the ops sometimes, Jason.
Oh, absolutely. I'm down for it. It's just, there's a lot of risks associated with the double op setup.
Yep.
Which is why we don't see it all that often. But yeah, with Device and Cadian, spring every once in a while. Live a little bit.
All right, here we go. Get to see that sequence one more time.
First one blind, second one just a blind shot, no information through the smoke, and the third one jumping up. Stown is the one to save his life as well, and yeah.
Frustrating start of the game here for Frozen. 0-6 at the moment.
Not even the start of the game, just the whole series surely has been frustrating for everyone on FaZe. Now it's going from bad to worse, because now
Device's turn on the AWP.
Everyone on this FaZe team will remember what it was like playing against Device when he was at his peak, and it's probably feeling similar at the moment. He's been so many different places with the AWP, harassed you a number of times, and he ain't missing that first shot.
Here comes the walk, right at the front. The pack of players going back in short. They're surely expecting this.
What's he doing?
What? Yeah, Device just chilling right now.
He's
like, oh, hold on. Actually, I gotta play here again.
What was that?
I have no idea. Everything went quiet, but he's still here, still fragging.
Yeah, but he's had to give up so much space because of whatever it was he was doing.
Got an itch, Jason.
Wiping his hands
off.
off.
Scratch.
All right, it's still recoverable. Just would have been nice to maybe have one more.
This would be a pretty sick highlight, though, wouldn't it, from Device? You know, you get the first opener, you take a break doing something, and then you just come back and clean up. But missed shot into the site. Star's not going to miss his opportunity, and here comes the retake. Astralis arriving, the cavalry's in, and Device blasts Brokey through the box. Another flawless round for Astralis. They don't lose a single player.
Get FaZe out, bro. They're done.
The towel has been thrown in.
This is sick. Astralis has come in so locked in after that disappointing performance in Lisbon that it doesn't even matter.
No.
That's such a clean retake as well. And they've had clean retakes throughout the series. Even when FaZe have put themselves into bomb sites, Astralis has done such a good job.
Bang.
It's hard to imagine, like, part of it is like, if you look back at that Lisbon, and we kind of highlighted it, a really bad performance for Astralis as a team and individually. It also had that like added kick in the balls of taking them out of the major and making them go to the MRQ. There were a lot of things that went wrong at that event. One of them was Cadian being the worst rated player statistically, Stare and Yabi being like in the bottom 4 as well. You know. So like it's hard to tell if it's just like individually they're so much better, so the tactics are naturally going to look stronger.
Right.
But a completely different team from a few weeks ago to now.
So what you're saying is Cadian took one for the team.
Yep.
Made everybody else look better.
They just had to feel rock bottom to get fired up.
But Device got another opening pick, this time against the weaker weapons. And a different position again. He was at short this time.
Dev is 4-0 in opening engagements.
Yeah, that's,
here on Dust 2.
A pretty nice stat to have.
I think the first one was the pistol round, but everything else, the AWP has just been shutting down FaZe every step they take around a corner.
Hey, saving those 2 AWPs.
True.
Paid off.
That's a good callback. Yeah. Saving both AWPs has been very nice to them. And now they got some money in the bank behind it. So the double AWP setup is truly powered up. However, one mistake from Yabby, and you put those AWPs into a situation where they got to retake the B bomb site, that's not fun.
No, but he's done well. He's delaying them. He's got plenty of utility. And FaZe just roll their eyes as they have to look at a smoke and go through it. Here's the lurch smoke. There's the shot from Cadian, and Yabby's on the cleanup. Double to close on a 7th round win for Astralis.
God damn. New look Astralis coming in hot, and FaZe's struggles continue. First time out used by FaZe to talk things over. They've tried to play themselves out of this for 9 rounds, and it hasn't worked.
Yeah, Neo's turn. I mean, there was a difference. FaZe on Ancient used 2 timeouts within the first, 7 or 8 rounds of the game. This time, you know, getting a little deeper in before they call their first timeout, and same result at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that might just be something simple, attributing it to, like, maybe less comfortable on Ancient, so wanting to take those timeouts earlier to make sure it doesn't spiral, which obviously didn't pan out here. This is their map pick. They came into this and prepped specifically for this. So massive issues for FaZe today in the opening day of PGL Bucharest. 0 kills still on Frozen, 1 kill on Rain. Frozen and Rain on one team, and you only have 1 frag combined. That's a massive problem.
I love that double door smoke. The one that just lands on top of the door. That's
aesthetically pleasing.
It's just, yeah, it's just perfect.
I know the guys back at EPL were working on Alex and Henry spent like an hour perfecting the double smoke dome off catwalk.
Smoke dome. I love the smoke dome. How that's become a part of the vocabulary.
Been memed into existence.
Some of the greatest gifts that Harry's given to the community. Here's Cadian. Thought he would have seen a little bit more of that. But great to turn the X-ray off and see what he really sees. Through mid they go. Elige at the front of the attack. Molotov goes behind that CT smoke. There's a fight about to go down, and Yabby is the man to step up for it. Down gets 1. Cadian's gone down, but Yabby making sure the trade is that. It's a little bit scary now for that B bomb site because there's no one there, no one inside of the B site. And you mentioned earlier retaking with the AWPs. Well, it's only Device up at the moment, so it's 2 rifles at least still in play. And Stare coming in late mid. This could be huge because Brokey's stuck in a cage right now.
It's all about sound. If Stare gives a footstep away, oh nope, he's gonna clear it. He was very, very convinced. Now to B tunnels we go. Rain and Kerrigan to hold off 3 players retaking. There's only 1 smoke on Stare.
Lurk smoke thrown out, and Rain about to get aggressive to the window. They're both looking the wrong way, and so with Rain on the double, the round is done. Stare looking for heroics, but not going to be happening. Kerrigan to drop him with the Glock. They needed an extra round. At least FaZe have got it now, but a little bit more work to be done. 2 rounds left in this half. But back to winning ways. They put an end to the streak.
Really strong thrust in the middle from FaZe. Both B defenders outside the bomb site playing this, or 1 inside the bomb site. Beautiful shot from Kerrigan. Good trade through the smoke as well. Reading the situation, but this is a thing of beauty. Rain set not play up for quite some time. Waiting for the little piece of attention that would take their attention away. Perfect double kill. Lead is cut to 4, but still in the favor heavily of Astralis.
Yeah, this is the half now for FaZe. They have to pick this one up. If they do, great opportunity to get 5 to close out. He can work with that. Kerrigan down mid with some speed. Cadian pinned, and okay, Kerrigan.
I'm amazed Cadian committed to that play after the AWP spotted him and took a shot.
Yeah.
I thought that would have been the signal to just be like, oh, play's not there, back away. But Cadian wanted to fight, and he's got his head ripped off. Now, Stare's in a strong position. He calls long clear. Nobody has to even think about long from the Astralis side of things. And he's got a timing of when he can wrap around and make a play. Mid utility just coming in now. Missed Molotov to clear out close double doors. Device missed the timing, but Kerrigan missed the shots. And still no move from Stare in the long cave.
FaZe tried to run the short execute a couple of times, but got punished by the AWPs.
Oh,
deciding not to go for it here.
Surely Stare moves now. This has got to be the moment.
Stound just waiting. Oh, first bullet not accurate. Does well to at least get one. Yabby stays at the back of the platform. They're going to heat things up, but he still stands in the same position. It's a double kill from Yabby. Here comes Elige. Out through the smoke, and he gets caught by Device. Patience pays off. Nearly stops the bomb from getting across, but Brokey into the clutch.
Elige gave you one earlier. Now Brokey's got to.
Oh, they pushed through so fast. They came through so fast. They didn't let Brokey get into a comfortable position at all. And they get back in that retake before it really even gets going.
Yeah, good round from Astralis. I actually thought that was going to be a lost affair considering how late that play was from Stare. I think that timing just got missed. Hard to read it when you're sitting in that cave. 8-3.
Yeah. How's the money looking, Jason, here for FaZe?
It's fine. They've got AKs. They've got utility. Just, man, Yabby steps up so big when they need him the most. Elige gets distracted by footsteps at Xbox, so Device opens it up. Everything falling into place in the favor of Astralis today. Another dominant map thus far.
I like the aggression up top mid here for Stare. Looked like he's about to get a guaranteed opener on Kerrigan, but doesn't go the way he would have anticipated or hoped. And he'll maintain his aggressive positioning. Kerrigan's actually going to get caught moving through that smoke, not by Stare, but by Device, who peered up into top middle.
I'm kind of amazed that Stare is still here. They know he's still here.
I'm just rooting for Frozen, man. Get your one in the end of this half.
Oh yeah, I'd forgotten about that.
Just get your one.
Ooh, that's been rough.
This is it. He's going to get one. He's going to get it, Jason.
I don't know, you got Devices off on one side, you got an awkward...
This is it. There we go. It's a win, a small W.
All right, doesn't matter what you do from here.
He didn't finish the half on 0. And his teammates now stepping forward into long. Yabby looking to make the most of this out from Goose. And, ooh, good dink onto the second player as well. It's Device's turn as he hops up and gets blasted by Brokey, leaving it all on Stound, who's going to give this one a good go. 1v3 to round out the half. And Brokey makes sure that it's 4 for FaZe. It's not a clean half. It's not fantastic, but at least something.
They recovered enough to give a little bit of hope. Yeah,
there we go.
Frozen. Yeah, baby.
We're all rooting for you.
You got to be proud of that one.
What do you see? He's going to have the best second half.
Yeah, it just pops off now. Well, he still seems happy. That's all you can ask for, you know?
Yeah, that one kill can make a big difference. Takes the pressure off.
Yeah, it's never fun hitting tab and seeing a 0.
No.
Like 10, 11 rounds in. That's never a good feeling. I myself have never experienced it, but I've been told. 8-4 going into the halftime break and the halftime swap. So FaZe will be defending, Astralis attacking in Cadian. Called a fantastic T-side on Ancient. So if that continues today and you have all the individuals from Astralis delivering for you, Device and Yabby with 12 kills apiece, Stound with 10, Stare with 11, everything's looking like Astralis should be able to close this one out.
Yabby just put his chair into lock-in mode.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, full forward tilt.
The Yabby lock-in?
Yep. He plays at a 45-degree angle forward.
Did he bring a protractor?
Yeah. Elige does. Guarantee it. Guarantee he does. Gets that monitor in perfect angle. Second half underway. FaZe on the CT side. Device charging out long already. No one's there to even spot him, so he's got that position. FaZe electing to play short heavy instead. And FaZe have got info that it's going to be a long play, so they're going to try and bolster the defense here, ready to go against a heap of Astralis players coming towards them. Kerrigan taking some challenges. Elige to peek with him. So far, so good for FaZe. It's Brokey with the opening pick. It's just fighting.
Still a long way to go. Yep, and now the USP swing. And at range, they come out on top.
It's deathmatch, but it's all FaZe Clan at least. See? Frozen's off to the races, man. He doubled his kills in the first half and coming into the second.
True.
So.
And he was doing a little heat check there at the end with the long push as well. He was trying to see if he's got it back.
Oh, is this the start of a FaZe comeback?
It very well could be.
Could come back from worse. 3 rounds separate them now.
I mean, it's the same kind of vibe I had going into Ancient, which is like, I think both these teams are in like some weird spiral, obviously coming into the series today. Astralis in the first map show that they're kind of, at least today, having a very good glimpse. I haven't seen that same thing out of FaZe yet to make it believable, but we know with the struggles and inconsistencies of both teams, this half could come back quickly for FaZe, much like Ancient could have at one point. But did not. Buy back here for Astralis. They've invested, and oh no. FaZe lost one of these rounds on Ancient.
Yeah.
If you want to keep going back to the parallels.
Yeah. Let's see if it happens again. Frozen, they run right by him, and they line up perfectly. Oh, Stare though. Uh-oh. Double deke. And now Rain sits atop the smoke. And he drops down. Sound cue given away. Rain no longer with the element of surprise. They know exactly where he is. They're focusing on him. They're sending bullets through that smoke. He needed a bit of Twinkle Toes action, but Rain's a heavy man, and he hits the ground.
I don't know how you win this if you're FaZe. You just get smoked off in double doors. You've got one flashbang on Kerrigan. You've got no kits, and Rain's in tunnels with an MP9. He can't take any of these fights.
Yabby's on the hunt, chasing him down. And Yabby's finished him off. It's now Kerrigan 1v3. Comes in with a big pick at the back of the platform, but look who's inside of the smoke. It's Cadian. And Kerrigan dives down, no kit in his back, nor any utility to apply the pressure. Got the right read, but Cadian brings him down with a Tech 9. And unfortunately for FaZe, it strikes twice.
Yeah, all that thing we just talked about, if there being a chance they can bring this back, it's that losing a round like that makes it feel way less likely. That's a brutal way to drop a round. I'm gonna give more credit than anything. Obviously, Stare gets the kills, but the Cadian flashbang blinded Brokey for so long that Stare was able to turn around and kill the player close double doors before addressing the Brokey situation.
Yeah.
So shout out to Cadian for such a perfect flashbang.
And the shots as well.
The shots were nice as well.
Mid-aggression stopped. Frozen gets no further. Liege, though, he gets to go on an adventure.
Fully invested this round as FaZe also. And with that mid-push, Astralis is like, I'm just going to see if anything else is going on. And there goes Liege. Stare finds him. Lovely couple of rounds he's had. Now up to 16 kills, Stare.
Yeah, the full investment is certainly important to note because a loss here and not much going into the next. There's an M4 picked up for Rain. Very centered view model for Brokey.
Everyone's doing it. All the cool kids, Dinko.
Yeah,
all the cool kids are changing their view model.
Let's see. Big swing from Kerrigan. Not able to connect. Stal making sure that the AK penetrates the FaZe in-game leader.
Don't you want to be a cool kid too?
Yeah, I want to try it, but I would... Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it later, Jason. I'm going to switch, see how it feels. But Rain doesn't. He's a left-handed gamer. Look at that. He's doing damage. He's got a double. You're leaving a third kill on his Star, but this is too much to ask of Mr. Rain. Got to be a save.
Has to be. And even that's not going to give you a whole lot to work with. Full investment in this round. FaZe losing bonus not completely built up either. And then you're looking at 5-10 and making a decision of, do we save for a full buy or do we just keep hoping we can win one of these forces? Stare looks like he ain't going to let this one go, though. 10-5. Astralis 3 rounds away from closing out this series. Winning the trilogy of matches in 2025, FaZe Astralis, 1 each so far.
Still a better trilogy than Twilight, Jason. Not as good as any other trilogy, though.
No, it's probably better than the newest Star Wars sequel.
I didn't even watch that.
Or sequel trilogy, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, not much gets worse than that, Jason.
Yeah, 7, 8, 9. Let's just forget about them. 10-5. I'm still waiting for FaZe to have some extended fight back in them. Some like 5-round run, 4-round run where it just looks like they've gotten back in action.
Doesn't feel like that's going to happen today.
No, but that's the FaZe thing.
You gotta, yeah, they have you at the very, you give up on them and then suddenly they're back.
No, just like I mean, look, this is going up over the past like 2 or 3 years, but you know, the hardest team to put away in Counter-Strike. They always had one last battle back in them.
Haven't done it with a leash. Haven't done it with a leash. That's a whole new thing. Does he have the mentality for that? For the big FaZe comeback. I feel like that was very funny at the start of the year when Carrigan was saying, you know, Elish sometimes doesn't thrive in the overtime chaos. You know, he's just kind of getting used to the FaZe way of playing.
Yeah, no, I mean it's one of the things, having worked with Elish, that I thought would be tough. I still thought it would have gone much easier and much smoother than this, but definitely Elish is a player who kind of has his almost like decision tree. He likes to have things like mapped out. He likes to, you know, have like kind of an organized train of thought. So yeah, the chaos, it's not his cup of tea, we'll say.
Just everything's burning around him. He's just trying to put the pieces together. Here goes Carrigan. He's out of there. So just 30 seconds left in this round. Astralis making sure that they keep it as clean as possible.
Yeah, but once again, Cadian's calling circles around him. Because, I mean, it's gone so quiet, and FaZe kind of have a right idea of what you see out of some Cadian calling is rotate over to the other side of the map, but you get that follow-up push, and it's bring everyone back to long and stroll into the bomb site. 11th round on the board for Astralis, and this M4 in the hands of Rain will move forward into the next round as well. And then you have the last buy of FaZe, essentially.
So Astralis get to win this match at PGL events. FaZe get to win this at the Blast events. You know, that's how it's going so far.
And there's been 2 PGL events and only 1 Blast.
So Astralis, they're up. They're winning. Not over yet, but it feels like it is.
Terrorists win.
Round 17.
Pretty relaxing day at the office today for Rugga.
Yeah, although to be fair, it's like, you know, when you say that about a coach, for every like easy day in the office they have on a match day, there's like 10 apocalyptic days of practice that need to be paid before you get that reward.
Yep. They just don't turn up and stand behind them. There's a lot of other work.
Like his hard days have been every other day than the match day.
Rugga's only 17 years old.
Ooh.
Rain back of the site. Here's Frozen out towards Car. Flashes up into the sky, and Frozen ready to mow them down. Gets a double, but Cadian shows he can do that as well. Into the B-bomb site, and ooh, you hate retaking B.
It's a classic change of pace out of a timeout, and you do it at a moment where, oh, FaZe, you kind of, you feel like you're pressured to go for this.
Yeah, you want to see if there's a way in, but there's just so much utility left for Astralis.
And you're competing for the series, right? Otherwise, you're fighting for overtime.
Yeah, and that's a long way off. So.
But you have one kit and very little utility, and you're scoped out.
Flash has to come in, has to be perfect. Brokey throws the flashbang in. Ixtown is blinded by it. The flash is in fact perfect. And Device once again asked to clutch for Astralis. Goes to the Glock, and it's not enough to put an end to them. FaZe come back in. Brilliant flash from Brokey, and they get their way into the retake.
Yeah, everyone's so blind inside that B bomb site. Someone wasn't playing anti well enough. That timed flash, so unfortunate for the Astralis defense, but it gives a little bit of life over to FaZe. It keeps that door cracked open ever so slightly that they can still win this map and take us to 3. They've held Astralis off 12 for the moment. Device is going to have the ult back in his hands. Plenty of money for everyone to get AK-47s, so we aren't done yet. But you've got to hope that's the sign from FaZe that breathes some of that fight back in them. It's pretty chill timeout music.
Yeah, I'm kind of vibing to it.
And I think it just restarted. I think we got back-to-back timeouts. So we're just gonna keep hanging out on this. Yeah.
It's kind of stressing me out that the secret lab pillow's upside down.
Yeah, is that triggering something in you? Yeah.
Might need to get that checked, Jason.
Pause the game. Rain, you
please, someone fix it.
Turn that pillow around right now. Here we go towards long. Yabby and Cadian to lead the way out. They're getting real aggressive, real fast paced, running through the Molotov as well and spraying. Yabby in position, gets one. Cadian can't trade that off. He's out of ammunition and he's stuck behind the smokes. A brawl to take long control. It's Astralis's in a 1-for-1 trade. Now, here's the difference. Let's watch how this plays out, because in the first half, when things like this happened, Astralis was getting aggressive in B tunnels, aggressive in middle, finding flanks. FaZe standing pat for the moment until that kill and information comes out.
Yeah, and now Brokey just smokes himself off at the car to make sure that he can stay alive and keep the pressure up. Doing a good job so far. Astralis fully committed towards long. Initially happy with the back and forth, but now they've been stalled out.
They've been stalled out, and unlike what we've seen from Astralis throughout the 2 maps so far today, they've got no lurk, they've got no extra player elsewhere on the map to give them a second option. Everyone came long.
And there's too much space on the map that could have been taken by FaZe to feel comfortable to fall back and send a player into mid. You know,
However,
they are very much committed to this long play right now.
If you're Astralis at this point, I feel like in the back of your head, you're like, you know you've lost this round. Like, no round is truly out of reach ever.
But the percentage chance is very low. And
you feel like you can't go back because you have no information and no one there.
That helps.
You feel like you can't necessarily go forward. Yeah, you clear Brokey out. You have 1 smoke to cross over.
20 seconds.
I think they're just backing off.
Yeah, because they can't get the bomb to the site in
almost like they're trying to execute a late split up catwalk. This is crazy.
Well, they won't make it in time. So at least they go down before the time. Device is going to come back, try and hang on to the AWP, but they're already applying pressure towards top middle. Device able to pick off Frozen. Needs to be careful here. Only has $250 in the bank.
Yeah, but that's why I almost think saving would have been the better option. You have those weapons, replenish a little bit of utility. Couple players can force buy around it because they haven't built up the losing bonus to anything significant. I think it was 1900. So you could have had another essentially 3 rifle rounds while that losing bonus builds a little bit bigger. But now we'll see what they can pull out around this. They buy anyways. Op AK-47 on Cadian, 2 Tech 9s and a Deagle for Astralis in round 19. And if you're FaZe, you love this force buy. You're like, this is our way back in. We've strung a couple together now, getting a little bit of confidence.
He got one. Still managed to get a headshot. Not bad from Cadian. It looked like he was about to be blasted away without a single frag. But
and you're saying playing against the low buy is very nice to make this comeback continue.
Especially if Brokey can win this duel, and it's flashed off of the angle, so Device wins the battle for the space without even needing to ring off a shot. Brokey repositions to watch the mid play. And he might get there just in time. He actually pushes through the smoke. I don't know if they're going to be ready for this, but Flash forces him back into CT. Nice shot from Brokey. Wanting to go again, but gets in behind the cover.
That's such a nice rotation from Brokey. That's the kind of shit that makes him such a strong player. Ignoring the A bomb site, the extra seconds of not sticking around, of making that decision so quickly, allow him to step in front of the smoke and deny the space, rather than just kind of harass through the smoke. Perfect decision from Brokey, and Device can do nothing but save the op again. FaZe's defense looks like it's coming online. It's now 3 in a row.
Man, Frozen's had 10 kills in this half.
Well, you said after that one in the first, he was going to pop off.
Yeah, there was all the signs pointed towards that.
It's a big difference playing with 5 players.
Well, Device doesn't have the bomb on his back. If he did, you can give him a shot in this scenario, but can't even get towards it.
No, but taking guns away is valuable.
Taking his gun away would be even more valuable to FaZe.
Oh, no, this one's going to be brutal.
Oh, 3 seconds. Oh, my God. Device, he has $250. That's it. That's all he's got. $250 in the bank. No AWP saved. Disastrous for Device.
He needed that first one. First one, and he might have been able to survive. Yeah, brutal. And now, I mean, that just compounds the decision to force buy in that previous round. Astralis, for as good as they've called their T-halves today on Ancient and now on Dust 2, a couple mistakes in how they've chosen to buy have put them in a really weird economic situation. That's making it just a little bit easier for FaZe to make this comeback happen.
Burning. And what? Suddenly not burning. He's found himself the perfect corner. Protected. Carrigan spots that Yabby's still over towards blue, and Yabby gets away. Really dancing with death in this round, but able to compete. I like the idea from Device, but
it's ambitious.
I don't think we're going to see anybody from FaZe come through the mid doors.
I was going to say, I don't think anyone's going to be pushing anytime soon. You need a kill to force a play like that.
Elige. Not overstepping the mark.
All right, so it's towards Carrigan that we go with the AK-47 out towards long. There's no way.
Here they come. Carrigan ready to mow them down. Powers up the lawnmower. Cuts down the grass. Frozen's there with Device. And it's clean from Carrigan. It's clean from FaZe. And the comeback is here.
Yeah, now they're within 2. 4 in a row for FaZe on this CT side. And if you're Astralis, you're feeling like all that swagger you had earlier in the half has just slipped away. Drifted out of control. They need 2 more to close out this series. They take a timeout to talk things over, try and recover, because the last 4 rounds have been all FaZe.
Well, maybe not as relaxing now for Rugga.
Yeah, less relaxing.
Scout for Device. Never nice. That's that damage from the previous round, dying with only $250 in the bank. Well, if we need to go to
third map, it's Train.
Third, yeah, Train would be really exciting to see that.
It would be a very cool decider.
FaZe won 13-7 when they played that at in Lisbon.
Yeah. Cadian blinded and smoked. No long presence for Astralis in the early going of this round. Brokey boosted up on Catwalk to peer in towards lower, but doesn't get the timing. Astralis still lined up with 4 players outside of long A. 1 player, Yabby, just lurking in the upper B tunnels. And a simple call from Astralis. They want to take long. They'll get control for free. But the last time they tried this with 4 players, they got stalled out very far back and could make no progress onto the bomb site.
That's where Yabby's role perhaps becomes more important.
Yeah, they didn't have this. They didn't have Yabby last time.
Yeah, well, he might just die to Elige. Yep, so Elige sees him using utility, realizes he's got a chance just to take a straight up fight. Wins it easily. Now they no longer have that flank, and 4 players committed long with nowhere to go. So looking like FaZe are going to grab 10 here. Device making sure that the fight is still had. He'll pick up an AK-47 and commit into the long fight. Frozen's here now. Brokey's with him in the bomb site. 39 seconds on this clock. Brokey to peek into the open. Stown down. Oh, Frozen with him, and it is collapse. Utter collapse for Astralis. They have disappeared on the T side. FaZe are back in a big way, and now the gap is 1 round, and Astralis don't have heaps of cash. Like, this is FaZe suddenly grabbing control, and we are very likely now in a position where we can go to a 3rd map.
There's a slew, I think, of poor decisions in like across 2 or 3 rounds that have decimated Astralis' economy. I think you could probably put them in like the Counter-Strike textbook of how not to like close out a game. The decision to try and do that late split up Catwalk, losing 2 AK-47s, then force buying around the 1 saved AWP. Like, all these things have given FaZe, you know, 3 rounds of ease of which they could get some of their feel back. They could get their game back to them, and it's obviously working because they're just racking up rounds in a row now. It's what, 5 straight for FaZe?
Here's Stair. Deagle. Oh, okay, that can definitely help matters, but Device goes down a car, and they need to get that bomb across. Stair, somehow still alive, but Elige eventually finishes him off. Stown still fragging. Astralis still in a 2v3. Make it 2v2. The Deagle's not stopping. And this would be a devastating way to stop the comeback for FaZe. Brokey goes through with a USP in hand, and Cadian with 4 bullets in his gun. He runs out to the Deagle instead, and the USP comes out on top.
Yeah, but that's sketchy for FaZe. They're getting into, they're taking that battle through and around all the smokes and all the insanity, and that's taking away a lot of the advantage of those rifles. So the Deagles of Astralis almost turned that round in their favor. We're tied up at 11. Took a long time for FaZe to make this a game, but they have done it. Round 23, we're tied up in the hands of Device and Brokies as well. But Astralis' T-side, as you mentioned, has gone cold.
Here's Brokey peeking into short. Yabby downstairs, swung on by a Lee's bomb, spotted and dropped. FaZe about to body bag Astralis here on Dust 2 and grab map point first. Hardly anybody saw that coming.
No, not, I mean, look, FaZe just started playing Counter-Strike about 6 rounds ago, so it kind of makes sense. Device is going to lead the way in this 3v5. Would love to find a pick peering into the A bomb site. Alish has taken the op. All 3 defenders are going to move out towards long A where Cadian lurks, but it gives the open avenue to Device.
And Device is going to try and maximize that, but Alish right through the baskets. Device's head torn right off. And FaZe to grab map point, but in spectacular fashion with all 5 players looking to stay alive here. A bomb plant will be secure for Stown. So him and Cadian have to combine to pull this back, and Stown just couldn't do it. Cadian on the double, but the bomb's so far away. He's got a molly.
It should be done by the time that molly comes in, although it's Brokey with low HP.
It's already done. And yeah, Brokey got away with 1 tick. So FaZe, map point. What a comeback. You were right. You can never count out FaZe. No matter how dire it looks, they always find a way.
It's good to see. Like, I'm not even joking when I say like they just started playing Counter-Strike 6 rounds ago. Like the FaZe that we saw before that was
gone. Not here.
They weren't pushing back. They weren't denying space. Individuals were quiet. We had that first half out of Frozen where he had 1 kill. He's got 13 in this second half. Rain was on, what, like 3 kills at the end of the first half as well. He's now on 9. So, look, it's not great. It's not pretty. We said this coming into this series. It wasn't going to be the prettiest series of Counter-Strike. But it's nice that FaZe have finally showed up and are looking like they can steal this map away from Astralis. And then it puts the whole series into question as we enter Train. Let's see if they can close out here in round 24. Cadian's calling has been so good today, but he's been stumped in this most recent stretch of rounds. He's lost the magic.
The best they can hope for now is overtime. Brokey not able to connect that opening. In fact, he takes damage on board, down to 48 HP, but he goes back again in classic Brokey fashion, doesn't give up. And Device cast aside.
Oh, and he's got 1 more crack shot at the bomb as well. Sees the utility coming up, blind shot into the door. Felt like it was very close.
And he's not giving up again. Gives another go.
Look, Stair's been sharp, we should say. We saw some clean shots from the Deagle, immediate 1-bullet headshots. He's been really solid in openers. He's been right there with Device throughout this map. So if someone's going to create the opportunity, feels like Stair in this position is looking for the chance.
And off he goes. Up through short, Alish, hands busy, utility coming in. Oh, this is the play. He dives down into CT spawn and Brokey's gone. Alish forced into the open with a fire at his feet, but still gets 1. Bomb loose on the ground at short side. 20 seconds to pick it up. Yabby and Stown combining together. Bomb plant coming in. It's all on Carrigan to close this map out. He could do it if he clutches up in the 1v2. Head spotted in the sight. Damage done. Stown already low. And Carrigan fighting on 2 fronts. He's got it down. It's just 1 bullet required. And Stown hides. Just cowers away. Keeps his head away from the fight against Carrigan. Both of them 1 bullet from death. And Carrigan gets into the sight. It's the defuse being stuck. Stown not going, not buying it. Carrigan stops it. He came off it, and he gets taken out. It's overtime. Carrigan gives it up. He had it in the palm of his hand, and Carrigan stops the defuse.
Oh, have you seen anything like it? He had that 10 times over. You're that deep in the defuse. Oh, a brutal way to end it from such an experienced player. 12-12, we've got overtime.
FaZe Clan really are paid by the round, it seems. He says like, yeah, I want a few more rounds in this. Is crazy. Carrigan had it.
Stown is so happy as well. This is such a tough clutch for him to be in. Red HP and CT spawn, bomb not planted for you. He got a gift.
Oh, here we go. Overtime. Day 1 of PGL Bucharest 2025, and FaZe giving us some more entertainment. Flash into short. Astralis given a lifeline to try and close this series up 2-0.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Lurk smoke over at the B bomb site gonna make them nervous. FaZe looking for that change-up that they experienced earlier on, that B rush out of a timeout that completely destroyed them. They're looking for that switch up because they've done a great job of stopping Astralis at the A bomb site, at long, at catwalk, at middle. Everything's been shut down. So they're expecting the change-up.
Ooh. Charge through mid. Here goes Yabby. Cadian able to respond. Here comes Stout straight through that B smoke, and he's still fighting, still alive. Eventually gets his kill on Brokey. 40 seconds on the clock. Bomb plant coming in now for Astralis.
Rain's
still at B. How is he still here? Finally taken out. They come through the smoke and CT spawn. Device is good for one, and Stair's got the other.
All right, it's getting a little scrappy now.
Oh, yeah, it's real scrappy.
Getting a little bit crazy. Nice, hard-fought round from Astralis. A good split. Cadian got a nice call in there. An extended attack into the B bomb site from middle. But once again, finding a couple different solutions. Back-to-back rounds, we've seen Stair drop off catwalk, this time taking control of CT spawn, preventing rotations from the A bomb site. And Astralis putting it together again, 13-12. Double up on the T side, but with that round victory, I mean, Cadian can drop back and pick up an AK-47 and T-spawn if he wants. He wanted to go for the long spawn and take advantage of that. We'll see if he has an AK-47 to switch into.
Eventually, finishes off the kill on Cadian.
Cadian never saw anyone cross over, so I think looks silly from our perspective, but he never knew Elige was in pit, so it just looks a little bit crazy as he jumps out. Kerrigan swaps into the op.
You know what's crazy? We're still on this map, Jason.
If Astralis want to hit a decent timing into this B bomb site, they have to disrespect the smoke.
Yeah, well, let's see if they do that and they get ready to go. And here they come, straight through it. Rain at the window. Ooh, misfires. Now it's Frozen's turn. Back of the car, delivers the first to flying Yabby. Oh, no way. Yep, flying through the sky, lands the headshot with the AK-47. And Astralis into the B bomb site, bomb down 3v3. Just absolutely ridiculous at the moment.
Hey, FaZe won a fantastic retake in a 3v3 at this bomb site earlier in the half. We'll see if they can do it again, or excuse me, in regulation.
Device waiting for the B play to come through, and he looks away at the wrong time, and so Elige can move through. Here come FaZe again. That's the opening they need, and then suddenly all the rest of the kills just line up. And Device is going to be so mad.
Yeah, because it's like, why?
A lot of whys.
I feel like I asked that question a lot, but like you have door cover, you have window covered.
Yeah.
The only thing you don't have covered once he looks away is tunnels, which he was watching previously. So what's the call? Did you feel like you were exposed to window in that position? Did you feel like someone didn't have you covered? Is there a miscomm of some kind? Did you just think it was clear because the timing, the sense of timing you had was missed? Couple miscues from the two most experienced players in the server of Kerrigan and Device. That is a shitty way to miss a smoke as the B defender.
Yeah, and oh god.
Because you just know, you miss that smoke and you're like, oh, they're going to attack.
They're going to try and use this now, aren't they? And Yabby absolutely wants to do so, has been spotted. Rain now prime, moves into the open. Frozen's done well, Device is gone. Couple of back-to-back frustrating rounds here for Device. Kerrigan's turn to try and step up, but Cadian wins that duel as Kerrigan goes down to Longhouse, and ooh, we're looking at Brokey having to drop back behind car.
Not a whole lot of people here, though, for Astralis. I don't think they have the resources that they'd like to clear out the car position. They don't even have a Molotov. It's coming late in the hands of Yabby, but Brokey got a clean shot, missed it. Support from the bomb site, and now Astralis is running out of options.
Stair trying to fight short. That was often a recipe to get back into these rounds, but it doesn't go their way. And nice shots from Brokey to close it out. FaZe up 14-13 to turn on the CT half, and Yeah, it's a strong enough position to try and close out here.
That's what I'm saying, Dinko. FaZe is playing Counter-Strike now. Everyone stepped up. That second half from Frozen, 18 kills in the half alone. You add on to that, Brokey and Elige, 23 and 22 kills across the map. Kerrigan's got 18 frags over towards Long A on that CT side. I mean, this is FaZe actually giving us these last 10 rounds or so, where previously they hadn't even felt like they've been in the server.
Weren't in Bucharest yet, but now they are. Damage down through the smoke. Cadian down to 48 HP. They'll send a grenade through to try and finish him off, but not impactful.
Double op setup did lovely things for Astralis and their CT side regulation. I imagine they switch into it if they win this first round of overtime.
If they don't lose too many players. Economic concerns in overtime, certainly a thing.
Especially if you double up.
Here goes Device. Grenade could land right on top of Brokey. Stare looking to block Long. Got enough vision to toss the smoke out as we go under 1 minute 53 seconds left on this clock.
You're going to have Device watching the cross, but there's going to be smokes put up in his way.
Mixed success in regulation for FaZe as they went for short hits. Stown and Carrigan. It's going to be Carrigan on top of that fight. Frozen to win his. Now 3v5 to flip back here for Astralis in the dying embers of the round. Device has gone back to try and figure out, can he deal with Frozen? And that bomb plant is in. So for Astralis, this round's already done. And no Device saving over into the next either with that AWP, and Carrigan trying to make sure they cannot save it all.
It's all good. I mean, yeah, if this is regulation, you're saving this round 100% of the time.
But it's already done. You mean
in overtime, they didn't even have a chance to go for it, even if they wanted to.
So we're looking at 15-13. FaZe back to map point again. The train yards await if FaZe can just win one of the next two here.
Nice cleanup from FaZe down the stretch. Just as the bomb goes off. 2 chances to close out the map, and as you mentioned, take us to train as a third decider. And there's the double up setup from Astralis. Not brought out of the round victory, but brought out of desperation. Kerrigan just had better timing than Stown in that fight, but Frozen does God's work out towards Long. That late engagement with Stare.
2 rounds needed in a row here for Astralis just to get us into overtime 2. Here goes Frozen, quick out Long, committed to the side of the smoke. And no one from Astralis challenging.
Yeah, a lot of control early on. You've got mid Xbox control. You force back the catwalk defense. You have Long control. Astralis need to make a decision right now if they're going to re-aggress Long, re-aggress catwalk, or shift towards middle and B and push it. Now, they are pushing B with Device and Yabby.
Elige is going to catch the perfect timing, though. Ooh. Both kills. Huge from Elige, and that should be it. Those 2 kills have put FaZe in a position of absolute power to close this out. Stown will do what he can, but you need a classic Cadian clutch just to keep them in this. He knows that Elige was around the tunnels. He's going to have a look for him now. Cadian goes into the fight. Good timing. Elige looking the wrong way, and Cadian gets that kill, but at least information. And Cadian's going to run, wasting no time to get to Long. And that quick play, that quick decision to get Long, this might work out for Cadian. He could get himself into a 1v1 fight here, but Brokey planting over to the left side for short has locked Cadian out of a powerful spot here, and a flash comes in, now spots him. Grenade goes in, Cadian with 3 bullets, this time reloads. He'll play this with a rifle, but with Brokey on the angle and Frozen just above him, it's pretty much done here. Cadian's going to give it one good go, but FaZe will step up, and they get themselves back into Dust 2. We wanted a few extra rounds. Carrigan ensured overtime, but they get the job done regardless.
Well. If you had come to me at halftime and said we were going to the decider, I would have laughed at you because FaZe looked dismal. They were able to pull it back, but the question I'll pose to Prof and Yanko, was it a matter of FaZe just playing really well, or did Astralis make some mistakes that allowed them a few rounds and gave them that momentum?
It was a little bit of both. It did feel like, it took Astralis to get to 11-5 for FaZe to really start playing a little bit more, and then it was some of the things that really suit them or that they're known for, the chaos, Brocky pushing through smokes, right, finding kills, getting online frozen. We saw here a rare moment of frustration for him, but he picked it up in the second half too, and then also Astralis, a little bit one-dimensional, seemed like they lacked ideas on that T side to really close it out.
Yeah, I don't know when Dust 2 became CT-sided like this, because like both teams really struggled to, when they would get long, which would be pretty much all the time, to do anything with it, like to actually hit the site. Like the splits were almost non-existent, so that was a struggle for both sides. And I mean, as you mentioned, Frozen 110, I think, for the first half. Like 0-10 until like the last round, he got on the board and then completely turned it around. Like I was calling for him and Brokey to be the guys that are like gonna step up and do something. For the first half, there was none of that, but second half they managed to put FaZe on the board.
I think also Dust 2 is one of those maps that doesn't get talked about enough in terms of you need utility to play the CT side, right? Like it's one of the maps that's very, very difficult to play with bad economy, because how are you going to fight for long with no money? You can't have an op with no money, right? We saw even the double op setup from the side of Astralis have success, so that might have played a little bit of a part for the side of FaZe Clan, because once they did get it rolling was when they finally, started having some success.
But neither of these teams are looking world-class, which, let's be honest, if you're a FaZe or a Astralis fan, that's kind of what you're demanding. Even this FaZe win, I don't think that there is a FaZe fan jumping off their couch right now screaming in excitement.
Yeah, I mean, this FaZe win is nice, a nice build-up of confidence for them, because they're a team that thrives in these kinds of situations. And like they did have a few overtime wins, but a lot of overtime losses and like close losses throughout this season already. Like they don't have, since Elige came in, they don't have that same energy and aura around them that they are always good for a tournament win or for a, not an upset, but like to turn around any game. And they did turn around Dust 2, but they also need to do it on Train to actually win this series to put some confidence behind them.
I don't think either team is really in a position to look at how they win. I think they're both they need the wins, they need the results at this point, right? And that's what it is most of the time, is just find a way to win the game. Karrigan talked about in the interview, if they're on their A game, they can win a tournament, absolutely. Problem is they're not even playing their B game, it feels like at time, and the floor is really low for this team, which was even apparent in Dust 2. I mean, you can see how miserable it looked up until it didn't. And definitely a factor is the individuals stepping up too, but, it can't just be that as a win condition for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, if that 3v3 retake on B doesn't work out at 11-5, 11-6, this game is over, right? So they pull out that, and they pull it off again in overtime, a retake that statistically, modern Counter-Strike you shouldn't be able to do, but they went for it because they're FaZe, and they didn't play for overtime. They played for the win, and they got the win.
And now you look how much more those rounds matter, right? 2 3v3 retakes that they lose on B, the Elige 1v2 clutch in the first half. I think that was the first round that FaZe Clan even won on Dust 2. So by the skin of their teeth, really, they're able to take this into third.
Okay, so what does FaZe take away from this victory that they need to move into Train as well?
Just we're still alive in this series, right? And some of the players got warmed up a little bit. I think, though, I want to point out Karrigan because this really reminded me of their game against FURIA at the Shanghai Major, right, to go into the playoffs. They were 1-0 down. It went to Dust 2. They were losing. They were on the T side, and then it was Karrigan with back-to-back rounds finding openers right on the T side and really allow them to sort of get going, put them back into the game. And I felt like the same thing happened here on their T side, right? That's where they got only a couple of rounds, but those couple of rounds came mostly thanks to him, and that's what gave them the buffer really to be even able to mount a comeback in the second half.
Yeah, I don't know what the decision-making was in that last round of regulation, though, that 1v1 against Town when he had the defuse and then just stopped defusing at last second. I thought that was, a very interesting one. Maybe if I see him, I'll ask him what went down there, but ultimately didn't matter.
How does Train play out now, considering what we've seen from both teams?
I do think FaZe take this, just because, I don't know, the way it played out the first time in Blast, and just the way Astralis have been playing so far, I feel like their T side will struggle. I mean, generally, a lot of teams struggle on the T side now since the spawn changes, which have been a while. It's just hard to get anywhere, and it's hard to get bomb plants. Therefore, the economy on the T side can be very, very bad. And then you go just through these rounds where you're just dying all over the place. And I feel like I don't think Astralis have cracked the code on the T side for this.
Yeah, and you know that this was also their pick last time around against FaZe. Didn't pan out all too well, but that just wasn't a great series in any element whatsoever for Astralis. So here, I agree, it's going to be a little bit up to the T side, because, yeah, we know their Ancient is good, and on Dust 2, the struggle was on the T side, because most of their rounds came off of the early force buy win, the early reset of FaZe's economy, right? So it's the name of the game. We have a lot of teams out there who are really good on like a couple of maps, but it's now with the majority of tournaments being best of 3, you have to have a deep map pool, right, in order to be able to compete. So for Astralis, it's imperative that, you know, a map like Train is one where they can find success.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about the map in detail, like to go out on A and get a bomb plant is kind of impossible unless you kill pretty much everyone. Like statistically, it's like the least bomb plant on any map. So you want to kind of go towards B, but then Frozen is there, who is really comfortable in that position. So he's probably gonna do quite a bit of damage. And I think that's the issue Astralis have playing against FaZe on Train here.
And hopefully they've warmed up a bit now, FaZe. It seems like something clicked there towards the end of Dust 2, which makes them a little bit of a scary foe on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you never want to FaZe the great procrastinators, right? You want to, if you can, end them early, right? Nip it in the bud. But now we're going into a third, and this is where they do their best work.
So there you go. The analysts are sitting with their predictions right at the beginning. They said FaZe will take this as we move to the third map, the Decider. There is a chance that could very well happen. It is Train. Astralis needs to fight back. Will they be able to do it? We'll find out after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astralis are joining us here in Bucharest, and they're ready to get to work. But the work we saw is still, I guess, a long way to go of this, Katie. And I'm going to be honest with you. For me, I want to understand how you felt about Lisbon, because we saw you play 2 games. Vitality, yes, best team in the world, very hard. But then even on the FaZe game where you had beat them here in Cluj-Napoca, right? We didn't see the same Astralis then. And people can say, yeah, it's FaZe. But for me, it was like a worrying sign the way you lost. Did it feel the same for you?
I think people are very sensitive to results these days in the Counter-Strike community. When you look at all the top teams, there's no team other than Vitality that people don't think needs a change. Like, they look at Spirit, Magic has to go. They look at Navi, Wonderful have to go. They look at FaZe, they think 3 or 4 of them have to go. I mean, that's how the Counter-Strike community is. You know, there's only place for one top dog, and that's the only team that people don't believe should change. So, I don't know. We played Vitality, who's right now on a streak. Yep. That's one life out of the way. We had our moments. We also had times where we were just being outplayed by them. And in the FaZe game, they played a good veto against us and got some strong maps. We were a bit surprised that they changed their permaban. So, yeah, I think all in all, we were of course not satisfied with the way that the tournament went. But then again, I think also like when one of the games is against Vitality, they are just not just a better team than us, but a better team than the rest of the world right now.
Yeah.
I'm not as panicked as other people are about it.
Okay, so looking at that then, you're coming into this event, you've had a bit more time again to prepare and get ready. What are your expectations from where you feel is reasonable for Astralis right now?
It's hard to say. I think there's a lot of teams who is fairly equal at this tournament. Playoffs is of course a must for us. How it goes from there depends a bit on the bracket and how our shape is kind of turning up. We've had a bit of some slow starts. Like you kind of said, we went out early in the last one. Our nemesis has been that we get better the longer we get in the tournament.
Yep.
But you also need to get going at some point, you know. So yeah, I think that's one of our main focuses is to try and get a good start in this tournament. And then we'll see what that brings us.
Now, looking at that, the one thing I would say was always good for you is being able to read the game in the right way, right? Be able to see yourself around the map. Obviously, you changed to the rifle. Do you still have the same ability to have good vision where you want to see, to call the game you want?
Maybe not so much on the CT side, no. I think on the T side, I'm still most of the times at the right place at the right time to make those kind of decisions. But of course, we're not playing the same way that we did in the heroic days. On CT, you know, if you're holding ramp and nuke, it's way harder to initiate what's going to happen on outside and telling the A guys to leave or rotate down the vents and stuff like this. It's not really my job. So I think on some maps it's easier for me. I'll have higher chances of doing it, and on others it's more difficult. But then again, I also need to have the trust in my teammates that they're able to make those things and share my vision in theory and in the post games, you know, when we're analyzing the games and stuff like this. So yeah, I think that still plenty of work to go, but that is also just part of not just Counter-Strike, but being a competitor at an elite level is a constant daily grind, a daily journey of becoming better.
Do you think that, like, if we're comparing what this Astralis can be, it'll be similar to the maybe MongolZ or Navi style of not having a defined star, but being more of a team unit? Would that be what we're looking at for this version?
Yes and no. Like, if someone is gonna pop off consistently,
you'd love that, yeah.
Be my guest, like, but I mean, not even just pop off consistently, because like what they're doing is also just, there's 3 or 4 players in the world who does that. So there's also plenty of other teams who don't have that guy, you know. I think, you know, I have plenty of players who can be 115, 120 rating. And it's my job to try and get them there as well, not just their own. They have to do what they can, but I also have to try and support it. At the end of the day, though, I don't give a fuck if it's 1 guy or 5 guys lifting, as long as we win. That's the main goal. So we just need to get there to win more often and do it more consistently.
Hopefully it'll be here where that all starts for you, mate. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you, James.
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest. In classic FaZe fashion, they have come back. They have got themselves into a 3rd map, and we've got Train. This, I'm looking forward to this now, Jason, because as you mentioned, it just felt like FaZe weren't in the first map at all. It didn't feel like they were in the first half of Dust 2. Then suddenly, they turned up here in Romania for the second half, and we've got a game now.
Yeah, we absolutely do have a game. I mean, it was a complete turnaround. I mean, basically a map and a half of Counter-Strike that they've kind of just sort of autopiloted through FaZe to really bad effect, and one really good half of Counter-Strike that has just brought us to this 3rd map. The rebound from Frozen on Dust 2 was incredible once the half switched. Brokey's op started being quick. Frozen and Kerrigan delivering when needing to. Same with Rain. you just hope it's going to carry through to this map. You hope there's not like a regression, right? Back to the FaZe that stepped into this series. Very, very winnable third and deciding map here to open up PGL Bucharest. They did, as you've alluded to a number of times, FaZe won this map train against Astralis back in Lisbon 13-7. So got some experience beating them on it as well. And now we'll see what happens when the teams have had some time to kind of rebound, look at things, and come back to it.
I think in particular today, I've enjoyed watching Stair. I think he's looked really sharp.
Oh, he's a beast.
Yeah, his deagle has been sharp. His rifle's been looking sick. But here we go to the rainy train yards. It's going to be FaZe starting on the CT side, Astralis on the T side for a final map of play. Quick outside push. It's going to be Stown leading the charge past the right train to the E-box and putting the pressure on. No one from FaZe giving fights over. They just hide, cower away.
Yeah, and Stown knows where that next peak is going to come from. Oh, they've actually ran all the way through to Pop Dog to inside. And now they're going to go back because look at the defense shifting. And Astralis just know they've got FaZe completely fooled. They've got him on a string and they're pulling him back and forth. Smoke down for Z. Kerrigan locked out and should be a bomb plant for Astralis.
Yeah, with that smoke going down, that's ruined the plans of Kerrigan, but he constructs a new one. He goes through the smoke, he denies the plant, and now it's back on. Elish with a clean shot. Bomb is not planted, and Astralis have to fight back again. No. Yabby didn't get the kill. Elish goes back to it, and no way, Astralis. They've let this one go. Somehow, FaZe have fought themselves back into a position where they're about to close out this pistol, but Stair can still win it. And with that kill on Kerrigan, he's got time, and he knows that pick will have rotated Elish, so he goes back and plants on default. This round has been all over the map, but it comes down to the 1v1.
Stair put himself in a position to win this. Like, if you come out of this bomb site to go for this retake as Elish to find the defuse, you've got so many angles to worry about.
Elish comes back through connector already. Sound Q. Stair knows. Elish has no kit. Time will run thin. Stair spotted. Elish chasing him down, but all Stair needs to do is stay alive. Time is so far gone. Elish has got the kill, and he's gonna get to the defuse. Fantastic round from Elish. He flips it back in FaZe's favor, and it looked like Astralis had it locked in at many points throughout that first round.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, they had FaZe completely fooled and rotating to the wrong bomb site, and they're trying to plant the bomb with 4 players alive, but nobody's actually covering the planter. Nobody's actually covering the most obviously play in that situation, which is someone walking through the Z-smoke to stop the defuse. And this ruins the round. It ruins everything good Astralis had done up to that point. You add into some fantastic Elish shooting, and that's why you got FaZe winning the pistol, and Cadian's got to be frustrated after that.
Well, the bomb plant comes in, so you know when the pistol round is that close. The force buy is too tantalizing not to go and grab. Stair on the AK. Everybody else on pistols. Not seeing too much. That smoke very tall. The only angle you can actually see is if anybody's playing on top of the train, which you don't see all that often. Rain's going to move in towards T-Con. And he's got a really solid position here for the late round.
I'm really interested in what Astralis is going to try and do with the Hero AK-47. They had that boost up in towards teammate earlier, but now just getting repeatedly smoked off, and they don't really have any idea of what to do while this smoke is up. They don't want to spend the time walking all the way down towards Ivy and challenging there, not with only a minute left on the clock. You don't want to send your forces all the way inside, then you're pretty committed. So you're stuck kind of waiting out this utility, and this AK better have impact real quick.
Yeah, Cadian tries to fake some steps going up towards brown holes, but they're going to stay committed, and Rain's position is just huge. It's hard to see a world in which he doesn't get at least 1 kill here. And if it's the AK, then it's disastrous. And it is, in fact, the AK-47 followed up. And the USP doing damage onto a third player. Stown can't hold that AK, has to send it over to his teammate with higher health, and it's not much higher. And Brokey makes sure it doesn't matter anyway. So the force buy for Astralis gets cancelled out by the aggressive play into T-main. And it's huge. So this FaZe Clan go 2-0 up. Astralis are out of money. They didn't even challenge for a bomb plant or any kills. So an ideal start to the CT side here for FaZe.
Absolutely. It couldn't go much better. You got to be loving this, getting out to a hot start, building up some money early on. You know this is going to be a really easy buy to mow down. So yeah, FaZe is loving this for the moment. They've had success in pistol rounds all throughout the day. It was the gun rounds that have mostly let them down. So we'll see what happens when Astralis bring 4 or 5 AK-47s into the fight. But for now, FaZe looking real good. 2-0. And only a few deagles to really talk about with the Astralis side of things.
Here's Rain. There goes Stare. Cadian tosses the bomb back to safety, but I don't think there's much safety to be had here. Rain, he could even get a boost up, but with the presence being spotted. Oh! Okay, Stown, that was unexpected. A second D shot rings out. Now Brokey under a little bit of pressure. He's being pushed by multiple players. He's going to handle it very well, though. Double kill, and Leash has the close.
Yeah, good to see Brokey playing this strong, and if this continues throughout the game, this is going to be exponentially more difficult map for Astralis to win than either of the previous two. Brokey can be such an X factor, and he's looking crisp. Almost got a little bit sketchy there for FaZe. Took a few more losses than they would have liked, but plenty of money for rebuys, and the M4s up in the hands of Brokey. AK-47 on Rain. Going into this first gun round, it's all AKs for Astralis' attack.
So a quick charge. Up into the brown hall, so looking to apply pressure to Frozen. Tosses out the utility, but it's just a smoke. It isn't going to slow them down. They're just going to run right through it. And so Frozen cast aside, and the bomb site opened up entirely. Astralis called a B-rush, and it's effective.
And it might end up just being a save, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, definitely with that kill. Now it's a save. I was going to say, the only thing that maybe not, maybe they rotate around through CT spawn, get a new angle on it. Kerrigan's going to upgrade to an AK-47. Astralis have their first round on the board, and they're going to try and take guns away at the end. Yabi already hunting for weapons, and already close by at 6 train. He's going to hear these footsteps. And this is a brutal timing I don't think they're going to expect. Oh, well, Brokey will.
Yeah, Brokey expected it big time.
All right, you lose a round, but no major issues, no harm in the long term. Money is still very strong. Kerrigan's going to have, what, like $8,000 after this? Yeah, pops off. So Frozen can get an easy drop.
Yeah, if anything, it's maybe a wake-up call for Frozen. That's a possibility.
That little B-rush?
Yeah.
We know Cadian's going to like mixing some of those up into his calling. He's going to have, he had a couple on Ancient as well, had a couple on Dust 2. Just a few really fast-paced rounds thrown into the mix. Can be brutal. That one to devastating effect. 3-1.
And they come towards Brokey. In fact, they're going to dodge that idea and go in towards Pop Dog. It's going to be Cadian at the front of this attack.
It's a 3-man stack towards inside. FaZe wanted to shut down any attempt to control brown halls from Astralis, and they can also set themselves up for like a mid-round push. Device didn't spot any of that aggression, didn't see Frozen along the left wall.
Oh, Elige about to be mollied. He's going to have to fall back. The reaction is to send Brokey forward, but Device does very well to handle the pressure from 3 players.
And they're making their move off that information. Cadian's already out. He sees the gun barrel, calling out one's over in hell, one in Z. Elige caught off guard, but still alive for the fight.
Rain waiting to activate, his teammates stepping up. Yabi goes back to the information that Cadian picked up earlier, and so Rain is gone. 4v4. Astralis still trying to get in towards the bomb site.
The X factor is going to be Kerrigan. Oh, beautiful. Kerrigan's still alive, though. He's taken the position of Rain over towards Hell, and he's been spotted. Extended spray, and the bomb is bailed out. It's towards the inner bomb site where FaZe have no standing, no presence.
Yeah, and Kerrigan's going to back in towards Yabi. So no shot, no opportunity here at all. And Astralis go ahead and get themselves a second. Back-to-back rounds, 1 B hit. And following up with this finish on the A bomb site.
Well, well, well. A little bit of calling magic back in Cadian's hands. It went a little quiet on Dust 2 down the stretch.
Just couldn't find the final round to get them over the line.
That's the real bummer about it, is he called such a good series all through Ancient. We'll see what he does on Train for the first half of Dust 2, and it's just like, oh, well, we still lost the map. Got him chipping away at this FaZe lead, and not only in terms of the numbers at the top of the screen, but in terms of the money as well. All that cash that was built up just last round to kind of spread the wealth is dwindling quickly. Kerrigan would likely invest in another AWP and pass that over to Brokey. But FaZe going to be running out of funds after this buy.
Device running out towards the pick at main and gonna miss it due to the flash. Elish is gonna go down, and so Astralis still have the opening pick, but drawn back from Brokey.
Ooh.
Gideon's gonna get his troops back up into the brown holes. Yabby's already deep. Frozen didn't handle the pressure when it was thrown at him quickly.
He's got Brokey here this time, though, watching his upper right. You've got at least a little bit of backup to help you out, take some of the pressure off.
Brokey is just going to lie in wait. Minute 5. There's the cam before the storm, and here comes Astralis storming down the B ramp. Frozen gone again, and Brokey blinded. And that's the B bomb site taken by Astralis.
And Brokey needs to get the hell out.
He's trying to back away, and he will do so eventually. But Astralis have won this round. That's 3 rounds in a row on the T side. FaZe having to save. And so far, so good now that the guns have come out here for Astralis.
Yeah, really, really nice hit from Astralis. Good execute, a little bit of utility. Swinging on Frozen, finding that. Follow-up utility to blind Brokey. Nice layers implemented from Astralis in an easy round as they tie things up. But still, these wins haven't been so convincing that FaZe run out of resources. They've been able to save a number of weapons, so next round is going to have danger in it as well. I'm curious what Frozen and Elige will decide to go for around the AWP and 2 M4s. But FaZe still have a chance to turn this around before their economy gets completely busted. And a timeout from FaZe. Probably not too much tactically. I think a lot of it will be talking through the money of how they want to play this round, if they want to invest around it. But Astralis have put out a statement of 3 round wins in a row on the T side of Train.
Little reminder, 13-4 opening map on Ancient. Looked like it was going to be a similar result on Dust 2. FaZe woke up, brought it back, 16-13 win. Now we're here on Train.
I think Dust 2 was 11-5 at one point, or 11-6 at one point, something along those lines, in the favor of Astralis.
And then suddenly, FaZe is back in the game.
And then FaZe showed up. Initial barrage of utility to slow down the fast plays. Tons of flashes to dissuade members of both teams from pushing forward. Deagle on Elige and Deagle on Frozen, the 2 weapons to surround the saved rifles.
Astralis doing a great job at the moment of, having early pressure, but feels like they're so in control throughout the whole round. Outside execution being set up, Device gonna smoke, and Flash ready to go over the top here. And in the meantime, with not even needing to go around the corner, a pick's already come in from Star. Brokey making sure that FaZe stay even on the numbers, but 1 minute left. There's still plenty of time here for Astralis. Just not a whole heap of utility. We're talking 1 Molotov, 1 HE grenade. Gotta hope that there's a good timing to create some space, perhaps create some panic, and that could come from Stown if he activates out Ivy. Does only have Elige on the other side, he only has a Deagle. There's no mistakes coming in here from FaZe, no aggression into the scope of Device.
They still have Brokey's AWP phase, which is why you're not seeing them do anything crazy. They want a chance for that AWP to have some impact. Brokey's playing back of Bomb Train with it. Tough part is he's got no teammates over towards Ivy. Elige's coming back in to close that gap just now to allow Brokey to focus forward, but it's just a Deagle. So trade. Stown gets a leash, but Brokey gets Yabby.
Karrigan's pushed B, and he's got up to Pop Dog pretty quick here on the flank. So Brokey's under pressure, but Karrigan could still be a piece to think about. 9 seconds, bomb down thanks to Karrigan. They got to pick it up. They got to get on the plant. And Stown is going to do it with just enough time. There goes Karrigan, and he can't win the fight against Device at E-Box. So 4 rounds in a row here for Astralis' T side.
Yeah, really cool though, FaZe almost putting that together with Brokey at the bomb train, the flank from Karrigan. That could have been a really cool situation for them to come out on top of, but well done from Astralis, negating all those positions. Stown closing the gap on Karrigan at the end as well, not giving him any room to work with. So 4-3, 1-round lead for Astralis. And a double op setup picked up by FaZe's defense going into round 8.
Device slowly dropping and slowly creeping forward. Karrigan and Frozen almost in tandem get 2 opening kills here for FaZe Clan. Being able to respond to the 1 pick from Stair, and it looks like that streak of round wins is going to come to a close here for Astralis.
We'll see. Frozen has had a tough time at the center bomb site. Thankfully, Brokey's able to grab 1 up top. Yabby can't slow play that kind of upper lurk like he did previously. Stow not working up the courage to turn the corner, and Frozen don't even need to be involved this time. 50 seconds left on the clock. Stow at 15 HP. This will be FaZe tying things up.
Brokey's having a great game. 12 and 3 at the moment. He's just been all over the place. You know, great rotations to the B bomb site to support Frozen. Fantastic work on the A bomb site.
They got out to a hot start. It's been continuing for sure. Stown just looking to try and save this. Oh.
Ray's always so good at those wall bangs, man.
Stown thought he was done. He's like, all right, now it's just that one little burst.
I like that. That was
cool.
Good. He went back again, though. That's his own fault.
4-4 and double op still alive for FaZe.
Yeah.
But Astralis know it now. Karrigan got an op kill. So did Brokey.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they set the double ops up here. This is the wall bank. Rain's going to be happy about that. The double op will continue. Karrigan starting over towards Ivy again. Look at Frozen. He's just over on the B ramp alone again. Just had a little bit of an information play to check up the ramp, and it's starting to back a little bit further off now alone. So wanting to play further back, not committed when he's solo.
He might be making a read or making a feel that he doesn't think they're going to be attacking into the B bomb site this round, so he wants to cheat back and play it more passive, so he's got a quick rotation over to the A bomb site when the hit comes in. Does make things awkward when Brokey shifts over, however, with the op. So they change positions. Brokey's the point man on this defense.
Under a minute now for Astralis. Still have the option to go back Pop Dog, and that looks like what they're going to investigate at the moment. Rain's in a strong spot. Tucked in the corner, swings on a timing, and loses his life. So advantage now with Astralis at the 45-second mark in the round.
And Elise just smoked T-mid, so he's got to just be gun out for Pop. Stair should lead the way with low HP, and hopefully...
They still have 2 players on B as well.
Yeah, there's a B fake coming in right now, so Frozen and Broke, you have seen plenty of action at this bomb site. Don't want to budge. It's on a leash initially.
Blind. So blind. Fantastic flash from Stout. Karrigan can't get it done. And now the final 2 players are locked in the B bomb site, but Brokey's come back quickly. Made the rotation into the site. Looking to be elusive with his sniper. Yabby in front of him. Quick shot to the chest. Is there anything else here for Brokey? Would need to be a hero. Okay, no scope to the face of Cadian. And Brokey is keeping FaZe with a shot at this, and that grenade would have been ridiculous. Damage done to Stair, but not enough to down him. And where is Frozen? He needs a little bit of help here, Brokey, if this round was going to happen, and it just doesn't come in time. So they're going to back away. They're going to save their weapons, and it is Astralis heading into the lead.
There's never any stress to make that retake happen. A couple of nice kills from Brokey, but if they didn't get the gift of that grenade, which they didn't, that was always going to be a save. If that grabs a kill, they'll go for it, but
I was so close as well.
I know, it was very close to his position. Bomb goes boom, and Astralis have 5.
Saves pretty solid here too, because there's still enough cash to throw around and get a good buy.
Gotta say though too, this is another really good TF from Astralis on a map like Train that can feel suffocating. This TF has put enough rounds on the board for this to be very, very dangerous situation. Tenuous for FaZe. Astralis gets too many more down the stretch, and it'd be a disaster. Add into that the fact that FaZe really doesn't have that much money. In fact, they've got no money built up behind this. So a clean win here from Astralis, or a 5-player elimination win for Astralis, and FaZe is going to have no cash down the stretch. They put themselves in a very nice position to have a strong first half here on the decider of Train.
That was pretty cool.
That was really cool. Let's do it again.
Oh, Leash in the middle of a fight though, and it's going to be perfect for FaZe to kick this off. Double from the rifle, and he gets away.
Yeah, and he bails out. That's really nice from Elige. A little bit of pop dog aggression mixed in there. So back foot already for Astralis, 3 versus 5. And you can't really be a lurker anymore. You have to sort of be aggressive to try and make something happen to get your team back into this. Stown just waiting for his timing. Waiting for that smoke to clear in middle so his teammates can at least be at a distraction. Meanwhile, all this is going on, and Rain pushed up the lower ramp and cleared out virtually everything. Cleared out Pop, made sure no one was on the stairs, and now FaZe have all the information.
Good pick from Device Elige with his 3rd kill of the round. And single-handedly brought down this round from Astralis. 40 seconds remaining. Stalin starting to make his play out. He really needs to be successful if there's anything to happen here for Astralis, and he's got to do it soon. We're talking 30 seconds left to start planting that bomb. And he's not really being the most proactive, waiting for that smoke to fade, but you know, this is done. So not going anywhere.
Yeah, there's no good options, so you can't really blame him for being hesitant. I think he's also hoping Stair might get a gift that opens up the avenue for Stown to activate. There's a nice kill, and if you're ready for Brokey, you might have gotten that one as well, but Brokey spins. 8 seconds on the clock. Stair tries to bail out, but it's too late. 5-5, FaZe have tied things up again.
Yeah, going down into the last couple of rounds of the half here. Money's not in a great position for Astralis, so FaZe might have just been able to grind them down enough. Could be a 7-5 half for FaZe if they can. They really should close this next round out. Already a lot of great work done from Astralis, though. I think going to be happy with this half, even if it ends 7-5 in favor of FaZe.
You'll be happy with the number, but it'll leave you with a bad feeling if you go on a losing streak. Not the biggest deal in the world, but certainly they've got the number of rounds on the board that they need.
Ooh, Device is going to buy a Krieg.
Oh, okay. Getting weird with it.
Cool. It's actually not a bad idea on Train, I suppose.
I don't think I've seen
you think about it.
Krieg since like the Liquid Grand Slam run.
Yeah,
it's been a minute.
It's been out of there for a while. He's gonna fall into Elige's hands. He's gonna remember.
That's a good point. You do give it over to a CT, and it's like, I'll hold this angle scoped in all day.
All right, so the decision to buy for Astralis has been made. It involves a Krieg, and this is what Device is doing. Needs to have a scope. Frozen. He's on high alert now. He had one bad round on the B-bomb site, and he's been honed in on watching for those early plays.
God, they have so much space so quickly. FaZe have run a number of aggressive plays towards B and pushing the box halls, but it feels like it's never really been in a round where Astralis has been taking control of box halls. They haven't been able to line up that aggression to be impactful, but here comes the execute.
Frozen gets his gun out this time, has the protection of the Thomas train, but he still goes down. Cadian's Mac-10 overruns him, and now Brokey needs to be careful. He's being pushed, he's being flanked, stairs around the backside, and Brokey's gone. Astralis hit the B bomb site with force. They may have had weaker weapons, they may have had a weakened buy,
But Astralis still pull through and get a 6th round win and are quickly scavenging all the little upgrades.
Yeah, that was, I mean, even this round, even Frozen having Brokey there as a teammate from the get-go, he's still isolated completely. Basically played that round on his own. Brokey's smoked off in a bunch of different ways. Flashbangs coming over, both of them playing sidewalk and just decimated by MAC-10. Astralis is really a sort of aggressive plays towards the B bomb site have been an issue for FaZe to handle. Last round of this first half. And FaZe fighting with scraps.
So some aggression needed instead. So they're going to send Rain in towards Pop Dog. He's not alone. He's got a Liege with him. And they're going to just start moving forward, taking a risk and trying to get in behind this Astralis play. But Cadian's waiting for this kind of aggression. So FaZe will take a pause and wait for the right moment. There's Device taking the pick on Brokey. Opening kill for Astralis just at the 1 minute mark.
Here's the move.
And here's Rain now going forward. They feel like this is the timing, but Cadian's still got his eyes on it, but it's combined with some Frozen aggression. Elige will fall at the hands of Cadian. Rain is long gone. And he's gone back to watch that team aim play forward. 48 seconds left. Astralis still with the player advantage. Rain trying to block team aim with a smoke. He's done a pretty good job at that, but here comes the reaction. Karrigan holding the Ivy push. Device is gone. Karrigan goes again. Not enough done to take down Stown. 35 seconds now in the round. Rain's still a problem, still a possible threat, but he's only got a Deagle. He's got a strong position and an even stronger Deag. Rips the head off Stown, 20 seconds on this clock, and Cadian's come back with a bomb on his back. Rain is not ready, headshot in. It's just Frozen to try and close this out at a tied scoreline. Cadian moves forward, Frozen's got the headshot, and now with 10 seconds left, Sternix means to make the leap. Over the top, and Frozen brings him to the ground. 6-6, tied scoreline, and this is exactly what we want from a final map decider.
Yeah, been a brawl back and forth throughout this entire map. Neither team gaining too much of an advantage. Just the whole way through, always a response. And this time it's Frozen to get the closing kill. 15 kills on Brokey for FaZe. Next closest is at 7. That'd be Rain, Karrigan, and Elige all at that point. Brokey has been a monster here on Train. But it hasn't translated into as many round wins as he would have liked. Got a couple of empty frags, trash frags at the end of unwinnable rounds. So a little bit of a break at halftime as they switch sides. It's Astralis who gets to show us their defense next.
Yeah, getting a little tired.
And important to note as well, we've mentioned a couple of times this map was just played back in Lisbon, won by FaZe 13-7. That included an 11-1 scoreline on their CT half. Which obviously is a completely different situation than what we have here today, tied up at 6-6.
Yeah, definitely made some improvements in the Astralis department. But that 13-7 still possible, Jason.
True.
Unlikely. FaZe quick. Sandwich smoke thrown in. Brokey's gonna dive on through, but Cadian's got the first kill of the round. In fact, he manages his second, but both of those kills are responded to almost immediately by FaZe. But Stown wants a double, and he's got exactly what he wants. Rain inside of the smoke, revealed to Device. So Astralis grabbed their 7th round, and it's the pistol round collected.
Oh man, that looked like FaZe was actually hitting a really nice timing, jumping through that sandwich smoke. I don't know how Cadian got 2. I only saw one of them. One of them just before we switched into his POV. Nice shooting from Cadian, good shooting from Stown, who got a double as well in the pistol. And FaZe just couldn't make it as explosive as it needed to be. Couldn't find those frags fast enough. So a good start to the CT campaign for Astralis.
push from Stare in towards team main. Carrigan gonna lose his life. Astralis have the advantage, and you really shouldn't expect this one to go too far in the other direction.
No, should be fine. Rain gonna get a little frisky with his deagle, peeking deep into the bomb site. Cadian on the other end of that, the jiggles with the deagle not landing, and Cadian just says, I don't really need to take this fight, so I'll play it safe.
Yeah, looking back at some of the results in today's opening day with PGL Bucharest 2025, Aurora's first run with the new organization. Lost a map to Pain. Got the 2-1 done.
Oh, good, they got the dub.
Yeah, Liquid, not so good. They lost 2-0.
To Legacy.
Falcons also having a rough time.
2-0 to Complexity.
But surprisingly, G2 getting a W. But it was against GamerLegion.
True. All right, well, this is the final push. FaZe have spent their time spread across the map, hoping these deagles can get picks.
Dude.
And there it is.
Uh-oh.
Okay, third time's the charm on Rain's peak, and now the bomb can get planted, and now it's scrambling if you're Astralis' defense trying to recover this, but still huge advantages.
Where's Star's gun? Oh god, he's only got a USP to work with right now, so they send him forward. Low HP in front of him in the form of Brokey. That was the perfect player to try and fight, but Brokey just rips his head off. Here comes Yabby past the oil train, needs to ignite, and he's got himself a double. Third kill offered up, but he's out of bullets. And Stown now 1v1, frozen down, and Stown able to recover the mess for Astralis. It's a win in the eyes of FaZe in terms of getting the bomb plant and the amount of damage they did, but when you get that close, you really want the whole thing.
So doing some economic trickery, I guess. Stare dropping a rifle to Device, who got to save some money for an op, but losing 4 players in the round makes that a little bit awkward, even in a victory. So, M4 is being picked up. Stare will be down to either a FAMAS or an SMG. He's going to go with the MP9. Great damage by FaZe. It was one of the positives we said about Astralis in the first half was they once the guns came out, they rattled off a couple rounds to make sure FaZe couldn't build up too much bank off early momentum on the CT side. Same thing now for FaZe. Have a chance to break this economy very early on.
Spam down through the smoke. It looked like it was guaranteed to be Elysia's, but Stown fires back more accurately and gets that kill. Device searching and getting a bullet through the brain. Brokey.
He's on one.
Great shot.
Yeah, he's on one today. Or at least in this map, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks as well to give away the equalizer like that. A relatively safe peek from Device just beamed.
Dude, if anybody else steps up beside Brokey right now, it's going to be fantastic for FaZe.
Yeah. You get that right-hand man fragging as well. Get a Legion there with a couple of big impact double kills. Kerrigan's going to creep out T-mid. Molotov into position.
Cadian's not enjoying that.
Yeah, Cadian's going to have to move. Swings for the fight. Goes down. Does massive damage, though, even in a losing effort, so not bad. If Yabby can hold on, round's still in contention, but it's drifting away. And now it's completely slipped out of their grasp. And the money is gone, so Stairs grabbed the AWP, and he's bailed out.
And Frozen immediately onto the hunt. They can even delay the plant if they wanted. They delayed it maybe a second longer there, and the hunt's already through, but Stare in the middle of the bomb train, it's tough because you can get pushed from 2 sides.
And this is FaZe operating with the knowledge of the previous round of getting 4 kills and just saying, if we grab this one gun, they've got nothing that we need to stress about.
And they've got the entire fuse of that bomb to hunt him down here. So unlikely Stare will make it into the next, and Frozen will confirm that fact. He even picks up the AWP on the way out.
Now, important to note, in this series, FaZe has lost against a couple low buys out of the Astralis guys. Stare's Deagle has been wild today. Some of the Tech 9s have done good damage, so they're not exactly spotless against these low buy, half buy rounds that Astralis is about to bring out. Eight to 7. FaZe bring it within 1. Some fine rifle work down the stretch. Good job from Frozen hunting the AWP at the very end as well. And it's not a half or a low buy. It's a full investment for Astralis. They didn't have much to begin with, but MP9, Scout, and upgraded pistols. Setting up a timing for Ivy push. Frozen watching this from a distance.
Device's shoulder spotted, frozen with some tentative play towards him. Made sure that he was in a safe spot, and then throws utility at possibly the worst time as Down nearly catches it, but Frozen able to jump around and make sure he doesn't even take a lick of damage.
It was great. They called his bluff. He's like, I'll give you 4 shots. I'm throwing this smoke. You can have 4 shots. We'll see what happens.
And none of them landed.
None of them landed. More deep utility coming out. FaZe looking like they want to pounce out of Pop Dog, pounce out of Team Main, get a little bit of lurk over towards Ivy in Frozen. And nobody's home at this bomb site. Astralis has stacked up elsewhere at B. So these weapons will be brought forward into the next round. These pistols and this 1 scout on Katie and the MP9 on Stair. But they'll concede the 8th round over to FaZe.
Would be such a heartbreaking day for Astralis to win the first map so convincingly, be so heavily in control on Dust 2, to watch that slip away from you in overtime. To having a great first half here on Train. But FaZe, they're looking good in the second half so far. Wait till the gun rounds continue, but right now, looking solid.
I like this from Frozen. Brokey's
Don't
off
let
drops.
them have it.
We know, yeah, kind of do have to. It's a cool idea.
Where did it
blow?
blow?
It blew away under the
It
train.
blew away! Oh, dude, that was a magic trick.
Yeah, that's
because
actually...
they couldn't actually see where it blasted because the flames covered it.
Of all the places it could have gone as well.
That's a cool little detail.
All right, so no scavenging of the op. Would have been a cool resource for Astralis to find right at the end of the round. They'll have to play it dry with the weapons they picked up in the previous, which isn't anything to write home about. Deagle's MP9 Scout. Same play. Timing was around like the minute and 30-second mark, but now we got a run boost. Oh, that's a tough shot to adjust if you're Brokey, but can you get away from this? Yes, you can. You can just add more on top. Oh, it wasn't last round. It was this one to be the heartbreak for FaZe.
Dude, that's insane. How have they got away with so much? And there's a weapon down there at Ivy they're going to be thinking about a little bit later into the round, but right now, Rain and Carrigan, 2v4 to try and pull back. And Carrigan's taken so much damage on board, so the onus here is on Rain to do something massive. And I think he's just got the worst timing ever because Yabby spotted him in that corner. Instant kill on the 5-7, and Carrigan can't do anything. So they pushed out Ivy. They've got the recovered weapons. And yeah, this is heartbreak for FaZe to concede this round.
These low buys, I feel like they've had one in just about all 3 maps now with this one added on top. So Carrigan just going for the bomb plan, going for the team money, knowing winning is just way, way, way out of reach. He'll hold for Yabby. He knows the swing is there, who's playing it patiently, waiting for everyone to arrive, and he didn't even need anyone. Headshot from Yabby, and 9th round for Astralis. Just been back and forth since round 7. Both teams just trading rounds back and forth. No one able to build momentum. No one able to build money or bank. No one able to hit a hot streak on their T sides. Just been very contested every step of the way.
Nice. Rain's on a Tech 9. Everybody else has got their primary choice of weapon. But that is a huge round to pick up here for Astralis, and they're going to go into pop fast, forced by the fire. They're going to go speed up, stare at the front. Carrigan, utility in hand. Oh, this could be perfect. Stare gets in, double kill. Great transfer onto the second player as well. Rain just can't catch a break. Looking the other way, just gets his head ripped off, and now a 5v3 for Astralis. Surely they just closed this one out.
They never had the information. Kerrigan thought that Molly would hold them at bay, but they'd already beaten it. He bounces it past them. Beautiful sequence from Stare. 16 kills on him, 15 on Stown. That pair of riflers for Astralis having a fantastic third map. And what do you do if you're FaZe? No money in the bank. The save round victory from Astralis has set themselves up to close out this series. A win here in a 5-on-3 into a very labored investment from FaZe in the following round. And Astralis will be at 11.
Spray down through the smoke. Stara's going to send the grenade in. Ooh, just a default, not going to work out, but Stown certainly looking like he's going to make it happen here. First headshot's in, denies the plant. And tried for the triple, but Frozen able to stand his ground. But 4 players to collect, and it's not even going to be the first. So Device chimes in. It's 10 rounds for Astralis, double figures collected. They're getting towards the finish line.
And you're sitting around $2,000 in the bank for the FaZe players for the most part. Elige at 2,700. Everyone else huddled around 2K. So you can't really get anything all that impactful. Feels like a round that FaZe is going to have to make the tough decision to just save the weapons they have, let this losing bonus build up one more time.
Yeah, I like the echo. That was cool.
And come in at 8-11. So a few upgraded pistols, no armor, nothing to speak of. Astralis have regained control of this series right at the tail end of Train.
Maybe this is all FaZe's plan though, Jason. You know, you let them get to the brink of victory again. Then suddenly, FaZe are back.
The heartbreak stings just that much more.
I mean, it has been a one-man show throughout this map for FaZe. Brokey doing what he can, but not enough supporting cast around him.
And now you're getting those proactive CT sides in where there's so much calm and so much quiet outside. Cadian and Stown push up pop. Kerrigan's gonna go down. Other 2 players isolated over in box halls.
Good pick from Stown. Yabby able to come in and clean up the final. So 11 rounds to 8. Astralis getting to the point now where they are about to claim victory versus FaZe in a 2-1 fashion today to kick off PGL Bucharest 2025. And this feels like the last legs that FaZe have to stand on.
Well, let's see what this is. I mean, this next round's going to tell us everything.
Yeah. So a timeout at least available to take before it. You're going to get the buyback. And everybody's going to be on an AK.
And what have the issues been in the recent rounds for FaZe? A lot of it has been that some of that aggression. We've seen the Pop Dog push. We saw the Ivy push. A lot of it has been Astralis getting in your face in the first 20, 30 seconds at various parts of the map. So if you're Neo during this timeout, having a little chat, you're just reminding the boys to look out for that. They're feeling frisky. They're feeling some of these aggressive plays. So look for those pushes. Don't get caught off guard. And here we go. Round 20, 8-11. AK-47's out for FaZe across the board. Astralis have an AWP in the field of play in the hands of Device. And plenty of cash.
Good pick for Device going again, but caught in the open and can't get away. So the leash will punish him for his missed shot.
The missed shot, but also you don't often see Device take a pick like that and then swing wider for the next fight. I think Device just, the mistake is him looking for that next fight immediately instead of backing off and reassessing.
Cadian, ooh. Look at this timing again. Aggression. Up through Pop Dog, it is the bane of their existence, and Rain is worried about a push coming in, but he handles the second player. Fantastic work from Rain to get the 2 in that situation, and that keeps FaZe in the fight.
Yeah, there you go. Even if you're having a bad game, you can always have impact. That's a massive double kill for Rain to get. Smoke being thrown out.
There's Yabby on the pick back, though.
If you're Astralis right now, you're like, this could be a fake. Like, we have to be really careful. It's hard for these 2 players to get together.
So Stown getting closer with the AWP. Bomb plant coming in, confirming the position of the remaining 2 players here of FaZe, and Stown is going to creep out ever closer. Spotted 1. Scope is up. Grenades in. Stown's position given away. Elige making the move, but Stown's got the read, and the no-scope connects. Elige is down. Now Brokey left 1v2. Such an important round here for FaZe. Brokey's had a lights-out map so far on his own. Stown's on the defuse. Stown is sticking it, and Brokey is nowhere to be found. Yabby kept him occupied. Brokey gets both kills, but the round is already done, and Stown steals it away.
Just the way the round played out, Brokey had no chance in that clutch. Just the way he had to reposition from the AWP, reposition from the nade, reposition from the flank, all the way towards Z. He's repositioned himself away from the bomb and has no chance to stop it. Well done from Astralis. 12-8. They got 4 chances to close out the series. Op was recovered at the end of the round by Brokey, so he'll at least have that. And FaZe gonna end this on a fast, aggressive yard play.
There's Device straight through the smoke. Carrigan gonna get caught. So in terms of finding the correct first step to closing out this series, Device has gone ahead and grabbed it. Yabby now getting involved, and it's all over. Device with a second shot through the smoke. Pack it up, pack it in. FaZe collapse at the hands of Astralis. It's a 2-1 victory. They get the revenge from their previous matchup 2 weeks ago in Lisbon, where FaZe dominated them in a quick 2-0, but Astralis have come back into Bucharest with some improvements. Would have liked a 2-0 today themselves. Had the opportunity on Dust too, but stabilized here on Train.
I think you just have to look at this and just you got to be happy that you found a way to reinvigorate and reactivate 3 of the players who in Lisbon were really, really struggling for you. Cadian, Yabby, and Stare all had nightmare tournaments at that event, but now they've bounced back and they've at least got this first win. And let's see if it can continue, because that's an Astralis that seems on the right path.
Well, there we go. Astralis took it. I would argue another upset, just because I think the majority of the fans were very pro-FaZe at the
For
start
sure.
of this.
Yeah, for sure. Like on paper, this is an upset. No way around it. Obviously, the last game, how that went, influenced it even further. But FaZe are high ranked. They're going straight to the major. Astralis are not. Just to start off, right? But I have to say, I think a super deserved win for Astralis. I think they did pretty much everything better than FaZe.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think obviously they looked much better than they did in their previous game in Lisbon, and I think you will look mostly towards the T sides outside of the Dust 2 really, but on Ancient and Train was where they did their best work, and then going to the CT sides, you see some of those old heroic, right, shades where they're just aggressive all over the map. When trades happen, they keep coming at you, and FaZe just couldn't handle it.
Do you think that that's something that we can start to expect from Astralis, a little bit more of those aggressive, heroic plays?
I mean, I think what they brought here was a lot more preparation on the T side. First of all, like Cadian did mention it in that interview that we saw before this game, that like they didn't expect Train last time, essentially. So they, even though they play it, they didn't look that sharp. They didn't have that many like little executes and stuff. This game started by them throwing the pistol pretty much, because Cadian was planting, no one was covering. FaZe get off to a 2-0, 3-0 start, and after that, like a few B hits that looked really good, like a B execute straight from spawn practically gets them rolling. And for the whole T side, they looked so much better than the score actually gave. It was like a 6-6 half, but they're pretty much in control the whole time.
Yeah, they had to win gun round after gun round after gun round, because FaZe was just saving a bunch of times, right? And who knows how it would have happened if they didn't throw that pistol round. Would have been even more dominant, and even, you know, a great performance and a great series from Brokey wasn't enough to stop Astralis.
It's funny because a lot of fans would argue, oh, well, you know, Brokey's letting FaZe down. But even when Brokey's popping off, it's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not in this map. I do think like Stare and Stown matched his output, so that's why I think like even on an individual level, pretty much Astralis was also there. But if you look at someone like Frozen, he was a liability towards B. Not what I called before the game. He was definitely not someone they could rely on to get that one kill and allow the retake, and that's why some of these rounds look so easy for Astralis pretty much. So yeah, Brokey stepped up, but a lot of the kills were like in situations where it didn't really matter anymore.
And so many multi-kills from Stan on that second half, really, to close the series out. You can see his stats, very, very impactful on Train. And yeah, I think for FaZe, it's tricky, right? Because going up against Astralis, I don't think they were necessarily surprised by how Astralis was playing their CT side. It's more so, you know, were the players concentrated enough in some of those situations to really punish the aggression?
Yeah.
Because it seemed like more... they were getting caught too much by it, right? And when they should have perhaps been in a position to punish it a little bit more, because when you go up against that style, your game plan isn't, okay, we're going to do these smokes and then do that, or this execute, or this default. Your whole game plan should be around like taking some zones, taking some control, and then just waiting, right? Like just holding to punish the aggression from them, or you go for an opening move for a trade to happen, and then again, you know they're going to come. It's a little bit of what we saw Legacy do to Liquid, right? And I don't know if that was necessarily the plan. Might have not been the plan, but they didn't seem ready enough to punish those re-aggressions coming in from Astralis.
Yeah, and I mean, to some degree, FaZe was trying similar stuff. Like, they went for the pop dog B push and like trying to crunch there, but they kind of had to call it off because either utility or they didn't get the kills cleanly enough. And when they played in Blast, they would get the double kill, the triple kill, whatever they needed, and they would just win the round there. And so Astralis was ready for things that FaZe was kind of ready for, but then would either lose the duel or the Ivy push that kind of caught them off guard and kind of fell apart for FaZe. Is just, yeah, sad.
I just want to draw your attention to the man on your screen right now, Stair. He had, he had a great train, but I would argue, Janko, he actually had quite a good series for Astralis as well. Were you surprised by that?
No, I've been singing his praises, and I've called for him to go to Astralis, you know, for Astralis to pick him up while he was still on Sprout, because, you know, in 2022, I believe, because I think even at that time, you know, you could tell he's this young talent that has a high ceiling, and then getting to sort of, I think in Katowice, listening a little bit to the communication, you know, when he was in Sprout, and his attitude is just like a solid guy through and through, right? Like always a positive attitude, trying to pick his teammates up, doing whatever it takes to win, like that sort of a soldier type of mentality, and a very versatile player because he's changed roles and positions multiple times just in the different iterations of Astralis. So yeah, not necessarily surprised, but he's been a lot more consistent probably recently, and that's been kind of impressive considering first the state of Astralis when they've been struggling, but also the fact that he doesn't have, you know, easy positions and easy roles, and being able to put up numbers is just that much more significant.
If you're a FaZe fan, are you worried just yet? It is only the first game of PGL Bucharest.
I mean, slightly, I would say. Like this, again, we came into this, you called it, they need to get to the grand final at least. I think if you're a FaZe fan, you want them to win here. It's not the right first step, you know, losing to Astralis. Okay, they're not bums, but they're also not someone we expect to win this tournament, right? You are expected to win this, win pretty much group stage, go 3-0, 3-1 max, depends on who you, if you meet Eternal Fire and MongolZ, maybe you can lose, but other than that, nothing is acceptable, I think.
But that's the thing, right? And in some of these tournaments, you know, FaZe is losing, you know, the Virtus.pro game here, the Eternal Fire game there. Not that these are bad teams, but it's like, these are teams that FaZe has to beat if they have aspirations to be a contender. And sure, some of the early tournaments are going to be like, all right, you need some time to figure things out, but eventually you need to go back, you know, you need to find a way to get the wins, right? And it's not going to be pretty like we talked about, and it's going to be a grind, but you need to find a way for this train game, right? How to eke it out, how to be able to simply win, because I feel like we're going up and giving these excuses. Yeah, they lost to this team, to that team, but what made FaZe was they would beat those teams, right? And they would have an off tournament here and there, but most of the time, you know, it would be grimy, it would be a 2-1, and there would be overtimes involved, but they would get it done. And now it's not happening. Like, you're not getting, so if you don't have that, and it's not looking good, it's scrappy still, but without the wins, then what do you have left?
Let's also be real, a lot of upsets in the first round. This is the system.
Is that
you
the
go to 0?
We're like,
you
it's
go,
okay, 'cause
no. I mean, it's even worse because you go to 0-1, and there's a lot of teams that are really good there. That, you know, there's a Liquid there. There's I don't know, MongolZ, Falcons are all in 0-1 So we'll see who you draw next.
Teams.
I mean, I don't know who is good.
Janko makes
That's good. That's a good point. Who is good nowadays, except for Vitality?
Let's pull up those results though from the stream just to remind you of some of the upsets. Of course, we started off this morning with the MongolZ losing. No one saw that coming. Falcons going 2-0 to Complexity blows my mind every time. I know everyone keeps saying it's a dead team walking, but it's not really dead. They're just going to be swapping out an AWPer. For goodness sakes, they shouldn't have lost that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously for Dexter, it must feel pretty bad, but the rest of the team is there, and they, if anything, they should be invigorated. They know they're getting a massive upgrade coming in, like one of the best players in the world, like one of the three elite, super elite players are coming to the team. So, you know, I don't see why they are underperformed.
Here's the thing. Let's say hypothetically that if that were to be true, that, you know, they know that a different player is coming in, so they're not as invested maybe into this tournament. That's horrible.
Exactly.
Like, that's horrible if that's how some of the players, doesn't have to be the whole team, but if some of the players are like, sort of, that's at the back of their minds, if that's how they're behaving, that's terrible for team culture, right? If you have aspirations to be a contender, you know, and I don't think that's necessarily the case. It was, you know, the first game of the tournament. I haven't watched the game, so I'm sure Complexity had a good day too. I saw that Hauser popped off in a way, but it's just one of those things where it's a little bit embarrassing for the caliber of players. You have Nico on that team, you have Magisk on that team, and you're losing to Sexy and Nick. So I think definitely you would expect a reaction tomorrow from Falcons.
I mean, just to put it into context, there was this clip from Jason Lake saying that last year when they had a Liege, their budget was like 2 million or something for the year, 1.5 to 2, and apparently that's like less than what the Falcons are paying for m0NESY. Like, this is the this is the level of the disparity between these two orgs. Like, they're picking up players from NA that they can pay, that are kind of okay, good, and are not really expected to do anything on a world stage against a team, the caliber of Falcons.
I'm just going to end the Falcons conversation with this. I pray that when m0NESY potentially, or not potentially, or whatever it is, enters this lineup, that this conversation changes, because I am so sick of this. The Falcons conversation is always the same.
Oh, we don't have the players. Oh, we don't have the star power.
They have such great play.
Is that your Danish accent?
That was his Danish.
No, this is my complaining stupid accent.
But it is. It's constantly,
it works for any language,
it's
actually.
constantly like, oh, we have this great team, but they're not performing, so we need to change a player, so it's a dead team. Well, enough. Like, no more excuses now.
Yeah,
you need to
only G2 can use that.
Cheeky.
When you have m0NESY and Nico, you don't get to have any excuses.
No more excuses.
Like, that right there is enough for you to, you know, have the deep runs if you know what you're doing.
I mean, we saw that with G2 when they had m0NESY and Nico, right?
Yeah.
Whatever the rest of the lineup was, they were winning tournaments or going super deep.
But we're jumping way ahead to past this tournament. Let's take a look at what happened on Stream B. Some of that is still underway, obviously. But there you go, coming up. The big surprise there, Rare Atom beating Virtus.pro. Was that on anyone's bingo card today?
No, and they completely crushed them as well. It wasn't even close, so not really much to say. You know, I thought VP looked good at Blast. It was the first game of the day. Maybe they're not morning people.
We're giving
but
them so many.
But for a lot of these teams, it's like anyone can have an off game, an off day, or whatever. So tomorrow is going to be a huge day for Virtus.pro, for Falcons, for the MongolZ too. Who, sure, they have a bit of a rivalry there with 3D Max, and 3D Max is not a bad team. But hey, this is where you need to sort of kick it into gear, FaZe Clan included, right? So it's going to be a very important day tomorrow for a lot of these teams.
It's like you said, Prof. It's also going to be a very difficult day tomorrow for some of the teams that did suffer those upsets.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, some pretty decent team will have a matchup against a pretty decent team on the other side, and one will go 0-2. This is just how it works in the format. You can't avoid that.
Great for us, though, because we get to watch
entertainment.
Exactly, some fun Counter-Strike tomorrow. And if you still want to watch some fun Counter-Strike, FURIA is currently playing over on the B stream, so I'm going to send you there. It's PGL_CS2. Also, if you want to find out what the matchups are tomorrow, they will be announced after that game finishes all over PGL social media. So make sure you're following them on X and Instagram and TikTok and all the places. We are going to head on out. We will be back tomorrow, and we'll see you in the afternoon.